Chapter 1251, Destroying All Evidence. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Yun, you will.
Zhang Wuchen wanted to finish cursing Yun by saying he'd die a horrible death, but his neck was clasped by Yun. His mouth was agape but could not produce a sound.
Towards his antics, Yun had a cold expression. Without a word, he injected Yuan Qi through his hand and broke Zhang Wuchen's neck.
Zhang Wuchen's eyes glazed over, instantly losing all their luster. Yun grabbed Zhang Wuchen's interspatial ring while, at the same time, the heretical god flames gathered together, burning Zhang Wuchen to ashes. Upon seeing this scene, Song Bowen's face turned pale as he stood beside Zhang Wuchen's charred remains. He had schemed together with Zhang Wuchen, and now his outcome would likely be the same as his brother-in-law's.
Not only would he lose his life, but he would also die extremely horribly. Yun, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Song family will pursue you until the end of your days. My second uncle has put a restriction on me. Once I'm killed, information about my demise will instantly be sent to the Song family, and you will be pursued by them. Also, killing me would violate the Myriad God Ridge's rules. Not even the sect master will be able to protect you. Song Bowen exclaimed. Yun gave Song Bowen a glance. His eyes were filled with a bloodlust that sent a chill through Song Bowen's body. Yun showed no reaction to Song Bowen's words. He walked towards him and said, "Are you going to castrate yourself or do you want me to do it?" Did you not understand what I said? Against the pressure Yun put on him, Song Bowen was close to a mental breakdown. It looks like you are choosing the latter. Yun shook his head. Wait. Song Bowen yelled, but at that moment, the heretical god fire seed that permeated the destruction domain raged towards Song Bowen. The inferno burned through the void to the point that it was completely inescapable. Back at the banquet, Song Bowen had no chance of defending himself against a mere wisp of the heretical god fire seed, much less the large amount that presently filled the destruction domain. Song Bowen's Yuan Qi was repressed, so how was he to face the heretic fire's attack that seemed to blot out the world? Yun, I'll fight it out with you. Song Bowen yelled maniacally, but all that could be heard were a series of howling sounds. The Yuan Qi that Song Bowen had gathered had been directly burned through by the heretic flames. At that moment, Song Bowen's eyes flashed with a grotesque look. He opened his mouth and spat out a round bead that flew straight for Yun. Explode destruction blood bead. Let's die together. This was a life-preservation artifact that his second uncle had given him. Once the destruction blood bead was triggered, it would annihilate all lifeblood in a 100-foot radius, reducing humans into desiccated corpses. He could have used the destruction blood bead to kill enemies, but, with it being necessary to activate it at a close distance, Song Bowen himself would be trapped within the explosion of the destruction blood bead. His death was no question. Song Bowen infused his remaining energy into the destruction blood bead in hopes of exploding it. But at that moment, Yun made the first move. The destruction power formed a wall that could destroy everything between Song Bowen and the destruction blood bead. Song Bowen's Yuan Qi dissipated immediately upon contact with the powers of destruction. Yun had already used his energy vision to identify the energy fluctuations of the destruction blood bead. A tiny trick such as this wouldn't get past him. You are completely unaware of the gap between us. How do you expect a mere bead to be able to bridge that gap? Yun clenched his hands into a fist as the heretical god fire seed surged over in overwhelming fashion. It burned Song Bowen's limbs to ash, and even his crown jewels were burned to a crisp. You're doomed. My second uncle will not spare you. Song Bowen endured the excruciating pain to babble his last words. However, Yun remained indifferent, for he did not mind it at all. I already said, you are completely unaware of the gap between us. A mere restriction can't escape my destruction domain, so how can it inform others about your death? As Yun spoke,
he punched out and struck Song Bowen's forehead. This punch was infused with destruction energies. It shattered Song Bowen's soul sea instantly and, with intense hate and indignation, Song Bowen collapsed to the ground.
With a wave of his hand, the second interspatial ring flew into Yun's hand.
Along with the interspatial ring was the destruction blood bead. The bead was quite a good item, so Yun naturally kept it. After turning around, Yun looked at Yenner and Suetsue.
The color in the two maidservants' faces was completely drained by their horror.
They could not comprehend that the two men who easily lorded over their fates had been killed by Yun in such a manner. He may have been a personal disciple, but Yun blatantly ignored the powerful Song and Zhang family, as well as the myriad Godrige's rules.
Don't kill me. I can serve you. I'll do anything you want, Yenner said with a trembling voice.
Unfortunately for her, Yun had already flicked his finger, sending a stream of light straight into Yenner's soul sea.
Yenner did not even grunt before her eyes lost their luster.
As for Suetsue, she had been scared out of her wits.
Yun walked in front of her and, without waiting for her to say a word, he directly probed into her soul. Yun had not seen Suetsue attack Suyen Xiaoyu, so he was unsure of her character. However, upon searching Suetsue's soul sea, he saw more than enough dirty scenes and machinations. Those girls that you inflicted death upon were probably as afraid as you are now.
As Yun spoke, Yuan Qi burst out from his palm, causing Suetsue's body to slump downward. Following that, the heretical god fire seed gathered and burned the two girls into ash. The restriction that Song Bowen had used to threaten Yun was burned clean as well. After ascertaining that he had not left any evidence behind, Yun undid his destruction Dao domain.
In a blink of an eye, Yun and Zuoyan Xiaoyu were the only two left in the massive palace. The other four were dead and every trace of their existence had been wiped away. However, the palace remained intact. Even the beds were not destroyed, and in fact, maintained their original state.
Young master, I. Zuoyan Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. She had quickly gone from extreme despair to being snatched from the jaws of death. It left her emotions stirring in vicissitudes.
She couldn't even construct a proper sentence. On one hand, she was feeling excited that Yun had suddenly appeared to save her.
On the other hand, she felt deep remorse. In order to save her, Yun had killed two personal disciples. If the myriad Godrige were to learn of this, it would absolutely not spare Yun. Yun could read Zuoyan Xiaoyu's mind as he said, "There's no need to worry.
They won't be able to connect it to me."
His coming here was all thanks to the teleportation disc array that Old Snake had secretly sneaked on board the Great Traversal Spirit Ship.
The disc array was something even the owner of the ship, Song Guanyan, did not notice.
As for when Song Guanyan left the spirit ship, Old Snake was perfectly aware of the timing.
Under such circumstances, even if the Song family had reason to suspect Yun, they would not be able to figure out how Yun could have been the one who killed Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen. They would likely blame it on them being killed by others while they were out on an experiential training. However, Yun was truly baffled as to what Old Snake's cultivation level was. He seemed to come and go like a divine shadow. On careful thought, it was about 15 hours until the appointed meeting between Yun and Old Snake. Yun was beginning to feel a sense of anticipation over it. "Xiaoyu, we are going back. You won't be able to reveal yourself for the time being," Yun said. He had to immediately return to the myriad Godrige. As for the Great Traversal Spirit Ship, he naturally took it. It was a priceless enchanted artifact after all. However, Yun still needed to carefully examine the Great Traversal Spirit Ship and the two interspatial rings to prevent any restrictions from exposing him. Chapter 1252, Unexpected Discovery. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Under the bright and clear moonlight, the black Great Traversal Spirit Ship shuttled through the night sky. It continued traveling away from the myriad Godrige, but Yun was in no rush to return. His first stop was the Great Traversal Spirit Ship's control room. The control room was equivalent to the Great Traversal Spirit Ship's heart. Here, the user of the spirit ship could use a bit of their perception to easily control the spirit ship and, at the same time, do whatever they wanted. The core array formation is here. Yi-Yun infused his perception into the ship, and indeed, he found a mental imprint within. Typically, owners would leave behind a tiny mental imprint on valuable enchanted artifacts like the Great Traversal Spirit Ship after successfully refining them for themselves. This mental imprint had been repeatedly tempered and was fortified. It would not be easily removed unless the strength of the remover's soul was much stronger than that of the enchanted treasure's original owner. Yi-Yun inspected the imprint. Unfortunately, Yi-Yun was only at the 5th floor Dao Palace. His strength had improved, but he was cognizant of the fact that there was still a huge rift between him and Song Guanyan, especially in terms of their soul strength. If he wanted to refine away the imprint's strength, it would take a day or two of slowly grinding it away. But if he tried, Song Guanyan would notice that something was amiss and immediately return to the spirit ship. In fact, the very instant Yi-Yun took action, it would be sensed by Song Guanyan. One had to be fast while wiping out a mental imprint. But Yi-Yun alone was incapable of being that fast. Sierra. Yi-Yun gently called in his mind. At the next moment, a tiny tower flew out of Yi-Yun's dantian. Plumes of black flames billowed above the tower as an adorable girl with some baby fat appeared out of the flames. Brother Yi-Yun, is there something you need from me? Ling Xier had been sleeping for the past few years. Ever since she awakened and left the massive worldly array that bound her, her strength had not only been increasing, but her affinity with the heretical god Fireseed was getting stronger. As it was, what Ling Xier lacked in combat strength she made up for in her control over the heretical god Fireseed. In that aspect, she was much better than Yi-Yun. Just this alone afforded her the ability to deal massive damage. Besides, when it came to the strength of the soul, Ling Xier, who was born of a natural treasure, was someone that typical warriors could not compare with. In the Sun Burial Sansi, she had existed alone in an incorporeal form for hundreds of millions of years. In that time, her soul's strength had developed much more than Yi-Yun's. Xier, are you able to burn away this mental imprint within 15 minutes? Yi-Yun asked. Ling Xier took a look at the disc array and nodded. Sure. As she spoke, Ling Xier walked out of the flames and transformed into a fair and supple-looking girl. She moved her tiny hands and produced seals. The heretical god flames fused into her soul, becoming a flame of the soul that could burn through all mental imprints. Phew! The flames ignited over the disc array but produced no heat. However, if a soul manifestation was there, it would have been able to sense the terrifying flames that could rend the world asunder. This was a flame that specialized in immolating souls. Shie! 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 The flames in the disc array crackled violently as the phantom face of an elder appeared out of thin air. He was struggling and bellowing as the flames covered him. He looked at Yi-Yun and Ling Xier as his face exuded ferociousness. You? He said through clenched teeth as though he was trying to use all his strength to transmit everything he saw before he was destroyed. However, Ling Xier obviously stopped him from doing so. Her tiny hands moved immediately, commanding the soul flames to form a prison that completely surrounded the elder. Pang! With a loud explosion, the elder's face burned to nothingness amid the flames. Simultaneously, millions of miles away, in a tavern. Boom! A loud explosion boomed as the entire room was blasted to smithereens. An elder walked out of the room with disheveled hair, his face suffusing an abnormal paleness. He was none other than Song Guanyan. Just a moment ago, he sensed that the mental imprint he left on the Great Traversal Spirit Ship had been destroyed. The time from the moment his mental imprint was attacked until it was completely vanquished was only about 30 seconds. Even the information about the destroyer failed to be transmitted.
This made Song Guanyan's actual body suffer a soul injury. The mental imprint was equivalent to a piece of his soul. So losing his mental imprint was equal to him losing a portion of his very soul. Without the nourishment of heavenly herbs, it would be impossible for him to recover. Who was it? Song Guanyan had a hideous look on his face. He had the great traversal spirit ship in his possession for tens of thousands of years. He had fortified the mental imprint several times, and yet such robustness was destroyed in less than a minute? This proved that the other party's soul was much stronger than his. Song Guanyan was already a divine lord. That meant that the other party was likely an old monster that had lived for an unmeasurable period of time. The person's strength probably exceeded his greatly. As such, not only did he not know who the culprit was, but, even if he did know, he was unable to seek revenge. The spirit ship had fallen into the hands of the other person, and it was impossible to recoup it. He long knew that the deep depths of the calm sea were extremely dangerous, but he never imagined that his ship would fall after less than a day of being out at sea. That was just too fast. Darn it! Bowen has probably succumbed to harm. Song Guanyan's expression was as ugly as it could be. He was feeling the pinch over his spirit ship as well as worry for Song Bowen. Song Bowen was the only personal disciple that the Song family had in the Myriad Godridge. He was the only son. There was also Zhang Wuchen. The Zhang family was the Song family's ally by marriage, and Wuchen was the only personal disciple they had. If the two perished, the Song and Zhang family would face the delicate situation of not having a successor. They would need to nurture another excellent junior within 1,000 years. If they couldn't, their positions in the Myriad Godridge would plummet. At that moment, Song Guanyan was in no mood to continue staying in the tavern. He rushed towards the Myriad Godridge overnight to immediately hold a family meeting to discuss the important matter. "Sierre, you are really awesome." Yi Yun was truly astonished by Ling Sierre's abilities. Ling Sierre smiled happily upon being complimented by Yi Yun. She knew that, over the past 20-plus years, Yi Yun had spent a lot of time and effort to awaken her. To her, Yi Yun was the most important person in her life. Being able to help him naturally delighted her. "Sierre, I think we need to find you a mystic technique that focuses on cultivating the soul," Yi Yun said. He had always known that Ling Sierre's soul was very powerful since she was an incorporeal soul body. However, he never imagined that after she fused with the heretical god fire seed, her transformation into a flame that burned its souls would only take less than a minute to burn a mental imprint left by powerful divine lords into ashes. If he focused on nurturing Ling Sierre's capabilities, wouldn't he be able to catch any enemy by surprise? Soul attacks were also considered a martial path, but few people could go far using them. After all, the soul had the body protecting it. Annihilating it directly was no easy task. However, if Ling Sierre's soul strength was immensely high, it would be able to overwhelm. After all, Ling Sierre had yet to cultivate in a cultivation technique that focused on the soul. If she cultivated it, she would only become stronger. Chapter 1253, Meeting Old Snake. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. At the foot of Myriad Godridge was the Myriad God Restaurant. A restaurant established by the Myriad Godridge itself, it was unmatched in both its lavishness and the flavor and quality of the food. Of course, the prices were enough to make one gasp. It was no exaggeration to say that one meal could cost the entire wealth of a Heaven Ascension warrior. Those that could enter the Myriad Godridge were non-trivial figures. The foot of Myriad Godridge was a place where people of apparent standing had gathered since time immemorial. There were princes, dukes, tycoons, as well as geniuses and elders from powerful families. But even for these people, it was not easy to have a meal at Myriad God Restaurant. The restaurant had a total of 7 floors. One entered the first and second floor solely by being rich. However, a reservation 6 months ahead of time was needed. There was no need for reservations above the 3rd floor.
Unfortunately, money alone was insufficient as a criterion for entry. One had to have status and strength. Princes, dukes, and even kings of a country found their status useless there. Yun came to Myriad God Restaurant on noon of the 5th day after he made the appointment with Old Snake. It was when Myriad God Ridge was the most lively. Yun hid Zuoyan Xiaoyu in his God Advent Tower and had long stowed away the Great Traversal Spirit Ship. No one would believe that, just hours ago, he had slain 2 Myriad God Ridge personal disciples millions of miles away. This Myriad God Restaurant is truly not bad. Yun sized up the 7-floored building in front of him. Although it was luxurious, it did not lose its elegance. Every spot was meticulously crafted, giving one the impression of natural exuberance. Perhaps, the person that built the Myriad God Ridge was proficient in many laws for them to be able to build a building that was so harmonious and natural. At the front of Myriad God Restaurant were 4 beauties that served customers. Kipeos covered their tall, excellent figures. Their long legs were emphasized by the slit that ran up the qipao. Yun knew at a glance that they were more than just pretty faces. All of them had cultivation levels at the Dao Palace realm or higher. These beauties who entertained the guests were also outer sect disciples of the Myriad God Ridge. Although they were waiting on people here, they were revered back in their countries by the royalty and aristocrats, blessed daughters of heavens that were placed on a pedestal. Yun stood at the entrance for a while and scanned with his perception. Suddenly, he turned and saw an old man carrying an alcohol gourd while walking toward him. "Kid, I've been waiting so long for you," Old Snake said with a chuckle. However, his smile looked wretched in every possible way. "Senior, thank you for the disc array you left me. It was a great help." Yun cupped his fists. He already knew that Old Snake was no ordinary person, but now his actions had corroborated his suspicions. "Kid, let's not talk about unimportant matters. Didn't you say that you will be treating me?" There's a type of alcohol in Myriad God Restaurant known as immortal inebriation. It's said that even godly monarchs will get intoxicated by it. I assume that you made a killing recently? Just treat me to some immortal inebriation today. I want to drink 10 jugs of that. Old Snake interrupted Yun and rubbed his hands while smacking his lips. He looked like he had just seen a beauty that had taken off all her clothes while lying in bed. It was truly a look that left one unable to look him straight in the eye. Myriad God Restaurant was bustling with business as there were constant streams of people entering and exiting. And Old Snake's voice was loud, allowing everyone to hear his words clearly. Many people looked at the pair in astonishment. Immortal inebriation was a supreme-grade specialty alcohol of Myriad God Restaurant. Just one jug cost 300,000 spirit jade. Even supremacies could not afford it. After all, 300,000 spirit jade a jug was way too extravagant. However, the flavors of the immortal inebriation were naturally as good as could be. It was brewed from 22 natural treasures for more than 1,000 years. Although it was an exaggeration to say that godly monarchs would be intoxicated, it was not entirely without reason. The premise was that one was not to use yuan qi to screen their mind, allowing the alcohol to flow into one's body. Only then could one experience the sensations of a euphoric immortal. The people around Myriad God Restaurant were the wealthiest among the wealthy. When they heard the dirty old man's wish to drink 10 jugs of immortal inebriation, they smirked without saying a word. They didn't think much of his claims. He was probably babbling in his stupor after having too much to drink from his gourd. Yun did not know the price of immortal inebriation, but from his read of Old Snake's expression, he could guess that it was not going to be cheap. However, Old Snake had indeed helped him greatly. Even if immortal inebriation was expensive, he was still able to afford the treat. "Senior, since you like this alcohol, feel free to drink as much as you want as long as I can afford it," Yun said with a smile. At that moment, one of the 4 women in qipao walked in front of Yun and said, "Young master, are you really intending to have immortal inebriation? Such a delicacy is only provided to guests on the 5th floor and above." In other words, you can only order the alcohol if you first reach the 5th floor. Might I know who you are? Iyun's cultivation level was only at the Dao Palace realm. His strength was naturally not high enough to gain entry. With the old trickster beside him looking like a beggar in his tattered clothes, they truly did not look like people that belonged in the Myriad God restaurant. However, as an attendant of the Myriad God restaurant, this girl maintained her courtesy. She knew that many of the people that came to Myriad God restaurant had outstanding identities. And it was not always something one could tell based on external appearance. Fools that really had no money or standing would likely go limp just from seeing the Myriad Godridge's plaque. Who would dare enter just to cause trouble? Iyun said to the woman, "I'm a Myriad Godridge disciple. I'm here to treat as senior." As Iyun spoke, he took out his personal disciple token. The 4 beauties of Myriad God restaurant had keen eyesight. They were astounded when they saw the personal disciple token. Naturally, they could tell that the token was real. A personal disciple. Although entry to the Myriad God restaurant was difficult, most of the people that came to it for meals were fringe members of the Myriad Godridge. The true elders and personal disciples were in the minority. When they weren't out on experiential training, they would spend most of their time in seclusive cultivation. How could they have the time to frequently patronize the Myriad God restaurant? The 4 beauties immediately went forward together and bowed to Iyun. This was a bow that outer sect disciples had to give personal disciples. Instantly, their originally professional smiles turned seductive and a lot more passionate. Even their eyes twinkled as they looked at Iyun. The 4 women wanted to serve Iyun, but the 2 women in front snatched the opportunity. "Since you are a personal disciple, you will be given the same treatment as elders. Currently, the 7th floor's God and Ridge rooms are empty. You can choose either one of them and I'll personally escort you there." Myriad God Ridge's personal disciples enjoyed great treatment. While speaking, the 2 women led Iyun and Old Snake towards the 7th floor of Myriad God Ridge. Old Snake was rather satisfied with the treatment he received. He glanced at the many wealthy and accomplished people by the side with a smug side eye. He did not even look them in the face. "I said that I was drinking 10 jugs of immortal inebriation." "It's not a big deal at all," said Old Snake arrogantly. Many people choked upon hearing this. The youth was actually a personal disciple of Myriad Godridge. But who was this old man? Why would a Myriad Godridge personal disciple treat him? Chapter 1254, Ascending Dragon Cauldron's Origin. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Myriad God Restaurant's 7th floor had a total of 6 rooms. Iyun had chosen the God room, so a young lady in Chipa led Iyun and Old Snake through the God room's heavy door made of Nanmu. Upon entering the room, Iyun could not help but be overcome with emotion at the unique design of Myriad God Restaurant. The God room contained a snowy pocket world that spanned several thousand feet. Amid the snowy, pure white scenery was a tiny lake. A snow-laden, winding stone bridge extended towards the middle of the lake from the entrance of the God room. At the end of the stone bridge was a beautiful pavilion carved out of jade. The room's table was placed in the middle of the pavilion. The emerald water that surrounded the pavilion rippled as 1,000-year-old snow lotuses bloomed in the middle of the lake. The snow lotuses were as clear as ice and as pure as jade. The contrast they formed with the plain whiteness of the snow left one easily mesmerized. Customers who dined in the God room could enjoy a meal in the pavilion while also marveling at the sights of the snowy land. It was truly elegance par none. Just the scene alone left Iyun awestruck by the Myriad God Restaurant's designer. There was a reason why so many people flocked to Myriad God Restaurant despite it charging such exorbitant prices. "Ha, great place." Old Snake was very pleased as he obstreperously walked to the pavilion in the middle of the lake before sinking his ass into a chair. "Bring on the food and alcohol," he urged. 2 young ladies in Chipo had already arrived with a menu, which took the form of a disc array. When activated, it projected all the dishes and fine wine available.
The projection was rendered so extremely realistically that it was capable of whetting one's appetite. There's no need for all this trouble. Just give us your signature dishes. Send about 10 or 20 servings and then 10 jugs of immortal inebriation. Old Snake waved his hand as though he was ordering meat skewers at a roadside stall without any restraint. Iyun stole a glance at the prices of the food as the corners of his mouth twitched. Thankfully, his recent heist left him with all of Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen's wealth. Otherwise, ordering dishes that cost upwards of a few thousand to above 10,000 spirit jade simply wouldn't be possible. Upon hearing Old Snake's order for generous amounts of food, the twinkle in the two ladies' eyes brightened as they looked at Iyun. They were naturally aware that the person who was really paying for the treat was the young man in front of them. There were many people in Myriad Godridge that were rich, but those who spent so much money on a single meal were few and far between. This youth appeared extraordinary in both looks and demeanor, and with his eminent status as a personal disciple, such a figure was truly the man of one's dreams. Upon noticing the girl's gaze, Iyun could not help but shake his head. Indeed, be it in his past life or the present martial world, girls always fell for the irresistible allure of living in the upper classes of society. In his previous life, Iyun knew of wealthy scions who would lead charmed lives. As they spent lavishly, there would always be numerous beauties surrounding them, accompanying them in their wanton spending of their youth and money. In Iyun's past life, he was an ordinary person. He had heard a lot of stories of such lives and was, in fact, curious about it and even dreamt of it. Later, having come to this martial world, he began from the cloud wilderness and forged a difficult path through the martial way, cultivating to become stronger. He fought to survive and became accustomed to seeing gory battles. After experiencing numerous encounters in which his life was on the line, Iyun had long learned how to show restraint and exhibit wariness. Yet, even though he was accustomed to such behaviors, the young heart he had repressed for so long still made him find it irresistible to indulge just this once. Now, by spending freely to enjoy a lavish feast, leading a life he had never experienced in the past, a curiosity that was always inside him was satisfied. It was a brand new experience. Serve one of each of your signature dishes. Don't bother with jugs for the immortal inebriation. Just send an entire jar, Iyun said casually. Warriors could eat as much or as little as they wished. He was not afraid of there being any waste. Besides, from the way Old Snake looked, he was definitely a glutton. It was clearly impossible for him to not finish the food. Since he obtained all of his spirit jade from robbing, Iyun did not feel the pinch even if all of it was spent. The windfall he had obtained was all thanks to Old Snake after all. Iyun didn't think too much of using it to treat Old Snake. All right, young master. Please wait a moment. We will immediately inform the kitchen. Also, personal disciples are given a 10% discount. And with your generous expenditure today, you can become a distinguished customer of Myriad God Restaurant. That will give you a 20% discount. The two ladies said this happily. The more the customers they waited on spent, the more they received in commissions. Myriad God Restaurant served its dishes rather quickly. In about 15 minutes, all the dishes were served. The two ladies stood ready to wait on them, but Iyun waved his hand and said, "Since the food has been served, you can take your leave. There's no need for you to be here." That. Upon hearing Iyun say those words, the two ladies were somewhat disappointed. However, they still took their leave. Old Snake eagerly began feasting on the table full of delicacies. Iyun was in no hurry. He poured a cup of immortal inebriation for Old Snake and set up an insulation barrier, sealing them from their surroundings. Although Myriad God Restaurant ensured that its customers enjoyed superior privacy, Iyun still wanted to be certain. "Senior, allow me to toast you." Iyun raised his cup. Old Snake tipped a wine jar directly. "There's no need for all these formalities. Just drink directly." Old Snake had no sense of being a guest at all.
He tipped his head and drank a huge swig of immortal inebriation. His face quickly took on an intoxicated look of satisfaction. "Senior, Miss Huan has a letter for me to hand to you." After drinking a few cups of wine, Yun produced Huan Qinshue's letter. Old Snake raised his eyes and took a glance. He tore the envelope open and read the letter. Old Snake's expression turned reserved for once as he seemed to become nostalgic. "Qinshue's sword is with you?" Old Snake looked seriously at Yun. He seemed surprised that Huan Qinshu had given the sword to him. "Yes, Miss Huan's companion sword is indeed with me. Senior, I have a few questions for you." Old Snake put away the letter and grabbed a roasted drumstick. He took a bite of it, and then gargled through a mouthful of food. "Senior, I would like to know more about the Ascending Dragon Cauldron." Yun had long been curious about the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. The cauldron was clearly a divine item. Yun sensed that the level of its power far exceeded the myriad god ridge. "Ascending Dragon Cauldron, hee hee." Old Snake licked the oil from the corner of his lips. "It's not like you can't know about it. Speaking of which, the Ascending Dragon Cauldron is somewhat related to your Pure Yang Broken Sword." Old Snake had clearly learned that Yun possessed the other half of the Pure Yang Broken Sword from the letter. "Oh?" Yun faltered slightly. "Why do you say that? Do you know about the 12 Dao ancestors, or should I say, the 12 Fey gods?" asked Old Snake. "Yes." Yun nodded. Back in the Luo clan, he had come into repeated contact with the 12 Fey gods. "Do you know what they are?" asked Old Snake again. Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, "Only the first 9 are known." The first 9 of the 12 Fey gods were Extreme Yang Illumination, Extreme Nether Glow, Empress Earth Dao Tree, Dragon Emperor, 7-Colored Phoenix, Koan Pang, Heavenly Man, River of Forgetfulness, Solitary Nothingness. Extreme Yang Illumination and Extreme Nether Glow were born at the beginning of the universe when there was nothing but chaos. The Supreme Ultimate, Taiji, generated the 2 opposing forces, Yin and Yang. The Empress Earth Dao Tree was the manifestation of the 3000 Great Dao. Dragon Emperor, 7-Colored Phoenix, Koan Pang, and Heavenly Man were the manifestations of several powerful life forms. Finally, River of Forgetfulness was the river of time, and Solitary Nothingness was the infinite void that represented the great Tao of space and time. These 9 Fey gods were known. The remaining 3 Fey gods were a mystery. However, Yun knew that the purple crystal origins he possessed was one of the final 3 Fey gods. The 12 Fey gods were names given by the Fey race. As for the 12 Dao ancestors, it was a name given by humans. In fact, the 12 Fey gods were in no way closer to the Fey race than humans. In short, the 12 Fey gods represented the beginnings of the heavenly Tao. From this point of view, using the humans' naming convention 12 Dao ancestors was apter. Yes. Not bad. I can only tell you that your Pure Yang Broken Sword is in fact somewhat related to Extreme Yang Illumination. As for Qinshue's companion sword, it's a partner of your Pure Yang Broken Sword. It is somewhat related to Extreme Yin Nether Glow. These 2 swords represent Yin and Yang, swords of the 2 opposing forces. What? Upon hearing Old Snake's explanation, Yun was astounded. He took out Mirage Snow from his interspatial ring immediately. Mirage Snow was blue and crystalline, like a pure and clean ice crystal. It was like its owner, Huan Qinshu, and its appearance in the snow-filled pocket world made it even colder. But this cold was not like any ordinary cold. It had a spirituality to it, a vibrant feeling that seemed to be contained within. Yun naturally recalled Huan Qinshue's old servant. He had sealed Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin, making them immune from death. When he did, he also used an aura of frost ice that was filled with such unusual vibrancy. This sword is related to the 2nd Dao ancestor, Extreme Nether Glow? Besides, it's a complete sword. Doesn't that mean it's even more valuable than the pure Yang broken sword? Yi Yun was truly astonished. After all, just the half of the pure Yang broken sword was valued greatly by Bai Yuan back then, let alone this complete sword. It's not as you imagine, Old Snake said with a shake of his head. He could read Yi Yun's thoughts. Be it the pure Yang broken sword or Huan Shui's sword, their preciousness does not come from the weapon itself but the power sealed within the weapon. Although the pure Yang broken sword is broken, there was a powerful extreme Yang illumination soul infused in the sword tip. That was the reason why Bai Yuan wanted it. It also means that the pure Yang sword tip she had in hand possessed immense value, much more than that of the other half you possessed, or even Mirage Snow. In that case. Yi Yun drew in a light gasp as he said, in that case. The ascending dragon cauldron is related to the fifth Tao ancestor, Dragon Emperor? Since the Yin and Yang swords were related to extreme Yang illumination and extreme nether glow, Yi Yun naturally made the connection between the ascending dragon cauldron and Dragon Emperor. Old Snake nodded. Your guess is right. And it's because of that the ascending dragon cauldron is a divine artifact. It too contains a wisp of a dragon's soul. The ascending dragon cauldron might seem to belong to the Myriad Godridge, but in fact, no one in Myriad Godridge can properly use it. Not even the patriarch of Myriad Godridge. The ascending dragon cauldron has chosen to stay here by itself. Chapter 1255, Myriad God Patriarch Skull. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. What Old Snake said opened a brand new world for Yi Yun. He learned many things that he had not known previously. Senior, in that case, does that mean that there is a corresponding weapon for each of the 12 Tao ancestors? Old Snake nodded and replied, not only do each of the 12 Tao ancestors have a corresponding weapon, they also have 12 corresponding cultivation techniques. These 12 cultivation techniques are known as Great Tao Origins. However, since the existence of the last 3 Tao ancestors is a mystery in and of itself, no one knows what the final 3 cultivation techniques and weapons are. Upon hearing Old Snake's words, Yi Yun drew a cold gasp. He had learned from Huan Shenshue that the famous Yang God Manual, 9 Nether Sacred Manual, and other 12 Empyrean Heavens cultivation techniques were actually not created naturally by the Great Tao, but written by people. These 12 cultivation techniques were especially valued by those at the Divine Lord level and lower, but to figures like Bai Yuan, they were nothing. This was why Bai Yuan only took the pure Yang broken sword after harming Azure Yang Lord, and showed no interest in the remnant pages of the Yang God Manual. However, according to Old Snake, the 12 Tao ancestors' origins cultivation techniques were different. Once mastered, it was unknown what sort of power one would obtain. Yi Yun could not help but think of his 10,000 demon wheel of existence. He owed many of the victories he had won up until now to his cultivation in the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. It allowed him to gain insights into the Tao of major destruction. Could the 10,000 demon wheel of existence also be a great Tao of origins? Senior, do you know where the 12 Tao ancestors' corresponding sacred weapons and cultivation techniques are at present? Yi Yun could not help but ask. With the 10,000 demon wheel of existence having such might, wouldn't similar cultivation techniques be just as powerful? Old Snake shook his head and said, the majority of them are unknown. Nearly all the origins cultivation techniques have been lost to time. There are still some traces of the Tao ancestor sacred weapons, but the few of them that remain in this world are not a complete set. If one were to complete and control the set, they would wield might that could tear the world asunder. Even this Myriad Godridge could be directly flattened. So they are lost. Yi Yun sighed with regret. If only he could take a look at those origins cultivation techniques. How great would that be? I really would like to see them. Yi Yun felt his heart itching. The techniques he currently cultivated in were actually nothing impressive, other than the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Yi Yun's expression was caught by Old Snake as he chuckled. Kid, you want to take a look at the origins cultivation techniques, don't you? Yi Yun nodded as he asked hopefully, Senior, I'm truly very curious. Do you have any knowledge regarding these 12 origins cultivation techniques? Ha! Dream on. Old Snake swallowed a mouth of meat and picked at his teeth with a bamboo toothpick. Do you think a mere table of food and a jug or two of immortal inebriation is enough to make me tell you about that? Upon hearing Old Snake's words, Iyun was taken aback. Senior, do you really know something? I know a little, but not much. Old Snake crossed his leg. Iyun poured a cup of alcohol for Old Snake and said with a smile, Senior, what would you want in exchange for that knowledge? If it is within my means, I will definitely spare no effort. Iyun had always been curious as to why Huan Xinshua had him seek out Old Snake. If Old Snake knew of the locations of the 12 Dao ancestors' origins cultivation techniques, and each of them was at the level of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, then learning from him was a matter of great importance. Upon hearing Iyun's words, Old Snake smacked his lips and finished the immortal inebriation that Iyun had poured for him. He said, Don't think that just because that last Xinshua sent you to me that I'll give you any special treatment. Over my many years, I have never lost out in my dealings. Besides, you are lacking in strength and won't be able to help me. Being able to treat me to some alcohol is good enough. Upon hearing Old Snake's words, Iyun choked up. The old fellow was truly impervious. Trying to obtain any help from him was truly not easy. One only needed to look at his disciple, Snake Girl, and her state of affairs to know that the old fellow was not decent. Senior, although I'm lacking in strength, how do you know that I'm incapable of doing something if you don't say what it is? Old Snake chortled. You sure are adamant. However, there is one bit of news that I can tell you. Didn't you previously ask me why I'm staying in Myriad God Ridge? Iyun's eyes lit up. Please enlighten me, Senior. Myriad Godridge's ascending dragon cauldron may or may not have a remnant soul of Dragon Emperor, but I do know that among the treasures within the ascending dragon cauldron are remnant pages of the Dragon Emperor technique. I do not know how the Myriad God Patriarch learned this information, but why do you think that old fellow seems to have nothing better to do? To run a recruitment drive every other day to recruit a bunch of trash? Getting them to give their blood to the ascending dragon cauldron, claiming to be in search of people with a wisdom root? In truth, what he wants more than anything is the Dragon Emperor technique sealed inside the ascending dragon cauldron. So that's the reason. Iyun drew a deep breath of air. He suspected that the Myriad God Patriarch's true aim was to seek the treasures from the ascending dragon cauldron. But he never expected that one of those treasures was the Dragon Emperor technique. Iyun had been curious. If the real goal was to obtain the treasures within the ascending dragon cauldron, then the people with the wisdom root could simply give up their treasures, be compensated, and be sent away. If the Myriad Godridge didn't care about being ruthless, they could even permanently silence them. So why did they recruit them into the sect and make them into core disciples for nurturing? There was probably some hidden purpose behind the matter. Senior, I would like to know why some people are able to trigger the ascending dragon cauldron while others aren't? This was a question Iyun was most puzzled about. The ability to trigger the ascending dragon cauldron did not seem to be related to talent at all. Old Snake said, those that can trigger the ascending dragon cauldron have a bloodline of an ancient race. And this ancient race are the descendants of the Dragon Emperor. It once had an illustrious history, but eventually, due to mysterious circumstances, the ancient race vanished in the rivers of time. Even now, it's difficult to find records of them. The ancient race left behind some collateral bloodlines. And after countless generations, these bloodlines are as thin as they can be. But even so, the ascending dragon cauldron is able to sense these bloodlines, and is triggered when exposed to them. So that's the reason. Iyun never expected so many secrets within this matter. From the looks of it, the Dragon Emperor's bloodline is too thin. It is of not much use for their cultivation. What a pity. When Old Snake heard Iyun's wistful remarks, he shook his head. It's not completely useless. However, the heritage of the ancient race has been severed. Even those with slightly richer Dragon Emperor bloodlines could still end up becoming average if they cannot find a method to develop their bloodlines.
Myriad God Patriarch should know this, but that old man refuses to give up.
He wishes to nurture these people and strengthen them to awaken the bloodline that slumbers within their bodies. He hopes that, once awakened, they will trigger the ascending dragon cauldron and give him a pleasant surprise. And yet, the chance of that happening is very slim. Chapter 1256, Myriad Godridge Sect Master. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Yun was fascinated by the mystery of why the ascending dragon cauldron triggered for him.
Why was he capable of triggering it? He definitely wasn't a descendant of some ancient race. Could it be due to the purple crystal?
The purple crystal origins had existed in Yun's heart for about 100 years. Over the past century, every beat of his heart would be accompanied by an energy fluctuation from the purple crystal. With the innumerable beats of his heart, an immense amount of blood had flowed through the purple crystal.
Therefore, Yun's blood was no doubt infused with the aura of the purple crystal. The purple crystal was one of the 12 Dao ancestors, for sure.
As for the ascending dragon cauldron, it was only an artifact related to the Dragon Emperor.
From that perspective, the ascending dragon cauldron was naturally on a lower level than the purple crystal.
It was understandable for it to be triggered by the purple crystal.
These thoughts flashed through Yun's mind.
Suddenly, he saw Old Snake looking at him with a cheeky smile.
He resembled a weasel. Why are you looking at me like that? Yun stroked his chin.
The old man was a miserly slippery one, to begin with.
So the way he looked at Yun gave him a sudden realization. Don't tell me that you want me to get the Dragon Emperor technique out for you?
It was no wonder the old man had given him the information. Perhaps even from the moment he entered the sect, watching as he triggered the ascending dragon cauldron, Old Snake had already had such a thought in mind. Back then, Old Snake had forcefully severed the connection between Yun's blood and the ascending dragon cauldron, preventing Yun's blood from causing too great a stir. Now, although Yun had become a personal disciple, he was not given much attention from the Myriad Godridge. Old Snake said, "I obviously hope that you can retrieve the Dragon Emperor technique from the ascending dragon cauldron. Your triggering of the cauldron's dragon soul has greatly sparked my interest."
Yun wavered on this.
If he could obtain the Dragon Emperor technique, it would definitely be a huge opportunity for him.
However, could he pull out the Dragon Emperor technique with just the purple crystal? Yun wasn't so sure. Besides, the ascending dragon cauldron was still in the Myriad Godridge.
Although Old Snake had said that the ascending dragon cauldron was not the private property of the Myriad Godridge and had chosen to stay there of its own will, the Myriad Godridge obviously thought otherwise.
If he was able to obtain the Dragon Emperor technique, the Myriad Godridge would definitely take it away.
Not only would Yun miss his chance to look at it, but he would be lucky just to leave without being permanently silenced. There was a complex and intricate battle for interests unfolding, and it was obvious that Yun could not face it alone. He needed Old Snake to back him.
Yun could still negotiate certain terms with Old Snake.
Although Old Snake was much stronger than he was, Yun trusted Huan Shenxue. Since she had recommended Old Snake, his character wasn't in question. This was the premise for Yun's ability to negotiate with him.
Yun said, "The ascending dragon cauldron has been placed in the Myriad Godridge and will definitely be heavily protected. If I approach it and trigger it, it will be discovered by the Myriad Godridge Patriarch, right?" Old Snake chuckled and said, "Being discovered is a certainty. However, the true matter is if he can react in time.
When that time comes, I'll arrange everything. It will take at most 5 days before I can let you make an attempt.
When the time comes, all you'll need to do is give some of your blood." That fast? Yun was astounded.
He originally believed that a lot of planning would be required, allowing for the scheme to slowly play out.
He never imagined that Old Snake would suggest 5 days. He nodded and agreed to it. He naturally wanted to vie for such an opportunity. Come, let's continue drinking. With their business done, Old Snake lifted another jar of wine. I say, kid. Why don't you be my disciple, said Old Snake while licking his lips. Yun rolled his eyes at Old Snake. With a master like you, I think I'll pass. I don't think I deserve it. Seeing the terrible state Snake Girl was in, one could tell that being a disciple of the old fellow wasn't beneficial. Everyone had their own lifestyle. Yun guessed that the old fellow had lived for too long and was sick of living a lofty lifestyle. This was why he treated life like a game. Although Old Snake appeared libertine, there was one thing he was still set upon. He still pursued the martial path. That was the reason why Old Snake sought the Dragon Emperor technique. The meal lasted from noon to the evening. They drank 2 jars of immortal inebriation and ate more than 30 signature dishes. Even after the 20% discount, it still cost Yun 4 million spirit jade. It also made Yun instantly become the most preferred customer in Myriad God Restaurant. When Yun left, the eyes of the few girls that waited on him were filled with a wistful look. All of them wished that Yun would come again. After all, even in the Myriad God Restaurant, which was patronized by distinguished customers, few would spend so freely. Just the service charges earned from waiting on one table were extremely sizable. However, Yun felt that the meal was only average. Although he had eaten a lot of natural treasures, the benefits they gave to his cultivation level were greatly inferior to those of the meal cooked by Elder Lanqin. Phew! Suddenly, a flame ignited in front of Yun. It was a voice transmission charm. The Myriad Godridge personal disciple token had a voice transmission mark that could be used for communication. Upon hearing the content of the voice transmission, Yun's heart thumped. The Myriad Godridge's sect master had come out of seclusion. If Yun was only an ordinary personal disciple, then the sect master would not mean anything special to him. However, Yun was the sect master's disciple. Days ago, the sect master he had never met had taken him in as a disciple due to the appearance of the ascending dragon Cauldron's dragon soul. Although Yun was not afraid of his freebie master, he still had to be careful. Yun responded and headed straight for Myriad Godridge. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the sect master's seclusion zone. Standing outside was the seductive-looking man, Songwu. My master is waiting inside for you, Songwu said as he gave Yun a meaningful glance. Yes, martial uncle. Yun bowed. There's no need to call me martial uncle. Although our Myriad Godridge determines seniority based on cultivation levels, you are my master's disciple. Just call me senior brother Songwu, Songwu said with a smile. He tapped his fingers gently and behind him, a previously restricted array formation opened up, forming a long corridor that led to the inner sanctums behind him. As he looked at the long corridor with an unknown entity at its end, Yun calmed his heart and walked in. This freebie master wouldn't harm me, right? As Yun walked, he used his mental powers to repress the purple crystal's energies. He wasn't worried that the purple crystal would be exposed. However, having fused with the purple crystal over many years, its aura had subtly infused itself into Yun's bloodline. When facing the unfamiliar Myriad Godridge sect master, it was best he remained vigilant. Yun converged all his energy and soul power into the purple crystal. He also reduced the purple crystal aura in his bloodline to a minimum. The corridor wasn't that long, but Yun walked very slowly. After about 3 minutes, he came in front of a large door that seemed to lead to a palace. He pushed open the door and entered. What entered his vision was a pale red hall. The tiles at his feet seemed like they had been burned by flames before. They were red hot. Yun knew that the production of such tiles required the injection of Fey Beast blood, giving the tiles the ability to naturally possess heat. Weaker warriors would feel intolerable pain, as though their souls were burning, while walking across these tiles. However, a person with a powerful soul would find their soul being tempered while walking over the tiles. Staying in such an area for prolonged periods of time had various benefits. Yun stepped on the tiles and looked straight ahead. He saw an old man that looked weighed down with age. He was languidly slumped onto a long chair and was watching him without much strength. "You have come. Have a seat." The elder spoke indifferently. His voice sounded extremely weak. Yun could even sense a faint aura of death from him. This was the Myriad God Ridge's sect master? Yun was alarmed. He would not have found it odd if the Myriad God Ridge's sect master was an elder nearing the end of his life. However, typical warriors would appear spirited from their Yuan Qi enrichment even as they approached their end. One would have to truly be on death's doorstep to produce such an aura of death. Could it be that the Myriad God Ridge's sect master was about to die? Yun did not sit. Instead, he bowed first. After all, he was the sect master's disciple, even if only in name. "What is it? Are you surprised to see me like this?" asked the elder in a self-deprecating tone. Yun fell silent. He was truly surprised. "You are rather honest." The elder smiled as he straightened his back. He asked, seemingly without any undertones, "It appears you were not in Myriad God Ridge last night?" The elder's question alarmed Yun. Before he left that night, he had returned to his seclusion chamber. The chamber had a restriction that could insulate him from others' perceptions. Even Snake Girl and Duanmu Qingwen did not know that he had left through a long-distance array. However, the old man knew. This immediately made Yun uncomfortable. "I wasn't," Yun replied honestly. "You must have gone somewhere very far, right?" asked the elder faintly. Yun's heart skipped a beat, but he did not reply. Logically speaking, even if the sect master knew that he had left Myriad God Ridge, he should not have known how far he had gone or to where, unless he had put a tracing mark on him. However, Yun was confident that, thanks to the purple crystal, it was very difficult for someone to plant anything on him without him being aware of it. "Don't be nervous. I realized that, after you left, you exceeded the range of my perception. I got Song Wu to use a long-distance voice transmission charm to contact you. It has a range of 500,000 kilometers. If you had received it, you should know of its contents." So it was a voice transmission charm. Yun exhaled lightly. He never expected that a simple voice transmission charm had allowed the elder to infer how far he was from the Myriad God Ridge. How could he have received the voice transmission's contents? "I didn't receive it." Yun had no means of hiding. He felt like the elder's listless eyes were like a deep lake that could see through everything. "Yes." The elder nodded. "It's good for you to travel out of here. Staying in Sunken Moon Tower all the time will be boring, after all. However, you have to mind your safety. It's extremely dangerous deep in the calm sea. A few days ago, your senior brothers, Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen, must have felt that cultivating was just too boring. They applied to go on an experiential training trip outside, but experienced a mishap. Even as of now, their corpses haven't been found. They vanished into thin air, just like that." The elder spoke calmly. His voice sounded genial, like any elder speaking to a disciple, as though he was exhorting Yun to be extra careful. Chapter 1257, Meeting the Ascending Dragon Cauldron Again. Translator, Situlan Editor, Situlan. Yun's expression sank when the elder mentioned Song Bowen at that moment. His murder of Song Bowen yesterday was executed flawlessly. Anyone in Myriad God Ridge, no matter how imaginative they could be, would not have guessed that Song Bowen was killed by Yun. Yet, this elder that he had never met before apparently saw through everything. Just a voice transmission charm was sufficient to incur his suspicions. "Have some tea. This is excellent Sky Rain tea. It was prepared by Lan Qin." As the elder spoke, he tapped his finger gently. The tea set he placed on the table automatically flew up and poured Yun a cup of tea. Yun silently drank the tea and waited for the elder to continue.
The elder said with a smile, "There's no need for you to worry. I'm not going to investigate your whereabouts yesterday.
I called you here to ask you something. On the day you entered the sect, during the test of the ascending dragon cauldron, did you feel anything special?" As the elder spoke, his turbid eyes seemed to emit a glow.
He stared at Yun's face as though he wanted it to reveal something to him. "I did not feel anything special." Yun truly did not have much of a sensation. If there was anything to speak of, it was that he sensed an energy fluctuation coming from the purple crystal. But that should have been impossible for the elder to perceive even if he could see through everything.
"Follow me." The elder got up and led Yun into the deeper sanctums of the hall. They passed through a dark corridor and went down a staircase.
After more than 100 feet of stairs, the room opened up to a wide stone chamber. In the middle of the stone chamber was a bronze cauldron the size of a house. The cauldron was engraved with a coiling dragon. When standing in front of it, one could sense the inundations of a boundless and majestic aura.
Ascending dragon cauldron. Yun held his breath. This is the second time you are seeing this cauldron.
You might not know it, but this ascending dragon cauldron holds the fate of infinite generations of our myriad god Ridge. As the elder gazed at the ascending dragon cauldron, his eyes flashed with a mesmerized look. If you are able to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron, you would be the one to render the greatest service to the myriad god Ridge.
It's even possible that you could become the next sect master.
The elder patted Yun on the shoulder as he hung an encouraging and genial smile on his face.
However, this form of encouragement only left Yun sneering secretly. Next sect master? Did he think that he was a child?
Ignoring the fact that he could not become one, he didn't want to be bothered with being one.
Yun said in a deadpan manner, "Master, I'll probably disappoint you.
During the test, Martial Uncle Mo Shanqing had me make a second attempt at triggering the ascending dragon cauldron, but I failed."
The elder shook his head with a smile. "You don't have to worry about that.
No matter how great a person's wisdom root is, it pales in comparison to a god's.
And the ascending dragon cauldron is a divine item.
It's already very impressive that you managed to trigger it once. As your master, I naturally have means to awaken the potential in your blood. I'll make your blood truly trigger the ascending dragon cauldron." Just as the elder finished speaking, there was the sound of footsteps coming from the stone stairwell.
Yun turned to look and his heart sank slightly.
He saw an old servant bringing a young girl down the stairwell. And that girl was none other than Snake Girl.
"Yun, you are here too?" Snake Girl was somewhat surprised to see Yun. Yun frowned. "Master, what is this about?" "Nothing.
Light has shone down on our myriad god Ridge for us to recruit both you and Snake Girl in the last recruitment test. If the both of you can completely awaken the ascending dragon cauldron, your names will be recorded in the history books of the myriad god Ridge, immortalizing you."
"Isn't this something to be proud of and look forward to?" The elder smiled. However, his words only left Yun with a sense of disgust.
Whatever the elder said at that moment came across to Yun as excuses to obtain the treasures within the ascending dragon cauldron. His talk of meritorious achievements sounded like a joke to Yun. No matter how powerful the old man was, he did not know of the existence of Old Snake. It was even more unlikely that he could guess that Old Snake knew more about the secrets of the ascending dragon cauldron than he did, and that he had already told Yun everything.
"Stretch your hand out."
As the elder spoke, his jaundiced eyes flickered.
"What for?" Snake Girl asked in a daze.
"You were instructed to stretch your hand out, so do it."
"Why do you ask so many questions?"
The old servant behind Snake Girl urged her impatiently. Snake Girl had no choice but to stretch out her hand.
Yun had a heavy expression. He had guessed what the old man was trying to do, but he was not sure.
The old man made him feel extremely uncomfortable.
He was like a venomous snake that lurked in the dark. Compared to him, the man actually named Old Snake was like an angel. Speaking of that old man, who knew where he was? With the Myriad Godridge's sect master summoning him, Old Snake should have stuck around to protect him in secret. Without his help, Yi Yun's life was truly not his own. Despite these thoughts running through his head, he still extended his hand. Cha! A cold beam streaked in, with a tiny bit of pain. Yi Yun's wrist was lacerated. Yi Yun frowned slightly. He strongly disliked having his life determined by others. The elder that was standing in front of him was his master in name, but, in fact, Yi Yun was just a valuable experimental subject to the old man. Fill it to the brim, the elder said without any expression. Out from his interspatial ring, a 3-inch tall bronze tripod flew out. It had 3 legs and a handle and resembled a miniaturized bronze tripod. And you too. Snake Girl's wrist was cut open as well. The vessel used for Snake Girl was many times bigger than Yi Yun's. It was the size of a small basin. So much blood is needed? Snake Girl was dismayed. Yi Yun only had a cup of blood, but she had to fill a small basin. Compared to the things you are going to do, this bit of blood is nothing. Although Snake Girl was unwilling to do so, she still let out her blood. And at that moment, Yi Yun closed his eyes to focus. He converged the purple crystal aura within his body as much as he could. He tried his best to make the blood that flowed out of him turn into ordinary blood. However, the elder clearly did not sense that. He was oblivious of the purple crystal's aura. He watched the blood that flowed out of Yi Yun with a blatant flash of excitement. When the blood filled up the bronze tripod, the elder took out a jade bottle. He opened it and poured out a drop of red liquid, which seemed to be a drop of blood. The elder appeared to cherish the drop of blood immensely, as though the blood was a most precious treasure. There are only 6 drops left. There is 1 fewer drop with every drop used. The elder muttered to himself as he gently tapped the bronze tripod in Yi Yun's hand. The blood immediately flew out and formed a spherical ball of blood. The blood sphere constantly shrunk and, in moments, it reduced to the size of a drop of blood. Yi Yun watched from the side. He knew that the elder had concentrated all the blood essence in his blood into that drop of blood. Moments later, the elder repeated the sequence of events for Snake Girl. He reduced the basin of her blood into a drop of blood. Yi Yun was somewhat enlightened. The amount of blood extracted was determined by the purity of the blood according to the elder's standards. All of this was done to refine a single drop of blood. As such, the elder had 3 drops of blood to attempt an awakening of the ascending dragon cauldron. This was the purported method of awakening the potential in their blood. Chapter 1258, Outcome. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Under the elder's control, the 3 drops of blood finally fused into a single blood bead the size of a grape. The blood bead was crystalline, and it reflected the Myriad Godridge's sect master's face. His face had a feverish look as he gazed at the blood bead. Upon seeing the elder's expression, Yi Yun's heart thumped. On careful thought, he began to wonder exactly what the drop of blood that the elder produced was. For him to place so much weight on the drop of blood, it was definitely not easily obtained. Was it possible that the drop of blood was left behind by past disciples with wisdom roots that had once joined the sect after triggering the ascending dragon cauldron? But where were those disciples now? For many years, the Myriad Godridge had recruited disciples in a clamorous fashion, so it should have accumulated quite a number of disciples with wisdom roots. But Yi Yun had not heard of many disciples with wisdom roots actually existing in the sect. Other than Snake Girl and himself, there weren't many others. Upon realizing this, Yi Yun had an ominous feeling. Let's begin. The elder focused on controlling the drop of blood, sending it flying towards the ascending dragon cauldron. The elder looked on with an odd expression, as though he was witnessing the birth of a new world. At last, the drop of blood entered the ascending dragon cauldron, landing right on the eyes of the black dragon sculpture. The drop of blood gradually fused with the sculpture as the black dragon's eyes turned increasingly bright. The silent ascending dragon cauldron seemed to come alive momentarily. Boom! The ascending dragon cauldron blasted out immense energy as a terrifying wave of aura flew out in every direction. Snake Girl, who had a relatively weaker cultivation level, could not withstand the blast at all as she spewed a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Yun's strength was much greater than Snake Girl's, so he was able to withstand the aura. However, to not stand out, he feigned a look of also not being able to withstand it. And at that moment, amid the squall, the myriad Godridge's sect master's hair was disheveled and his eyes were filled with a maniacal glimmer. Open! Open! The elder cried out crazily with all his heart as the dragon vibrated violently. A flickering black dragon soul peered out of the cauldron's mouth as though it was about to escape. It's out, the dragon emperor's soul. The elder's eyes were filled with excitement, but he wasn't surprised. He had witnessed this very scene many times in the past. Several attempts to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron with the dragon emperor's bloodline had been made, and there were times that he would trigger the dragon's soul only for it to ultimately fail. The elder held the greatest hope for this attempt, and it was also the strongest reaction up to date. However, the black dragon's phantom only appeared for less than a minute and did not grow any stronger. After that, the energy produced by the ascending dragon cauldron no longer increased, and instead began to gradually decrease. The black dragon phantom also turned increasingly blur as it began to shrink away. What? Upon seeing this happen, the elder's heart was seized with anxiety. It had failed. The dragon's soul weakened and disappeared eventually. The energy squall came to a rest and the ascending dragon cauldron became still, standing in the middle of the hall as though nothing had happened. The elder was battered out of his senses when he saw how things had played out. He stood silently for a long time, continuing to stare at the ascending dragon cauldron as though he was waiting for a miracle to happen. However, the cauldron continued to show no sign of activity. It had truly failed. The elder took a few steps back. And when he turned around, he appeared to have aged even more. A rich air of death effused from his entire being as though he was about to walk into a tomb. He had attempted about 8 times, all of which ended in failure. Yet, his time was nearly up. The elder slowly turned his head around to look at Yun. This look made Yun's heart clamp up. It was an indescribable look. The look contained disappointment, disgruntlement, and ferociousness. Your blood. The elder's voice was heavy. The effects of Yun's blood were a lot worse than he had originally expected. He believed that Yun's appearance could very well be the chance for him to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron. However, it failed yet again. He had also wasted a precious blood catalyst. The blood catalyst consisted of blood marrow from draconic ancient fae, fused with the bloodline essences of multiple disciples with wisdom roots, finally taking a new form. The wastage of every drop of this blood catalyst pinched the elder's heart greatly. And the reason for such an outcome was that Yun had given him inaccurate expectations. It was a fact that Yun had triggered the ascending dragon cauldron soul dragon previously, but this time the quality of the bloodline was exceedingly bad. Bloodline of such quality would never be able to trigger the ascending dragon cauldron's dragon soul. Was there a hidden reason behind this? The elder watched Yun intently. His deep gaze was like a keen blade that appeared to be penetrating Yun. But from beginning to end, Yun did not betray himself with any expressions. He wore a calm expression, but he was sneering in his heart. The failure to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron was perfectly aligned with his wishes. For using him as an experimental subject and taking his blood on a whim, the old man deserved to die from anger. Senior brother, what do we do? Seeing the attempt to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron fail, the old woman beside Snake Girl appeared extremely disappointed. With that, she also began to hate Yun and Snake Girl. Noticing how the elder was quietly watching Iyun, she could not help but curse, "It's all because of you two good-for-nothings. The Myriad Godrich made an exception to accept the both of you and gave you such great treatment, but your wisdom roots are so terrible. You have wasted a blood catalyst for nothing. Useless trash." The old woman spoke harshly. In fact, Snake Girl was under her jurisdiction. "Grandmaster, what did I do wrong?" Snake Girl was completely puzzled. She did not know what she could have done to be scolded in such a vicious manner. "Forget it." The Myriad Godrich's sect master waved his hand. "I probably made a mistake in my judgment. Let them take their leave. Then, I'll take my leave." Iyun bowed with a deadpan expression as he turned to leave with a baffled Snake Girl. The old woman watched Iyun leave, and when she saw his figure disappear, an abhorring glimmer flashed in her eyes. "That punk. I really want to kill him with a strike. That look in his eyes, that demeanor. He shows no fear or respect for the two of us." He knew that the awakening of the ascending dragon cauldron had failed because of his impure bloodline, and that he wasted a drop of blood catalyst. But look at him. Not only was there no hint of guilt, he nearly gloated at our misfortune. The Myriad Godrich's sect master remained silent. He looked at the door through which Iyun had disappeared. "This Iyun is not simple. I can see through many people from the younger generation, but he makes me feel as though he is hiding certain things." "What things?" The old woman's face turned cold. "The awakening of the ascending dragon cauldron is of utmost importance. How can we permit this punk to do as he pleases? I'll have him forcibly brought here for interrogation. Let's see what secrets he can possibly have." "No, do not act rashly." The elder shook his head before turning to look back at the ascending dragon cauldron. He recalled the process by which the ascending dragon cauldron was awoken a moment ago. What could be the problem? The elder muttered to himself. Chapter 1259, Patriarch Returns. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. An hour later, at Sunken Moon Tower. Ever since Iyun met his so-called master, he had been plagued by a sense of unease. That old man gave off an extreme sense of danger to Iyun. Iyun was not accustomed to placing himself in a land of peril, but due to the Dragon Emperor technique, and with Old Snake around, he could only choose to continue staying in Myriad Godrich. "Young master, the desserts are ready. Shall I serve them to you?" Duanmu Qingwen bowed and said gently. "There's no need. I'll be entering seclusion in the cultivation chamber. Do not disturb me." As Iyun spoke, he walked straight into Sunken Moon Tower's cultivation chamber. Duanmu Qingwen could only nod. Having been in Sunken Moon Tower for a few days, she came to learn that she had no chance of serving Iyun in his day-to-day life. Ignoring her serving Iyun, even meeting him was rare. Every time she managed to catch a glimpse of him, he would be rushing into the cultivation chamber. "Young master sure is hardworking." Duanmu Qingwen had such a thought. However, she did not know that Iyun had an ugly expression in the cultivation chamber. The Sunken Moon Tower's cultivation chamber was problematic. Logically speaking, once the cultivation chamber's array formations were activated, the interior would be isolated from the outside world. No one should have been able to know the situation inside the cultivation chamber. However, the Myriad Godrich sect master knew of his whereabouts. There was likely some form of backdoor within the cultivation chamber's array formation that allowed the old man to easily monitor him. Thankfully, upon reflection, Iyun knew that he had not done anything that would expose his secrets during his past few days of cultivation. If he had, the outcome would be disastrous. "This Myriad Godrich doesn't even have a private space for me. I really can't stay here much longer. Who would wish to be monitored daily?" Iyun did not know if the other personal disciples dealt with such conditions, but perhaps due to his special status of having the ability to trigger the ascending dragon cauldron, he had been given unique treatment.
As Yi-Yun pondered over the matter, he caught a shadow in his peripheral vision standing in the room's corner. The shadow had appeared silently, as though it had always been there and Yi-Yun had only just now noticed it. This gave Yi-Yun a fright. When he focused on it, he realized that it was in the shape of an old man with a small figure. His face was wrinkled and there was a somewhat familiar grotesque smile hanging from it. Old Snake. Yi-Yun was rendered speechless. The old fellow had suddenly appeared without even notifying him of his existence. He was like a ghost. If Yi-Yun wasn't mentally prepared, he would truly have been given a great fright. It appears that you're being monitored. The elder stroked his beard as he looked around Yi-Yun's cultivation chamber. You still came here despite knowing that? Yi-Yun said with exasperation. However, he also knew that for Old Snake to dare do it, he must have had confidence in avoiding detection. Although Old Snake did not appear proper in any way, his strength was not to be doubted. It's because I knew it that I appeared here. I have already taken care of the monitoring array formation for you. There's no need to thank me. After all, you don't want someone peeping in when you're doing naughty things with that maidservant of yours. As he spoke, Old Snake clapped his hands and gave a you-know look. Yi-Yun was at a loss for words when he heard that. The old fellow was already so advanced in years, yet he spoke in such a licentious manner. How did you take care of it? Since that old fellow went through the trouble of setting up an array formation, he clearly meant to monitor me. If he discovers that the array formation has been altered, wouldn't that make me look suspicious? Ha ha! How could I make such a careless mistake? That Myriad Godridge sect master thinks highly of his skill in array formations and had set up a hidden monitoring array formation, but his array is only trivial in my hands. I installed a new array formation to override it. When the time comes that you do not want to be monitored by the old fellow, just activate my array formation. All he will see is you meditating in cultivation. You can then do whatever you want to do. That old fellow wants to compete with me? He's way too inexperienced for that. Old Snake said ostentatiously, thinking absolutely nothing of the Myriad Godridge's sect master. Although Old Snake came off like a shameless braggart, Yi-Yun knew that the old man was still someone to rely on during critical moments. As such, Yi-Yun could finally rest knowing that he was not constantly monitored. Thankfully too, as he was getting to the point where he could not stay a day longer in Sunken Moon Tower. Yi-Yun asked, didn't you say we would take action soon? This Myriad Godridge's sect master has malicious intentions. I don't want to continue risking my life by staying here. That's what I hoped, but Myriad Godridge's patriarch is returning soon. As for taking action, we will probably have to postpone it. Myriad Godridge's patriarch? Yi-Yun's breathing faltered. The Myriad Godridge sect master was enough to make him feel in danger and that he couldn't handle the situation. As for Myriad Godridge's patriarch, he was even more mysterious and powerful than the sect master. He could not help but look Old Snake suspiciously in the eye. This old fellow should be able to deal with the Myriad Godridge's patriarch, right? Old Snake could tell what was on Yi-Yun's mind. He scowled disdainfully. Why, kid? Are you doubting me? It's only a Myriad Godridge patriarch. With me here, you can feel at ease. As Old Snake spoke, he patted Yi-Yun on the shoulder with a chuckle. For that Lashtianshua to hand you over to me, I must be trustworthy, right? Yi-Yun had a look of disbelief. His attempt to trigger the ascending dragon cauldron was going to be a highly risky endeavor. He had to be wary or he might end up as cannon fodder for the old man. As Yi-Yun was pondering over the matter, his personal disciple token suddenly flashed. There was a voice transmission coming from the token. A call to gather. 2 hours from now, all personal disciples and elders had to head for Myriad Godridge's Jade Emperor Palace to await the return of Myriad Godridge's patriarch. The patriarch was truly returning. Yi-Yun gave Old Snake an odd glance. He called it. However,
How did he know of the patriarch's whereabouts?
Old Snake stroked his beard and said smugly, "If I put my mind to probing anyone in Myriad Godridge, no one can hide from my eyes."
Yun was impressed by Old Snake.
With such an ally, he could feel even more assured.
However, he was somewhat curious. The gathering notice did not seem reminiscent of the patriarch's past actions.
Although he had just entered Myriad Godridge, he had heard about the patriarch's character from many people. The patriarch was an extremely mysterious person with his whereabouts often unknown.
Many elders and personal disciples had never even seen the patriarch before.
In fact, not only had they never met him, they had heard little news concerning him. In Myriad Godridge, the sect master was already a lofty existence, while the patriarch was equivalent to a legend. But today, the Myriad God Patriarch was returning. He was even gathering all personal disciples and elders to receive him.
This matter alone was abnormal. Was there a reason why he was gathering all of them? In fact, as Yun was puzzling over the issue, many other personal disciples and elders were similarly puzzled by the news.
Of course, more of them were pleasantly surprised. Myriad God Patriarch was a godlike existence in Myriad Godridge.
Having a chance to meet him was definitely an opportunity.
If they could gain a tiny bit of favor from the Myriad God Patriarch, they would have a meteoric rise and obtain countless more opportunities.
This made many people begin to greatly anticipate the Myriad God Patriarch's return. Chapter 1260, Betrayal. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
The entire Myriad Godridge had a few dozen personal disciples, but the number of elders far exceeded the number of personal disciples.
In Myriad Godridge, anyone whose cultivation level reached the mid-stages of supremacy could become an outer sect elder.
Nearly all personal disciples had the potential to achieve that cultivation level, therefore, in terms of status, personal disciples were equivalent to outer sect elders. However, they were far inferior to core elders. Due to the gathering notice, many of the core members of the Myriad Godridge had arrived one after another in Jade Emperor Palace, awaiting the Patriarch's arrival. Soon, the vast hall was filled with several hundred people. Yun was naturally among the crowd. After he arrived in Jade Emperor Palace, he sensed that someone was watching him. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a pale face walking toward him. The middle-aged man's cultivation level was probably in the mid to late stages of supremacy. The way he looked at Yun barely masked his bloodlust.
"Are you Yun?"
the middle-aged man asked with a voice filled with coldness.
Yun frowned slightly. He did not know this person. "That is me." "Great. Let me ask you, where did you go in the past 2 days?"
The middle-aged was interrogating him. Such a questioning tone made Yun feel extremely uncomfortable.
"Who are you?" "I'm Song Zhanshan." The man's voice had bold undertones. Yun's eyebrows pricked up.
With that surname, he was undoubtedly from the Song family.
"So it's Elder Song. Nice to meet you."
Yun put on a polite tone but cupped his fists languidly.
He did not have a good impression of the Song family at all. "Elder Song, it seems you aren't my master. Therefore, I don't think I need to report my whereabouts to you, right?" He.
The middle-aged man chortled sinisterly twice.
"It's true that I'm not your master. It's fine if you do not tell me where you were. I'll say it for you.
Yesterday, you left the Myriad Godridge and traveled millions of miles away.
Then, you returned within a day.
At the same time, my son that was out for experiential training millions of miles away was murdered.
Not only did you kill my son, you even killed Zhang Wuchen." The middle-aged man's voice rang out loud and clear. Instantly, many people present heard him and reacted. "What? Yun killed Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen." People were shocked.
They previously knew that Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen had perished while out on experiential training, but they did not know that it was related to Yun.
If that were truly the case, then Yi Yun was truly audacious. Assassinating a personal disciple of the sect was a heavy crime in Myriad Godridge. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes as he looked at Song Jianchen. Just 2 hours ago, he learned that the Myriad Godridge sect master had guessed that he was the one responsible for killing Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen. However, to the sect master, the Song family was but one of the many family clans in Myriad Godridge. With the sect master's status, it was beneath him to inform the Song family of the matter. As such, he never expected the Song family to know of it almost immediately. Was it Song Wu? Yi Yun recalled the seductive man that was responsible for communicating on behalf of the sect master. When he was gone, the sect master had tried contacting him through Song Wu. In other words, Song Wu also knew that he had traveled far away the past 2 days. If Song Wu had a good relationship with the Song family, it was very likely that he would inform the Song family. Upon thinking of this, Yi Yun scanned the hall. Instantly, he saw a man dressed in white with looks as beautiful as a woman standing beside a pillar. He was casually chatting with a blue-dressed woman. He appeared oblivious to Song Jianchen's interrogation of Yi Yun. He also ignored the gaze Yi Yun was casting at him. He continued chatting with the blue-dressed woman, his every word and action refined and courteous, as if to showcase his modesty and gentleness. Song Wu. Yi Yun took a deep breath. If Song Wu had truly informed the Song family, then this matter must be known to the sect master. However, Sang Wu appeared to pay no attention to it. That meant that the sect master had lost all concern for a so-called disciple like him. In other words, due to his failure to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron, he was probably of no value to the sect master. This was why Song Wu felt so confident in delivering the news to the Song family. The sect master wouldn't care, and he would be doing the Song family a favor. In those circumstances, why wouldn't he inform them? Yi Yun. You killed Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen, 2 personal disciples. According to the sect's rules, your cultivation will be crippled. You will be imprisoned for life. Song Jianchen's voice was filled with killing intent. Song Bowen's death left him unsettled. Now, the murderer was finally found. However, Song Jianchen was still puzzled as to what method Yi Yun had used to infiltrate the Great Traversal Spirit Ship. Cripple his cultivation and give him life imprisonment? Yi Yun sneered and said, "It's true that I wasn't in the sect the past 2 days. However, I was constantly in seclusion prior to that. How, then, was it possible for me to know where Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen went? You keep insisting that I killed the 2 of them. But where's the evidence? You want evidence? Then hand over your interspatial ring. Let me search it in public and I'll find you the evidence you want." As Song Jianchen spoke, he locked his perception onto Yi Yun. It seemed as though he would snatch the ring away from him at any time. Search my interspatial ring? Yi Yun's gaze turned cold. To warriors, the only thing more important than their interspatial rings were their lives. Typically, all the wealth a warrior had was carried with them. Unless they were killed, no one would ever be allowed to freely probe one's interspatial ring. It carried a lot of a warrior's secrets. Although Yi Yun could hide the Great Traversal Spirit Ship in the God Advent Tower, it was absolutely impossible for him to let others see what was in his interspatial ring. Elder Song, if you want to attack me, just say so directly. Why do you need to raise a request such as searching my interspatial ring? Attack you? Song Jianchen guffawed. Do you think a junior like you is worth the effort of me attacking you? Yi Yun, don't think that just because you are the sect master's disciple I wouldn't dare do a thing to you. You can't escape if you violate the sect's rules. Song Jianchen threatened coldly. And at that moment, a few people appeared behind Song Jianchen. Brother Jianchen, are you sure this punk killed my grandson? A woman spoke. She was from the Zhang family and, just like the Song family, Zhang Wuchen was the most outstanding person among the Zhang family's younger generation. The Song and Zhang family had been important members in the Myriad Godridge for years.
They had 6 elders who, if they joined forces, were a mighty force that would have no trouble destroying Iyun. Had Iyun not been the sect master's disciple, it was very likely that these people would have already attacked. Very quickly, the atmosphere in the hall was all set for a showdown. Many people were watching the buzz in a schadenfreudian manner. Up until now, Iyun had enjoyed too much special treatment, so there were many who wished ill on Iyun. If the crime of killing personal disciples was confirmed, even the sect master could not protect him. The situation turned increasingly tense. The number of family members of the Song and Zhang family standing in front of Iyun increased, but at that moment, a cold aura emanated through the entire hall. The aura felt like it was blown from the deep abyss of the netherworld. It simultaneously gave people a shudder and an unfathomable feeling. Iyun's heart palpitated. Such a terrifying aura, could it be that the Myriad God Patriarch had arrived? Chapter 1261, Myriad God Patriarch. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. The aura was not only sensed by Iyun. Many people present also shuddered because of the aura. The tense atmosphere of two parties about to jump at each other's throats was naturally and instantly calmed. In front of the Myriad God Patriarch, no one dared to act impetuously. A few seconds later, the large hall that everyone was in suddenly changed. What was once a palatial hall was now transforming into a completely open world. A huge cauldron fell from the sky. It was engraved with a black dragon and it was extremely heavy. It effused a might that seemed like it could hold down mountains and rivers. Ascending Dragon Cauldron? A personal disciple said loudly. To the members of the sect, the Ascending Dragon Cauldron was the cornerstone treasure of the Myriad God Ridge. It was also a treasure that belonged to the Myriad God Patriarch. However, Iyun knew that the Ascending Dragon Cauldron belonged to no one. The cauldron in front of them was not the real Ascending Dragon Cauldron, but a replica. Although it was a high-quality replica with a formidable aura that left the hearts of people palpitating, it was still quite inferior to the true Ascending Dragon Cauldron. The real Ascending Dragon Cauldron would exude the feeling of facing the world to those who stood before it. Above the cauldron stood a red-dressed boy. He had small eyes and his body was tiny. However, his face did not look young. There were minute wrinkles on his face that were inexplicably odd. And standing on either side of the red-dressed boy were two people. One of them was an elder that Iyun recognized. He was none other than the Myriad God Ridge's sect master. The other person was a handsome youth. He looked like a 16 or 17-year-old mortal. He was dressed in white and there were purple patterns embroidered on his sleeves. He was tall and he had nice facial features. He had an outstanding bearing. From the way the three people stood, one could easily tell who was the Myriad God Patriarch. It was the red-dressed boy standing front and center. He is the Myriad God Patriarch? Iyun stared at the queer-looking red-dressed boy. Upon first glance, he looked rather normal. However, the more carefully Iyun looked, the more uneasy he felt. He even felt a little disgusted. It was unknown what cultivation techniques he cultivated in for him to be in the form of a boy at such an advanced age. Greetings, Patriarch. The gathered crowd wasn't full of dumb people. Although this was the first time most of them were meeting the Myriad God Patriarch, they were able to instantly guess at his identity. Just his immense aura was confirmation enough. The red-dressed boy languidly swept his glance at the people beneath him and said, "Dispense with the formalities. I summoned all of you here today to make a few announcements." The red-dressed boy's voice was hoarse, unlike a child's voice at all. Every sound he produced made one feel as though their ears were burrowing into their brains. The first matter is in regards to the successor of the sect master. The sect master's successor. Everyone gasped. It was the major matter of the succession of the sect master. No wonder the Myriad God Patriarch was there to personally announce it. The Myriad God Ridge's sect master had been in power for millions of years. The people of the Myriad Godrich had nearly forgotten the need to change sect masters. Many of the personal disciples cultivated arduously with the sole goal of becoming a core elder. None ever entertained the thought of becoming the next sect master. No one imagined that the candidate for the next sect master would be decided today. Many people present could not help but be excited. However, they also knew that the chance of such a great thing befalling them was too minute. Who could it be? People waited with bated breaths. At that moment, the red-dressed boy continued, "All these years, I have been touring the sinkhole in search of opportunities to enhance myself. In the end, my potential has run out and the chances are too few and far between. Therefore, I turned my thoughts to finding a person to take over my mantle. While traveling the 7 desolates, I found a truly suitable young man. I have already taken him in as my last disciple. Yun Yang, greet your fellow disciples." When the red-dressed boy spoke, the youth behind him stepped forward. He casually cupped his fists at the crowd and said proudly, "I'm Feng Yun Yang. I was lucky to be discovered by Master and, today, I come back to the Myriad Godrich with Master. I wish for all my senior brothers and sisters, and junior brothers and sisters, to take good care of me." What? The Patriarch had taken in a disciple. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They had been in the Myriad Godrich for years, but they had never heard of the Patriarch taking in a disciple. They never expected him to bring a disciple back from his travels. Who was this Feng Yun Yang? How was he recruited by the Patriarch to be his only disciple? Without a doubt, the successor to the sect master was Feng Yun Yang. When they originally noticed the young man, many believed that he might be an old freak whose true age was beyond guessing. They never expected that he was really a young man and that he was the only disciple of the Patriarch. Instantly, many personal disciples were exceedingly disappointed. Although they knew they had no chance of becoming the successor to the sect master, they still felt displeased that an outsider would suddenly take that spot. The sect master's successor. Yun looked at the red-dressed boy and the high-spirited youth who was standing beside him. He felt that something was a little off. From his point of view, the red-dressed boy's thoughts were only on the ascending dragon cauldron. Why would he affirm the successor to the Myriad Godrich's sect master at this point in time? There's one more thing. The red-dressed boy spoke again. I realize that some of you are unimpressed by Yun Yang and wish to vie for the spot against him. In fact, it is an equal opportunity. I might have made Yun Yang my last disciple, but all of you present are similarly my disciples. If you perform excellently, my heritage and treasures can be given to you. I'm old and I don't have many days left. The items I leave behind have to be handed down to my descendants, after all. How much you obtain will depend on your capabilities. I have here a list of natural treasures. If any one of you can find the materials on this list, I'll give you corresponding rewards. The red-dressed boy waved his hand and the list transformed into a stream of light that stretched out hundreds of feet, presenting itself to the people in front of him. The words on the list were written in a large golden font. Each word was the size of an inkstone. Everyone could read it clearly. Oh! These materials. Yun's gaze zoomed in. Many of the materials were the bones and blood of fey beasts. Herbs only made up a tiny portion of the list, and the names of the fey beasts also caught Yun's attention. Heaven-devouring Wyrm. Four-track snake. Dragon-bone whale. Crimson blood heavenly silkworm. Leafire hornless dragon. Nine-winged golden dragon. These ancient fey beasts seemed unrelated from just their names. However, Yun was well-versed in the divine alchemist's notes. He was acutely aware of every attribute of the fey beasts written on the list. These particular fey beasts had one thing in common: they more or less possessed the bloodline of the true dragon. There was no need to elaborate on the heaven-devouring Wyrm. Back when Iyun was in the Luo clan, he had obtained the tailbone of a heaven-devouring Wyrm after gaining the acknowledgement of the 12 ancient Fey columns. In terms of quality, the heaven-devouring Wyrm tailbone was greatly inferior to the backbone that contained rich bone marrow. But even so, Iyun had obtained great benefits from the heaven-devouring Wyrm tailbone. The four-track snake was a gigantic python that could transform into a dragon according to legend. The reason why it was called a four-track snake was that its tummy could grow 4 legs. The dragon bone whale was a manifestation of the legendary Dragon King of the seas. It was also called Dragon King Whale, a behemoth of the sea. Transforming into a dragon gave it the name whale, and transforming into a pang gave it the name koan. As for the crimson blood heavenly silkworm, it was one of the legendary 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm. After the 9th transformation, it would become a golden dragon. Iyun finished reading the entire list. There were a total of 19 ancient Fey beasts listed, all related to dragons. There were 3 herbs that were also related to dragons. Things like the Fey blood orchid were guarded by ancient Fey like the massive desolate grand python. It took millions of years to grow, and it grew by absorbing the breaths of the massive desolate grand python. And it so happened that the massive desolate grand python also had the bloodline of the true dragon. These materials were priceless. The Myriad God Patriarch had drafted all the personal disciples and elders of the Myriad God Ridge to search for them. Many of them were from illustrious family clans, but even so, it would be extremely difficult to gather all the materials. What was this old fellow up to? By producing such a list, with every item related to the true dragon, his goal was likely related to the ascending dragon cauldron. Was he trying to refine some pill? Chapter 1262, Besieged on All Sides. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Iyun knew the secret of the ascending dragon cauldron, therefore, he needed to consider the Myriad God Patriarch's every action carefully. He thought of the possible traps that might be waiting, and what ultimate goal the old fellow had. As for the red-dressed boy's talk of being near the end of his life and the bullshit about him seeking someone to pass his mantle to, Iyun would be a fool to believe it. He was acutely aware how ambitious the old fellow was. Hints could be seen from the way he handled the ascending dragon cauldron. How could such a person give his everything to pave a way for his descendants? This disciple he took in. Iyun looked at Feng Yunyang silently. There was likely something special about the youth. Iyun had complicated thoughts, but the other Myriad God Ridge disciples did not ponder over the matter. To them, the Patriarch's offer was their greatest opportunity. The Patriarch's heritage was something they constantly dreamed of. Patriarch. A personal disciple prostrated himself. If the items on this list can be obtained, will there be a chance to cultivate in your Myriad God Manual? The Myriad God Manual was famous in Myriad God Ridge. It was the supreme knowledge of the Myriad God Patriarch. Typically, Myriad God Ridge personal disciples only had the chance to cultivate in the first 3 volumes of the Myriad God Manual. As for the second 3 volumes, they could only be obtained by exchanging sect contribution points at appalling rates. And the list that the Patriarch produced was no doubt a fantastic way to contribute. The red-dressed boy said, "The Myriad God Manual is nothing. If you gather these items, not only will you see the full Myriad God Manual, but all of my array formations, alchemical skills, and enchanted artifacts that I have tempered for millions of years can be yours." As the red-dressed boy said those words, everyone turned extremely excited. They guessed that the Patriarch was likely refining an extremely important pill for him to pay such a heavy price. They had to grasp the opportunity before them. The family clans they were from had been entrenched in the calm sea for millions to tens of millions of years. The deep roots of these family clans naturally meant that they had a deep and complex web of connections. There was always a way to find even the rarest of items. Thank you, Patriarch. My wish is that the Patriarch would share the same age as the heavens and earth, and be as lustrous as the sun and moon. Everyone bowed deeply.
The red-dressed boy waved his hand. All of you are dismissed. If there is any information, simply report it to the sect master or inform Yunyang. Inform Feng Yunyang? Everyone looked at Feng Yunyang with mixed emotions. At present, Feng Yunyang was only the successor to the sect master, but his status was supernatural. He lorded over the personal disciples and core elders. Without a doubt, Feng Yunyang would become the third most important person in the Myriad Godridge thanks to the Patriarch's backing, whether the others were agreeable to it or not. Upon noticing the envious and disgruntled looks the crowd was giving him, Feng Yunyang stood forward and spoke loudly, "Fellow sect members. It's all thanks to Master's nurturing that I, Feng Yunyang, can reach what I've attained today. I haven't been cultivating for long, and many of you here are my senior brothers or sisters. However, the martial path does not consider age. In this world, the strong are almighty. Other than cultivating in the martial path, I have some minute accomplishments in array formations. If any senior brother or sister has any thoughts to share, I'm willing to take the advice." Feng Yunyang's tone sounded amiable, particularly the part about him willing to take in advice, but everyone knew that Feng Yunyang was putting on a show of force. As the last disciple of the Patriarch, he was definitely extraordinarily talented. With the Patriarch's nurturing, the resources he enjoyed were far superior to anyone else's. In such a situation, who would dare give him any advice? And of course, no one present spoke. The corners of Feng Yunyang's lips curled up, for he was very satisfied with the reaction from the crowd. As an outsider, he had suddenly become the successor to the sect master. He obviously knew the people were unconvinced, but so what? It only increased the superiority complex of holding the position. Song Wu, it's Marshal Nephew Yunyang's first time in Myriad Godridge. Help him to settle into his board and lodging. The Myriad Godridge's sect master spoke. Towards this successor that would replace him, he continued beaming. But it was unknown what he was truly thinking. "Yes, master." Song Wu received the order. The gathering came to an end and, after the Patriarch left, everyone began to leave the hall. When Yun left, he could clearly sense a large amount of killing intent lock onto him. The killing intent came from the Song and Zhang family. With the Patriarch and sect master present, they didn't dare to try anything. But that did not mean Yun was off the hook. Yun ignored them and returned to Sunken Moon Tower. After entering his cultivation chamber, he activated the array formation to insulate him from the Myriad Godridge sect master's monitoring. Following that, he placed the Great Traversal Spirit Ship and other items in his interspatial ring into the God Advent Tower and sealed it up. Although it was impossible for Yun to hand his interspatial ring to the Zhang and Song family for investigation, it was still best to hide the suspect items away. After he finished all of this, Yun began meditating in cultivation. In Myriad Godridge, he was facing a situation that could be described as being besieged from all sides. Yun could already tell that, thanks to his failure to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron, the sect master thought nothing of him. With the Song and Zhang family guessing that he was the one responsible for killing Zhang Wuchen and Song Bowen, he was in a dire situation. Now, he had to grasp at every opportunity to cultivate and wait for Old Snake to take action. Then, he could employ a concerted attack with him from inside and outside. At that moment, an array voice transmission from Qingwen came from outside the cultivation chamber. "Young master, quickly come out. There's someone here who wants to speak to you." "Oh?" Yun pricked up his brows. Typically, Duanmu Qingwen would not disturb him once he entered the cultivation chamber. Could it be that the Zhang and Song family were here for him? He deactivated the cultivation chamber's array and stepped out. When he did, he saw men wearing steward garb outside. The one leading the group was a mustached middle-aged man. He looked like a manager of a store with his thin mustache. His cultivation level wasn't high, but from the way he was smiling, he did not appear to be from the Zhang or Song family. The mustached middle-aged man bowed at Yun, and it was obvious that it was a perfunctory motion. He said, "Young Master E, I'm here to pass you a message. If it's possible, would you move out of Sunken Moon Tower at your earliest convenience?" Oh. Yi Yun frowned. What? The mustached middle-aged man wrung his hands in an embarrassed manner. I'm only following orders. A while ago, the sect master informed Lord Songwu to allocate Sunken Moon Tower as young Master Yunyang's residence. Lord Songwu had mentioned that in the entire personal disciple zone, the best residence is Sunken Moon Tower and asked if young Master Feng was willing to stay here. Young Master Feng nodded, so Lord Songwu has arranged for this to be his residence. He ordered me here and I can't do anything about it. I can't exactly clone another Sunken Moon Tower either. Do you think you can make it easy for me by moving out? The mustached middle-aged man said the last bit with a smile. Although he was smiling humbly, Yi Yun could tell that his smile had a derisiveness to it. From the looks of it, Songwu had informed him of certain things. He also knew that, although he was still the sect master's disciple, he was no longer going to enjoy any beneficial treatment from the sect master. Chapter 1263, Myriad God Crown Prince. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. How about it, young Master E? If it is convenient for you, please move now. I have already found help for young Master E. These men will help you move. I'm really sorry to make you go through all of this, young Master E. When he saw Yi Yun not moving, the thin-mustached middle-aged man obsequiously pleaded with him. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes. Where do you want me to move to? About that. The middle-aged man looked a little troubled. Lord Songwu did not instruct me to move you to a particular place. There is a severe shortage of residences in the personal disciple district at the moment, you see. Young Master E, why don't you first move to the East Box building and we can later make further arrangements for your residence? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Yi Yun laughed. He knew of the East Box building. It wasn't a residence for personal disciples, but the place where the stewards and deacons who served them stayed. There was also the ridiculous claim that there was a shortage of residences in the personal disciple district. Just Zhang Wuchen and Song Bowen's deaths should have opened up 2 spots. This was all likely arranged by Songwu. He had probably received benefits from the Zhang and Song family. The East Box building isn't bad. If you want me to move there, that's fine. Although, I have quite a bit of luggage. Get Songwu to help me pack. With that said, Yi Yun turned to leave. Although he was not particularly attached to the Sunken Moon Tower, being chased out was completely different from him simply not being able to stay there. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the middle-aged man was stunned. He never expected Yi Yun to say such a daring thing. Get Songwu himself here? What sort of person was Songwu? As the eldest disciple of the Myriad God Ridge's sect master, his cultivation level was already at the supremacy level. He held an extraordinary status. Any personal disciple that saw him would bow respectfully and greet him as martial uncle. Who did Yi Yun think he was to ask Songwu to come personally to get him to move? Even if he hadn't lost the favor of the sect master, he was nowhere near comparable to Songwu. Young Master E, what's the point of making things difficult for me? I'm only a steward. If you are that capable, go directly to Lord Songwu and young sect master Feng and say that. The middle-aged man said furiously. How could a disciple that has lost the favor of the sect master act so arrogantly? He was nothing compared to the only disciple of the patriarch, the next sect master. Yi Yun could no longer be bothered with the steward. He closed the door to Sunken Moon Tower and shut the group out at the door. The middle-aged man was fuming mad, but at that moment he could not do a thing. What else could he do if Yi Yun refused to move? He stood in a daze in front of Sunken Moon Tower for a long while when he suddenly saw a group of people walking towards him from afar. There were more than 10 people. From their attire, they were mostly elders or personal disciples of Myriad God Ridge. Walking among them was a youth. He was like the moon that drew a circle of stars around him. That person was none other than Feng Yunyang. And walking beside Feng Yunyang was the sect master's eldest disciple, Songwu. Even Songwu was walking half a step behind Feng Yunyang. At that moment in Myriad God Patriarch, Feng Yunyang was like the crown prince in mortal dynasties. His status was second only to the patriarch and incumbent sect master. Many people were fawning over him. After the announcement, many family clans had prepared gifts and written letters of visit. They all planned on scheduling a time to visit Feng Yunyang. To these ancient family clans, Feng Yunyang, as the next sect master, was someone that they absolutely had to establish good ties with. Any smart person could tell that the current sect master was near his end. Furthermore, the patriarch had said that his days were numbered. In effect, that meant that Feng Yunyang would become the only head of the Myriad Godridge in the future. Who would dare to offend such a person? However, not everyone could discern the circumstances. There were a few short-sighted people that were unconvinced by Feng Yunyang. Previously, Feng Yunyang had mentioned that he had minute accomplishments on the martial path and array formations. He welcomed every senior brother and sister to give him advice. It was a way for Feng Yunyang to establish his authority, but there were two young and high-spirited personal disciples who believed that it was genuine. They believed that they had extraordinary talent. They thought that if they defeated Feng Yunyang they would receive the attention of the patriarch, and that they might be able to take Feng Yunyang's place as his last disciple. In that case, they would undergo a meteoric rise, becoming the sect master's successor. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is very cruel. When they went to give advice to Feng Yunyang, they were defeated by him in 3 strikes. Feng Yunyang was extremely ruthless in his attacks. One of them was beaten till he was on his last breath. The other one was nearly crippled. They would be bedridden for about a year, and there was no hope of recovery without expending large amounts of treasured herbs. Such an act left many people secretly alarmed. Feng Yunyang was definitely not as benign as he seemed. He clearly knew that the two who challenged him were not his match, and yet he enticed them to sign a challenge contract anyway. They went on the Myriad God platform, and so he was not to be blamed even if they were beaten to death. After all, blades do not discriminate. People knew that Feng Yunyang could have easily gained victory without injuring the other two. However, he deliberately injured them heavily in their dantians. Only a very vicious person would have such thoughts. It was, in fact, a violation of the sect rules, but no one raised that point. With Feng Yunyang's status, people were eager to fawn over him, so who would be dumb enough to offend him? The only ones to blame were the two who didn't know any better. They were too naive with their dreams of grandeur. Young sect master is truly the kind of genius that doesn't even appear once in 10,000 years in the calm sea. It was truly heart-shaking to see young sect master's valiant bearing on the Myriad God platform. An elder beamed from ear to ear as he lauded Feng Yunyang. The way his wrinkles pressed together was enough to squeeze a fly to death. Elder son, your mentioning of the calm sea is too small in scope. From the way I see it, young sect master is definitely the best even in the entire sinkhole. Another person flattered. It was uplifted from the calm sea to the sinkhole. Their sycophantic acts were done without even blinking. Feng Yunyang relished in how the people addressed him young sect master. Back in the 7 Desolates, when had he ever enjoyed such treatment? The original Feng Yunyang came from a small sect. It was all because of Myriad God Patriarch's foresight and wisdom that he discovered how exceedingly talented he actually was. He obviously leapt at the chance to leave with the Myriad God Patriarch. Later, Myriad God Patriarch obtained divine medicine at great cost to help him clean his marrow and temper his bones. He was also taught divine techniques, giving him his robust foundations and present-day achievements. He took in the flattery while maintaining his countenance before saying nonchalantly, "The calm sea scope is indeed not big enough. Master has placed great hopes on me. I will not let him down either." In the future, I'll lead the myriad Godridge to expand beyond the calm sea and dominate the sinkhole. When Feng Yunyang said those words, the crowd echoed emphatically. No youth could be more high-spirited than this. At that moment, Song Wu said, "Junior brother Feng, Sunken Moon Tower is right ahead. It's the best residence in the personal disciple district." Oh, it's actually a building made of sunken moon wood? That works. Not bad. Feng Yunyang was very pleased. With a smile, Song Wu turned to introduce the sunken moon tower, but he noticed the mustached middle-aged man running toward him with a downtrodden look. Song Wu frowned slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" "Lord Song Wu. Yi Yun refuses to move. He's still inside Sunken Moon Tower at this very moment." Chapter 1264, Sudden News. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. He refuses to move? Song Wu's expression sank. That's right. He even claimed to have too much luggage, and what? About that. Don't be angry when I say it. The mustached middle-aged man had a twinkle in his eye as he said in a hushed tone, he said that he would only move if Lord Song Wu himself helps move his luggage. The middle-aged man was burning with anger at the thought of being looked down upon by Yi Yun. So with this opportunity opening up for him, how could he not kick Yi Yun while he was down? He looked forward to the show that was about to begin. Ha! Song Wu took a deep breath. Good. Very well done. Since he wants me to help him move, let's see if he can handle it. Song Wu said angrily. Not only was he the most senior disciple of the sect master, he was also one of the elders that oversaw the personal disciple district. It had been ages since his authority had been challenged. And now, the person that challenged his authority was Yi Yun, who had already lost favor. This Yi Yun is simply courting death. He killed my son Song Bowen and the Zhang family's Zhang Wuchen. They were both personal disciples of the myriad Godridge. I was planning on finding evidence to implicate him, but he actually still dares to be this arrogant now. Song Zhanshan said angrily. Having lost Song Bowen, there was a greater need for the Song family to curry favor with Feng Yunyang. So of course, Song Zhanshan was among the people who were currently gathered around Feng Yunyang. Oh? Not only did this person withhold due respect from senior brother Song Wu, he even publicly killed other personal disciples? Yet, he isn't being punished? Feng Yunyang spoke out. He had obviously never heard of Yi Yun, much less knew what Yi Yun had done. In fact, the murder of Zhang Wuchen and Song Bowen had nothing to do with him. However, as a mere disciple, Yi Yun's arrogance was something Feng Yunyang could not tolerate. What sort of person was this Yi Yun? Feng Yunyang needed to curb his urge to kill the two personal disciples that had challenged him. He ended it with maiming them badly, but Yi Yun took it as far as killing other personal disciples. It was ridiculous. From Feng Yunyang's point of view, among all the disciples in myriad Godridge, he was the only one with the right to ignore the sect rules. That's right. Young sect master, please administer justice. Upon hearing Feng Yunyang's question, Song Zhanshan had a bright idea. Both the patriarch and the sect master thought highly of Feng Yunyang. As long as Feng Yunyang gave the go-ahead, finishing Yi Yun was not a problem at all. A Zhang family elder standing beside Song Zhanshan, named Zhang Tianqing, added on, "Young sect master, this Yi Yun clearly knows that Sunken Moon Tower was allocated to you, but he refuses to relinquish it. It's clearly an act meant to disparage you." Zhang Tianqing and Song Zhanshan both greatly wished to see a conflict between Feng Yunyang and Yi Yun. The clash between the two would be like an egg striking a rock. If it happened, they could get Yi Yun killed without even dirtying their hands. When he heard the duo's words, Feng Yunyang smiled. Are the both of you trying to use me as cannon fodder? Ah. Definitely not. No way. Song Zhanshan and Zhang Tianqing shook their heads frantically. I know what's on your minds. However, there was truth in your words.
This Iyun clearly knows that the sunken moon tower was given to me, but he continues to stay in there.
He must be sick of living.
As Feng Yunyang spoke, a cold and sinister smile suffused the corners of his lips. This smile had appeared once before, when he heavily injured the two personal disciples that did not know better on the Myriad God platform. Since this Iyun doesn't want to move out, I'll set up a murderous illusion array. It will ensure that he never leaves Sunken Moon Tower.
Common array techniques could be categorized by effect into trapping arrays, killing arrays, and defensive arrays.
Feng Yunyang was most skilled at killing arrays.
His arrays would project illusions that killed his enemies. If those in his arrays allowed themselves to be lost in the illusions, they would be plagued by what seemed like countless enemies before dying in the array.
The thing was, death in the array meant actual death. Feng Yunyang enjoyed the arrays that caused his enemies to die in illusions. However, it was not yet appropriate for him to kill Iyun. After all, he was still the sect master's disciple, even if he had lost the sect master's favor.
Feng Yunyang would still need to answer for such an action. This Iyun has killed two personal disciples and is a sinner. However,
I will not immediately kill him. It would be far more interesting to let him suffer a mental breakdown in the illusion array. With this thought in mind, Feng Yunyang reached out to touch his interspatial ring.
12 array flags flew out. Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
The 12 array flags stuck around Sunken Moon Tower, like the 12 spots on a clock. They surrounded Sunken Moon Tower completely. Feng Yunyang began producing hand seals as the 12 array flags immediately lit up. They stirred the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi, causing the entire Sunken Moon Tower to become enveloped in dense Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi.
Everything became a blur. What pure Yuan Qi! A personal disciple exclaimed.
This array formation fuses the laws of water and the laws of light.
The 12 array flags are extremely intricate. Senior Brother Feng's attainments in array techniques are truly extraordinary. Another person echoed.
It wasn't just more exaggerated flattery, as the array formation truly was amazing.
Feng Yunyang smiled. The 12 array flags were obtained by Myriad God Patriarch in an ancient ruin. He had refined the array for many years before passing it down to Feng Yunyang. How could it not be intricate?
Of course, Feng Yunyang did not mention this.
He said, this array formation's name is the 12 Gates of the Illusion Tao. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi will form a series of illusions in the array formation.
Now that the array formation has been activated, Iyun will fall into an endless battle.
He will constantly kill enemies in his illusion world until he suffers a mental breakdown.
I have only activated the 4th gate out of the 12 gates, but that alone should be sufficient.
It's best you report to the sect master.
Iyun is his disciple after all.
It's not right for me to kill him. I see. Young sect master is truly an extraordinary genius.
With such a powerful array in hand, probably no peer in the entire sinkhole is your match.
Upon hearing Feng Yunyang's comment, someone immediately fawned. As for reporting to the sect master, no one did.
Zhang Tianqing and Song Zhanshan were watching.
Who would want to offend those two? Feng Yunyang shook his head and said, I wouldn't dare to say that I'm invincible among my peers in the sinkhole. Let's not mention the sinkhole.
Just the land I come from, the 7 Desolates ancient continent, alone has people I lack confidence in beating. One is the White Lunar Goddess Empress's adopted son, Bai Shanha, and the second is White Lunar Goddess Empress's last disciple, Lin Xintong. Even I am slightly inferior to them in terms of strength. When Feng Yunyang suddenly mentioned the White Lunar Goddess Empress, everyone present felt their hearts palpitate. They had been comparing him to all sorts of geniuses, but when an actual legend was mentioned, the White Lunar Goddess Empress, no one dared to joke further.
One had to know that the 7 Desolates ancient continent was made up of 7 ancient continents to begin with. Every piece of land covered an area that exceeded the calm sea. It was filled with experts. And the white lunar goddess empress, Bayuin, had carved a path out of blood on the 7 desolates continents. She had unified the 7 desolates' 7 mighty sects and ended the massive war that lasted for a millennium. Finally, she established the White Lunar Divine Empire and had ruled it ever since. Just the mention of the White Lunar Goddess Empress in the Calm Sea was enough to make others show reverence. An elder laughed dryly and said, "The resources the disciples of the White Lunar Goddess Empress enjoy cannot be compared to those of typical sections. Even the Myriad Godrage is greatly inferior to the White Lunar Divine Empire. Young sect master, for you to attain accomplishments from our Myriad Godrage that make you the match of Bai Shanha and Lin Shintong is already something to be proud of." That's right. Young sect master is a genius. Yet, he remains this humble. It's quite a rare sight. As the people were fawning over Feng Yunyang, the array enveloping Sunken Moon Tower suddenly quaked. Boom! Yuan Shi began to tremble as the door to Sunken Moon Tower opened. Yi Yun, dressed in purple, strode out. His brows were like a sword and his gaze was like blades. It left the hearts of people palpitating. Yi Yun had not thought much of Feng Yunyang, but Feng Yunyang had said a name that made his heart stir. He had mentioned the White Lunar Goddess Empress's last disciple, Lin Shintong. What did you just say? Who was it that you said you were inferior to in strength? Yi Yun's voice was loud and clear as it tore through the 12 gates of the Illusion Dao, reaching the ears of everyone clearly. Instantly, everyone present was dumbfounded. Wasn't the 12 gates of the Illusion Dao already activated? Yi Yun should have already been lost in the illusion world, almost at the point of his soul sea collapsing. Yet, not only had he walked out obstreperously, he had also heard their conversation. He had even pushed open the door to speak to the people outside the array. Could it be that the array didn't activate? A puzzled personal disciple said. They all looked at Feng Yunyang, whose face was turning white. It looked extremely ugly. How could this be possible? He had always prided himself on the 12 gates of the Illusion Dao, but it was completely ineffective against Yi Yun. It was a massive array that the Myriad God Patriarch had passed down to him. Although he could only use a tiny portion of the 12 gates of the Illusion Dao's power, it was definitely not something a Dao Palace Realm warrior should have been able to withstand. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? Yi Yun yelled sharply. He was naturally anxious regarding news of Lin Shintong. Feng Yunyang was a little taken aback after being lambasted. However, he quickly reacted with anger. It looks like I have underestimated you. You must have undergone some fortuitous encounter, so your soul is far stronger than most warriors at your realm. That's how you managed to withstand my illusion array. That's fine, I have only activated the first 4 of the 12 gates. I will now activate all 12 gates and extract your soul. As Feng Yunyang spoke, his arms began moving as he produced hand seals. The 12 array flags began lighting up one after another. Yi Yun had a sullen expression. I'm asking you one more time. Who was it that you said you were inferior to in strength? Tell me what kind of person the White Lunar Goddess Empress's disciple is. Yi Yun's voice was already filled with killing intent. But at that moment, how could Feng Yunyang bother with what he was saying? He had already gathered his Yuan Qi to a maximum. 12 gates of the Illusion Dao, annihilation of all life. Feng Yunyang leaped up and looked down from above. He had used the strongest move of the 12 gates of the Illusion Dao. The 12 array flags formed a wave of annihilative might in a bid to destroy Yi Yun's soul. At that moment, Yi Yun could no longer tolerate it any further. He extended his hand with a beckon as the sword, Mirage Snow, appeared in his palm. Huan Qinshuo had previously mentioned that Mirage Snow had undergone huge changes in state. No one could recognize its origins, so Yi Yun was free to use it. With Mirage Snow's appearance, the surrounding atmosphere changed completely. It became overbearingly cold. At the same time, the blazing heretical godfire seed augmented Mirage Snow. With the fusion of extreme hot and cold, coupled with the Yun's comprehension of yin and yang laws, the two forces synergized with each other, creating an extraordinary power. Phew! The sword tip flashed with a cold beam that tore through the void, striking the 12 gates of the illusion Tao. The sharp sword beam was irrepressible. The moment it came into contact with the array, it instantly tore through it. The sword beam's momentum did not decrease as runic patterns began shattering one after another. Yi flew out, sword in hand, from the 12 gates of the illusion Tao, transforming into an azure beam that instantly appeared in front of Feng Yunyang. What? High up in the sky, Feng Yunyang was alarmed. He retreated rapidly while wiping his interspatial ring, hoping to take out a scimitar. But Yi Yun's sword was too fast. It far exceeded Feng Yunyang's reaction time. At the end of the sword beam was the heretical god fire seed, fused with extreme yin frost ice. With the alternating extremes of hot and cold, Feng Yunyang's protective yuan qi instantly shattered as the mirage snow pierced straight through his body. Pwah! Blood splattered as Feng Yunyang felt as though the right side of his body had become immersed in chaotic energy. Its heat was about to burn his visceral organs to ash, while the cold was about to chill his bone marrow. Feng Yunyang had no way of resisting such force. At that moment, the mirage snow had stabbed and pulled, slashing off one of Feng Yunyang's arms. As for this arm of Feng Yunyang's, it had just grabbed the scimitar in his interspatial ring, but it was instantly frozen, and within the ice, the arm was burnt by flames, turning into a charred black mess. Ah! Feng Yunyang cried out tragically as he plummeted from a high altitude. Bam! Feng Yunyang fell head down and with full force. The right side of his body had his entire arm lopped off from the shoulder. His wound had been sealed in ice, but beneath the ice were burnt wounds. It looked extremely wretched. In fact, Yi Yun's strike had contained the extreme yin frost qi and the heretical god fire seed. They had severely destroyed Feng Yunyang's meridians. Without large amounts of heavenly treasures and several months of recuperation, it would be impossible for him to recover. And this was Yi Yun showing mercy. Had he not, his strike could have killed Feng Yunyang. He had left Feng Yunyang alive mostly to question him. Secondly, Yi Yun was not ready to lose decorum with the Myriad Godridge. He knew that the Myriad God Patriarch had put forth great effort to nurture Feng Yunyang. Furthermore, he had held a meeting to personally confirm Feng Yunyang's status as the Myriad Godridge's sect master successor. As such, Feng Yunyang was probably very important to the Myriad God Patriarch. Killing him would be the fastest way to make an enemy of the Myriad God Patriarch. Even with Old Snake backing him, Yi Yun still lacked confidence in that fight. What did you just said? Who was the genius from the Seven Desolates White Lunar Divine Empire? The cold mirage snow was held beside Feng Yunyang's cheek. The devastating cold bit at his skin as the hair on his skin stood straight up. His skin was being subtly sliced apart by the frost qi as the streams of blood meandered down Mirage Snow's blade. However, they quickly froze into red ice crystals that fell off. They did not stay in the sword even once. You. Feng Yunyang's voice trembled. He had yet to come to. How was he so easily defeated? Why was the youth in front of him so powerful? Feng Yunyang believed that there was hardly anyone his age that could match him. Although he knew he was nothing much in the White Lunar Divine Empire, he was certain that he could reign supreme in the Myriad Godridge. How was he defeated in a simple face-off? Furthermore, it was such an abject defeat. Chapter 1265, Lin Xintong. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Upon seeing the situation unfold, all the elders and personal disciples present were completely confounded. They originally believed that, as the last disciple of the Patriarch, Feng Yunyang would have talent that stood at the pinnacle of the calm sea, invincible among those at the same realm. In the battle with the two ambitious personal disciples, Feng Yunyang had easily clinched victory. Many who witnessed it even believed that he had yet to use all his strength. But now, when facing off with Yi Yun, he was defeated in one hit? Days ago, Yi Yun had fought Song Bowen and defeated him with one hit. Now he had also defeated Feng Yunyang in one hit. There was almost no discernible difference. So what kind of strength did Yi Yun have? The patriarch might as well have taken Yi Yun in as his last disciple. Did you not hear the question I just asked? As Yi Yun repeated his question, Mirage Snow's blade constantly sliced into Feng Yunyang's cheeks. The right half of Feng Yunyang's face was frozen and it felt as if he was being repeatedly pricked by needles. At that moment, his heart was seized by extreme terror. Amid the biting cold, all he could muster was a stutter. I said. In terms of strength, I am inferior to Bai Shanha and Lin Xintong. Who is Lin Xintong? What background does she have? Yi Yun asked again. However, how could Feng Yunyang know the answer? Back in the Seven Desolates continent, he was only a disciple from a tiny sect and not a citizen of the White Lunar Divine Empire. He shook his head, still in a daze. I really do not know. I only know that she is the last disciple of the White Lunar Goddess Empress. Upon hearing Feng Yunyang's answer, Yi Yun frowned. He was unsatisfied with that answer. He could not be absolutely certain that the Lin Xintong in question was his wife. However, on careful thought, Yi Yun remembered hearing from Princess White Fox that Lin Xintong had encountered fortuitous events that greatly increased her strength. He knew that Lin Xintong had also arrived in the sinkhole. There were as many warriors in the sinkhole as there were grains of sand in the Ganges River. It was not rare for people to share the same name. However, she was a top genius. The amount of geniuses was drastically less, and so the chance of two people sharing the same name was infinitesimal. Yi Yun, what are you doing? Are you not going to release junior brother Feng Yunyang yet? Seeing how Feng Yunyang's head was about to be completely encased in ice, Song Wu bellowed. Yi Yun turned around and looked at Song Wu. It was a look that nearly made Song Wu's knees buckle. Yi Yun was too strange. How was his strength so great? Feng Yunyang was already a 4-story Dao Palace warrior and he had excellent talent. If Yi Yun could so easily defeat him, didn't it mean that he already had strength that approached that of a supremacy? This thought left Song Wu alarmed. If that was the case, wouldn't the sect master want Yi Yun as his last disciple? Could it even be possible that he would one day become the sect master of Myriad God Ridge? Song Wu was not the only one who had such a thought. Many who witnessed the battle shared it. Yi Yun's brutal defeat of Feng Yunyang appeared to be a slight to the patriarch, but, according to the tradition of the Myriad God Patriarch, he would end up being praised for his ability to trample over Feng Yunyang. Once Yi Yun rose directly to a high position, what sort of fruits did those who had offended him deserve? Zhang Tianxiang and Song Zhanshan had especially pale faces. If Yi Yun gained power, the question was no longer the kind of fruit. It was possible that their entire family clan would be wiped out from the Myriad God Ridge. At that moment, Zhang Tianqing and Song Zhanshan were no longer in the right mind to bother about Yi Yun murdering some juniors. Junior brother Yi, it's best you hand Feng Yunyang over to me. He is the patriarch's disciple after all. Song Wu knew that he could not suppress Yi Yun, so he mentioned the patriarch to pressure him. Yi Yun's brows moved slightly. He would not get a satisfactory answer to his question, and there was no value in holding Feng Yunyang hostage. Besides, he had no idea what schemes the Myriad God Patriarch had in store. Feng Yunyang was probably of great use to him. There was no reason for Yi Yun to kill Feng Yunyang. Yi Yun kicked Feng Yunyang, sending his body tumbling away. After a few rolls, he landed in Song Wu's hands. Upon touching Feng Yunyang's body, Song Wu felt like he was touching a block of ice. Song Wu took a deep breath and retrieved a pill from his interspatial ring to feed Feng Yunyang. The people present exchanged looks. No one imagined the possibility of Feng Yunyang being instantly defeated by Yi Yun. Young Master Yi, please do not take any offense I may have rendered you to heart. Young Master Yi has truly opened my eyes today. I thought that Feng Yunyang was a rare genius of this world, but who knew that young Master Yi is actually a genius freak of nature that bests the sinkhole? Many people said such things in great embarrassment. They were trying their best to redeem whatever impressions Yi Yun had of them. At that moment, it felt like they had just swallowed a fly. What the heck just happened? A group of high-spirited men had come to Sunken Moon Tower to see it given over to Feng Yunyang, but, in a blink of an eye, Feng Yunyang was beaten to a pulp. Now they were implicated by Feng Yunyang's bad luck. Let's go. To the sect master. Song Wu was extremely glum. He was a proud person, and he had confidently connived against Yi Yun in various ways. Now, it was impossible for him to say anything good to Yi Yun. All he could do was leave as quickly as possible. The group of people left with their tails between their legs. Yi Yun naturally continued to stay in Sunken Moon Tower, and no one dared to ask him to move out again. 15 minutes later, in a dark hall, the ascending dragon cauldron, with Yuan Qi lingering around it, stood tall in the middle of the hall like a burning black flame. A red-dressed boy was standing in front of the ascending dragon cauldron facing it. His back was to the door, and behind him was a gray-shirted elder who was none other than the Myriad Godridge's sect master. Your lordship, Feng Yunyang has been defeated by Yi Yun. Furthermore, he has had one arm chopped off. The severed arm has been sealed in frost qi and burnt by black flames. It's not impossible to rejoin his arm, but it would require a great deal of time and natural herbs. I know about it, the red-dressed boy said in a deep tone. His voice remained as hoarse as ever. What an incompetent fool. All he has is passable talent, and his present strength is only a result of the large number of resources I spent on him. Yet he prides himself on that and thinks too highly of himself. His foolishness is truly unparalleled. Upon mentioning Feng Yunyang, the red-dressed boy revealed a look of disgust. Were it not for the huge purpose that disciple of his had, even he would have smacked him to death. What do we do with that Yi Yun? He's truly arrogant. Previously, he killed Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen, two personal disciples. Now, he has severely injured Feng Yunyang, completely disparaging our Myriad Godridge's rules. If we do not deal with him, he will only go from bad to worse. But at the same time, his talent is the highest I've seen in my life. I'm at a loss for how to deal with him. When Yi Yun was mentioned, the red-dressed boy showed a rare frown. From his point of view, Yi Yun was like an unfathomable body of water. He did not resemble a young man at all. Since this Yi Yun managed to trigger the dragon's soul within the ascending dragon cauldron, his bloodline must be relatively pure. Leave him be for now. Monitor his every move carefully. I do not want any mishaps to happen at the last moment. I have already been monitoring him. The sect master received the order. I will definitely do my best to ensure that everything goes smoothly. Chapter 1266, Coming Storm. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. After Yi Yun lopped off Feng Yunyang's arm, his situation in Myriad Godridge instantly became delicate. Many people began to fear even walking by Sunken Moon Tower. It was a place they wouldn't dare disturb. Against Yi Yun, many people only had bad endings. However, with the passage of time, what people originally thought would happen did not happen. Yi Yun was not taken in by the Patriarch as a personal disciple. Instead, Yi Yun was forbidden from entering and exiting his tower. There were dedicated law enforcement teams that monitored him, limiting his freedom. This decision baffled many people. What was the Patriarch doing? He did not punish Yi Yun nor did he promote him to be his last disciple. Instead, he grounded Yi Yun. Feng Yunyang, meanwhile, who everyone thought was completely defeated by Yi Yun to the point of having his confidence destroyed, had his broken arm fixed after the Myriad Godridge sect master spent large amounts of natural treasures. He was recuperating in bed. Eventually, Feng Yunyang was mostly recovered after 2 months. He was still the patriarch's disciple, with no change in his status. As for Yi Yun, he remained an ordinary personal disciple, but he was never seen by the sect master. The Myriad God sect master's attitude towards Yi Yun was obvious. Yi Yun had brutally beaten up Feng Yunyang and was later grounded. Not once did he meet with Yi Yun. It was as though Yi Yun was not his disciple at all. It looks like Yi Yun is not trusted. Elders discussed in private. In terms of talent, Yi Yun naturally overshadowed everyone in the Myriad Godridge. However, he was not considered an important disciple. Instead, he was monitored. The only explanation was that Yi Yun was not trusted by the sect master and the Myriad God Patriarch. I wonder why sect master doesn't trust Yi Yun. Perhaps it has to do with his murderous rampage. Ignoring the fact he had killed Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen, he even brutally beat Feng Yunyang. It was a figurative smack in the patriarch's face. The patriarch would naturally be displeased. There's something odd about it, though. If he's not trusted, why don't they just expel him from the sect? Why confine Yi Yun in Sunken Moon Tower? What's going on? Some people had this thought, but the more they thought, the more perilous Yi Yun's situation appeared to be. Could it be that since the sect master and the patriarch did not trust him, they believed that they would offend Yi Yun if they expelled him? Offending a freak of nature would lead to negative repercussions, so they might as well ground Yi Yun forever? No one could figure out the patriarch and sect master's thoughts, so they decided to give up. However, there was one thing that was true without a doubt. There was no way Yi Yun would rise to power in the Myriad Godridge in the near future. Those that had offended Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, they would not be targeted by Yi Yun for revenge. Time passed with things being extremely calm. Yi Yun did not mind being confined at all. He cultivated daily and solidified his fifth-story Dao Palace's foundations. The Dao Palace realm needed time above all else. Many peerless geniuses would spend centuries in the Dao Palace realm, with some even deliberately repressing their cultivation level so that they had time to work on their foundations. However, from Yi Yun's point of view, those that repressed their cultivations did so more from lack of confidence in their nomological insight. They wanted more time to make up for it. Back in the Dao manifestation realm, Yi Yun had condensed 4 9-leaf Dao fruits. In terms of laws, he had perfected them. As long as his accumulations reached a threshold, he would automatically make a breakthrough. Yi Yun, I've no idea what the Myriad God Patriarch is doing recently. Even I'm unable to investigate him. One day, Old Snake suddenly appeared. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air in Yi Yun's cultivation chamber. What's wrong? That undying old fart has put up an array formation to screen his residence district. My perception is unable to penetrate it. If I were to forcefully infiltrate it, he would definitely sense it. Old Snake revealed a rare solemn expression. Yi Yun did not respond. Since Old Snake was at a loss for a solution, it was natural that he didn't have a solution either. Old Snake sat on Yi Yun's stone bed and took out an alcohol gourd. As he drank, he said, I keep having the feeling that he's planning something, but I can't guess it. By grounding you, it probably means that he will target you in the near future. If you continue staying in the Myriad Godridge, there might be danger. Old Snake spoke honestly. He was not completely certain that he could protect Yi Yun. Yi Yun faltered slightly. Senior, do you think you can match the Myriad God Patriarch in a head-on fight? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Old Snake shook the alcohol in his gourd. After a long while, he said with a long sigh, My strength isn't as you imagine. You probably think my strength is so unfathomable that I have deliberately hidden. But in fact, you are wrong. There are limitations to what I can do. I was once seriously injured. The power in my body has been sealed. If I want to take action, I will have to unseal my power first. The more I unseal, the stronger I become, but it will also damage my body more and more. If I unseal 60 to 70% of the power within me, there is no one who can match me in the Myriad Godridge, or even the entire Calm Sea. However, the damage to my body would be extremely serious. It might even make me fall into a deep slumber. I try not to use so much of my strength or I won't have much left of my lifespan. After Old Snake drank a mouthful of his spirit, he wiped his mouth. He had experienced a long life and been through things that no one knew. He described the past casually with the words "once seriously injured." It left Yi Yun taken aback. Who could have severely injured Old Snake? This was the first time he was hearing Old Snake recount his past in such a serious manner. He never expected that the reason Old Snake was the way that he was that he had suffered heavy injuries. But even so, by unsealing a portion of his strength, he could easily dominate the Calm Sea. What sort of figure was he at his peak? When he recalled carefully, Yi Yun remembered that he was curious about the old fellow's cultivation level when he first met him. He suspected that he was playing the sucker and thus used the purple crystal origins as energy vision to look at Old Snake's body. What he found was that Old Snake's cultivation level was as bad as it could be. The only difference was that he had a gray energy blob in his body. However, Yi Yun was unable to identify what the gray energy blob was. From the looks of it, the gray energy blob was related to what Old Snake had previously experienced. It seemed like his injuries were the main reason that Old Snake led a hermit life. As he had sealed his own powers, he usually appeared like an ordinary and weak old scammer. No one would take him seriously. With Old Snake having experienced the many twists and turns of life, he was no longer affected by trivial matters. This resulted in him treating life as a game. He didn't even care about the small sect he lost in the past when its territory was snatched by others. Yi Yun asked, "Senior, if you can defeat Myriad God Patriarch in a short amount of time, and the price you pay is within bearable limits, why don't you take action now, and directly kill the Myriad God Patriarch to obtain the Ascending Dragon Cauldron?" Old Snake shook his head and said, "Don't forget, the Ascending Dragon Cauldron doesn't actually belong to the Myriad God Patriarch. Even if I kill the Myriad God Patriarch, I will not be able to bring the Ascending Dragon Cauldron away. Besides, that undying old fart has researched the Ascending Dragon Cauldron for 1,000,000 years. He knows a lot more about it than I do. In addition, he has the entire Myriad Godridge searching for the resources he needs. I believe that to truly awaken the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, we will probably need that undying old fart to do it. I came here to warn you. If you do not want to be caught in this quagmire, I can send you away now. After all, I don't know what that old fool is currently plotting." Old Snake was sincerely advising Yi Yun. Yi Yun fell silent for a while before shaking his head. It would be very easy to leave, but he did not wish to. He had a nagging feeling that the matter of the 12 Tao ancestors' divine artifacts was related to the secrets of the heaven and earth. If he were to leave today, he would probably miss a lot of it. He. "Kid, I figured that you would refuse to leave before I even asked." Old Snake suddenly laughed out as he drank his alcohol. "Senior, since you guessed it, why did you still ask me? I'm just getting you mentally prepared. Should things go wrong, don't you go blaming me for any harm that befalls you. Don't worry. You are someone that Lashton Shua entrusted me with. Even if I have to risk unsealing 50% of my strength, I'll protect you well. And if everything fails, I'll make sure that your body is intact for a burial." As Old Snake continued, he turned flippant. Yi Yun shook his head speechlessly. However, since Old Snake said he could defeat the Myriad God Patriarch in a frontal assault, it was unlikely that any serious problems would befall them. "Kid, this mark is for you." As Old Snake spoke, he raised his hand and produced a mark. He sent out a stream of light that sank straight into Yi Yun's body. "If you encounter any danger, the mark will immediately shatter, and I'll sense it. And so you know, I am constantly locking onto this sunken moon tower of yours with my perception. Leaving a mark in your body is only an extra measure.
As Old Snake spoke, his figure flashed, vanishing directly from the chamber. Yun looked at the stone bed where Old Snake had vanished from. He took a deep breath. The rising wind forebodes the coming storm. He was waiting to see what the Myriad God Patriarch would do next.
Chapter 1267, Soul Seed. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. 3 months later, in the God Room at the top floor of the Myriad God restaurant, a table of sumptuous delicacies was laid out. The price of the table of dishes exceeded that of what Yun ate back then. 8 female attendants, dressed in revealing attire, surrounded the table, waiting on the patrons. Some were pouring alcohol, others were offering tea. A few were serving food, while the rest massaged the patrons. Feng Yunyang was sitting among the 8 female attendants while he embraced them, fully indulging himself in their services.
And sitting in front of him were other personal disciples. Although Feng Yunyang had been brutally beaten by Yun to the point of losing an arm, he remained the patriarch's last disciple. As such, he was still someone that people fawned over and were obsequious to. Feng Yunyang enjoyed days like this. He came all the way from a small sect to being the successor of a mighty power.
It was an unimaginable leap in status. It gave him an immense sense of satisfaction.
Young sect master, that Yun has already been grounded for nearly half a year.
From the looks of it, it will continue that way. This is clearly meant to be the patriarch's punishment for Yun, but it's too light, someone said. Everyone knew that Yun was a thorn in Feng Yunyang's side. If one wanted to be friendly with Feng Yunyang, speaking ill of Yun was a must. When he heard Yun's name, Feng Yunyang knitted his brows together. He gnashed his teeth in anger towards Yun. If not for his master paying a huge price to reattach his arm, he would have been a cripple for life. Humph. Master has already been searching for a large amount of natural treasures for me. In a few months, these natural treasures will be refined into a medicinal fluid that will cleanse my body. When that time comes, I'll experience a meteoric rise in strength. That Yun cleaved off my arm half a year ago, but once I attain formidable strength, I'll sever him of all of his limbs, cut off his nose and ears, and make him into a human pole. Feng Yunyang had downed about half a jug of immortal inebriation and was already somewhat tipsy. He had an unyielding and intractable personality, to begin with, so after drinking immortal inebriation, he no longer minced his words. Oh? Young sect master, are you implying that the list of items that the patriarch produced half a year ago has already been collected?
Upon hearing Feng Yunyang's words, the people present could not help but recall the list that the patriarch had taken out back then. The ingredients listed sold for astronomical prices, so to find them, one needed large amounts of wealth as well as a bit of luck. Even the Myriad God Patriarch himself would find it extremely difficult to gather these ingredients. That was why he offered enticing rewards to motivate the Myriad God Ridge's 100+ families to use their family connections.
With so many family clans, with many of them so entrenched in the calm sea that they had deep roots, it made the search for items a lot more efficient. More than half have been gathered. There are some that still haven't been found. I believe there's no chance of finding them anytime soon, so the patriarch has already planned on beginning to refine the medicinal fluid, Feng Yunyang said smugly. So what if Yun was formidable? Wasn't he still given the cold shoulder despite his strength? Wasn't he grounded? How could he compare to Feng Yunyang? Once his body was successfully cleansed, Yun's days would be over. Feng Yunyang was determined to kill Yun. He could tell that the patriarch and sect master were not fond of Yun either, in fact they even seemed to detest him. He figured that the original intention behind grounding Yun was that they were afraid that Yun would one day develop his strength and seek revenge on the Myriad God Ridge. As such, even if he killed Yun, he would not be blamed by the patriarch and sect master. Instead, he would resolve a worry in their hearts. Upon thinking of this, Feng Yunyang turned even more spirited. Killing Yun could banish the mental demons that plagued him and redeem his public disgrace. What awaited him in the future were limitless prospects.
the world would truly be at his command, allowing him to enjoy countless beauties and a lifespan of 10 million years.
Wasn't this the pinnacle of one's life?
Young sect master, you truly have good fortune to be thought so highly of by the patriarch.
You make us extremely envious.
The people present said such things with pangs of sour grapes. They knew that Feng Yunyang's talent was not amazing, but it was enough to beat theirs. Compared to a freak of nature like Yi Yun, he was quite inferior. He did not seem to deserve the number of resources the patriarch was spending to nurture him.
This sort of favorable treatment left others exploding with jealousy. In fact, a few months ago, there were rumors that Feng Yunyang was the patriarch's illegitimate son. Even with the patriarch being in charge of the Myriad Godrich for so many years, there had been no news of him having a son. In fact, he did not even have any women by his side. People speculated that it was due to the strange cultivation techniques that the patriarch practiced in. He had transformed his body into that of a boy and could not engage in sex, making it very difficult for him to have children. And it was possible that as he neared the end of his life, he had used special methods to produce an illegitimate son, Feng Yunyang, with great difficulty. And this resulted in his favorable treatment. If not, there was no other adequate explanation.
If that was truly the case, no one could protest no matter what treatment Feng Yunyang received.
How could Feng Yunyang not know the thoughts of everyone? Their envious and jealous looks only made him smugger. At that moment, Feng Yunyang's disciple token suddenly lit up.
A voice transmission from the patriarch. After learning the contents of the voice transmission, Feng Yunyang's expression changed. I have something that requires my attention.
I'll be leaving first. Continue eating.
As he spoke, Feng Yunyang flashed and vanished from the Myriad God restaurant.
Although Feng Yunyang enjoyed indulging in pleasure, he was still aware of what mattered most.
The patriarch had given him everything, so whatever the patriarch instructed him to do, he had to finish it immediately. 15 minutes later, Feng Yunyang had arrived at the seclusion grounds of the Myriad God Patriarch.
Master. Feng Yunyang gave a disciple's bow. Towards the old man, Feng Yunyang showed extreme respect.
But deep in his heart, he was not entirely comfortable with the fact that this person could determine his fate at any time. I summoned you here to plant the soul seed, the red-dressed boy said in his hoarse voice.
Another planting? It's only been 18 days.
A soul seed was a soul cultivation method that the Myriad God Patriarch had discovered. In the past, one planting was done every 81 days, followed by 49 days, then 36. Now, it had only been 18 days since the last planting of the soul seed. As of now, Feng Yunyang had already had more than 30 soul seeds planted in him.
After experiencing the baptism of each soul seed, the strength of Feng Yunyang's soul would increase tremendously.
This also gradually reduced the original doubts he had in his heart.
The planting of soul seeds required that Feng Yunyang not put up any resistance.
It had to be completely consensual. In the beginning, Feng Yunyang had his doubts. But after thinking of his status as a junior, that there was no reason a patriarch would scheme against him, he felt at ease. Following that, the patriarch spent a large number of resources on him and had declared him as the successor to the sect master.
This made him increasingly believe in the patriarch. As the red-dressed boy formed hand seals, a gray aura shot out from his fingertip and entered Feng Yunyang's glabella.
Feng Yunyang's body trembled suddenly as his face turned slightly pale. Following that, there was a pain in his soul seed that lasted for a full 15 minutes before gradually receding. Every planting of the soul seed brought pain to his soul, and each attempt was more intense than the other. According to the patriarch, this was a natural reaction as one's cultivation in the technique grew more profound. Although Feng Yunyang had his hesitancies, he had already been cultivating in it for so long. There was no turning back, and so he had to continue down the path. It's almost done, said the red-dressed boy in a slow tone. His voice sounded like an old man that was getting nearer and nearer to a coffin.
tomorrow will probably be the day I cleanse your body." Upon hearing the patriarch's words, Feng Yunyang was surprised and delighted. "That fast?" "Yes, I have the necessary ingredients needed for cleansing your body. There's no need to carry on waiting." Chapter 1268, Ensuring Success. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Overnight, the myriad god ridge's main peak suddenly turned cold. Large snowflakes the size of down feathers fluttered across the sky and continued to fall for about 10 hours. Early the next morning, when the myriad god ridge disciples opened their doors, they saw meter-thick snow. The feet of those who stepped through it sunk to their kneecaps, producing grinding sounds. What a huge snowstorm! Duanmu Qingwen was fascinated by the silver-coated world outside. One had to know that with the myriad god ridge being on a 100,000-foot-tall mountain, it should have been extremely cold. But array formations covered the myriad god ridge that kept the temperature at a comfortable level. Such heavy snow was truly rare. The myriad god ridge was originally covered with all sorts of spirit vegetation. The palaces were also mostly constructed from gorgeous jade. Now, they were covered in crystalline white snowflakes, with a clear frost stream flowing across them. It was truly as though flowers were in full bloom amid the towering jade buildings. Everything took on an appearance that was crystalline and enchanting. It was a heavy one. Yiyun also came to the yard's entrance. The morning air was at its freshest with the cool chill, and the air he inhaled truly left him feeling refreshed. Duanmu Qingwen felt a lot happier after seeing the beautiful scenery. Although she had been grounded for the past half-year because of Yiyun, she was not bored, despite the days being filled with nothing but leisure. "Young master, about Zuoyan Xiaoyu." All this time, Duanmu Qingwen had no idea of Zuoyan Xiaoyu's whereabouts. Although she once considered Zuoyan Xiaoyu a rival, she also felt a kinship with her and so wondered where she was. "She's very well. There's no need for you to worry." Yiyun had nowhere to hide Zuoyan Xiaoyu, so he could only stow her away in the God Advent Tower and give her some cultivation techniques to keep her busy. That was all he could do until he settled the situation with the myriad god ridge. As Yiyun spoke, the morning bell suddenly sounded from the myriad god ridge's main peak. Gong! 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 The ringing bell could be heard from all over the myriad god ridge's grounds. "Oh! This is the bell that summons all personal disciples and elders." Yiyun was taken aback. The last time the patriarch returned, he had summoned for everybody, but he had not rung the bell. The bell has been rung. All personal disciples have been called the Jade Emperor Palace on the mountaintop. You have to go as well. A few black-clothed guardians came in front of Sunken Moon Tower and informed Yiyun with a commanding tone. For the past half-year, Yiyun had been grounded. These black-clothed guardians would patrol the area daily. They did not even rest when it snowed the entire night. "I have to go." Yiyun's brows pricked up. Did he have to go while grounded? He had a premonition that something was going to happen on his trip to Jade Emperor Palace. However, Old Snake had left a mark in him. If he were to encounter any danger, Old Snake would know of it immediately. Furthermore, Old Snake had mentioned that even the myriad god patriarch was not his match, so it did not seem like there was too much to worry about. With this thought emboldening him, Yiyun followed the black-clothed guardians and headed for Jade Emperor Palace. On the way, he saw numerous personal disciples and elders traveling in groups. Stepping on the accumulated snow, they marred the beautiful scene with their haphazard footsteps across the flat and smooth snow. Finally, the summoned elders and disciples came to a square in front of Jade Emperor Palace. However, Yiyun was somewhat special. He was surrounded by a few black-clothed guardians, making him stand out. In the middle of the Jade Emperor Palace, Yiyun saw Feng Yunyang at a glance. Feng Yunyang was dressed in special Yun sect master's attire today. It had been tailor-made and, judging by the workmanship on the materials, only the best fabrics were used.
It aided both cultivation and defense and was worth 8 million spirit jade. Many were envious of the extravagant piece of clothing. As his status had never changed, Feng Yunyang remained the moon that was encircled by the stars.
This formed a stark contrast with Yi Yun. Isn't that Yi Yun? Has he actually been released? Well, that's nice.
He needs to get some air or he might suffocate in there. Standing beside Feng Yunyang, someone saw Yi Yun and said this in derision.
It was Song Bowen's father, Song Zhanshan.
Over the past half year, it appeared that the myriad Godrich was making every effort to compensate the Song and Zhang family for the deaths of their heirs. It selected 2 young men from their respective families with outstanding talent and made them personal disciples. This made the Song and Zhang family a lot more confident.
Furthermore, they learned from Song Wu and Feng Yunyang that Yi Yun was not valued by the patriarch in any way. Instead, the patriarch seemed to have a silent agenda of finishing off Yi Yun.
This made them show no more fear towards Yi Yun.
Feng Yunyang looked back at Yi Yun.
His gaze had a derisive hint to it. He knew very well that the patriarch called this meeting today to cleanse his body. After that happened, his cultivation level would enjoy a meteoric rise and Yi Yun would no longer be his match.
Yi Yun, long time no see. How's it going? Are you out on probation? Why aren't you in a prison wagon? How pitiful. So what if you defeated me half a year ago?
Today, I stand with Master on this Jade Emperor platform, while you are but a lowly prisoner. The difference in our status will never change. By the way, you must be curious why my master imprisoned you.
Let me tell you now.
Master was giving me time for me to develop my strength before I defeat you.
You are only a grinding stone for me.
Feng Yunyang was not quiet in his speech. He spoke delightedly with a deliberate sense of revenge.
Many people heard him.
This information was in fact confirmed yesterday by the sect master. Even as Feng Yunyang intended to make Yi Yun a human Pole, he still had his reservations. Therefore, he asked the sect master for the reason behind imprisoning Yi Yun. He never expected to receive an answer that gave him such a pleasant surprise.
What? The patriarch and the sect master imprisoned Yi Yun in order to make him a grinding stone for young sect master?
People were astonished, but, on careful thought, there was indeed such a possibility. If the patriarch wanted to punish Yi Yun, there was no need to go through all the trouble to imprison him. No matter how much of a genius Yi Yun was, he was only a junior. Crippling him directly would put an end to things.
Why was there a need to imprison him? So that was the reason why.
Indeed, with Feng Yunyang receiving a setback from Yi Yun, his Dao heart had been damaged. The ridicule he faced in the future would become a mental demon that plagued him. Only by defeating Yi Yun would he be free of that mental demon. By defeating Yi Yun after having his body cleansed, his mental demon would be removed, and Feng Yunyang's cultivation level would soar.
So that's the reason. I was wondering why the patriarch imprisoned Yi Yun.
Zhang Tianqing laughed out loudly. The stone that weighed down his heart was finally lifted. As long as it was executed in such a manner, Yi Yun would definitely die.
Patriarch sure goes to great lengths.
It's really enviable that young sect master has such a master. From what young sect master said, wouldn't it make Yi Yun a beast reared for training purposes? The newly promoted personal disciple from the Song family said with a laugh. He was thin and had slanted eyebrows. As Yi Yun was too powerful, he did not dare to make any over-the-top statements in case Yi Yun remained able. At most, he would mock him behind his back. But now, knowing of Yi Yun's destined outcome, this kid who had only reached the first-story Dao Palace began to assume the majesty of others. Now, the Song and Zhang families had a clear goal. They would desperately cling on to the powerhouse known as Feng Yunyang. When the slanted brow punk made the comment, people began roaring with laughter. The kid from the Song family has made such a perfect analogy. Yi Yun remained indifferent towards the reprobation that Feng Yunyang, as well as the many myriad Godridge elders and personal disciples, gave him. He remained silent. He was already accustomed to being in a perilous situation. He was only waiting for the myriad God Patriarch and the ascending dragon cauldron. At that moment, the atmosphere of the square suddenly changed. A powerful and cold energy descended from the sky. Yi-Yun looked up. Somehow, the red-dressed boy had appeared above the square without anyone noticing. He rested his bare feet on a gigantic cauldron. Yi-Yun had seen the cauldron once before. It was a replica of the ascending dragon cauldron. The last time the red-dressed boy appeared, he had appeared on the cauldron as well. "Greetings, Patriarch." All the elders and personal disciples immediately bowed to the Patriarch. Yi-Yun couldn't be bothered with bowing. Since he was almost at the point of losing all decorum with the myriad God Patriarch, he didn't care. The red-dressed boy did not even give the upright Yi-Yun a look. It was as though Yi-Yun's very existence was of no importance to him. He looked up as dark clouds shrouded the sky. The heavy snow from the previous night had not let up. "Clouds, disperse." The Patriarch nonchalantly said the two words and they manifested into reality. Two golden words flew into the sky. Demonic chants began to flash as the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed because of the Patriarch's sentence. Sunlight scattered down and, in a blink of an eye, the sky was a lot brighter. The red-dressed boy stood in a beam of golden sunlight with his eyes closed. As he basked in the sunlight, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes to look at everyone present. "Let's begin." "Yes." An elder appeared from behind the red-dressed boy. He was none other than the myriad God Sect Master. He took out 72 array flags from his interspatial ring and waved his hand, scattering the array flags around the square's periphery. Following that, an old woman walked out of the crowd. Yi-Yun had seen her before. Back when the myriad God Sect Master failed in his attempt to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron, she had been there. She was the one that had brought Snake Girl along. When he saw the old woman, Yi-Yun had a thought. Was Snake Girl also here? He looked around for her and indeed, he saw her among the crowd. Upon noticing Yi-Yun's gaze, Snake Girl forced a smile. Her situation was obviously not that great. Snake Girl is here. Old Snake probably also left a mark on her, Yi-Yun thought. Although Old Snake appeared unreliable, he would still take care of his disciple while she was in the myriad Godridge. The old woman began producing seals, and together with the myriad God Sect Master, all the array flags were quickly set up in place. Black light shimmered from the array flags which surrounded the entire Jade Emperor Palace Square. This array formation. Yi-Yun's eyes twitched. Only then did he realize that myriad God Patriarch was likely an array formation master. One had to know that Feng Yunyang was also proud of his array formations. Back at Sunken Moon Tower, Feng Yunyang had attacked Yi-Yun with array formations. His so-called minute accomplishments in array formations were, in fact, imparted to him by the myriad God Patriarch. He was a reed that came from a tiny sect, to begin with, so how could he have attained much skill in array formations? However, myriad God Patriarch had nurtured Feng Yunyang into an array formation genius in a very short amount of time. That alone was evidence of the myriad God Patriarch's mightiness in array formations. When he came to this realization, Yi-Yun knitted his brows tightly. He was unsure what the myriad God Patriarch was doing. At that moment, the myriad God Patriarch threw a disc array out as the cauldron beneath him began to spin rapidly. Following that, 6 drops of blood appeared in myriad God Patriarch's palm. Upon seeing the drops of blood, Yi-Yun felt palpitations through his heart. He recognized the 6 drops of blood. Back when the myriad God Sect Master attempted to trigger the ascending dragon cauldron, he had also used such drops of blood. However, it was heart-wrenching for him to even use a single drop. But now, the myriad God Patriarch had produced 6 drops in one go. Yi-Yun was unsure of the origins of the blood, but he was certain that the ascending dragon cauldron would have a great reaction to it.
Go! Myriad God Patriarch flicked his finger as the 6 drops of blood shot into the Jade Emperor Palace. The blood droplets were the size of peas, but they had the strength of meteorites. They smashed into the Jade Emperor Palace, instantly collapsing the palace's main hall. Boom! The main hall ceiling crashed down, and its columns shattered while rubble flew into the sky. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present was confounded. That was the Jade Emperor Palace's main hall. It was a symbol of the Myriad God Ridge's supreme power. It had been standing there for millions of years and was treated as a sacred land by the Myriad God Ridge disciples. Why was no one doing anything as it was collapsing? Why? Why did the Patriarch destroy the Jade Emperor Palace? Before they could think it through, a loud explosion sounded. While the Jade Emperor Palace's main hall was collapsing, the ground beneath cracked apart. An ancient and unadorned bronze cauldron flew out from the cracks in the ground. Boom! 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 Much of the palace collapsed because of the gigantic cauldron's emergence. The entire cauldron flickered with faint black light as though a black dragon was coiled within. Upon seeing the cauldron, Yi Yun was alarmed. This was the true ascending dragon cauldron. The Myriad God Patriarch had used 6 drops of blood to awaken the true ascending dragon cauldron. Yi Yun suddenly had an ominous foreboding. At that moment, the Myriad God Patriarch directly crushed the disc array in his hand. Ka-cha! The disc array shattered as immense yuan qi dispersed outwards. Simultaneously, the Myriad God Sect Master and the old woman flicked their sleeves, pouring out large amounts of spirit jade. Spirit jade was a common currency of the sinkhole. But its original use was to provide yuan qi and energy needed for cultivation or array formations. And the spirit jade in the Myriad God Sect Master and the old woman's hands were at least of superior grade. There was even some supreme grade spirit jade there. None could say how much worth they were throwing away. The spirit jade spread among the array flags and, within moments, the entire square began to quake violently. The earth quaked as space shattered. Yi Yun could see array runes that effused blood-red beams of light suffusing from beneath his feet. At that moment, the entire square had become a massive array formation. And this array formation was lifting up the crowd slowly into the sky. Teleportation array. Yi Yun was alarmed. His attainments in array formations were naturally inferior to the Myriad God Sect Masters, but he was extremely sensitive to spatial dimension laws. He immediately sensed that the array formation was trying to tear through the void. Furthermore, he could tell it was a long-distance teleportation array because he could sense that the fluctuation of the spatial energies exceeded ordinary teleportation arrays by 100 times. To require so much spirit jade and array flags, it was impossible that they would be teleported somewhere near. Oh no! Yi Yun's expression changed. If he was teleported away, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. However, at that moment, he was surrounded by a large number of Myriad God Elders, the Myriad God Sect Master, and the Patriarch. With Yi Yun's strength alone, it was impossible for him to destroy the teleportation array. Chapter 1269, 9 Dragons Encircling Pearl. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Boom! Space was utterly torn apart as the crowd was struck with a strong bout of vertigo. They felt the world spin so fast that personal disciples with weaker cultivation levels, including Snake Girl, fell to the ground and nearly vomited. There's no need to panic. Myriad God Patriarch floated above everyone as he spoke slowly. I am in the process of executing the most important ritual in the Myriad God Ridge's history. This ritual requires a massive array's support, and this massive array needs all of you to provide your powers. Once it succeeds, you will all become the greatest contributors to the Myriad God Ridge. I will hand my cultivation techniques and heritage to you for practice, depending on your performance. Some will even be permitted to pass my techniques down to your family clan as part of your systematic heritage. When the red-dressed boy said that, everyone felt reverberations through their hearts. Their family clans could pass it down? Didn't that mean that they could impart it to their children and grandchildren?
Many family clans had already gotten rewards from amassing the ingredients on the list, but the number of people that truly benefited was small. Compared to the present opportunity of enriching their descendants and fortifying their family's heritage, the list's rewards were far inferior.
Patriarch, that is brilliant. Are we heading to the ritual grounds now? An elder asked eagerly. The crowd's reaction was within the red-dressed boy's expectations.
He revealed a deep and meaningful smile and said slowly, "That's right.
Perhaps it's just me getting old, but I'm always terribly suspicious.
I had a nagging feeling that someone would interfere with the ritual, so in order to ensure that failure is not an option, I planned on switching to a safer place.
I will bring all of you into a hidden pocket world.
The Yuan Qi in there is extremely rich, but the world is naturally sealed by the powers of the heaven and earth, making it extremely hard to enter. I happened to chance upon a spatial node, which is how I was able to reach it in the past. However, that spatial node has been sealed shut by me through an array formation.
No one but I can enter. It's absolutely safe.
For this teleportation and the upcoming ritual, I have prepared a large amount of spirit jade. Even the Myriad God Ridge's spirit jade repository has been emptied. Even the main peak's array formation has been halted. Why do you think the usually warm and spring-like main peak would suddenly experience a snowstorm last night?
When the red-dressed boy said that with a laugh, Ian felt as though he had plummeted into an ice cavern. This smart tortoise. He was crafty and careful. Ian never imagined that he would choose a hidden pocket world as the final ritual's location. And most importantly, he used the 6 drops of blood to make the ascending dragon cauldron follow them through the teleportation array. This was something Ian had never thought of. Even Old Snake would most certainly be caught by surprise. At that moment, an elder appeared in the ruins of the Jade Emperor Palace's main hall on Myriad God Ridge's main peak. In front of him, the square was long gone. The teleportation array seemed rapacious. It had teleported both the square as well as the people. He actually managed to move the ascending dragon cauldron away. How did he do it?
Old Snake muttered to himself.
He always believed that the ascending dragon cauldron did not belong to anyone.
The Myriad God Patriarch had never managed to refine and bind it to himself, and being able to move it from the Myriad God Ridge's mountain peak to the foot of the mountain was the limit of his influence.
How did he manage to bring it across the void?
And it was because the ascending dragon cauldron was buried deep in the Myriad God Ridge's main peak that Old Snake never considered the possibility of this happening. And now, the Myriad God Patriarch's actions had completely thrown off Old Snake's schemes. On careful thought, the old fellow had been guarding the ascending dragon cauldron for at least several million years. With his attainments in array formations, it was not odd that he could deduce something from his research.
I was careless. Too careless. I have to immediately find the teleportation destination. At that moment, Old Snake could not afford to hold back. The strength he had before he was injured far exceeded the Myriad God Patriarch's. Besides, Old Snake had lived a long life, so his comprehension of laws also far exceeded the Myriad God Patriarch's. Even his attainments in array formations did not lag behind the old man's. The impossible could become the possible through his hands. Kid, you have to hold on. I'll try my best to follow the spatial trajectory of the teleportation and find the both of you. Old Snake was not just worried for Iyun, in fact, he was even more worried about Snake Girl. With a clear shout, he directly released the power that was sealed within him. Instantly, his figure became a lot taller. His bent back also straightened. Although his aged appearance remained, his eyes were no longer turbid. Instead, they were like sparkling stars that exuded a profound glow. Any spatial teleportation would leave behind traces. Just like a boat traveling through water left ripples, teleportation left similar rippling waves through space. As long as one followed these waves, one could find the direction and location of the teleportation's destination. However, this needed extremely high accomplishments in spatial dimension laws. Furthermore, traveling through and searching various spatial storms expended a great deal of energy. Old Snake did not know if he could accomplish the feat, but he had no other choice. All he could do was risk it. At that moment, the massive array the red-dressed boy presided over had crossed through several layers of space. He sat cross-legged in midair and had a calm expression. Everyone present was feeling uneasy. On one hand, they placed their hopes on the Patriarch's promises, and on the other hand, they did not know what the Patriarch was up to. What they thought to be an elders' meeting ended up being something of such great scale. Most critically, the Jade Emperor Palace had collapsed. Did the Patriarch no longer care about Myriad God Ridge's main center, the symbol of its power and authority? 15 minutes later, the entire array formation shook violently. Moments later, the spatial storms that enveloped the array formation calmed down. The chaos from before also turned completely bright and clear. What was presented in front of everybody was a pale red ocean. There was a gigantic island in the middle of the ocean that was pierced by several mountain ranges. These mountain ranges were filled with rift valleys. They struck horror to one's mind and extended towards the land. And in the deep crevices of the rift valleys was churning magma. This is a newly born world. The cracks you see are the product of the shifting continental plates. Lava flows out of them, and there will come a day when the lava cools, forming new igneous rocks and land. They will crack again and solidify, with this process repeating over hundreds of millions of years. Then, this island will become a massive continent. And when the time comes, many life forms will appear, making this a flourishing world. The Patriarch used a casual tone to introduce the pocket world, but his words left Ian shuddering. This word was no different from a prison. He was completely locked in. It's here. The red-dressed boy controlled the massive array and landed in the center of the island. Here, 9 gigantic rifts enjoined. Lava spewed out of the rifts like 9 inferno dragons that were holding onto a pearl. The red-dressed boy said slowly, "This landform is known as the 9 dragons encircling pearl. I have sought it for a long time, and finally, I have found it. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi on this island gathers here through the 9 gigantic rifts. This is a rich wonderland." Chapter 1270, Lost in Dreams. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. When the crowd landed on the sacred land, they immediately sensed an extremely rich fire elemental Yuan Qi. It was where the earth fire gathered, with flames spewing out as though they were alive. Soon, people realized that there were array patterns engraved on the sacred land. The Patriarch had used a worldly array to isolate the land they were in. A world that was already sealed, now further isolated by a massive array, truly made for an impermeable and unassailable realm. This was also evidence that today's events were of the utmost importance to the Patriarch. It's finally beginning. I've been waiting so long for this, the red-dressed boy said in an excited tone. As he spoke, he took out an interspatial ring and produced a hand seal. Large numbers of natural treasures began flying out of the interspatial ring. They were all sealed in jade boxes. Open all of them. On the Patriarch's instruction, the Myriad God Sect Master and the old woman opened the jade boxes one after another. Only then did people realize that the treasures that the Myriad God Patriarch had kept hidden far exceeded the ones from his earlier list. In fact, a lot of them were 10 or even tens of times more valuable than the ones he tasked them with searching for. The red-dressed boy carefully held up a small jar of milky white liquid. Yun's eyelids twitched when he saw it. Dragon bone milk? Yun knew it from the Divine Alchemist's notes. The milky liquid was the result of the melting of dragon bones over hundreds of millions of years. These dragon bones were obtained from the remains of a dragon's corpse, which was buried in a dark netherworld and corroded by the riching gases present. The liquid only took on this milky form through numerous fortuitous coincidences, so it was an extremely rare item. In addition, after obtaining the dragon bone milk, one still had to be careful of the Yin poison it contained due to the long time spent in a dark netherworld that was rich with Yin gases. A typical warrior would instantly lose their vitality upon consuming the dragon bone milk and would be reduced to a desiccated and cold corpse. There were special ways to remove the Yin poison, but very few people knew of the method. Even the divine alchemist only knew of the method because he had chanced upon it in an ancient ruin. Did the red-dressed boy actually know the method of handling dragon bulk milk? Yi Yun was astonished. Since he had taken out the dragon bone milk, he definitely had the means to refine it. It would be foolish to hope that an old monster like him would make such a stupid mistake and poison himself to death. No one else recognized the dragon bone milk. But one knowledgeable elder did recognize the next worldly spiritual item the red-dressed boy took out. It was an azure-colored fruit about the size of a fist. It was crystalline and looked like it was carved out of beautiful jade. It effused an alluring fragrance. This is a fruit born from the 9 Revolutions azure tree? Legend has it that 9 Revolutions azure trees can live for billions of years. Such divine trees appear at the beginning of the universe and grow extremely slowly. In the beginning, they will only be tiny seeds that take root in ordinary soil, sprout, and initially grow an inch a year. However, they can live for an extremely long period of time and can grow to become towering divine trees after 10,000 years. At 1,000,000 years old, the divine tree's crowns will resemble 100,000-foot mountains. The tree trunk would be like a column that holds up the sky. After 1,000,000,000 years, their root networks would penetrate the planets they take root in, going deep into the planet's core where it would extract earth fire. Eventually, they will span entire solar systems and, when the tree's crowns reach into the cosmos, they will even extract the essence of the celestial bodies. There were elders that exclaimed such things. The azure-colored fruit was born from the 9 Revolutions azure tree. It was fascinating that such a gigantic tree would produce such small fruits. However, the fruit contained large amounts of highly compressed 9 Revolutions azure tree essence despite its small size. In it was large amounts of vital yuan qi, and the greatest effect it had was to extend one's longevity. After all, the 9 Revolutions azure tree could live for billions of years. Rumor had it that they could provide immense vitality to the consumer, allowing them to regain their youth. Even Divine Lord experts who had their life potential repeatedly catalyzed would have their lives extended by 10 to 20,000 years after consuming the 9 Revolutions azure fruit. Its value was even higher when refined into pills. The 9 Revolutions azure tree fruit's single effect of extending one's lifespan was enough for people to vie for it violently. No one expected the red-dressed boy to have obtained one. If he had the 9 Revolutions azure fruit, he should have consumed it a long time ago. Why did he hold on to it all this time? After all, the effect of extending one's lifespan was something many old monsters dreamed of. After the 9 Revolutions azure fruit, the red-dressed boy took out another crystalline fruit. It was the same size as the 9 Revolutions azure fruit and was similar in shape. However, its color was different. The 9 Revolutions azure fruit was, naturally, azure-colored, but this fruit was red. The two fruits appeared to be a pair. The fruit of the dragon blood tree. Another elder recognized it. Dragon blood trees had slightly shorter lifespans than 9 Revolutions azure trees, but they could also exist for more than 100 million years. The dragon blood tree's original name was the Fey blood tree because it ate people and Fey beasts. They would bind Fey beasts with their veins and melt them into a pool of blood, absorbing them with their roots. Although Fey blood trees were valuable, it wasn't difficult for most elders of the myriad Godridge to obtain one. Due to their long lifespans, Fey blood trees were powerful and could hunt WIRMs. They would consume the WIRM's blood and bear the fruit known as the dragon blood fruit. There was no need to elaborate on the price of the fruit. Since it could extend one's lifespan and aid in marrow cleansing, it was priceless. Following that, heaven-devouring WIRM horn, dragon bone whale oil, crimson blood heavenly silkworm silk, 9-winged golden dragon claw,
Although these were also valuable, they were of relatively lower value compared to the first three worldly divine items.
Yun looked at the divine items with a heavy expression.
He realized that they could all basically be categorized into two types.
One category was related to dragons.
The other category extended one's lifespan as well as ignited one's vital forces. The first category was easily explained. The Myriad God Patriarch wanted to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron, so he needed dragon bloodlines.
No person present had a bloodline that was sufficient in awakening the ascending dragon cauldron, including Yun.
Although he had the purple crystal sealed within him, he did not believe he was able to awaken the dragon soul that slept within the ascending dragon cauldron. Therefore, the Myriad God Patriarch needed the divine items to uplift the purity of the dragon bloodline. As for the second category, the extension of one's lifespan and igniting of one's vital forces was definitely not a priority for young people. It could only be for the Myriad God Patriarch himself. Myriad God Patriarch had lived excessively long, but he did not wish to meet his end. He wanted to ignite his vital potential and make another breakthrough. Once he broke through, he would be able to live a few million years more at the very least. Upon realizing this, Yun gradually turned disheartened. There was no doubt that he was stuck in a perilous situation today. The Myriad God Patriarch took out all the treasures he had, about 40 items in total, and left them flying in midair. Following that, he produced hand seals that resulted in loud rumbles. The massive ascending dragon cauldron crashed down, right into the center of the intersection of the 9 gigantic rifts.
Woo 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 woo.
Lava boiled as earth fire whistled. All of the fire in the land had been gathered in the same spot. With the ascending dragon cauldron suppressing it, fire columns that reached hundreds of thousands of feet high spewed out. The fire columns burned for a long time before they gradually became shorter.
However, Yun could tell the fire columns shortening wasn't a sign of them weakening, but of the flame's essence focusing and coagulating. When the fire columns were 10 feet tall, the flames reached an inconceivable purity. The overwhelming heat wave left everyone appalled.
"It's ready." The Myriad God Patriarch nodded.
He had spent tens of thousands of years to prepare the massive array.
Now, everything was going according to his plans.
He beckoned once again and the ascending dragon cauldron replica flew out. It floated above the real ascending dragon cauldron and was consumed by the world's fire. Master, all of this isn't being prepared for me, is it? Feng Yunyang was shocked.
Even though he thought highly of himself, the scale at which everything was happening left his confidence shaken.
Could all these divine treasures really be for him? Why did it feel like that was impossible? Upon hearing Feng Yunyang's question, the red-dressed boy revealed a genial smile.
Of course they are for you. I chose these treasures especially for you.
Really? Feng Yunyang found it hard to believe, but the patriarch had said so. There was no need for his master to deceive him, right? Upon coming to this conclusion, Feng Yunyang turned excited. With all these divine treasures cleansing his body, wouldn't his cultivation level soar to incomprehensible heights? When that time came, what was 1 Yun worth?
Even 10 or 100 of him would be easily crushed.
Thank you, Master.
Master, your love for me is something I'll never be able to repay. Feng Yunyang knelt down and kowtowed to the Myriad God Patriarch.
However, this scene left people with mixed thoughts.
Some were envious and jealous of Feng Yunyang. They had already believed that Feng Yunyang was the illegitimate son of the Myriad God Patriarch. With the Patriarch's life coming to an end, and him not being able to produce offspring, he naturally had to nurture his only begotten son. However, there were others that were stuck on the idea that the Myriad God Patriarch had spent tens of thousands of years preparing all of this.
The amount of resources, time, and effort spent was unimaginable. Even if the Myriad God Patriarch did think so highly of his descendants, was there a need to pay such an incredible price?
Just as Feng Yunyang was giving his thanks, a cold voice suddenly sounded out.
It's truly hard on you to continue dreaming such an unpragmatic dream. I don't know if you are truly, hopelessly dumb or if you are still lost in your beautiful dreams. Even though you realize that it's a dream, you refuse to awaken from it. The voice was filled with rich sarcasm. It made Feng Yunyang agitated. Who's the one speaking nonsense? Feng Yunyang leaped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He swept his gaze across the crowd before slowly landing it on Yun. He could tell that the voice from before was Yun's. Yun only sneered when Feng Yunyang looked at him. With the situation having unfolded this far, life and death depended on one's bets. Since he could no longer evade things getting intense, he stopped caring about having a delicate approach. So it's you, the grinding stone. Feng Yunyang glanced hatefully at Yun. Do you think you are worthy to speak to me? After being a prisoner for half a year, haven't you come to terms with your present situation? You are only still alive because Master wants you as a sparring beast for me. You are no different from fey beasts that are reared so that young geniuses can slaughter them during their experiential training. When I finish cleansing my body, it will be the time for your death. I'll chop off your head and use your blood to pave the road to becoming a godly monarch. Godly monarch? Yun laughed. How pathetic. I thought you were simply lost in your dreams and unwilling to awaken. Who knew that you are truly just a plain fool? Why don't you piss a pool of water to look at yourself in the mirror? What sort of importance do you think you have to enjoy the myriad of resources that old undying fart has provided? To think that trash like you dares to talk about becoming a godly monarch. I may be facing adversity right now, but to be in this situation with a fool like you is the truest disgrace. You. Feng Yunyang had been struck where it hurt. He was incensed, but what Yun pointed out was something even he did not believe in. Master. At that moment, all of Feng Yunyang's hopes were placed on the red-dressed boy. Only his master's encouragement would put him at ease. Master, these divine treasures. The red-dressed boy gave a faint smile and said with a nod, they are all prepared for you. Feng Yunyang heaved a sigh of relief. He had confirmed the statement twice. Only with that could he feel slightly at ease. However, why are there herbs that extend one's longevity? I don't seem to need my longevity extended, right? Feng Yunyang asked worriedly. The red-dressed boy said, the 9 Revolutions azure fruit is one of the 4 main herbs. It is indeed not being prepared for you. The heaven-devouring WIRM horn, the dragon bone whale oil, the crimson blood heavenly silkworm silk, and the 9-winged golden dragon claw are for you. When the time comes, I will pour the herbs into the ascending dragon cauldron and the astral fire will brew it. Then, you can enter the cauldron to cleanse your body. I will enter the cauldron to cleanse my body? Feng Yunyang was dumbfounded. He took a glance at the burning astral flames in the core of the 9 dragons encircling Pearl Array and barely managed to smile. Master, will I be able to withstand that fire? Of course you can. The red-dressed boy continued smiling. Without such intense flames, it will not be able to brew away the useless flesh from your body. Your bones and blood are needed to mix with the essences of the heaven-devouring WIRM horn, the dragon bone whale oil, the crimson blood heavenly silkworm silk, and the 9-winged golden dragon claw. Together with the 3 main ingredients, the 9 revolution azure fruit, the dragon bone milk, and the dragon blood fruit, they will ultimately be refined into the perfect dragon emperor relic. The red-dressed boy had spoken at an adequate pace, but Feng Yunyang felt like he had plummeted into an ice cavern when he heard that. Instantly, the smile that was hanging across the red-dressed boy's face turned unfamiliar and extremely creepy. The myriad god patriarch was using him for the refinement of a pill. The so-called cleansing of his body was actually the ritual of him being brewed and refined with other herbal ingredients. This so-called preparation for him was because he was one of the 4 main ingredients. No. No. Master, stop joking. How can I be one of the herbs? I Feng Yunyang's face turned pale as his voice quivered. Although he was trying his best to calm himself down, he only became more and more terrified. In his eyes, the boy-like old monster in front of him seemingly transformed into the most terrifying devil in the world that was about to swallow him up. My dear disciple, don't think so lowly of yourself. I have traveled to so many places across the sinkhole and have seen innumerable people. But you have the purest dragon race bloodline following through your veins. The red-dressed boy floated over and gently patted Feng Yunyang on the shoulder. From the beginning, the Myriad God Patriarch only thought of using the blood from his disciple's dragon bloodline to trigger the ascending dragon cauldron so that he could obtain the Dragon Emperor technique. But later on, as his preparations became more and more complete, especially after he found a ruin left behind by the ancient dragon race and learned of the existence of a Dragon Emperor relic, he was no longer satisfied with simply obtaining the Dragon Emperor technique. He wanted to refine the Dragon Emperor relic and consume it, so that it would cleanse his marrow and swap his blood with that of a dragon's bloodline. He could then use his own bloodline to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron and become its true owner. Chapter 1271, Catalyst Herb. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. My dear disciple, there's no need to be afraid. The red-dressed boy beckoned gently, causing Feng Yunyang to float in midair. He was no longer in control of his own body. You probably do not know that this ascending dragon cauldron is a divine artifact that was born at the beginning of the universe. By feeding it your blood and bones, I'll awaken this slumbering divine artifact. That is an honor reserved for you and you alone. As the red-dressed boy spoke, he flicked his finger gently. Clang! With a metallic resonance, the ascending dragon cauldron replica above the ascending dragon cauldron had its lid opened by the heat of the earth fire. The replica had been refined by the Myriad God Patriarch for 500,000 years and was named the Concealed Dragon Cauldron. The Myriad God Patriarch would have liked to use the ascending dragon cauldron for alchemy, as it would lead to excellent results. However, since the Myriad God Patriarch had no control over the ascending dragon cauldron, it was little more than a dream for him to use it for the refinement of relics. My dear disciple, you will be entering the cauldron in a while. You might suffer some physical pain, but that cannot be helped. The refinement of the Dragon Emperor relic requires your soul to be conscious for long periods of time. Only then can it ensure the vibrancy of your bloodline. I will control the fire's heat, preventing it from exceeding what your body can bear. Also, rest assured, for I have been tempering your body all these years, feeding you all sorts of heavenly treasures. Many of them have allowed your body to undergo a complete renewal and metamorphosis. As such, you should be capable of enduring the burning flames for long periods of time. It shouldn't be a problem for you to last 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days and 3 nights. What sort of torture would it be to feel all-consuming flames scorching your body for 3 days and 3 nights? The flames were astral fire. No! No! Feng Yunyang's face turned ashen from fright. He never imagined that his master's true nature would be that of a grotesque and terrifying old devil. All this time, the devil had fed him numerous natural treasures, tempering his body all day and night, increasing his physique several-fold. And it was all for one goal, to ensure that he could last longer within the flames. Don't you force me to act desperately. If you really are going to treat me like this, I'll end my own life. And if I die, you can forget about your alchemical refinement. Feng Yunyang's voice was trembling as his eyes turned red. Having been forced into a dire situation, this was the only way he could put up a form of resistance. However, his resistance failed to bear fruit in front of the Myriad God Patriarch. End your own life? No, you won't. You are my disciple. How can you do something that's unfavorable to me, your master? I have planted dozens of soul seeds in your body. You accepted these soul seeds through your own free will. I don't want to waste these soul seeds, but if I use them, I will be able to influence your soul seed to a certain extent. With that, you will absolutely not be able to end your life. The myriad god patriarch smiled. In Feng Yunyan's eyes, the smile appeared sinister and extremely horrifying. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Soul seeds. Under the excuse of cultivating his soul, his master convinced him to accept the soul seeds planted in him. In truth, he had completely sealed off the possibility of him resisting. He knew that he was at the end of his rope and there was no chance for him to get out alive. My dear disciple, I have prepared so much for you. So experience it obediently. Tell me if you have any last wishes. I will grant them for you, said Myriad God Patriarch amiably. His voice sent shudders through the hearts of Feng Yunyang, as well as the rest of the Myriad God Ridge disciples. They had been lied to. Other than the Myriad God sect master and the old woman, no one knew why he had taken Feng Yunyang in as a disciple. At that moment, a clear voice resounded throughout the pocket world. Can't you see? This old bastard has never placed any importance on the Myriad God Ridge. All of you pride yourselves on being Myriad God Ridge disciples and have been working hard to establish the Myriad God Ridge as a mighty sect, but in that old bastard's eyes, it is all a joke. He doesn't mind exposing his gruesome side to all of you. In order to make Feng Yunyang into the catalyst herb he needs, he has fooled all of you. He doesn't care about losing the faith of his disciples because to him, the Myriad God Ridge is nothing but a tool. Do you think any one of you will be able to escape after coming to this sealed world? All of you might be used as blood sacrifices or even be silenced. What are you standing there in a daze for? Let's work together and kill that old bastard. When these words were suddenly shouted, everyone was stunned. They turned to look at the person who had spoken. It was none other than Yi Yun. Yi Yun stood tall, sword in hand and yuan qi bursting from his body. This. Many people were taken aback. Never in their dreams would they think that the elder and personal disciple meet would develop into this present situation. The Myriad God Patriarch looked at Yi Yun as well. His gaze revealed a few hints of surprise as well as mockery. Pa! The Myriad God Patriarch suddenly applauded. Very well. Is this your last-ditch effort to survive? By stirring up the masses, making everyone here attack me? I never imagined that you would think of such means. It's somewhat interesting. Blood sacrifice? Silencing? You sure have a vivid imagination. These people do not even have a modicum of dragon race bloodlines. What would be the point of a blood sacrifice? As for silencing them, the Myriad God Ridge is indeed a tool to me. I'll admit that. But I have honed this tool for millions of years, so why would I so casually throw it away? When the red-dressed boy said those words, the thoughts of an uprising among the various elders and personal disciples lessened slightly. Yi Yun's words had indeed stirred their fears, but even now, they did not dare to take up arms against the Myriad God Patriarch. The old fellow was just too terrifying. The red-dressed walked slowly towards Yi Yun. There's no need for you to resist. You will definitely be dying today. But you sure can see through things. It seems that you had managed to guess my plans half a year ago. You guessed the general goal behind me taking in a disciple. You are a lot smarter than that dumb disciple of mine. As the red-dressed boy spoke, he unleashed his aura and proceeded forward, locking onto Yi Yun. Since there was no way to evade doom, Yi Yun went for broke. He said with a chuckle, "Are you really going to just let them walk away?" The Ascending Dragon Cauldron is a divine artifact formed from Dragon Emperor that ranks fourth out of the 12 Tao ancestors. Sealed within it is the Dragon Emperor's soul. For such an important secret, not silencing others doesn't seem like your style. When Yi Yun said those words, everyone present was confounded. 12 Tao ancestors. All of them knew of the 12 Tao ancestors for they were ancient legends. This Ascending Dragon Cauldron was related to the 12 Tao ancestors. If Yi Yun had not said so, they wouldn't have known of the matter. Instantly, the mood heightened.
All the disciples and elders of the Myriad Godrich began to panic. They knew that Yi Yun had deliberately announced the secret to force the red-dressed boy to silence them. Now that they knew the Patriarch's secret, they had no choice but to fight or die. This punk was fucking cunning. Although they hated Yi Yun to the death, they were more afraid of the Myriad God Patriarch. At that moment, survival was of the utmost importance. The red-dressed boy knitted his brows as killing intent shimmered in his eyes. He never expected Yi Yun to know of those secrets. Good. Well done. As a mere Dao Palace realm warrior, it's not easy for you to cause me trouble, especially in your dire situation. Unfortunately for you, I have absolute power over this world. I have spent 10,000 years setting up an array formation in this place. Here, I'm the absolute overlord. No one can resist me. As the red-dressed boy spoke, his clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind. Countless Dao patterns gathered from every direction, surging into the red-dressed boy's body. At that instant, his body seemed to be hidden within the void as though he had fused with the world. He was like a god, with his body being the laws of nature. The powerful aura within him radiated outwards, leaving people overcome with a sense of fear and awe. It was impossible for them to muster the courage to resist him. At that moment, someone in the crowd knelt down straight away. The person who knelt down was none other than Song Wu. Patriarch, your celestial might is invincible. You will share the same age as the heavens and earth, and be as lustrous as the sun and moon. Regardless if the Myriad Godrich exists or not, I, Song Wu, am willing to loyally follow the Patriarch to the death. As the sect master's eldest disciple, he was good at judging the situation. Back when he saw Yi Yun lose favor, his attitude towards Yi Yun made an obvious shift. Although Song Wu knew that following the Patriarch was no different from following a carnivorous beast, why would he listen to Yi Yun instead of the Patriarch? It was impossible for him to resist the Myriad God Patriarch. On the contrary, by wholeheartedly being the Myriad God Patriarch's loyal dog, there was a chance of him surviving and maybe even be bestowed benefits by the Patriarch. If all else failed, he was even willing to sign a soul contract. People are like sheep that can be easily influenced. The surrender of a huge army in war simply needs one person to put their weapons down first. With Song Wu being that person, many others began to pledge their allegiance towards the Myriad God Patriarch. Patriarch, your celestial might is invincible. You will share the same age as the heavens and earth, and be as lustrous as the sun and moon. More and more people submitted. The Myriad God Patriarch had been running the Myriad Godrich for years, so his authority was not easily questioned. No one dared to challenge him. Upon seeing this scene, the red-dressed boy nodded in satisfaction. Song Wu, well done. After the alchemical process is finished, I will reward you. Thank you, Patriarch, for your kind generosity. Song Wu said humbly. The red-dressed boy smiled and looked back at Yi Yun again. His eyes suffused a teasing look. You are only a mere catalyst herb, but you actually schemed to incite my subordinates to rebel. I have really underestimated you. In fact, I once debated whether or not to kill you half a year ago. In the end, I placed too much emphasis on your bloodline and let you live. I kept having the feeling that your bloodline is far from normal. Since I have already brought you here, there is no escape for you at all. Just submit and be a good principal herb. When the red-dressed boy said that, he licked his lips in a rapacious manner. He looked at Yi Yun and then at Snake Girl. Snake Girl's face drained of its color. She knew that she was one of the catalyst herbs. It was the reason why she had been brought here as well. Take them all out, said the red-dressed boy. Following that, the Myriad God Sect Master waved his hand and a spatial abode flew out of it. From the spatial abode, he grabbed a few people out. These people were dressed in Myriad Godrich disciple attires, but all of them had their eyes tightly closed. They were pale and their vibrancy had been sealed completely. They are.
and elder recognized those people. They were disciples that the myriad Godrich had taken in after they met the standard of a wisdom root. Chapter 1272, Life on the Line. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. These disciples had been recruited into the myriad Godrich over centuries, if not more than 1,000 years. Due to the long period of time, they had gone from being disciples to stewards or guardians. Then, as more time went on, they were sent away to complete missions or lead secluded lives. As they were lacking in talent and so few in numbers, the other myriad Godrich disciples barely paid them any attention. No one expected that these disciples had actually had their vitality sealed in preparation to be used as ingredients for today's alchemy. They're just a few catalyst herbs with impure bloodlines. It will just increase the chance of success. The red-dressed boy said nonchalantly. He did not seem to care too much about these new catalyst herbs. In fact, he was more interested in Yi-Yun and Snake Girl. Especially Yi-Yun, a person who had once stirred the ascending dragon cauldron. The red-dressed boy looked forward to how Yi-Yun could give him a pleasant surprise in the modifications to the Dragon Emperor relic. Do you want to enter by yourself, or do you want me to escort you in? The red-dressed boy looked at Yi-Yun as the corners of his mouth curled. Fuck off, you bastard! Yi-Yun roared and suddenly attacked. He had already been accumulating power this whole time. Even though he knew he was not the undying old farts match, it did not mean that he would sit idle and die. Even in death, he wanted to rip off some flesh. Woo woo woo! A black wheel appeared out of thin air behind Yi-Yun. It spun crazily. The wheel had demonic and divine phantoms carved into it. It was none other than Yi-Yun's 10,000 demon wheel of existence. The major destruction laws were the strongest laws Yi-Yun knew. Likewise, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence was Yi-Yun's strongest move. Boom! The destruction laws blasted out, forming a destruction Dao domain that enveloped everything. The red-dressed boy was at the center of the domain, his aged but prepubescent face revealing a look of surprise. Such a move! The intriguing destruction laws exceeded the red-dressed boy's expectations, but the gap in cultivation levels was impossible to bridge. Yi-Yun was only at the 5th-story Dao Palace realm. Above the Dao Palace realm was supremacy, and above supremacy was Divine Lord. Most Divine Lords did not fuse with a Divine Seal. Those that fused with a Divine Seal, like Azure Yang Lord or Felicitous Rain Lord, were even stronger. As for the myriad god patriarch, he was even stronger than Felicitous Rain Lord. Ignoring the myriad god patriarch, Yi-Yun wasn't even the match of experts above the mid-stage supremacy realm. The gap was just too huge. The red-dressed boy attacked, pushing his palm forward. It was not an eye-catching strike, but after it was produced, his palm seemed to gather a surging blood-colored ocean. Infinite energy seemed to blast out, as all the laws in the world were guided by the myriad god patriarch's strike. Boom! The blood-red sea waves roared, directly engulfing Yi-Yun's destruction Dao domain. Yi-Yun's destruction Dao domain was extremely robust and managed to hold against the blood sea. But due to the huge difference in strength, the destruction Dao domain was completely inundated, making it look like a lone boat in the middle of a massive ocean. All Yi-Yun could feel was a terrifying power that made it seem like the world was crashing down on him. It took all he had to barely resist. This was the strongest opponent Yi-Yun had faced in his entire life. You have truly surprised me. A junior at the 5th-story Dao Palace can have such strength? The red-dressed boy's voice sounded in Yi-Yun's ears. The next moment, he ripped apart the void itself and appeared in front of Yi-Yun. But as I already said, you have to die today. As the red-dressed boy spoke, he pressed down his palm towards Yi-Yun's chest. Bam! With a loud explosion, Yi-Yun felt as though he was struck by a 1,000,000-pound sledgehammer in the chest. His sternum shattered as his organs were damaged. Large amounts of blood spewed out of his mouth. Yi-Yun flew backwards as blood splattered and trailed in his wake. Upon seeing the blood, the red-dressed boy shook his head disapprovingly. What a pity! This is all essential blood that can be used as a catalyst herb. Yet it's wasted just like this. You are the one I think the most highly of among the catalyst herbs, second only to my disciple. Why do you resist so? As the red-dressed spoke, he took a step forward and directly grabbed Yi Yun. His energy surged into Yi Yun's body, sealing every one of Yi Yun's meridians. His energy was much stronger than Yi Yun's, and now, with the energy forming an array pattern, there was no way of breaking through it. With that, Yi Yun could no longer use any of his Yuan Qi. He was left with no strength to resist and could not even commit suicide by terminating his meridians. Of course, Yi Yun would absolutely not commit suicide. He would not give up his fight for survival until the very last moment. Could it be that the premonition I had all this while, that someone has been secretly spying on me in a bid to destroy my plans, is related to you? The red-dressed boy looked at Yi Yun from a high spot. What he said made Yi Yun's heart sink. Old Snake's soul was immensely powerful, higher than the Myriad God Patriarch. In fact, the Myriad God Patriarch could not directly discover Old Snake's spying, but he did have means of sensing it. This old bastard had lived for so long that his eyes could even see the back of his head. Trying to backstab him was too difficult. It's fine even if you don't tell me. Only I can enter this pocket world. Even gods will not be able to save you. The red-dressed boy sneered. Even if a mighty figure truly was backing Yi Yun and had left a mark on him, he was unafraid. He had done void transference in order to prevent anything from going wrong. You will be entering the cauldron very soon. Are there any wishes you have yet to be fulfilled? The red-dressed boy asked in a teasing manner. Old bastard, there will come a day when you will be crippled of your cultivation, as well as that old bastard of a Myriad God sect master. Both of you will be stewed in bastard turtle soup. Yi Yun spat a mouthful of blood-stained spit. At that moment, he no longer put his hopes in Old Snake. Even if he could come, it was unknown how long in the future that would be. Furthermore, him even making it there was still a question. He had to rely on himself. Ha ha ha. The red-dressed boy guffawed. Your personality actually suits me very well. Were it not for the importance you have to the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, and our relationship deteriorating to this stage, I actually would have liked to take you in as a disciple. You are a lot stronger than that stupid disciple of mine. As the red-dressed boy spoke, he beckoned his hand and the divine treasures flew towards him and landed in his palm. Do you see this? Dragon bone milk. I used an immeasurable amount of time to search the sinkhole before finding another world deep in the sinkhole. I found a dragon corpse that had been decaying for hundreds of millions of years, and obtained this bit of bone milk. In my eyes, it's the perfect divine item. Among all the divine items, I like the dragon bone milk the most. This time, I will put the dragon bone milk into the cauldron first. You will have the honor of entering the cauldron with it. The red-dressed boy paused, suddenly thinking of something, and said, Might you be thinking of eating all these divine treasures to get rid of them, risking the chance of you blasting apart to your death, so that the refinement of my Dragon Emperor relic will fail? All the catalyst herbs, including Feng Yun Yang, needed to be thrown into the cauldron alive. Living beings could naturally cause wanton destruction while inside the cauldron. The red-dressed boy shook his head and said, Do you think these divine treasures can be so easily digested? Even if you were to swallow them, they will still be refined into the Dragon Emperor relic. But even so, I will not give you that chance. As the red-dressed boy spoke, his palm came pressing down on Yi Yun's head. Chapter 1273, Slumber. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Boom! The red-dressed boy's palm came bearing down, striking Yi Yun like a bolt of lightning. His soul sea was raptured by excruciating pain as his body quivered. The red-dressed boy's strike was directed at his soul sea. You are only a catalyst herb. Although I do need you to be alive, there's no need for you to remain conscious. I will seal off and sever your perception. You will be thrown into an eternal slumber and be refined within the astral fire. Although I would like to see you struggle in the inferno, I do not want to risk you messing things up, for you are too impish. The red-dressed boy had already sealed the Yun's Yuan Qi, but that was not safe enough. Only sealing off his consciousness, thereby making Yi Yun a vegetable, would he be safest. At the same time, the red-dressed boy took Yi Yun's interspatial ring. Even the Mirage Snow Sword was taken away. Your weapons, treasures, and pills are too dangerous. I'll keep them safe for you. I'm very interested in what you hide within your interspatial ring. I will check it thoroughly after refining the Dragon Emperor relic. Perhaps I'll be pleasantly delighted. The red-dressed boy held Yi Yun's interspatial ring and slowly played with it. He casually wiped away Yi Yun's mental mark on it and put his own mental mark on the ring to seal it. At the moment, he was focused on the alchemical refinement and did not have the time or effort to spare to investigate it. He had the interspatial ring in hand, Yi Yun lost consciousness, and his Yuan Qi had been sealed off. How was he to cause any more trouble? And this sword? The red-dressed boy held Mirage Snow in his hand. It had an extraordinary background, but it had already changed so much and no longer looked as impressive as it did in its heyday. As such, the Myriad God Patriarch failed to recognize it for the divine artifact that it was. This frost chi is oppressive. Just one look at it makes me feel like I'm getting cut. What a good sword! As the red-dressed boy spoke, he put away Mirage Snow. At that moment, Yi Yun's soul sea was constantly being inundated by the red-dressed boy's energy. He suffered from excruciating pain, but he still could sense what the red-dressed boy was doing. His interspatial ring. And Mirage Snow as well. An interspatial ring was a warrior's second life. Now, it had been taken away. As for Mirage Snow, it had been entrusted to him by Huan Qinxue. It was an important weapon that was tightly bound to Huan Qinxue's fate and had extraordinary meaning behind it. Yet, it had landed in the red-dressed boy's hands. Without weapons or treasures, the chance of him escaping from the concealed dragon cauldron was even lower. As for Old Snake, the pocket world was separated from the Myriad Godridge by multiple layers of space and a great distance that spanned billions of miles. Ignoring the fact that the pocket world was completely sealed shut, preventing any entry or exit, simply trying to use one's physical body to break through the layers of space to cross into an unsealed world would take several days without question. One had to know that traversing tens of millions of miles on the flat continents of the calm sea would still take time. Although Old Snake was powerful, he was still injured. Under such circumstances, searching through space in all its vastness for the sealed spatial node was like searching for a needle in a haystack. And if he failed to find the correct position, that could possibly delay him for a month. By then, Yi Yun would have been dead several hundred times over. Yi Yun was truly reeling in despair. In that moment, he could not think of any solutions. What made things worse was that Yi Yun was feeling exhaustion creep into his soul sea. With his consciousness being sealed, he was on the verge of falling into a deep slumber. Yi Yun tried to bite the tip of his tongue, hoping to use the pain to keep himself conscious. But he did not even have the strength to bite his tongue. The red-dressed boy's soul was too powerful, far exceeding what Yi Yun could compare with. Just like how his strength was completely crushed, the power of his soul was equally being crushed. Yi Yun's consciousness was already separated from his body and completely sealed up. At the final moment, Yi Yun attempted to interface his spiritual energy with the purple crystal, but he was beyond his soul sea. The red-dressed boy's seal had formed a metallic wall that insulated everything. Was he really going to die here? Yi Yun knew very well that the moment he fell into a slumber, death would be on the other side. However, he could not think of any other solution. Over the 100+ years he had lived, this was the greatest danger he had ever faced. As his consciousness turned hazy and slow, Yi Yun felt as though the world was departing away from him. Nothing was left around him. He felt his soul seem to float in an endless spatial maze, with him never to escape from it. It's ready. The myriad god patriarch revealed a satisfied smile when he saw Iyun fall into a slumber. Using living people as herbs had its tiny risks. Among these people, the myriad god patriarch worried the most about Iyun. The worry stemmed completely from his sixth sense, an intuition for danger that he could not explain. Now, Iyun's perception had been completely sealed off. He didn't even possess any consciousness, and was basically in a vegetative state. What danger could he pose? You are Iyun's female partner? I'll show you mercy and let the two of you be refined together. The red-dressed boy looked at Snake Girl. Although she was weak and therefore unlikely to pose a threat, he did not show any carelessness. Similarly, he sealed Snake Girl's body with his Yuan Qi. Snake Girl only grunted before her body was completely restrained. She realized that she could not even move her fingers, much less speak of saving Iyun. Master, what should I do? In recent days, Snake Girl had roughly understood the matters regarding Old Snake. She knew that Old Snake was not as simple as he looked. But against the myriad god patriarch, she did not hold much hope in Old Snake. And all of you. The red-dressed boy looked at the other catalyst herbs. He flicked his fingers and sealed all of their Yuan Qi, including Feng Yunyang. My dear disciple, you must endure it. They can be unconscious and die before you, but you have to last for 3 days and 3 nights. The more in pain your soul is, the more your bloodline's potential will be stimulated. The red-dressed boy guffawed. And at that moment, Feng Yunyang was completely dumbfounded from shock. The red-dressed boy naturally ignored his fear. He beckoned his hand and threw Feng Yunyang directly into the concealed dragon cauldron. The black concealed dragon cauldron seemed like the entrance to hell that devoured everything. Feng Yunyang was scared out of his wits, but this tragedy was determined the moment he became the myriad god patriarch's disciple. Bam! Feng Yunyang was the first to be thrown into the concealed dragon cauldron. It's time to begin. I have waited for this moment for too long. I will make further breakthroughs and become the ruler of the world. As the red-dressed boy spoke, the dragon milkbone, the 9 revolutions azure fruit, the dragon blood fruit, the heaven-devouring Wyrm horn, and the rest of the treasures flew into the concealed dragon cauldron. Following that was the unconscious Iyun, Snake Girl, and the other 6 catalyst herbs. All of them flew into the concealed dragon cauldron. The refinement of the Dragon Emperor relic was different from that of typical pills or relics. The refinement of typical pills required the alchemist to place the items one by one, extracting the medicinal essences within bit by bit. That was because a portion of the herbs would be burnt to ash when the fire was stronger. Therefore, alchemists had no choice but to be careful. However, the divine treasures that the Dragon Emperor relic needed were related to the Dragon Emperor. They could withstand the burning of astral flames. Besides, the question of whether these divine treasures could be destroyed by the flames was unimportant. What mattered was if the flames were strong enough to extract the dragon blood that they contained. Therefore, there was no order required. They could be extracted together and burned in the flames for 81 days, before producing the Dragon Emperor relic. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Ding dang. The cauldron's lid slammed down, completely sealing the concealed dragon cauldron. It spun with a rumble as the astral fire flared. Patriarch, mighty you are. Success of the divine relic is certain, invincible you will be. Song Wu knelt down and proclaimed loudly. With that, many of the myriad Godrich disciples and elder echoed loudly. Patriarch, mighty you are. Success of the divine relic is certain, invincible you will be. The red-dressed boy laughed loudly. Good. Very good. Once the refinement is a success, all of you will be handsomely rewarded. Song Wu, help preside over the grand array. The Dragon Emperor relic needs 81 days of refinement. Just this world's astral fire is insufficient. It needs the support of all your powers. As the red-dressed boy spoke, array patterns began lighting up beneath his feet. The array formation he had spent years setting up in the pocket world finally revealed itself. Each one of you should stand on a particular array pattern. Inject your energy into the grand array and, together with me, refine the Dragon Emperor relic. Yes. Patriarch. All the myriad God Ridge disciples had mixed feelings, but they had no choice but to obey the myriad God Patriarch's orders. Forget the possibility of them being able to put up a resistance. Even if they succeeded in a rebellion, they had no means of leaving the sealed pocket world. Everyone took their positions and acted according to the myriad God Patriarch's instructions. They each injected their energies into the grand array. Instantly, the numerous myriad God Ridge disciples' energies fused with the might of the 9 dragons surround pearl force that surged out of the gigantic rifts. The astral fire began to spew crazily. The actual ascending dragon cauldron that stood in the eye of the array showed no reaction. However, the concealed dragon cauldron that floated above it began to glow red from the flames. One could imagine how high the temperatures were within the concealed dragon cauldron. The legendary infernos of hell could not even compare with it. The extreme temperatures enveloped the 9 people within the concealed dragon cauldron. The interior of the concealed dragon cauldron formed an independent space of its own. It did not look big on the outside, but inside it appeared as though they were in the middle of a mountain's belly. The 9 people were scattered rather far from each other, with Feng Yunyang in the middle. The remaining 8 people were cast off in 8 different directions. The terrifying astral fire permeated the gigantic space. It felt like they had fallen into the mouth of a volcano. It's so hot. To think this is my grave. And my fate is to become a relic that will be consumed by others. Master, you taught me some old snake divine skill, and bragged about how powerful it is. Yet, it's of no use at this moment. Snake Girl was so upset that she felt like crying, but the tears evaporated before they could even leave her eyes. Oh? Someone has already died? Snake Girl discovered that the vital signs of one of the other catalyst herbs that had entered with them were growing increasingly weaker, to the point of completely extinguishing. His cultivation level was even higher than Snake Girl's, but he had died before her. Why was this happening? Snake Girl was puzzled. She carefully sensed the area around her and realized that, although she was experiencing extreme heat, her bloodline was being stimulated by the scorching of the astral fire. Her blood seemed to be boiling within her body. The boiling blood even effused from her pores, forming a red layer of mist that covered her body. It was as if the astral fire hit a wall when it encountered the blood mist. It could not penetrate it, and because of that, she managed to barely stay alive. Although it was excruciatingly painful, her skin had not been burnt to a crisp. Even her clothes were not ignited. That was odd because, despite being fire-resistant, it was absolutely impossible for the myriad God Ridge disciple attire to withstand astral fire. Was this the so-called Dragon Emperor bloodline? Snake Girl suddenly understood that the myriad God Patriarch was using such a method because it would steam the Dragon Emperor's blood right out of them. When the Dragon Emperor blood was drained from her body, that would be her death. Upon realizing this, Snake Girl felt despair. No wonder someone with a higher cultivation level than her had died before her. As his Yuan Qi was sealed, he could not form a Yuan Qi barrier to withstand the flames. The amount of time one could survive amid the flames had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. Instead, it depended on one's bloodline. The purer and richer the Dragon Emperor's bloodline was, the longer they could last. Feng Yunyang, who had the highest purity, was expected to last 3 days and 3 nights according to the myriad God Patriarch. 30 minutes, and a second person has died. Snake Girl witnessed another person die. If this went on, all of them would quickly perish. Yi Yun! Wake up! Quick, wake up! Snake Girl called out to Yi Yun in her heart, but she was unable to verbalize it as there was no way for her to produce any sound. At that moment, Snake Girl could barely identify Yi-Yun through the warped air and flickering astral flames. Yi-Yun was more than 100 feet away from her and his body was floating amid the flames. His skin was flushed red, but he too was not being burnt. But something was different with Yi-Yun. Snake Girl had a red layer of blood mist lingering around her that fended off the flames, but Yi-Yun had no blood mist around him. Instead, the energy from the flames was unobstructed and seemed to flow into his body, but whatever happened next left Snake Girl confused. This is... Snake Girl was taken aback. She did not know what was going on. However, if Yi-Yun were awake, the scene he would have witnessed would definitely have made him turn extremely anxious. If he could have looked with his energy vision, he would see that his body was covered in indistinct purple light. The thing protecting his life was the purple crystal. His consciousness had sunken into a deep slumber. The purple crystal's instinct was to protect his body, and so it absorbed any energy that entered his body to destroy his meridians. However, as Yi-Yun was not consciously controlling it, everything the purple crystal did was out of instinct. It would not produce a gigantic energy vortex, but it also wouldn't stop its absorbing process. That wouldn't matter if Yi-Yun wasn't refined for several hours, but if he lasted more than 3 days or even weeks, the Myriad God Patriarch would definitely discover the oddity. And when he noticed that something about Yi-Yun was amiss, he would dice him up bit by bit and the secret of the purple crystal would be discovered. The purple crystal was a divine item, but it did not have a soul or sentient thought. It could not save Yi-Yun because all it ever did was act out of instinct. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and soon it was 2 hours later. Out of the 9, only 4 people were left alive. At that moment, Snake Girl was suffering from extreme pain. Yi-Yun, on the other hand, remained unaffected. Yi-Yun's consciousness had entered a dream that had no end. A series of horrific things happened in Yi-Yun's dream. First, he was in the cloud wilderness. He suffered from hunger and the torment of diseases. Thanks to some fortuitous opportunity, he managed to learn some martial arts but ended up being brutally murdered by Lian Qingyu. Even his sister succumbed to his vileness. Following that, it was the Tai A Divine City, where he was tortured by Shintanantian. Not only was he maimed of his dantian, but his limbs were severed and he died from the severity of his injuries. Then, it was the Luo clan. He was caught by Yufeihua from the Fei Phantasm sect who hated him to the bone. His soul was ripped out and sealed in a ghost summoning banner. His body was turned into a vessel for possession and sold. Finally, the secret of the purple crystal was exposed. He was pursued by people to the ends of the world as he attempted to hide. Through great difficulty, he managed to reunite with Lin Shintong in the sinkhole, but, in order to fend off his pursuers, she eventually died protecting him. Yi-Yun remained clear-minded to the last moment from every single nightmare. But soon, he would enter the next nightmare as it continued ad infinitum. Yi-Yun did not know how long he was immersed in such terrifying experiences. He seemed to experience endless pain and sadness to the point of him losing the will to live. Eventually, he came to feel that possessing consciousness itself was a form of torture. He would be ultimately saved once his consciousness fell completely silent. Yet once his consciousness fell completely silent, it would be the eternal slumber that the red-dressed boy had mentioned. And once he entered an eternal slumber, there would be no way of waking up again. Yi-Yun managed to last this long because of his powerful soul, but even so, against the Myriad God Patriarch's powers, he had quickly reached his limits. Just as Yi-Yun's soul seat was about to collapse from the pain, he suddenly heard a soft call in his ear. "Brother Yi-Yun! Quick, wake up! Who is calling out to me?" Yi-Yun had fallen into a long silence while experiencing the many painful life cycles. It nearly made him forget a lot of things. "I'm Sierra. Don't you remember? Your soul sea is sealed and the seal is extremely powerful. It took 2 hours for me to break into your soul sea. Brother Yi-Yun, open your eyes and look at me. I'm Sierra. Sierra. It's you. Why are you here? Yi-Yun felt an excruciating headache. He tried his best to recall. Soul Sea? Seal. What happened to me? Brother Yi-Yun, an old child, placed a seal on you. You are now sealed within a cauldron with burning flames. Have you forgotten? Ling Xier's anxious voice sounded, taking Yi-Yun aback. Old child? This oxymoronic term immediately made Yi-Yun recall the terrifying red-dressed boy. Cold sweat broke out from fright. Soul Seal. Refinement. Myriad God Patriarch. Yi-Yun's heart stopped beating. The red-dressed boy had lived for innumerable years, making his soul extremely powerful. After he sealed Yi-Yun's soul sea, he left behind a soul runic seal, sending Yi-Yun into an endless dream world that he could not extricate himself from. Dream world. Yes, it's a dream. Yi-Yun recalled that Feng Yun-Yang had once used an illusion array on him. The illusion array was no doubt something he learned from the Myriad God Patriarch. The Myriad God Patriarch was invincible when it came to illusionary arts. The soul mark he left in his soul sea was immensely powerful. Although Yi-Yun's soul was powerful, it could not withstand it. Brother Yi-Yun, you finally remember, Ling Xier said happily. Yi-Yun tried hard to open his eyes. His soul's vision gradually turned clear. He discovered that he was standing in the middle of an endless maze. The soul maze only had monotone lines. Ling Xier, dressed in red, was the only color in it. Her bare feet were adorned with jade bangles and her rosy face was filled with a joyous smile. She had forced her way into the soul maze and behind her was a passage that emitted a faint light. The passage led to the horizon where there was a warm light at the exit. Xier, you woke me up? You penetrated the multitude of restrictions the Myriad God Patriarch left behind? Yi-Yun was still reeling in shock. He had nearly perished. If not for Xier, there was no doubt that he would have been long dead. Yes, but it took me a great deal of effort just to enter your soul sea. Brother Yi-Yun, quickly think of a way out of this, Xier said anxiously. Upon seeing Xier's anxious face, Yi-Yun suddenly felt moved. He gently hugged her. Meeting Ling Xier in the Sun Burial Sand Sea was truly his good fortune. He recalled that when it came to the strength of the soul, Xier was at the level of a monster. Previously, Yi-Yun wanted to take the Great Traversal Spirit Ship for his own, but he was helpless against the soul mark that Song Guangyan left behind. Ling Xier, however, wiped the soul mark away in less than a minute. The Myriad God Patriarch had lived for tens of millions of years, but Ling Xier had existed in the worldly array for 500 million years. What did 500 million years result in? With Ling Xier being a soul body, her soul was extremely robust. And this was without her ever having practiced cultivation. With it, she would truly be like a tiger with wings. The Myriad God Patriarch had sealed his soul to ensure that he could do nothing. However, he never imagined that there was Ling Xier with him, whose soul was powerful enough to break through his seals. When he looked at the path that Ling Xier had split open through the soul maze, it reflected her immense power. Myriad God Patriarch, you took my Mirage Snow and interspatial ring away, but I still have the God Advent Tower. Due to the Song family, Yi-Yun took the God Advent Tower out of his interspatial ring. Back then, Song Jianchen had wanted to check his interspatial ring. Since Yi-Yun had put the stolen Great Traversal Spirit Ship in there, his interspatial ring had evidence that could incriminate him. Although Yi-Yun did not give his interspatial ring to the Song family, he had hidden the Great Traversal Spirit Ship in the God Advent Tower to prevent himself from being incriminated. Then, he hid the God Advent Tower inside his body. As for Ling Xier, she was sleeping within the God Advent Tower. Thus, she was able to realize that Yi-Yun was enduring a harrowing experience. She wasted no time going deep into Yi-Yun's soul sea to awaken him. Xier, where's Snake Girl? Yi-Yun suddenly recalled Snake Girl when Ling Xier mentioned that 2 hours had passed. The lass might appear a little dim-witted, but she was still Old Snake's disciple.
If she were burnt to ashes, it would truly be a heart-wrenching moment.
That sister who followed you?
She's fine, but she won't be able to last too much longer, Ling Xier said.
Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief.
However, the worry that weighed down his heart was not alleviated.
Time was critical. He needed to think of a solution.
Outside the cauldron, there were the Myriad God Ridges experts, as well as the most powerful Myriad God Patriarch. Ignoring the Myriad God Patriarch, even the Myriad God Sect Master was not someone Yi Yun could match. In his present state, even if he underwent a random exponential increase in strength, making a breakthrough to become a supremacy in one fell swoop, he would still not be able to handle the situation outside. Furthermore, he was only at the 5th-story Dao Palace realm.
There were 4 stories and the half-step supremacy that separated him from becoming a supremacy.
It was impossible to make such a huge breakthrough.
If he just barged his way out, death was certain.
But if he stayed in the cauldron, death was also guaranteed. Although he would not be burnt to his death because of the astral fire, even Feng Yunyang, who had the purest bloodline, would only last 3 days and 3 nights according to the Myriad God Patriarch.
If Yi Yun lived past that, the Myriad God Patriarch would definitely notice the oddity.
Dealing with the Myriad God Patriarch, a figure whose eyes could even see the back of his head, was just too difficult.
But Yi Yun had too little time left to fear him. Now in his dire predicament, Yi Yun had no other choice. He had to take a risk. Chapter 1275, Releasing the Seal. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Xier, protect Snake Girl.
But keep it on the low down.
Just reduce the damage she suffers from the heat toxins.
All right. Xier nodded immediately. Brother Yi Yun, what about you? Are you going to blast through the Yuan Qi seal?
Although Yi Yun had awoken, he still could not move at all. His meridians and dantian were completely sealed by the red-dressed boy's Yuan Qi seal.
It would not be an easy task to remove the seal.
Even if he had the means to do so, he still needed Yuan Qi and energy. However, with his Yuan Qi sealed, and him being cut off from the energy within his dantian, it resulted in a vicious cycle.
Yi Yun had limited time.
If he could not move his body, he could not do a thing.
Xier, do you see a red fruit floating outside in the large cauldron? That is a dragon blood fruit. I can't move now. Bring it to me and feed me.
He first needed to gain control of his body, then he could use the powers of the purple crystal.
The purple crystal and Ling Xier were existences that the Myriad God Patriarch would never have anticipated. All right, Brother Yi Yun. Wait a moment. Ling Xier took a look and saw the dragon blood fruit.
It looked like a tiny red sun as it blazed in flames. However, no matter how intense the flames were, they were unable to burn through the fruit's skin.
That's it.
Ling Xier was also enamored by such a beautiful fruit. She split off a wisp of the heretical godfire seed to pull the fruit over. Following that, Ling Xier glanced at Snake Girl, who was struggling in pain. With a flick of her fingers, Ling Xier sent a black wisp of fire out that flew into Snake Girl's dantian.
Snake Girl cried out in alarm.
She felt that something had flown into her body, but she had no idea what.
What just happened?
Snake Girl opened her eyes in pain as she looked around in a daze. What she saw left her stunned.
There was a young girl floating above Yi Yun's body.
She had beautiful facial features and did not look a year past the age of 12.
She was extremely adorable.
She was barefooted and her feet shone like lustrous pearls. However, these delicate feet were nimbly walking through the horrifying inferno without being burnt at all.
Was she seeing things? Snake Girl was completely dumbfounded. What was going on?
Where did this young girl come from?
Why did she appear like a fire pixie who completely ignored the burning astral fire? Little big sis, don't be alarmed. My name is Ling Xier. I have been following Brother Yi Yun all this while. You and I just haven't met yet. I planted a tiny wisp of fire in your body. Don't panic. This fire wisp will make you feel a lot more comfortable, Ling Xier said gleefully. At the same time, the heretical god fire seed wisp in Snake Girl's body expanded. A comforting, warm energy coursed through Snake Girl's meridians to her entire body. But the most fascinating thing was that the astral fire that once boiled Snake Girl's blood was now being consumed upon encountering the unspectacular fire wisp. What? Snake Girl was taken aback. What kind of fire was this? It could make the burning heat that reached into her marrow vanish, so that she felt like she was sitting beside a stove to enjoy its warmth. It felt like heaven when compared to the inferno hell she was suffering just moments ago. This young girl was that powerful? She mentioned that she had been following Yi Yun and had addressed him as brother. Yi Yun, actually, had such a heaven-defying sister? Little big sis, do you feel a lot better now? Ling Xier smiled happily. When she noticed Snake Girl's astonished look, together with her pangs of disbelief, she gave a bashful smile and said, I've been playing with fire since I was young, so I'm a little skilled in it. To Ling Xier, playing with fire was second nature. However, when the words playing with fire entered Snake Girl's ears, it rendered her completely speechless. This was far from playing with fire. Sorry, little big sis, but I have to cut this conversation short. I still have other things to do. Ling Xier held the dragon blood fruit with both hands. At that moment, Yi Yun appeared to be unconscious with his eyes tightly shut. Even though he was already awake, he was unable to control his body, so his eyes could not open. Ling Xier opened Yi Yun's mouth. The red fruit was the size of a man's fist. Holding it in both hands, Ling Xier realized that the fruit could not be stuffed down Yi Yun's throat at all. Ling Xier was somewhat stumped. After some thought, she used her teeth to bite through the dragon blood fruit before sending it into Yi Yun's mouth. The dragon blood fruit was quite fascinating. Refining its essence by burning it with astral fire was an extremely slow process, but it could be torn through easily with teeth. Furthermore, the dragon blood fruit's flesh was filled with aromatic juices that melted upon reaching the mouth. Ling Xier could not help but eat a tiny bit of it. It was the world's most delicious fruit and it left a fabulous aroma in her mouth. Of course, this was because she was Ling Xier. She herself was a divine item with a corporeal body condensed from the heretical god fire seed. The heretical god fire seed was many times more powerful than the astral fire, so it was naturally no trouble for her to refine the dragon blood fruit. If a normal person were to consume the dragon blood fruit, it would be no different from a poison that would make them explode to death. The red juices of the dragon blood fruit flowed into Yi Yun's mouth, through his throat, and into his stomach. Noticing that the juice didn't flow that freely, Ling Xier decisively placed it by her mouth and took another nibble, feeding it to Yi Yun again. Pouting her lips, Ling Xier licked her tongue. The fruit's juices were truly sweet. She could not help herself from taking tiny bites before feeding large amounts of juice to Yi Yun. The juice constantly entered Yi Yun's body and soon, the fist-sized dragon blood fruit was finished. After feeding the last bit of fruit to Yi Yun, Ling Xier even sucked at her fingers wistfully. Unfortunately, Yi Yun's body was not able to digest the dragon blood fruit. Fortunately, he had the purple crystal origins within him. Previously, the purple crystal origins could only instinctively protect Yi Yun's body passively. Now that Yi Yun had a wisp of his soul controlling it, the purple crystal origins began to work its magic. The vibrant essence of the dragon blood fruit was slowly being absorbed by Yi Yun. However, the dragon blood fruit was just too extraordinary. Even with the myriad god patriarch's astral fire, complemented by all the mighty figures of the myriad godridge presiding over a grand array, it would still take 81 days for the refinement to succeed. Since Yi Yun was short on time, he had to complete the refinement much faster than that. Just the purple crystal alone was not fast enough. Ling Xier noticed this and, with a thought, sent a wisp of the heretical god fire seed into Yi Yun's body, helping him refine the dragon blood fruit. The quality of the heretical god fire seed far exceeded the astral fire. It worked with the purple crystal, allowing the dragon blood fruit in Yun's body to be rapidly digested. And when this energy was infused into Yun's dantian, the towering azure tree that had been sleeping within Yun's dantian gradually awakened. The divine tree stood erect, and deep beneath it was its infinite root network that enveloped the dragon blood fruit's juices and began absorbing them. With the three entities working together, the dragon blood fruit slowly melted. The massive vibrant essence force within it fused completely into Yun's meridians. Pang pang pang. Many of the seals in Yun's meridians was blasted apart by the massive force. However, the seal left behind by the myriad god patriarch was just too powerful. The vibrant essence forces of the dragon blood fruit was eventually halted due to a lack of nomological support. However, a few meridians were cleared of the seals, and that was sufficient for Yun. He finally could grasp at a tiny bit of his power. It was not easy to break through the seals, so Yun had to use all his Yuan Qi, together with the dragon blood fruit's aid, to immediately begin producing destruction runes. Wah! 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 Tiny 10,000 demon wheels of existence began spinning one after another as they set off towards the depths of Yun's meridians. Major destruction laws could destroy everything. Yun was using the destruction laws to physically vanquish the seals in his meridians. Hurry! Faster! Yun roared frantically in his heart. It was completely unbelievable that a warrior at the fifth-story Dao Palace realm could blast through the myriad god patriarch's energy seals. However, with the dragon blood fruit and the major destruction laws, Yun succeeded in doing so. Once the last seal was broken through, Yun's joints began to emit an explosive crackling. Finally, he had recovered to his peak state. He was actually in better shape than ever because his body's bloodline had fused with all the essence of the dragon blood fruit. However, he would still need time to completely absorb the essence and convert it into strength for himself. Not only did Yun lack that time, even if he had the time to convert it, he was absolutely no match for the old monsters outside. Regardless, he had finally recovered his strength. Yun looked around, his gaze like lightning. At that moment, the only one still alive other than him and Snake Girl was Feng Yunyang. Feng Yunyang was situated in the middle of the cauldron, experiencing the brunt of the astral flames. He looked to be in excruciating pain and completely disheartened. He was an extremely arrogant person, so for him die from being refined into a pill, one could imagine the pain and insult he felt. Unfortunately, the myriad god patriarch was not someone he could stand against. All he could do was die in disgruntlement. However, just as he had given up all hopes of living, he saw a scene that left him reeling in disbelief. He saw Yun flying towards him with an adorable young girl accompanying him. Feng Yunyang widened his eyes and attempted to speak. Unfortunately, all his meridians were sealed shut. He was unable to formulate a single word. What? Why can Yun move? How did he escape the restraints? Feng Yunyang was dumbfounded. Brother Feng, are you having a barbecue? Please, take your time. I'll be leaving soon, so I'll need to tidy up some things. I won't disturb you any longer. As Yun spoke, a tiny spinning pagoda appeared in his palm. Yun's interspatial ring had been taken away, so the only interspatial treasure he had was the God Advent Tower. There were many herbs within the cauldron, but he had taken 15 minutes just to absorb one dragon blood fruit. Furthermore, herbal essence took time to be converted to strength. It was impossible for him to absorb all the herbs. Of course, it was also impossible for him to abandon all these rare treasures. Without standing on courtesy, he beckoned with his hand. Everything, be it the 9 revolutions azure fruit, the dragon bone milk, the crimson blood heavenly silkworm silk, 9-winged golden dragon claw, all of it was stolen away into his God Advent Tower. Feng Yunyang's eyes turned red with envy as he watched Yun put away the treasures. He knew very well the price of these treasures. And most importantly, the patriarch was just outside. What was the point in taking all the treasures? Did Yi Yun find a way to escape? Uh. Feng Yunyang managed to produce hoarse sounds from his throat after giving his all. He wanted to ask if Yi Yun had any means of escaping, but he failed to form the question. In fact, he wanted to say that they were in the same boat. If they joined forces, the chances of survival would be higher. He could see that Yi Yun knew of a way to release the Yuan-Chi seals and hoped that Yi Yun could help him recover his mobility. As long as succeeded in escaping, he would repay Yi Yun properly. Despite having all that formulated in his mind, he was unable to verbalize it. Seeing how Yi Yun was about to leave after packing away all the things, Feng Yunyang felt extremely anxious. As the only living person in the cauldron, he knew that if Yi Yun left, he would no longer have any other hope for survival. He needed to beg Yi Yun. As he was so desperate to speak, Feng Yunyang's eyeballs widened so much that they protruded out. He garbled with his tongue out, his saliva flowing down. Oh! Yi Yun seemed to notice that Feng Yunyang was trying to speak. Do you have something you want to say to me? HNG. 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 Feng Yunyang widened his eyes greatly. As he grappled with anxiety, his rush to speak made his voice sound funny. HNG? Hung. Re? Are you hungry? Oh, I get it. The barbecue must be taking too long for you. You won't be able to have your meal anytime soon. Should I strengthen the fire for you? As Yi Yun spoke, he beckoned to Ling Xier. Xier, did you hear that? Strengthen the fire for him. Ling Xier wasn't a fool either. With a wave of her hand, like she was beckoning chicks, she gathered all the astral fire in the vicinity. Ling Xier could tell that the fellow had not been nice to her brother Yi Yun. She naturally didn't care for what he had done. In short, brother Yi Yun was a good person, and anyone with a grudge against him was a baddie. Therefore, the astral fire crackled as it surged towards Feng Yunyang. Feng Yunyang almost felt like laughing, so outrageous was this turn of events. He desperately tried to open his mouth, but failed to even emit a tragic cry. The blood mist around him was quickly evaporated clean and he was forced to suffer in hellish silence. Feng Yunyang wailed frantically as he suffered immense pain. He finally understood that Yi Yun was screwing with him. Have fun with your barbecue. I'm sorry, I won't be joining you. Yi Yun did not have the time to tease Feng Yunyang any longer. He was preparing himself to charge out of the perilous land. At that moment, he had put away all the herbs and began readying his Yuan-Chi. At that moment, Yi Yun's heart sank, for he felt an ice-cold perception penetrate the concealed dragon cauldron. This perception left him tingling. Myriad God Patriarch. At that moment, outside the concealed dragon cauldron, the numerous Myriad Godridge elders and personal disciples were injecting all their powers into the Grand Array to maintain the astral fires burning. Located in the middle of the Grand Array, the Myriad God Patriarch would occasionally probe the interior of the concealed dragon cauldron despite having ensured success. In fact, it was draining on the Myriad God Patriarch as he had to preside over the Grand Array. He was already at his limit, sending his perception into the raging astral fire to do a cursory probe. All he could probe was the life and death of the catalyst herbs, as well as the herb refinement's degree of success. But just a while ago, he felt a baffling sense of unease. He immediately sent his perception into the concealed dragon cauldron. Chapter 1276, Storming Out the Cauldron. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Upon seeing the situation within the concealed dragon cauldron, Myriad God Patriarch's heart pounded. Where were the divine treasures? The cauldron was empty. Only Feng Yunyang was still there, being consumed by the flames in the middle of the cauldron, soon to be burnt to a crisp. As for the priceless divine treasures that he went to great trouble to amass, they had all vanished. Was it Yi Yun? Myriad God Patriarch immediately thought of Yi Yun. However, he couldn't figure out how Iyun could have possibly managed to escape despite having his Yuan Qi and even soul sealed off. Little bastard, I'll kill you. Myriad God Patriarch was incensed. Although Iyun had escaped, there was nowhere for him to go. The Patriarch was a deity in this pocket world. No one could escape from him. Although the treasures had been taken away, they were extraordinary. They couldn't be refined so easily. Even if Iyun had eaten them, it was fine. There was no way he could have digested them all. He would just have to refine Iyun's body instead. And at that moment, the astral fire within the concealed dragon cauldron erupted. Just like a volcano, it shot out a column of black flame that surged like a black python. The heretical god fire seed was the source of all fires. Its stirring instigated a strong reaction from the astral fire. At that moment, the cauldron almost blew up. For alchemists, blowing up a cauldron was not a terribly rare occurrence. It occasionally happened. One had to know that the energy within a cauldron would be extremely tempestuous. Any tiny deviation would cause the energy to undergo a chain reaction. Furthermore, Ling Xier was taking action, and she was doing her best to imbue chaos into the flames within the concealed dragon cauldron. The entire cauldron's astral fire was provided by the gathering of the 9 fire dragon rifts. So just like how a large amount of snow accumulated on a mountaintop can become an avalanche with a gentle kick, so too could the astral fire easily become dangerous. Causing an avalanche was easy, but preventing one was hard. The extremely powerful Myriad God Patriarch was only an array formation grandmaster. When it came to alchemy, he wasn't quite as genius. Outside the concealed dragon cauldron, many Myriad God Rage Elders were mentally connected to the concealed dragon cauldron. The rousing of the cauldron immediately caused backlash on their souls. They felt great pain, and some of the personal disciples with weaker cultivation levels spewed large mouthfuls of blood. They had suffered internal injuries due to the sudden changes the concealed dragon cauldron was undergoing. And at that moment, because he was presiding over the core of the Grand Array, and because of the momentary shock he received from the disappearance of the divine treasures, the Myriad God Patriarch suffered backlash on his soul. Little bastard, you are courting death. Myriad God Patriarch bellowed as he flew up. Instantly, he produced hundreds of hand seals that rapidly flew into the concealed dragon cauldron, stabilizing the erupting energies. Myriad God Patriarch's cultivation level was profound, after all. Despite facing such a chaotic scenario, he was still able to forcibly withstand the energetic backlash and stem the raging tide. However, at that instant, the concealed dragon cauldron produced a loud boom. A tiny pagoda was rapidly expanding. It went from the size of a palm to a towering divine column in a blink of an eye. Boom! The rapidly expanding God Advent Tower struck the concealed dragon cauldron's lid with immense force. The concealed dragon cauldron's interior turned into a violent blob of energy that was on the verge of exploding. Upon receiving the slam from the God Advent Tower, its entire body trembled suddenly as the lid tipped open slightly. Who? The fiery astral flames seeped out from the crack, like columns of fire that reached towards the sky for tens of thousands of feet. Now was the time. With reddened eyes, Iyun, accompanied by Ling Xier and Snake Girl, hid inside the God Advent Tower. The God Advent Tower was an abode-type treasure that had the ability to tunnel through the void. When it struck the concealed dragon cauldron with all its might, it left a tiny space behind. That was all the God Advent Tower needed. In that split second, the God Advent Tower transformed into a stream of light and rushed out through the crack amid the flames. And at the same time, Iyun flew out of the God Advent Tower. His entire body was enveloped in black heretic god flames, giving him the appearance of a celestial. Little bastard! You actually dared to come out! Myriad God Patriarch roared. At that moment, he could clearly see that Iyun had recovered to his peak condition. Furthermore, Iyun was spitting a large mouthful of blood essence while rushing at him. burning his blood essence. Myriad God Patriarch gave a sinister scoff. He did not know how Iyun had managed to break through the Soul and Yuan-Chi double seals, but he knew that even if Iyun burned his blood essence, and even if Iyun's strength increased tenfold, he was still not his match. Little bastard, I'll tear you to pieces, burn you for 81 days, and extract all the divine treasures you have eaten again. The Myriad God Patriarch roared loudly. At that moment, he was using all his strength to stabilize the concealed dragon cauldron that was about to explode. But even so, he could split off a tenth of his strength and still have enough to pulverize Iyun. But at that moment, Iyun suddenly changed directions and plummeted downwards. His body was like a black meteor that rapidly shuttled through space to the point where the 9 fiery dragons gathered. And beneath the concealed dragon cauldron was the ascending dragon cauldron. Iyun had forced out a mouthful of blood essence that contained all the quintessential aspects of his bloodline. The Myriad God Patriarch believed that Iyun was going to burn his blood essence to fight, but the blood essence did not really burn at all. It had been spat at the ascending dragon cauldron. Back at the Myriad God Ridge's recruitment test, Iyun had used an ordinary drop of blood to stir the ascending dragon cauldron's dragon soul. And now, it was a large mouthful of blood essence that contained the powers of the purple crystal. It thoroughly smeared the ascending dragon cauldron. Not only that, Iyun had even just eaten a dragon blood fruit. The strongest remnants of the dragon blood fruit's dragon blood were also contained within Iyun's mouthful of blood essence. Iyun placed all his hopes on the power of the purple crystal Dao ancestor, as well as the dragon blood fruit. He had entrusted everything to that mouthful of blood essence. What? Myriad God Patriarch was alarmed. He had planned on vanquishing Iyun in a single strike, but he never expected the sudden change of circumstances. This punk wants to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron? He must be dreaming. Myriad God Patriarch could tell at a glance what Iyun was planning. Ignoring Iyun, even a mouthful of Feng Yunyang's blood essence would not be able to truly awaken the ascending dragon cauldron. At best, it would pull out a few treasures from the ascending dragon cauldron. In order to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron, one needed Feng Yunyang's blood, supplemented by all those precious divine items, so that a Dragon Emperor relic could be refined. Only then would success be possible. Even if Iyun could summon the Dragon Emperor technique out, so what? Wouldn't it end up in his possession? Just as the Myriad God Patriarch was pondering over the matter. Roar! A might dragon's roar suddenly sounded as the ascending dragon cauldron began to vibrate vigorously. Buzz! The land quaked as cracks began to appear. The ascending dragon cauldron expanded incessantly as the runes engraved on it began lighting up. The black dragon seemed to come completely alive. Woo 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 woo! The pocket world's heaven-earth Yuan-Chi surged in from all directions to concentrate on it. Lightning flashed as storms began to stir. The black dragon was swirling in the air. As for Iyun, it seemed as though the black dragon was encircling him. Heretical God Fireseed. Black Dragon Lightning. The lightning and fire mingled with one another, with Iyun floating in its core like a celestial. At that moment, Iyun deeply sensed that, due to his mouthful of blood essence, he had established an intricate bloodline connection with the ascending dragon cauldron. Open. Ascending dragon cauldron. Iyun collected his thoughts and produced such a bellow. The ascending dragon cauldron jolted suddenly as it gradually flew up from the ground. The space within the cauldron that had been sealed opened a tiny outlet. Iyun's eyes flashed. Enter. Iyun, together with the God Advent Tower, followed the space trajectory that opened and flew into the ascending dragon cauldron. So, in just a split second, Iyun and the God Advent Tower were completely hidden within the ascending dragon cauldron. Iyun naturally wanted to kill the Myriad God Patriarch, but with his present strength, even if he had obtained the recognition of the ascending dragon cauldron and was able to use a portion of its strength, he did not believe that it was possible for him to kill the Patriarch. After all, no matter how powerful the ascending dragon cauldron was, it was only an artifact. An artifact's strength was greatly determined by its wielder. The black dragon continued swirling in the sky. When the patriarch saw this, his aged but adolescent face flushed red with lividity. Impossible. Myriad God Patriarch yelled in his heart. Yun had managed to enter the ascending dragon cauldron? He was acutely aware of what that meant. He had researched the ascending dragon cauldron for millions of years but had never seen its interior. As for Yun, he had gained entry just like that. That had to mean that Yun obtained the ascending dragon cauldron's recognition. How was it possible? How did he gain the approval of the ascending dragon cauldron? The myriad god patriarch was completely confounded. He could not accept this outcome. He had expended so much effort, spent millions of years on the ascending dragon cauldron. Yet, Yun had taken one giant step ahead of him. Not only did Yun attain the ascending dragon cauldron's recognition, he had also brought all the divine treasures he stole into the ascending dragon cauldron. Ah! Myriad God Patriarch let out an angry roar of despair. His tiny body seemed to possess the power of a god. Simultaneously, the core of the grand array that Myriad God Patriarch had set up lost his support. The astral fire that was being carefully concentrated from the 9 fiery rifts became unbridled and began to erupt completely. Boom! The terrifying astral fire enveloped the vicinity. The myriad God Ridge disciples were scattered in all directions by the terrifying energy blast. Ah, ah, ah! Screams sounded as their bodies flew into the sky while they spewed large mouthfuls of blood. Some even had their meridians shattered, with others' stanchions getting seriously cracked. The heavily injured were everywhere. Bam! A person came crashing down heavily from a high altitude. His face was already unrecognizable, with blood flowing from all his orifices. All his meridians and bones were broken and his legs were gone. His organs had been ground to a paste. This person was Feng Yunyang. The purest Dragon Emperor bloodline was impressive after all. The moment the cauldron exploded, Feng Yunyang's body spewed out layers of blood mist, blocking a large portion of the astral fire's blast. It gave Feng Yunyang a chance for a final breath, but of course, that breath did not last long. In his present state, even a god could not save him. It's Feng Yunyang. Some people managed to recognize Feng Yunyang from his ragged clothes. Despite once being the final disciple of the Patriarch and the successor to the myriad Godridge sect master, he ended up in such a terrible state. Chapter 1277, Escaping to Survival. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Patriarch. Song Jianchen spewed a large mouthful of blood. The youth behind him was the Song family Jr. that had been recently promoted to myriad God Ridge personal disciple. Previously he had been highly spirited, but now his meridians were severed and his dantian cracked. But worst of all, he was crippled of his cultivation level. The moment the youth opened his mouth, a mouthful of black blood spewed out. He had the weakest cultivation level among the people present, so naturally, his condition was the worst. His fellow companion was the junior from the Zhang family that had just been promoted as well. Similarly, he was one of the weakest among the personal disciples. His situation was definitely not much better. Was that Yun just now? They had seen very clearly that the concealed dragon cauldron had suddenly run amok, and was completely uncontrollable. Following that, Yun rushed out of the concealed dragon cauldron and transformed into a stream of light before spitting his blood essence on the ascending dragon cauldron and awakening it, thus, gaining entry into the ascending dragon cauldron. Then, there was a massive explosion. While the concealed dragon cauldron exploded to pieces, the ascending dragon cauldron beneath it remained unperturbed and motionless. What the hell happened? Why was Yun able to escape from certain death? Yun's relationship with nearly all the myriad Godridge personal disciples and elders was bad. When Yun was thrown into the cauldron, these people felt a sense of gleeful schadenfreude as they watched Yun being refined into a pill. These people were certain that Yun had been utterly subdued by the patriarch and was just meat waiting on the cutting board. What sort of figure was the myriad god patriarch? Just a nonchalant glance from him was enough to ensure that no one from the myriad god patriarch would dare resist. No matter how powerful an elder was, or how arrogant a personal disciple was, they would submit obediently when facing the myriad god patriarch, not even daring to breathe too loudly. For the patriarch to kill Yun was no different from killing a chicken, an action that barely required thought. Yet, under such circumstances, Yun had managed to escape. Furthermore, he had caused the concealed dragon cauldron to explode. If one talked about those that dealt with Yun previously, they were only juniors like Song Bowen or Fong Yunyang. It was understandable for them to suffer under his hand. But now, the myriad god patriarch had taken action personally, confiscating his interspatial ring and performing a double seal on both his soul and Yuan Qi, yet he had still managed to escape to safety? Was he still human? The Song family and the Zhang family elders were feeling trepid. Yun was like a curse on their family clans. With both their family clans offending a person that even the patriarch could not deal with, was there any way out for them? Yun, I'm going to skin you alive. Not only will I refine your blood and flesh for 81 days to refine the Dragon Emperor relic, I will also seal your soul and torture it for thousands of years. The myriad god patriarch's face was gruesome. Although he still looked like a child, his face was filled with protruding blood vessels. They were like thick earthworms that covered his adolescent face, making him look hideous. Do you think I can't do a thing to you just because you've entered the Ascending Dragon Cauldron? All right. I'll use the Ascending Dragon Cauldron as the cauldron to refine you. And at that moment, Yun was situated within the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior. The interior of the cauldron was also a gigantic space, hundreds of times bigger than the concealed dragon cauldron. It was no doubt a pocket world. Boom! The God Advent Tower crashed heavily onto the ground. Yun landed on the top of the God Advent Tower. His hair was disheveled as it flailed wildly. He touched the God Advent Tower and heaved a sigh of relief. His life had been on the line. He had overcome all odds and found the only path to survival against what seemed like certain doom. It was exhilarating. Sierra! Yun called out. A fair girl flew out of the God Advent Tower and looked at Yun with a face full of joy. It was all thanks to you. Yun could not help but hug Sierra tightly. Sierra had played a great role in his escape. Hey, you should come out too. Yun patted the God Advent Tower. A 16 or 17-year-old girl was sent out. She was none other than Snake Girl. After being consumed by the astral fire for so long, Snake Girl was also feeling extremely weak. She believed she was doomed, but, after a series of quick developments, she was now safe but unsure of what had just happened. She had been thrown into the tiny pagoda without any explanation from Yun. Following that, she felt her world turn topsy-turvy. The God Advent Tower trembled violently repeatedly, and after what seemed like a long while, but also like the time it took to blink, she was sent out of the pagoda. When she opened her eyes to look at her surroundings, she realized she was in an unknown place. Where? Where are we? What happened? If not for the aqueous eyes of the young girl that was still looking at her, and if not for her sensing that her nearly burnt meridians were gradually healing, she might have believed that the experiences she had were just hallucinations caused by the intense pain of being burned. This is the interior of the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, said Yun slowly. His tone was filled with wistfulness. It had been quite a while since he first came to the Myriad God Ridge. Everything he had done for a chance to probe the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. Now, he had finally succeeded. The Ascending Dragon Cauldron was different from Yun's Mirage Snow Sword.
Although Mirage Snow was also one of the divine artifacts of the 12 Tao ancestors, the extreme Netherglow soul within it had already completely disappeared. Although it was unknown why it still possessed a tiny bit of the extreme Yang Illumination's soul, it didn't matter as that bit of soul was completely sealed up. To Yi Yun, the Mirage Snow sword was only an extremely sharp and redoubtable sword. It was far inferior to the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, which had a portion of the Dragon Emperor's soul sealed within it. What? What did you say? This is the interior of the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. Snake Girl was dumbfounded by shock. Previously, when she was outside, she had heard Yi Yun mention that the Ascending Dragon Cauldron might be related to the fourth Tao ancestor, Dragon Emperor. It was a supreme divine artifact. How did they enter the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior? Yi Yun, you awoke the Ascending Dragon Cauldron? Snake Girl asked in disbelief. She now understood what had just happened. Yi Yun had managed to break through the Ascending Dragon Cauldron in an instant and brought her inside it. As the Ascending Dragon Cauldron was a divine artifact itself, they were temporarily safe. Yi Yun nodded. Yes, but I don't have the time to explain it all to you. Stay here. I still need to cultivate. Although we are in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, we are still not out of the woods. Only the heavens know what that old fellow will do next. Besides, we can't stay here forever. I need to seize every second to cultivate. As Yi Yun spoke, he gently waved his hand, causing the God Advent Tower to light up. It sent divine treasures flying out, one after another. Dragon Bone Milk. 9 Revolutions Azure Fruit. Heaven-devouring WYRM Horn. Crimson Blood Heavenly Silkworm Silk. Dragon Bone Whale Oil. A total of 30+ divine treasures were placed in front of Yi Yun. Yi Yun was especially pleased with the Dragon Bone Milk and the 9 Revolutions Azure Fruit. It was a tremendous opportunity to obtain just one of these treasures, even for a figure at the Myriad God Patriarch's level. Its price was completely unimaginable. The Myriad God Patriarch had spent millions of years to gather these items, but they were now all Yi Yun's. In the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, he had sufficient time to refine them all for himself. Chapter 1278, Dragon Emperor Technique, Part 1/2. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In fact, Yi Yun was not happy at all. After all, his interspatial ring had been taken away by Myriad God Patriarch. But on careful thought, he realized that his most precious item was the purple crystal. Next was the Azurewood Divine Tree, God Advent Tower, the Heretical God Fireseed, the Pure Yang Broken Sword, and the Mirage Snow Sword. The Azurewood Divine Tree, God Advent Tower, and Heretical God Fireseed were still with Yi Yun, and he had left the Pure Yang Broken Sword with Huan Chenxue for safekeeping. Although the Myriad God Patriarch currently possessed Mirage Snow, he could not do a thing with the sword. Of the remaining items in his interspatial ring, the most precious were the remnant pages of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon that Felicitous Rain Lord had left him. But their importance was more due to being a memento. As for the rest of the items, Yi Yun did not care if Myriad God Patriarch did anything to them. How could the pills and elixirs he had stored away be comparable to the divine treasures he had in front of him? There is no hurry with these divine treasures. Old Snake mentioned before that inside the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, there is a manual known as the Dragon Emperor Technique. It is a supreme cultivation technique at the level of the Tao ancestors. In fact, from the very beginning, Old Snake's interest in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron stemmed from the Dragon Emperor Technique. And Yi Yun just happened to be in desperate need of a cultivation technique right now. Other than the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence, the techniques Yi Yun cultivated in were sourced from Felicitous Rain Lord or Azure Yang Lord. It wasn't that these cultivation techniques were bad, but they were only at the level of a divine lord. At Yi Yun's present level of nomological insight, they were rather pedestrian. Yi Yun possessed 4 9-leaf Tao fruits, and he had formed a supreme 9-treasured Tao palace. Without the right cultivation technique, the might of his laws could hardly be expressed.
Yun knew that his current combat style was simple and crude. All he did was inject the power of his laws into a sword. He could not fully express his strength. Now, Yun had a faint spiritual connection with the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. He knew that he had yet to completely refine the Ascending Dragon Cauldron for himself, but gaining its approval was sufficient enough. With a sweep of his perception, Yun discovered that treasures were floating in a corner of the vast space that was the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior. Back when Yun took the recruitment test, he had heard the Myriad Godridge personal disciples mention that the Myriad Godridge was in search of people with wisdom roots. One of the indicators was the ability to pull out treasures sealed within the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. It was said that the Myriad God Patriarch placed great emphasis on these treasures. But in fact, be it Myriad God Patriarch or Old Snake, Yun had observed that their ultimate goal was not the treasures. All Old Snake wanted was the Dragon Emperor technique. As for the Myriad God Patriarch, he was more ambitious. He wanted to refine the Ascending Dragon Cauldron and claim it as his own. Yun began inspecting the treasures that were scattered in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior. There was only a total of 5 items. There weren't many treasures in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, to begin with. Compounded by the fact that those with wisdom roots had taken away some of them over the years, 5 was all that was left. If Yun had not joined the fray, all of the treasures within the Ascending Dragon Cauldron would have been doled out in a few more centuries. Oh! The auras of these treasures are very different from the Ascending Dragon Cauldron itself. Yun beckoned with his hand as the 5 treasures flew towards him. They were a spear, a soft armor, a talisman charm, a disc array, and a set of 7 flying sabers. Not only did these 5 items have a different aura from the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, all of them were completely different from one another. They did not stem from the same source. These treasures probably have no relationship with the Ascending Dragon Cauldron at all. They only entered the Ascending Dragon Cauldron for some unrelated, unknown reason. Perhaps, in ancient times, someone wielded the Ascending Dragon Cauldron as a weapon. If they did that, the cauldron would probably operate by sucking enemies into the cauldron and refining them directly. As a result, the people who were sucked into the cauldron would have their artifacts remain in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. That peerless mighty figure, having the ability to wield the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, must have not thought much of these items and so left them inside the Ascending Dragon Cauldron as spoils of their victory. Later on, that peerless figure might have perished or passed away. The Ascending Dragon Cauldron became ownerless once again and appeared in the Myriad Godridge. Myriad God Patriarch sought people with wisdom roots by getting them to stimulate the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, hoping that the dragon soul within would be awakened, causing energy to spew out of the cauldron. It wasn't too shocking, then, that the treasures that were once inside would be thrown out with the energy fluxes. Upon figuring this out, Yun inspected the 5 treasures. The spear and armor had some battle damage, and all of the treasures were worn by the ravages of time. Yun believed that these were the first steps to confirming his guess. As such, he finally understood the puzzle of the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. This set of 7 flying sabers isn't bad. I can use it. Since there are 7 sabers, I'll call them 7 kills. When Yun first began his martial career, he started with sabers. Yun had a deep understanding of the saber Dao as well. Yun put the 5 treasures into his God Advent Tower, but he did not find the remnant pages of the Dragon Emperor technique. It left him frowning slightly. He spread his perception into the space within the Ascending Dragon Cauldron but failed to find it. Could Old Snake's information be wrong? Yun felt disappointed. If he could not find the legendary cultivation technique, his strength would be stuck in its current awkward position. His laws might be powerful, but he could not effectively convert them into offensive strength. Yun searched bit by bit, constantly combing the Ascending Dragon Cauldron but to no avail. Just as Yun guessed that Old Snake might have made a mistake, a corner of the Ascending Dragon Cauldron caught Yun's eye. His figure flashed as he traversed the wide void in the cauldron and came to the side of the cauldron. In front of him was the same thick bronze cauldron wall, but above it, Yi-Yun saw blurry engravings. Yi-Yun fell into a ruminative state as he looked at the engravings. He scanned it with his perception, and moments later, he stretched out his arm to touch it gently. Following that, a scene that left Yi-Yun surprised happened. Layers of gold dust fell from the engravings as though it had been weathered. As the gold dust trickled down, there were more and more engravings that became clearer and clearer. A few seconds later, the gold dust stopped falling. The many engravings connected as one, allowing Yi-Yun to see the complete picture. The engravings depicted a group of 5-clawed golden dragons on the bronze cauldron's walls. There were a total of 9 5-clawed golden dragons of different shape and sizes. They were twirling in midair as though they were alive. These golden dragon carvings were completely different from the black dragon outside. The black dragon's aura was ample and majestic, making one envisage the terrifying power it possessed. As for the 9 5-clawed golden dragons, they appeared propitious and mild. Celestial bodies seemed to circle the golden dragons with infinite light augmenting them. This is... Yi-Yun looked at the golden dragons. Their eyes appeared lifelike and every scale was extremely clear. The patterns of their scales were of different shapes and sizes that somehow kept him mesmerized even when he only took a cursory look at them. The patterns these scales form are words. Yi-Yun took a careful look and was astounded. The scales of the 5-clawed golden dragons were formed out of countless small text. Chapter 1279, Dragon Emperor Technique, Part 2 Halves. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. The words appeared as small as sesame seeds, but when Yi-Yun immersed his soul perception into the engraving, he felt as though he was standing in a vast empty world. The tiny text transformed into massive bodies of text, with every stroke reminiscent of a billowing dragon that contained a boundless aura. The text seemed to be formed naturally from the world's derived creation. Yi-Yun could not help but touch the text again. When his fingers made contact with the text, Yi-Yun felt an overwhelming might. It resembled the chaos aura that flowed at the beginning of the universe when it was still in its primordial state. The content of these words. Yi-Yun read carefully and discovered that it was a cultivation technique. Could this be the Dragon Emperor technique? Yi-Yun continued reading it, and confirmed that the text comprised of the 9 golden dragon scales was the Dragon Emperor technique. The Ascending Dragon Cauldron did have the Dragon Emperor technique within it, but it was not a book or remnant pages as Old Snake imagined. It was paragon mantras that were engraved into the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior. These mantras, as well as the 9 5-clawed golden dragons, were parts of the Dragon Emperor technique. The golden dragon carvings contained the nomological charms of the Dragon Emperor technique. I have finally found it. Yi-Yun was pleasantly surprised, but then he had a thought that made him sigh. The Dragon Emperor technique had been engraved in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior, so even descendants of the dragon race with an extremely pure bloodline would not have been able to pull the Dragon Emperor technique out. The only way was for one to establish a mental connection with the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, allowing them to truly enter the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior. After finding the Dragon Emperor technique, Yi-Yun was in no hurry. Despite suddenly finding this supreme cultivation technique, he was not anxious. He had just experienced a perilous encounter and was still reeling from an upheaval of emotions. Such a state of mind was not suitable for reading the Dragon Emperor technique. When important figures conducted matters of great importance, they had a ritual burning of incense, bathing, eating vegetarian, making offerings. These were not just superstition. These actions could allow them to empty their minds, paving the way for the most effective outcomes in whatever they did. Yi-Yun sat cross-legged in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron and closed his eyes to focus before he began meditating. On one hand, he was still digesting the vital essence within the dragon blood fruit, and on the other hand, he calmed his mind, allowing his concentration to reach an optimal state. This continued for 2 hours before he came out from his meditation. He opened his eyes, and they appeared like a deep body of water that flickered with a light that struck the minds and hearts of people.
Now that he was prepared, Iyun began to seriously read the Dragon Emperor Technique. The first volume of the Dragon Emperor Technique was also the first figure.
Iyun spent an hour just reading it.
If Iyun read a book with his perception, he could finish the book in an instant. However, each text in the Dragon Emperor Technique contained conceptual truths that he needed to read carefully and ponder over the meaning within. After he finished reading the first volume of the Dragon Emperor Technique, Iyun was somewhat astonished. He never expected the Dragon Emperor Technique to be like this. It was completely different from any cultivation technique he had ever encountered. Typical cultivation techniques would introduce the laws and the energy flow trajectories in the body. If not that, then they would be sword arts or saber techniques. As for the Dragon Emperor Technique, it explained how one could develop one's vital potential. According to the Dragon Emperor Technique, when its technique was cultivated to the limit, pushing one's vital potential to the extreme, one's body could produce a dragon. It made a warrior's life force match that of a true dragon. The first volume that Iyun had finished reading allowed one to adjust one's vital potential at any time after mastering it. It allowed his combat strength to increase several-fold, providing an effect similar to the burning of blood essence. However, the burning of blood essence posed a huge danger. The amount of blood essence decreased with every burning.
To recover lost blood essence was just too difficult.
As for the Dragon Emperor Technique, it did not have such a negative effect. By stimulating one's vital potential with the Dragon Emperor Technique, one could use it at any time. At most, it expended Yuan Qi at a greater rate. As such, the only thing one needed to do was rest to replenish themselves.
Of course, reaching that stage was not easy.
One had to cultivate a powerful body first. In one of the sections of the Dragon Emperor Technique, it described how one could cultivate one's body. After Iyun read it, he found that the technique even mentioned the Dragon Emperor relic that the Myriad God Patriarch wanted so desperately to refine.
In fact, the Dragon Emperor relic was the first divine medicine that was recorded in the Dragon Emperor Technique. Furthermore, the information it had was a lot more detailed than the Myriad God Patriarch's refinement recipe.
So that's what it is.
Who knows how Myriad God Patriarch obtained the Dragon Emperor relic's recipe? And to think that the Dragon Emperor relic actually originates from the Dragon Emperor Technique.
If the Myriad God Patriarch refines the Dragon Emperor relic and consumes it, it would be equivalent to him reaching a rudimentary stage of the Dragon Emperor Technique. Just the rudimentary stage of the Dragon Emperor Technique would increase the Myriad God Patriarch's strength greatly. Furthermore, he will have a chance of opening the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, Iyun muttered to himself. Just the body-tempering divine relic recorded in the Dragon Emperor Technique would produce such miraculous effects. If one were to truly finish cultivating the Dragon Emperor Technique, it was unknown to what level his strength would increase. However, cultivating in the Dragon Emperor Technique required an astronomical amount of resources. The medicinal pills recorded in the Dragon Emperor Technique were all divine medicine.
This information left Iyun troubled.
In fact, the cultivation of the Dragon Emperor Technique did not need that many resources. The reason was that the true Dragon Emperor Technique was meant for people with pure Dragon Emperor bloodlines.
As for Iyun, he only had a mortal body.
For him, the process of cultivating in the Dragon Emperor Technique would be one of completely reconstructing his body. As Iyun was thinking over the matter, the Ascending Dragon Cauldron began to vibrate suddenly.
Oh!
Iyun had a thought as he released his perception and looked out of the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. The Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior formed a sealed space that prevented others from probing the interior.
However, Iyun was linked to the Ascending Dragon Cauldron by blood, allowing him to observe the ongoings of the world outside.
When he took a look, Iyun discovered that the Myriad God Patriarch had surrounded the Ascending Dragon Cauldron with layers of array formations. A supermassive array had been set up, with the Ascending Dragon Cauldron trapped at its heart.
Dozens of array flags were embedded around the massive array. In addition, the myriad god Ridge's elders and disciples surrounded the ascending dragon cauldron in rank formation. Yun,
Myriad god patriarch, had extremely sharp senses.
Despite Yun observing him from within the ascending dragon cauldron, he was still able to detect it.
Little bastard, don't let me catch you, or I'll use the most vicious and painful means to torture you.
I'll make you wish you were dead,
Myriad god patriarch said angrily. He had never suffered so badly his entire life, yet today he had been conned and humiliated by Yun, a junior. Old bastard, don't just keep up the empty talk.
I'm right here waiting. Come get me. Yun deliberately mocked him from inside the cauldron.
He was not afraid of infuriating the myriad god patriarch anymore. Since he had already handed him the worst possible offense, with them reaching an irreconcilable point, he might as well make snide remarks to entertain himself. Upon hearing Yun's words, the myriad god patriarch blew his top. Continue with your sharp tongue.
The more you enjoy yourself now, the worse you will die later.
Old bastard, what you said really makes me a little afraid. Speaking of which, that dragon blood fruit I ate just now was really not bad.
It's juicy, and it melted upon reaching my mouth. It was so sweet and fragrant.
Old bastard, where did you pluck the fruit from?
Tell me, pretty please? I would like to visit it and try my luck. I think I need to get a few more. That dragon blood fruit just now was too small. I didn't fully enjoy myself. Yun's words were meant to repulse as much as possible.
Myriad god patriarch's expression was so ugly it was like he had eaten a kilogram of dead flies.
He was so angry that he felt like blowing a gasket. That was a dragon blood fruit.
Over the past million years, he was unseen or unheard of in the myriad god Ridge. Not only did the myriad god Ridge disciples never see him, they had not even heard tales about him.
Why?
It was because he needed to travel the world in search of divine treasures. He was constantly away from the sect seeking these impossible-to-find items. He had spent an immense amount of effort to gather the three main ingredients: the 9 revolutions azure fruit, the dragon blood fruit, the dragon bone milk. Now, the dragon blood fruit that he paid a huge price for was eaten by Yun as though it as an ordinary piece of fruit.
Chapter 1280, 9 Cosmic Grand Astral Incinerating Array. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Old bastard, are you not going to tell me? Forget it then, I wouldn't force myself on you. Hey, this 9 revolutions azure fruit looks pretty good too. Let me give it a try. Yun got a kick from his taunting.
If only he could infuriate the old undying fart to death.
Keep refining. Refine him alive.
Myriad god patriarch roared maniacally. His teeth were clenched so tightly that they nearly shattered. At that moment, the myriad god Ridge disciples and elders were shuddering in fear around him. They found it hard to imagine that the mysterious and unfathomable myriad god patriarch would become that infuriated. Then again, it was inevitable given the situation. No matter how composed one could be, they would break down when they realized that all their painstaking efforts and final hopes for their future were being robbed by someone right in front of them. It was actually impressive that the myriad god patriarch did not vomit out blood in his rage.
And most critically, Yun remained vibrant as he mocked the myriad god patriarch after he angered him.
Such a situation was completely unimaginable. In fact, whatever Yun said at that moment, no matter how much it sounded like he was digging his own grave, tugged at the myriad god Ridge disciples' nerves. They were afraid that the myriad god patriarch would target them when he had nowhere to vent his anger.
Let's augment the patriarch's array formation. That little bastard, Yun doesn't have a god spirit body. We will definitely end up refining him clean. Song Wu spoke up.
He loathed Yun, but not because he had offended the myriad god patriarch. He hated that Yun had taken away so many great treasures. It made him extremely envious.
With the array formation augmented, the astral fire ignited once again. The 9-dragon encircling pearl that formed the worldly array was activated once again. Myriad God Patriarch knew that the ascending dragon cauldron was as heavy as mountains and its walls were indestructible. It was nearly impossible to damage the ascending dragon cauldron. However, that did not mean that Yi Yun was impervious while inside the ascending dragon cauldron. Although he had entered the cauldron, he had not completely refined it to be his. That meant that he was not the true owner of the ascending dragon cauldron. Attacking the ascending dragon cauldron would not hurt Yi Yun at all. They could, however, refine the cauldron with fire. One had to know that the ascending dragon cauldron could be used as an alchemical cauldron. The bronze alchemical cauldron would naturally conduct heat, so if the astral fire continued burning, the cauldron's interior would quickly reach unimaginable temperatures. In fact, the Myriad God Patriarch did not know how Yi Yun had escaped the concealed dragon cauldron. Regardless how rich his imagination could be, he would never have thought that Yi Yun had the purple crystal, which could absorb any energy around him. He also couldn't account for Ling Xier, who could control all sorts of fires. Although he was clueless as to the method Yi Yun had employed to escape the concealed dragon cauldron, Myriad God Patriarch had witnessed the way Yi Yun rushed out of the concealed dragon cauldron. He guessed that Yi Yun probably had a tolerance for fire that far exceeded his realm. However, Myriad God Patriarch still had one hope, and that was the dragon bone milk. The dragon bone milk was poisonous. If directly consumed, even a divine lord would be poisoned to death, much less Yi Yun. As for the method to rid the dragon bone milk of its poisonous elements, Myriad God Patriarch was confident that only he knew it. Such a mysterious and rare divine herb was something even the old freaks in the deepest depths of the sinkhole would not know of. How could Yi Yun know about it? Once he drank the dragon bone milk, Yi Yun would definitely die of poison. Once he died, all problems were solved. A dead person could not withstand the astral fire after all. When the time came, he could use the ascending dragon cauldron to refine Yi Yun, along with the herbs, into the Dragon Emperor relic. Then, he would use Feng Yunyang's blood to stimulate the dragon's soul within the ascending dragon cauldron, causing the Dragon Emperor relic to be thrown out. That would be the ultimate success. That was the solution the Myriad God Patriarch put his hopes in. In order to carry out the plan successfully, he had stored away Feng Yunyang's alive but wretched body. Feng Yunyang was in as terrible shape as could be. He could not die even if he wanted to. He could no longer hold on, for his body was completely wrecked, yet he was forced to live on with a pill that forcefully stimulated his vital potential. However, the pill did not provide any pain relief, so he wallowed in despair from the pain. Days felt like years, and all he wished for was a quick death, but who would bother to show him mercy? Little bastard, you seem to be quite resistant to fire. I would like to see how long you can last with this 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array set up. It has 10 times the energy of the astral fire, and if 81 days isn't sufficient, I'll refine you for 810 days. I refuse to believe you can last that long. The grand array from before was meant to refine the herbs after all. It was purposefully set at a certain intensity to maintain a stable amount of energy in the concealed dragon cauldron, and also to ensure that Feng Yunyang could survive for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, Myriad God Patriarch did not push the strength of the array formation's fire to its limit. But this time, the astral fire array was meant to kill. Myriad God Patriarch's strongest fire refinement array was the 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array. Under its full power, the concealed dragon cauldron might explode due to the unstable energies in its interior. On the other hand, the ascending dragon cauldron would not explode at all. But secretly, Myriad God Patriarch wished it could explode, blasting Yi Yun to pieces. Old bastard, you are sure dumb. You know I'm fire resistant and yet you still continue using fire? Oh, I understand. You can't think of any other way. All you can employ is this same dumb idea. Then, keep up the good work. Make the fire a little stronger, I'll treat it as though I'm soaking in a hot spring. Hidden in the ascending dragon cauldron, the ends of his mouth curved upwards. In fact, he was afraid that the myriad god patriarch would think of another, deadlier way to deal with him. But the employment of the refinement array proved that the myriad god patriarch had no other means to deal with him being in the ascending dragon cauldron.
Let's see how long you can remain stubborn.
As the myriad god patriarch spoke, he flicked his sleeve and threw out a large amount of spirit jade.
These spirit jade were mostly superior or supreme grade spirit jade. They were the cherished collection of the myriad god patriarch.
The spirit jade that was expended when he activated the long-distance teleportation array was far from comparable to these.
Hundreds of thousands of kilograms worth of spirit jade flew towards the various spots on the 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array.
When the spirit jade entered the array, it experienced a burst of energy. The intensity of the astral fire immediately increased more than tenfold.
As the flames billowed, the ascending dragon cauldron remained motionless within the inferno.
However, the black cauldron seemed to reach temperatures higher than that of the sun. From myriad god patriarch's point of view, even if Iyun was resistant to fire, there had to be a limit. As long as he kept increasing the intensity of the fire array, it would eventually exceed Iyun's limits. This method might not be the most efficient way to finish Iyun, but he wanted to give it a try for he had no other choice. With the ascending dragon cauldron's unique characteristic of being an alchemical cauldron, fire refinement was the only way to damage a person hidden inside the cauldron. The intense inferno continued for 2 hours, causing the pocket world's sky to turn red. By that point, the land beneath the myriad god ridge disciples had already turned to flowing lava. And this was just the beginning. The fire refinement would continue for a very long time.
As an alchemical cauldron, the ascending dragon cauldron had great conductance.
All the astral fire was absorbed by it. It might appear black and calm, but due to the extreme temperatures, it caused the laws of physics around it to bend. Such temperatures could cause a burn just from looking at it. And at that moment, the astral fire had turned into a mist inside the ascending dragon cauldron. The ascending dragon cauldron's quality far exceeded the concealed dragon cauldron, so its ability to contain the astral fire was not something a replica like the concealed dragon cauldron could match.
Chapter 1281, Very Dissatisfied. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The flames coalesced so tightly that they could even burn through Yuan Qi.
Snake Girl shuddered, but beside her, Iyun was feeling comfortable. It was truly as though he was relaxing in a hot spring.
Sierra, have some of these flames. Don't let them go to waste.
Although Iyun had the purple crystal, he had no use for such a large amount of energy. The main difference between astral flames and divine treasures like the dragon blood fruit was that the flames were only energy and the fruit actually contained vitality.
Although the purple crystal could absorb the flame's energy, they did little for Iyun's dantian. In that case, it was better to let Ling Xier absorb them.
As the corporeal body of the heretical god Fire Seed, which was the source of all fires, the astral fire was great nourishment for her.
All right, Brother Iyun. Ling Xier said crisply and felt overjoyed when she saw all the astral fire.
She was like a greedy kitten seeing a table of delicacies in front of her. She immediately flew to the middle of the space within the ascending dragon cauldron. She extended her fair hands as 2 black fire plumes gradually expanded from her palms.
They absorbed the surrounding astral fire voraciously and soon, 2 vortices were formed. The vortices expanded and became more violent. From afar, Ling Xier's body looked like she was being enveloped by 2 black tornadoes. Upon seeing this scene, and how the astral fire that blotted out the sky was being constantly devoured, the corner of Snake Girl's mouth twitched. The young fair-skinned girl may have looked dainty and adorable, but whenever she acted it was astounding and breathtaking. She was no different from a monster.
Snake Girl knew that if not for the fire plume that the girl had left in her body, she would probably have turned to ash long ago. Sierra, split off some of the fire seed and send it over here. I'll refine the herbs in this ascending dragon cauldron.
Iyun instructed.
At that moment, he was feeling exceedingly gratified. The refinement method of the Dragon Emperor relic was recorded in the Dragon Emperor technique. It was a lot more brilliant than the Myriad God Patriarch's method. Although he was lacking the dragon blood fruit, it did not matter. Since he had eaten the dragon blood fruit, he could extract a few drops of his blood essence and get away with using them as a replacement of the dragon blood fruit. As such, Yi-Yun happily took over the work of refining the Dragon Emperor relic that the Myriad God Patriarch had failed to refine. Furthermore, Yi-Yun would refine one that was even better. The difficulty of refining the Dragon Emperor relic was actually not that high. And in terms of alchemical skill, Yi-Yun was better than the Myriad God Patriarch. Besides, the vessel Yi-Yun was using to refine the relic was the legendary Ascending Dragon Cauldron. All right. Ling Xier waved her tiny hand as the heretical Godfire seed surged toward Yi-Yun. Ever since Ling Xier had awoken, the heretical Godfire seed became easier to control. Controlling it was now as easy as lifting a finger. Yi-Yun lifted the heaven-devouring WIRM horn, the crimson blood heavenly silkworm silk, the dragon bone whale oil, and the other divine items and threw them into the black flame. The heretical Godfire seed was not something the astral fire could compare with. With Yi-Yun's alchemical skills, the dragon blood essence in those divine treasures was rapidly extracted. If Myriad God Patriarch saw this scene, he would probably vomit out blood. His life's work he had spent 1,000,000 years on was not only benefiting Yi-Yun, it was also being completed in a way that completely surpassed what he could accomplish. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, 3 days and 3 nights had passed. In 3 days, the world outside the Ascending Dragon Cauldron had been burnt into a molten ocean. However, the 9 fire dragon rifts were preserved. One could clearly see that the 9 rifts were redder amid the molten ocean. The dragon rifts that were of higher temperature converged around the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. At that moment, all the Myriad Godridge disciples were drained. They only managed to maintain the constant expenditure of energy through the consumption of pills and spirit jade. At the same time, they had to face the billowing heat waves that baked them. Those with weaker cultivation levels could not even bear the temperatures from the molten ocean. They found it hard to imagine what the situation was like in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. What terrifying temperatures! The Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior must be a hellish inferno. Even I would probably be reduced to ash after staying in it for so long, a Myriad Godridge elder said. That's right. I have some understanding of alchemy, you know. Usually, the refinement of pills needs one to carefully control the flames. Who would dare let it burn in such an unbridled fashion? I believe that even if that little bastard Yi-Yun is as extremely resistant to fire as Patriarch mentioned, he wouldn't be able to last this long. The amount of spirit jade expended by this grand array every second is tremendous. But Patriarch does not seem to have any intentions of stopping. I wonder how long this will go on. It feels like using a sledgehammer on a gnat. The Myriad Godridge elders and disciples discussed in private. They were truly suffering in the heat. Finally, Sangwoo spoke up 4 hours later. He could not help but say, Patriarch, at such temperatures, that little bastard has probably been burnt to ashes, right? Myriad God Patriarch remained silent, but he was aware of the terrifying intensity the astral fires had reached. Even divine lords could not withstand it, much less a Dao Palace Realm Jr. However, Myriad God Patriarch had a nagging feeling that Yi-Yun had not been burned to death. He was still pinning his hopes on the dragon bone milk. I wonder if the little bastard has drunk the tiny jug of dragon bone milk or not. Given his greed, he will definitely not waste one of the main ingredients. If he has consumed it, all I need to do is wait for the poison to take effect. Perhaps I am being overly careful. There is no way the little bastard knows of the dragon bone milk's toxicity or the methods to handle it. Under these flames that can even consume a divine lord, he should already be dead. Myriad God Patriarch muttered to himself and weakened the intensity of the 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array. After all, he was also beginning to feel the pinch of the constant burning of so much spirit jade. Who? 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 The flames halved in strength as the oppressive heat turned milder. Although the molten ocean beneath their feet remained, many of the myriad Godrich disciples felt a lot better. As expected, Senior Brother Tsongwu's words hold some weight. Only he can do it. No one else dares to strike up a conversation with Patriarch. The personal disciples discussed privately. They were somewhat envious of him. As Tsongwu had taken the lead to pledge allegiance to the Myriad God Patriarch, he was thought highly of by the Myriad God Patriarch. This made many personal disciples envious and jealous. Why didn't they think to be the first to kneel down and pledge allegiance? Now with Feng Yunyang doomed, wouldn't the successor to the sect master be Tsongwu? The 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array constantly weakened and finally gave the Myriad Godrich disciples a breather. And at that moment, within the ascending dragon cauldron, Yun was in the final stages of refining the Dragon Emperor relic. The Myriad God Patriarch would have taken at least 81 days to refine it, and with no guarantee of success. However, Yun's refinement was done with the heretical Godfire seed and the ascending dragon cauldron. Aided by the 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array, he was more than half done after 3 days. Oh? The array has weakened? Yun sensed that the 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array had weakened tremendously. Although Ling Xier looked adorable, she had a voracious appetite. The moment the 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array weakened, the temperature within the ascending dragon cauldron dropped by a lot. A lot of the astral fire was already absorbed by Ling Xier. Brother Yun, the fire has weakened, Ling Xier said. In truth, even without the 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array, Yun could successfully refine the Dragon Emperor relic with just Ling Xier alone. However, it would take him at least half a month. Now that he was almost finished, with the end very much in sight, Yun was naturally dissatisfied that the process would be prolonged. He sent his perception out of the ascending dragon cauldron and saw that the myriad Godrich disciples were wiping off their sweat and resting. As for the myriad God Patriarch, he had taken out a compass. While chanting, he held the compass in one hand and produced runic seals with the other. He appeared to be divining something. Oh? This old fellow also knows divination techniques? Yun guessed the purpose of the compass. It was similar to the Mother-Child Heaven Secrets compass he had seen in the Sun Burial Sansi, but clearly, the quality was a lot better. The martial path had side branches such as feng shui or divination. Legend said that if one mastered divination to the limit, one could predict the future. But of course, that was only a legend. It was unknown how advanced the myriad God Patriarch was in divination. He was likely divining Yun's situation inside the ascending dragon cauldron. Upon realizing this, Yun laughed. Hey! Old bastard, why are you chanting that garbled stuff? I was having a nice bath when the heated water disappeared. I was wondering why the water turned cold. And it's all because you are chanting. Old bastard, continue burning. Do you need to chant if you are concerned about me? Wouldn't verbally asking me do the trick? I'm telling you now, the water is too cold. I'm very dissatisfied with your service. Yun imbued his Yuan Qi into his voice. His voice thundered throughout the pocket world. The myriad God Patriarch had been divining the situation with his eyes closed and, just as he reached a critical point, he suddenly heard Yun shout. He nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. Ka-cha! The perfectly good compass was crushed to pieces by the myriad God Patriarch. He opened his eyes abruptly and stared at the ascending dragon cauldron. His face turned dark purple. Why was this happening? Was the punk still human? Despite spending hundreds of thousands of kilograms of spirit jade, the 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array failed to do anything to him? Also, what about that jug of dragon bone milk? Didn't he consume it? Why was he still alive? Myriad God Patriarch felt his intestines twisting. He felt his liver, gall, and even stomach ache. He wished he could bite off Iyun's flesh piece by piece, but he could not even see Iyun's face. As for the myriad Godridge elders and personal disciples, they were pushed to the brink of a complete meltdown. Iyun was like an unmovable force. After using so much manpower and wasting so much spirit jade, to the point of them, the fire bearers, being baked dry, the person being consumed by the flames was still fine. Who could accept that? Refine. Continue refining. Refine the little bastard. It's only an act. Standing beside the myriad god sect master, an old woman jumped forward and shouted. She was the one that had led Snake Girl around previously. The other myriad Godridge disciples were out of options. They hurriedly took their respective positions and continued the activation of the 9 Cosmic Grand Astral Incinerating Array. Boom! 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 The 9 Cosmic Grand Astral Incinerating Array stirred once again as the astral fire continued spewing. Why is the fire weaker than before? Have you guys eaten? Use more strength. Chapter 1282, I'll appreciate your act of filial piety. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Iyun was one who never minced his words when it came to infuriating others. However, he was speaking the complete truth. The reignited 9 Cosmic Grand Astral Incinerating Array was indeed weaker. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that most of the myriad Godridge disciples were on the brink of a mental collapse. It was natural that the Grand Array was no longer as strong as it used to be. This little bastard is going too far. Little bastard, don't be so arrogant. How could the elders tolerate Iyun's scolding? They were always high and mighty figures, but over the past few days, they had been verbally abused by Iyun hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Due to their rage, the 9 Cosmic Grand Astral Incinerating Array's strength reached a new peak. Iyun was finally satisfied. That's more like it. You bunch of old slaves are like cart-hauling donkeys. You refuse to be obedient unless you are lashed by a whip. Every sentence said by Iyun was enough to disgust the elders for 3 days. Yet, despite being infuriated by his scoldings, they were out of options. The only way they had to get back at him was to strengthen the 9 Cosmic Grand Astral Incinerating Array, but was that even effective? Enough! Stop the refinement! Myriad God Patriarch spoke. His expression was terrifying sullen. Patriarch, we have already burned him for so long. Perhaps the little bastard is bluffing, and he actually cannot last any longer. Just a few more days of refinement and he will no doubt die. The old woman spoke. She still refused to believe that a young junior like Iyun could withstand the scorching flames. Enough! Myriad God Patriarch said coldly. He shared the same thoughts as her originally, but now his intuition told him that Iyun was truly unafraid of the fire. He was even deliberately instigating them to continue burning the cauldron. Although Myriad God Patriarch was unsure of why Iyun was doing that, he refused to abide by Iyun's wishes. Little bastard. Very nice of you, but don't you celebrate prematurely. The 3 main ingredients I found are not that easily refined. Be careful, you might explode to your death if you eat too much. Myriad God Patriarch did not know what Iyun was doing in the ascending dragon cauldron, so he deliberately taunted Iyun back. Iyun laughed. Old bastard, you still haven't ended your conniving ways. By saying that, are you trying to goad me into eating the 3 main ingredients? Oh, the real goal is for me to drink the dragon bone milk, right? Iyun continued, that's right. A dragon corpse that is buried in a dark netherworld would have its flesh corroded by the Yin gases, leaving behind only the bones. Over the hundreds of millions of years, the bones melt to form this milk. It's truly rare. You must have spent hundreds of thousands of years to find this tiny jar's worth. You are probably afraid that I do not know how great an item this dragon bone milk is. You hope for me to drink it, right? For that, I'll appreciate your act of filial piety. What did you say? Myriad God Patriarch felt reverberations through his heart. He was so incensed that his mouth twisted. Yun had correctly described the formation process of the dragon bone milk. Yun had even made a good estimate of how long it took for him to find the dragon bone milk. How? Why was the dragon bone milk something he knew as well? Myriad God Patriarch was baffled. Since Yun knew the formation process of the dragon bone milk, he definitely knew that the dragon bone milk was poisonous. He naturally would not drink such a poisonous item. Old slave, as your young lord, I know how filial you are. You wish for me to eat this divine treasure, but you are also afraid I will be poisoned. On that point, you can rest assured. I actually do know of a few ways to treat the poison in the dragon bone milk. And more coincidentally, I also know a thing or two about the refinement of the Dragon Emperor relic. So not only will I never be poisoned, I won't waste even a minuscule amount of the dragon bone milk's medicinal essence. I guarantee you I will bring it out to its fullest and make sure it serves its proper purpose. So don't be worried. Now, my Dragon Emperor relic is almost done. It's just lacking a bit of fire. Old slave, it's time to express your loyalty to its fullest. Let the burning begin. The kick Yun got increased as he continued. However, hearing that made the Myriad God Patriarch blow his top. Refining the Dragon Emperor relic. Just lacking a bit of fire. It was no wonder he had a nagging feeling that Yun was deliberately goading them on to activate the 9 Cosmic Grand Astral Incinerating Array. So that was the reason. Myriad God Patriarch could no longer withstand the flames of fury burning within him. His heart was burning to the extreme. His Yuan Qi blasted out as he let out a furious bellow. Boom! The molten ocean beneath them exploded. Myriad God Patriarch's hair was disheveled and his eyes were blood red. There was blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. He truly looked like the devil. Little bastard, you are my sworn enemy. Myriad God Patriarch's killing intent manifested into something corporeal. All the Myriad Godridge disciples held their breaths as their hearts and minds trembled. The completely mad Myriad God Patriarch was truly terrifying. Although Myriad God Patriarch was extremely terrifying, the Myriad Godridge disciples felt some amount of pity for him. What sort of comportment did he have to be infuriated time and time again? Any ordinary person would have long blown a gasket and vomited blood to their deaths. The old bastard is raging. Inside the ascending dragon cauldron, the corners of Yun's lips curved. This time, the anger he gave the Myriad God Patriarch had probably cut his life short by 100,000 years. He was already nearing the latter half of his life. After missing this opportunity, he might lose his last chance to make a breakthrough. Since the array has stopped, we must make do. There is still some remnant astral fire left in this ascending dragon cauldron. Sire, it should be enough for you to absorb them all and use it to complete the Dragon Emperor relic, Yun instructed. Alright, brother Yun. Sire agreed in a straightforward manner. At that moment, Yun ignored all distractions and focused on completing the Dragon Emperor relic. The Dragon Emperor technique had 2 unique features. First, the herbs needed for refinement were very expensive, but the refining process was simple. Second, the cultivation of the Dragon Emperor technique was very demanding, but the cultivation speed was extremely fast. Yun estimated that if everything went according to plan, he would gain a rudimentary understanding of the Dragon Emperor technique in a few days' time. At that moment, the heaven-devouring WIRM horn, 4-track snake fong, dragon bone whale oil, crimson blood heavenly silkworm silk, and 9-winged golden dragon claw were all done refining. The dragon blood essence within had long been extracted. It suffused a dark golden luster. It was a blob of golden liquid that was the size of a pigeon's egg, but it was as heavy a large metallic grinder. After this, Yun extended his hand and beckoned. The dragon bone milk that was floating amid the flames flew over. The reason the dragon bone milk was poisonous was that it had existed for a long time in the dark netherworld. The toxins produced when the dragon corpse decomposed fused with the large amounts of yin gases before pooling into the dragon bone milk. In order to expel the poison, one had to burn off the yin gases. Although it sounded simple, it was quite a complicated process. It required special hand seals that could accomplish the task without damaging the medicinal properties of the dragon bone milk. Yi Yun was adept at pure yang laws and had the aid of the heretic Godfire, so whatever he did posed no difficulty. The dragon bone milk essence was therefore easily extracted by Yi Yun. Yi Yun carefully controlled the dragon bone milk's essence and fused it into the golden liquid. At that moment the worldly laws seemed to be drawn to the mixture, forming a dark gold vortex that gathered into the dragon blood essence. Now, the pigeon egg-sized dragon blood essence in Yi Yun's hand might not be comparable to the true Dragon Emperor's blood, but it was quite close. The Dragon Emperor was one of the 12 Tao ancestors that formed naturally from laws during the universe's birth. It was itself a manifestation of the laws. And this bit of dragon blood essence also possessed this special quality. Yi Yun could clearly sense that the drop of dragon blood essence was gathering the surrounding nomological powers, and, if it could fuse with them, the benefits would be obvious. In fact, at that moment, the Dragon Emperor relic was already close to completion. The only thing left to fuse with the relic was the 9 Revolutions Azure Fruit. The 9 Revolutions Azure Fruit's main effect was prolonging one's life. Myriad God Patriarch had sought it out to remold his aging body so that he could make another breakthrough. Although Yi Yun did not need his lifespan extended, a guiding principle he always followed was to use resources as early as possible. Using them early allowed for an early breakthrough. It was better than lacking strength when he encountered danger. If he perished as a result of hoarding his treasures, it would be quite a shame. The 9 Revolutions Azure Fruit's vital essence was beneficial in stimulating Yi Yun's vital potential. Yi Yun had planned on extracting the vital essence of the 9 Revolutions Azure Fruit to fuse it into the Dragon Emperor relic. But just as he was about to do so, he hesitated and stopped. The 9 Revolutions Azure Fruit was still something he was in no hurry to use. The Dragon Emperor relic had all sorts of other herbs that made it sufficient. After putting away the 9 Revolutions Azure Fruit, Yi Yun produced hand seals with both his hands again and again. The dark golden liquid began to harden and gradually formed the Dragon Emperor relic. With Yi Yun's status as the Divine Alchemist's successor, the final relic formation happened without trouble. An hour later, with a dazzling golden flash, all the golden liquid vanished. Replacing it was a lotus seed-sized crystal that suffused golden light. This was the final Dragon Emperor relic. Yi Yun grabbed the Dragon Emperor relic. It was finally formed. At that moment, it had only been a few days since Yi Yun came to the pocket world. Yi Yun decided to do everything in one go by cultivating the first volume of the Dragon Emperor technique. Although the Dragon Emperor relic was completed, Yi Yun at his present state was not suitable to immediately swallow the Dragon Emperor relic. He meditated for half a day, allowing his mind to turn completely tranquil. Following that, Yi Yun did not hesitate any further and threw the Dragon Emperor relic into his mouth. The Dragon Emperor relic was heavy and hot. When Yi Yun swallowed it, he felt as though he was swallowing a glowing red metal ingot. The pain-inducing heat went from his throat to his gullet to his stomach. Finally, the Dragon Emperor relic sank to his dantian and entered the tiny world within. Yi Yun immediately felt a heat stream flow out of his dantian and permeate every part of his body through his meridians. It felt as though his dantian had turned into a fiery cauldron that constantly emanated terrifying heat. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor relic began melting and flowed as a golden liquid. Every strand of dragon blood fused into Yi Yun's flesh and meridians. The dragon blood was molten hot, and wherever it flowed to, Yi Yun felt an excruciating burning pain in his skin. Phew! 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 Yi Yun began to sweat as his pores enlarged, sending streams of hot air spewing out.
Soon, Iyun felt that his blood was close to boiling.
Pain bombarded Iyun's body.
Even though he remained mentally tenacious, his body could not help but tremble.
It was too painful.
It had been a long while since Iyun had experienced the pain of tempering his body with divine medicine. From the moment he began practicing martial arts, his dantian had been honed and extremely powerful. His nomological insights and his 9-treasured Dao Palace were the best in the world, but Iyun's body was only normal.
Chapter 1283, Black Hole. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan.
Back in the Luo clan, Iyun had attempted to temper his body. He had even consumed a heaven-devouring Wirm tailbone, but the Luo clan's body tempering techniques were ultimately limited. Using their techniques to temper his body would require large amounts of time and effort. He decided it wasn't worth it.
However, Iyun now had the Dragon Emperor technique. It was completely different.
Gradually, his sweat began to mix with strands of blood. Drops of bloody sweat began evaporating on his skin, forming a blurry blood mist.
The blood mist seemed similar to, but was completely different in nature than, the blood mist that appeared over Snake Girl, Feng Yunyang, and the others back when they were being baked in the concealed dragon cauldron.
The blood mist that boiled out from Iyun was ordinary blood.
There were even impurities contained within. After being burned by the scorching dragon blood, it effused an unpleasant smell.
This was a true instance of cleansing the marrow for a blood transfusion. The dragon blood essence within the Dragon Emperor relic was replacing Iyun's ordinary blood.
This Dragon Emperor relic is indeed impressive.
At that moment, Iyun felt his body itching and hurting. It felt like thousands of ants were crawling around his body, but this extreme discomfort did not reduce the joy Iyun was experiencing at all. The Dragon Emperor technique, coupled with the Dragon Emperor relic that was prepared by Myriad God Patriarch for him, caused his strength to undergo a tremendous improvement.
The Dragon Emperor relic was too overwhelming.
The pain continued for a full 4 hours, boiling off more than half of Iyun's blood. His skin was red like a steamed crab, however, his lips were dark purple in color.
It made him look sickly. Is he really fine? Snake Girl asked worriedly when she saw Iyun's condition. Brother Iyun is fine.
Our souls are connected and I can sense that his flames of vitality are surging.
He's more than 10 times stronger than before, Ling Xier said with a glint in her eyes.
Iyun was proficient when it came to laws, but his flames of vitality and lifeblood could be considered average. The Dragon Emperor relic had fixed all his shortcomings in one go. Just as Ling Xier's voice faded, they heard snapping and popping sounds coming from Iyun's body. It sounded like the rustling of frying beans. Immense amounts of energy gathered within Iyun's body, causing Iyun's cultivation level to rise dramatically.
The 6th-story Dao Palace was broken at once. Following that, the 7th story and the 8th story.
He jumped 3 subrealms in one go, and this was Iyun deliberately repressing his foundation. Had he not, he could have reached the 9th-story Dao Palace at once. The excess energy continued gathering in Iyun's dantian. The vital potential that just had been unlocked seemed like a divine beast that was released after being prisoned for a prolonged period of time. It moved restlessly in Iyun's body before roaring.
Ha! Iyun opened his eyes.
Stars appeared to be burning in his eyes, and with nowhere to vent this powerful energy, he could not help but produce a long cry. The cry sounded like a dragon's roar that reached to the 9th heavens.
Iyun's lifeblood and soul was infused in the dragon's roar.
It sounded like thunder that could penetrate the world and shake the cosmos.
Boom!
Outside the ascending dragon cauldron, the molten ocean exploded as a result of the sound.
Lava spewed as dark red shockwaves radiated outwards. What's that sound? It's terrifying. It's completely deafening.
The myriad Godridge disciples also heard the cry. The personal disciple with weaker cultivation levels immediately felt their eardrums burst, causing blood to flow out of their ears. They were already in bad condition to begin with.
So the shockwave from the sound caused them to plummet from the sky one by one. If not for the seniors beside them grabbing them, they would have fallen into the molten ocean. What's going on? Has the ascending dragon cauldron's dragon soul been awakened? People speculated, having hardly collected their scattered wits. Many people looked at Myriad God Patriarch. They saw a dark cloud over his face. The aura he exuded was so gloomy that it was terrifying. At that moment, no one dared to hit the Myriad God Patriarch's ashen nerves. If the dragon's cry truly was an awakening of the dragon soul, that would be bad news, as it was most likely a result of Iyun. What happened? The Myriad God Sect Master asked the red-dressed boy. Although the cry was monstrous, no dragon soul phantom appeared from the ascending dragon cauldron. I do not know. Myriad God Patriarch said in a deep voice. Although he had found the refinement recipe to the Dragon Emperor relic in an ancient dragon race ruin, the records were incomplete. It did not describe the after effects of the successful refinement of the Dragon Emperor relic or the consumption of the Dragon Emperor relic. Could that little bastard really have refined the Dragon Emperor relic? It has only been about 5 days. How can he be that fast? If Iyun had really succeeded in refining the Dragon Emperor relic, Myriad God Patriarch felt that he could slam his head into the ascending dragon cauldron to kill himself. He felt like a retard. He had spent immense effort and 1,000,000 years for one goal. And yet, all the benefits were taken away by a mere catalyst herb. If time could rewind, he would have diced up Iyun and not even bothered trying to use him as a catalyst herb. Myriad God Patriarch had never been so enraged before. With Iyun's cultivation level and strength, he could squeeze him to death with one hand. Still, Iyun had managed to take everything he had right out from under him. And all he could do was watch helplessly with no way to stop it. What are we to do? This little bastard still isn't coming out, the Myriad God Ridge's old woman asked. The way things had developed far exceeded their expectations. There's no choice, Myriad God Patriarch sighed. His prepubescent face sported wrinkles that betrayed his age. He seemed to have instantly grown older. This failure was a huge setback for him. It was equivalent to having his life's pillar of support destroyed. He knew very well that if Iyun really did refine the Dragon Emperor relic and consumed it, he would digest the medicinal essence within, infusing the dragon blood into his own. When that happened, even if he captured Iyun and refined him as a medicine, there would be no way for him to refine a second Dragon Emperor relic. The extent to which it could improve his body would probably be insufficient for him to reach the goal of awakening the ascending dragon cauldron. Little bastard, you destroyed all my hard work. Don't you think you'll be living much longer? Do you think I can't do a thing to you? All I wanted was to refine you into a divine herb. But it's not difficult to completely destroy you. Myriad God Patriarch was feeling disheartened at that moment. All he wanted was revenge. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. The space surrounding the ascending dragon cauldron began to distort, forming a spatial cage that restrained the ascending dragon cauldron. Master, what are you doing? Asked Myriad God Sect Master. Since the Dragon Emperor relic cannot be refined, the ascending dragon cauldron is of no value anymore. If all my hard work has been in vain, I'd rather go for broke. I'll throw the little bastard, as well as the ascending dragon cauldron, into a black hole. I'll let him be completely obliterated in a black hole. A black hole? Myriad God Sect Master was slightly taken aback. In the universe, the chaotic collapse of spacetime could form mysterious celestial bodies called black holes. They were the bottomless pits of the universe. Even light could not escape them. Rumors said that most black holes were formed out of chaos during the beginning of the universe. Although warriors could roam the world, their strength ultimately stemmed from their insights into the worldly laws. Warriors were not a manifestation of laws, but black holes were the ultimate manifestation of the worldly laws. Even mighty figures of the sinkhole could hardly withstand them.
At that moment, Iyun naturally heard Myriad God Patriarch's words from inside the ascending dragon cauldron.
Black hole. That old bastard. Iyun's heart sank.
Back when he came to the 12 Empyrean heavens from the Tian Yuan world, he had followed a path forged by his predecessors. After traveling through the spatial turbulences for a long time, Iyun encountered a black hole just as he was about to arrive in the 12 Empyrean heavens. It was because of a black hole that Iyun and Lin Xingtong were separated from one another. And that was with Iyun detecting it ahead of time. He narrowly avoided being truly sucked into the black hole. If he had passed the black hole's event horizon, he would never have escaped it. Back then, Iyun had struck with all his strength, shattering the void just before he was sucked into the black hole. He entered the spatial turbulence and, after he exited it, he had arrived in the Luo clan. Now, although Iyun was thousands of times stronger, once he passed the black hole's event horizon, he knew that there was no way he could exit it. With his current strength, he was far from withstanding the extreme worldly laws.
Little bastard, you must know of the horrors of a black hole.
You have destroyed 1,000,000 years of my hard work. But if can finally exchange it for your horrible death, that's the only way I can console myself.
Weren't you being insolent a while ago? I'll let you choose now. Come out of the ascending dragon cauldron and be killed by me, or enter the black hole and be doomed for all eternity. Myriad God Patriarch roared with laughter. His laughter sounded tragic and bitter. There was no grief worse than despair, and at that moment, Myriad God Patriarch was completely reeling in despair. Billions of miles away from the pocket world, there was a black hole. Although there was no teleportation array, Myriad God Patriarch could, through his own sheer strength, tear through the void and reach it in about 2 weeks. Myriad God Patriarch felt ridden with sadness when he made the decision. It felt like he was being sliced by a knife, but he had no other choice. Since it was fated not to be his, he was definitely not going to let Iyun get off easy. After using a spatial cage to restrain Iyun, he lifted his hand to tear the space in front of him. Splash! Under Myriad God Patriarch's hand, large swaths of space were no different from a canvas. Space was torn apart immediately. Who? Spatial tornadoes swirled as massive amounts of spatial turbulence surged out from the spatial rift. Myriad God Patriarch had been researching the ascending dragon cauldron for years. And before Iyun completely refined the ascending dragon cauldron for himself, he still had the capability to use spatial transference to send the ascending dragon cauldron away. At that moment, in the turbulent void outside the pocket world, a gray-colored figure was rapidly traveling through the tornadoes. Every tornado was extremely terrifying, each with the capability to destroy a star. However, the gray figure was extremely agile. He shuttled through space like an extra-large mouse, easily dodging all the tornadoes. He was none other than Old Snake. His face was covered in wrinkles and his clothes were shabby. An alcohol gourd hung by his waist. His disheveled hair looked like a bird's nest and he looked as wretched as could be. Chapter 1284, Combat Sacred Body. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Fuck, that old undying fuck actually chose a place like this. I've gone around this area so much that I'm getting dizzy. If I still had the strength from my past, it wouldn't even matter that there's no spatial node. I'd be able to tear through all the world barriers. Now, Old Snake was wrestling with anxiety. His disciple and Iyun were in the hands of the Myriad God Patriarch. Yet, he was still wandering around in the spatial turbulence and had yet to find the spatial node. Old Snake had already determined that Iyun and Snake Girl were likely somewhere nearby. However, the area he was in was a gigantic natural spatial maze. Old Snake was unable to identify Iyun's exact location. The only thing that was worth celebrating was that he was certain that the both of them were alive, thanks to the mental mark he put on them. In fact, Old Snake was baffled as to how Iyun and Snake Girl managed to remain alive. He was also puzzled by what the undying Myriad God Patriarch was up to. The only way Old Snake could find Iyun was by spending time. He would have to search for the right spatial node by process of elimination. This was a very time-consuming process. Old Snake guessed that he would take at least half a month before he could succeed. But by then, it would be too late. Those that were alive now would have long been dead. Good people die young, but disasters leave a mark for 1,000 years. That punk Iyun doesn't seem like a good person. He shouldn't die so easily, then. Old Snake muttered to himself. What depressed him was that while traversing the spatial turbulence, even with the most stamina-conserving method, he still had to use the energy sealed within him. It drained him of a little of his lifespan. Old Snake treasured his lifespan greatly. Although it was unknown how long the old fellow had lived, he did not find his time so far sufficient in any way. An additional day lived was one more chance. In his own words, he was a person that was extremely passionate about life. Fuck, that undying son of a turtle. When I capture him, I'll definitely dice him up. Old Snake cursed and grumbled. He kept using the word undying, but he seemed to have forgotten how long he had lived. It was several times longer than Myriad God Patriarch. If one had to say who was the oldest undying fart, Old Snake could claim first place in the Calm Sea, and Myriad God Patriarch would not even dare claim second. Just as Old Snake was spewing out invectives and searching for the spatial node, Old Snake felt a spatial storm spew out a distance away. Oh? What happened? Old Snake's heart stirred as he radiated his perception out. He was dumbfounded when he saw what greeted him. He saw a pale-looking red-dressed boy dragging a bronze cauldron as he tunneled out of a spatial rift. The boy was proceeding forward through the spatial turbulence. Old Snake was stunned when he took a closer look at the red-dressed boy. Isn't that Myriad God Patriarch? And that huge cauldron, isn't that the Ascending Dragon Cauldron? Upon sensing Old Snake's perception, Myriad God Patriarch was alerted and turned his head abruptly. He locked eyes with Old Snake through the vast space in between them. They stared at each other. Old Snake's eyes lit up. Isn't this what they fucking call wearing out an iron pair of shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for by luck? That undying old fart actually crawled out himself? Roar! Old Snake bellowed loudly, "Old Turtle, let's see if you can run away from Grandpa." As Old Snake shouted, he charged toward Myriad God Patriarch. Voice could not be transmitted in the spatial turbulence, but Old Snake specially broadcast his voice through a Yuan Qi transmission, straight into Myriad God Patriarch's ears. "Old Turtle, you are finally willing to poke your turtle head out. Watch me slaughter you to make turtle soup." Old Snake charged with a dominating might. Chaotic spatial flows gathered around his body. He no longer looked wretched in any way. Instead, he looked highly spirited, like a god of war reborn. "Who are you?" Myriad God Patriarch was alarmed. He could sense a terrifying might from the elder in front of him. The elder's strength was even higher than his. Previously, Myriad God Patriarch had a premonition that a mighty figure had been secretly watching him. Back then, it was a fleeting feeling and was not something he could confirm. He had spent large amounts of spirit jade to transport the Ascending Dragon Cauldron across the void, mainly for the Pocket's World's massive array and the astral fire. Preventing other experts from disrupting him was only a precautionary side effect. However, Myriad God Patriarch never expected that there was really an old monster that had been watching him all this while. If he had not moved to the Pocket World or hidden the spatial node a long time ago, that old monster would have probably come attacking. When that time came, his alchemical ritual would have been reduced to a mere joke. "Curse the heavens! Why are you doing this to me?" Myriad God Patriarch roared inwardly. The little bastard Iyun had already caused so much trouble, and next came some old beast. It was as though the heavens did not want him to be happy. Ha! When he saw Old Snake charging at him, Myriad God Patriarch roared and struck out with his palm. At the instant the palm struck out,
it was as though a blood-colored ocean surged from myriad god patriarch's palm. Even though they were amid violent spatial turbulence, the red-colored ocean moved unobstructed.
It actually became thicker and more coagulated. Against the sudden appearance of Old Snake, myriad god patriarch did not dare hold back. His attack could rend the world asunder. Nice one there. This old turtle sure has some skill. Old Snake gave a clear cry as energy blasted outwards from him. His ragged shirt also tore apart. Combat sacred body. Golden light fell from the heavens and enveloped Old Snake's body. The golden light condensed and replaced his torn clothes, taking the form of dazzling golden battle armor. The golden battle armor was not Old Snake's treasured artifact but a manifestation of Old Snake's Yuan Qi. In fact, Old Snake's Yuan Qi could not be called Yuan Qi but Battle Qi. In what Old Snake cultivated in, there was no defense or dodging. In battles with his enemies, he relied on an overwhelming offensive that could destroy everything. Crack! Old Snake roared as he swung his fist. The winds that stirred from the punch alone could shatter the void. Like a battalion of cavalry rushing forward with formidable might, the spatial turbulence shattered. At that moment, Old Snake was truly the portrait of a golden-armored battle god. His back was no longer hunched and his eyes were no longer turbid. Even his once white and disheveled hair turned ink black. It flailed freely in the spatial turbulence. The punch that matched a battalion collided with the myriad god patriarch's blood ocean palm. Boom! The spatial maze shattered while the roaring blood ocean was split into two by Old Snake's punch. The punch did not lose a bit of its momentum as it came bearing down on myriad god patriarch's chest. Pang! With a loud explosion, myriad god patriarch's body shrank rapidly. After being struck by Old Snake's punch, he flew backward like a portrait that was pinned in the void. The ascending dragon cauldron that he was guiding also fell straight back into the pocket world, crashing heavily onto the ground. Myriad god patriarch felt reverberations through his heart. That offensive strength was too terrifying. It was impossible for him to directly clash with the golden stranger. Who are you? It was unknown how long it had been since he encountered such an opponent. In the calm sea, there was almost no one that threatened him. Why do you care who I am? Just know that I'll be the one killing you. Old Snake strode towards myriad god patriarch. With a wave of his hand, a golden spear appeared in his palm. The spear was ancient and unadorned. Its tip suffused a faint blood-red color as though it had experienced countless battles in a primordial battlefield where it feasted on the blood of countless experts. Myriad god patriarch wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A gravely serious look appeared in his eyes. He understood that the old fellow in front of him could really rob him of his life. Not only did his attempt at refining the Dragon Emperor relic fail, he was also facing a life-and-death crisis. Boom! With a bang, the ascending dragon cauldron crashed back into the pocket world. The hard ground blasted open from the ascending dragon cauldron's fall. The ascending dragon cauldron was as heavy as a mountain, so it went straight underground. This spot was no longer the molten ocean caused by the 9 dragon rifts. It was thousands of kilometers from the myriad god Ridge disciples. What happened? In the core area of the 9 dragon rifts, myriad god sect master immediately noticed something amiss because his soul was connected to the red-dressed boy. In fact, he and the old woman were slaves that were taken in by the myriad god patriarch millions of years ago. The two of them had signed a soul contract with the myriad god patriarch. This was also the reason why the myriad god sect master would often address the patriarch as master. Otherwise, the myriad god patriarch would not trust the two of them unconditionally. The myriad god patriarch only trusted the dead or soul slaves. Master has been intercepted, the old woman said in a deep voice. It's a terrifying existence with extraordinary power. He's battling Master, and it's possible that Master is not his match. Let's go aid him, myriad god sect master said through a voice transmission.
Because of the soul mark, the Myriad God sect master and the old woman were absolutely loyal to the Myriad God patriarch.
Activate the Grand Sanguine Killing Array and aid Master. It will be able to increase Master's strength several-fold,
the old woman said.
She and the Myriad God sect master were Divine Lords who had fused with Divine Lord Royal Seals.
In the Myriad God Ridge, although there were 10+ elders with a Divine Lord cultivation level, few of them had fused with a Divine Lord Royal Seal. Even in the Sinkhole, Divine Lords that possessed a Divine Lord Royal Seal were not to be underestimated. All elders with Divine Lord cultivation levels, follow me.
Myriad God sect master gave the order. The Grand Sanguine Killing Array required people to support it. And in the chaotic spatial turbulence, it was no longer pragmatic to get Supremacy Realm experts to set up an array formation while fending off an extraordinary expert that could even threaten the Myriad God Patriarch. To participate in the Grand Sanguine Killing Array, a Divine Lord cultivation level was the minimum requirement. At that moment, Iyun was already observing the situation outside the Ascending Dragon Cauldron.
That old fellow has finally arrived. Iyun finally heaved a sigh of relief.
The old fellow was still reliable at the final moment. Indeed, he should not have pinned his hopes on Old Snake finding the entrance to the Pocket World, or he would have long been cooked by Myriad God Patriarch. Iyun had already begun digesting the Dragon Emperor relic, and as the Dragon Emperor bloodline in him grew stronger, the connection he had with the Ascending Dragon Cauldron tightened.
I'll attempt to see if I can drive the Ascending Dragon Cauldron.
Previously, Iyun had only received the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's recognition.
He had yet to fully refine the Ascending Dragon Cauldron for himself.
As for trying to drive the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, it was a much more difficult task.
Chapter 1285, Driving the Cauldron. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Sierra, aid me. Iyun shouted from inside the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. Not only did Iyun want to drive the cauldron, he wanted to use it as a weapon. However, a divine item like the Ascending Dragon Cauldron had the Dragon Emperor's soul sealed within it. It was capable of suppressing a world.
Legends told of a mighty ancient being that ruled over 9 continents with 9 cauldrons.
Each treasured cauldron was as heavy as a world.
Iyun was basically using strength alone to drive a world, and his strength was not sufficient for the task. Even when Myriad God Patriarch moved the Ascending Dragon Cauldron into the Pocket World, he did not do it by driving the Ascending Dragon Cauldron.
Instead, he had to use spatial dimension laws to transport the space the Ascending Dragon Cauldron occupied to another spot. Alright, Brother Iyun.
As Ling Sierra spoke, her body transformed into a stream of light that merged into Iyun's body.
Who?
The heretical godfire burned as Iyun punched himself in the chest, forcing out a mouthful of blood essence that he sprayed onto the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's Dragon Emperor technique. After Iyun consumed the Dragon Emperor relic, the Dragon Emperor bloodline in him was much more potent than it was in the past.
The 9 golden dragon engravings absorbed Iyun's blood essence and seemed to come alive.
Their pupils began emitting pale golden light.
The process was extremely peaceful as Iyun silently sensed the connection between him and the Ascending Dragon Cauldron become increasingly stronger.
At that moment, Iyun felt like all his blood was boiling. His body was like a cauldron that was heated by the flames of his vitality. Iyun had spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood essence consecutively in total. If typical warriors did so, they would be greatly weakened. However, Iyun felt that due to the powerful lifeblood within him, the blood essence he had spat out was already being replenished. It felt like he had only bled ordinary blood.
The Dragon Emperor bloodline was truly powerful.
Move! Iyun roared as all his Yuan Qi blasted out. His muscles immediately tightened, forming a perfect muscle definition. Iyun had been practicing martial arts for years. His muscle tone was already very defined. After consuming the Dragon Emperor relic, he did not have any obvious increase in muscle mass, but his muscles suffused a dark and faint golden luster as though he had a body of a god. Boom! The ascending dragon cauldron vibrated suddenly and the ground cracked apart around it. Terrifying rifts began to spread out in every direction like a spider web. A mountain 50 kilometers away shook violently, as though a massive earthquake was sweeping through the pocket world. Buzz! The ascending dragon cauldron issued a dull sound as it slowly flew up from the ground. 500 kilometers away, Song Wu and company saw the dazzling golden light emitted by the ascending dragon cauldron. "What is going on?" someone exclaimed. "It's that little bastard. He is driving the ascending dragon cauldron. For some unknown reason, the patriarch brought him back here." Song Wu and company were unaware of what had happened outside the pocket world due to the layers of spatial storms that isolated them. Although they guessed that the patriarch had encountered an incident, they could never have guessed that an expert that surpassed their patriarch would suddenly appear. With myriad god patriarch's strength, few people could match him. Darn it! The ascending dragon cauldron has really been refined by that bastard, Song Wu said angrily. The refinement of the ascending dragon cauldron for oneself was a huge opportunity. However, the opportunity had landed in Yi Yun's lap. As for Song Wu, he had to shake his tail at Myriad God Patriarch pitifully, hoping that Myriad God Patriarch would spare a pittance of benefits for him. As for Yi Yun, he had taken all of Myriad God Patriarch's lifework and hope away. The massive gap left Song Wu burning with envy. As Song Wu was feeling the rage of 1,000 suns, Yi Yun was feeling disappointed with his ride in the ascending dragon cauldron. The ascending dragon cauldron was too slow. Yi Yun was injecting all his strength into it, but he could only make it move at a snail's pace. And to maintain this speed, Yi Yun had to constantly feed his energy into the cauldron. If he had not stimulated his Dragon Emperor bloodline, he would have found it difficult to continue. "Others can easily avoid if I attack at this speed," Yi Yun muttered to himself. Despite the ascending dragon cauldron's robustness, it was limited by Yi Yun's strength. Ultimately, there was a need for Yi Yun to increase his cultivation level to truly bring out the ascending dragon cauldron's offensive might. Perhaps at the Supremacy Realm, the ascending dragon cauldron will be able to showcase some of its strength. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun shook his head. He was being greedy. He had refined the ascending dragon cauldron for himself, obtained the Dragon Emperor technique, and consumed the Dragon Emperor relic. His vital potential was massively stimulated, and not only did his physical strength increase exponentially, his cultivation level had risen 3 subrealms in one go. There was nothing to be discontented about. In the future, with a fully powered ascending dragon cauldron, it would be equivalent to him having a powerful fortress. The ascending dragon cauldron was not suitable as an abode, but if he placed the God Advent Tower into the ascending dragon cauldron, it would be perfect. In terms of defense, the ascending dragon cauldron was far superior to the God Advent Tower. At that moment, chaotic twirling spatial turbulence surged outside the pocket world. Myriad God Sect Master and the old woman led 16 Divine Lord Realm experts outside the spatial node. What a powerful storm! Typical spatial storms were nothing much, but, due to Old Snake and Myriad God Patriarch's clashes, these spatial storms were more than 100 times more violent. Even Divine Lord Realm experts felt the pressure. Who is Patriarch fighting? Heavens, who is that old man? Only then did the Myriad God Ridge Elders see Old Snake. He was 5 kilometers away with Myriad God Patriarch. One of them had a dazzling golden body and the other seemed to have blood seas raging over his body. And what left them in disbelief was that the Myriad God Patriarch was the one being beaten. "Snap out of it. Quickly set up the array," said the old woman. She suddenly threw out a disc array which expanded rapidly in the spatial storms and instantly enveloped everyone. The 16 Divine Lord experts scattered to 16 different spots in the disc array. The Myriad God Patriarch was an array formation grandmaster. One of the benefits of the disc arrays he created was that the people manning the array formation did not need to be well versed in array formations. All they needed to do was inject their Yuan Qi into the array formation. Boom! The disc array established itself in the void as a blood-colored beam shot out from the middle. Instantly, the Divine Lord experts in the array formation felt their energies being rapidly drained. Several took on alarmed expressions.
Don't worry. We are only borrowing a portion of your strength.
It will only make you weak for a few days, but it will not affect your cultivation levels or lifespans at all, explained Myriad God Sect Master. The Divine Lords were alarmed and suspicious at the Myriad God Sect Master's words, but at that moment they had no other choice.
Phew! The array formation shot out a sanguine beam that augmented the Myriad God Patriarch.
Calling for reinforcements now that you can't beat me, derided Old Snake. He had noticed that people had traveled through a spatial node, and at the same time, Myriad God Patriarch had desperately attacked in order to hold him back, so as to give the others time to set up the array formation. The large array formation gathered the Yuan Qi of the participants and infused all of it into Myriad God Patriarch's body. Myriad God Patriarch wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Bathed in the sanguine light, he looked as happy as a dried fish that had finally been returned to the ocean. He felt extremely comfortable because the injuries he had were slowly recovering.
Ha 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 ha. Old fool, don't busy yourself mocking me. Don't think I can't tell that you are actually injured.
Your attacks seem overwhelming and are much stronger than mine, but something rigid tends to be fragile.
You can't last long.
As long as I have constant energy supporting me, I can outlast you for about 30 minutes. By then, you will lose your stamina and your old injury will rear its head.
There is no doubt you will die.
Myriad God Patriarch smiled hideously. Not only was he skilled at setting up arrays, he also knew some divination arts. This made him have a sense of premonition and sharp observational skills, even in a heated battle. He could tell that with Old Snake's physical condition, he would definitely be the winner if he could just hold out.
Hee hee. Old Snake made a few sneers as his face turned gloomy.
He was well aware of the fact that, after suffering from the first clash, the Myriad God Patriarch chose not to fight him head-on. He was only aggressive against Old Snake when he needed to distract him to buy time array formation to become effective.
Old Snake's full frontal assault was draining his stamina.
It was as Myriad God Patriarch said, Old Snake had very heavy injuries. He usually led a frivolous life and hid his strength, yet now he was beginning to burn his lifespan while fighting Myriad God Patriarch.
It left his heart aching. Old Snake squinted his eyes and looked at the distant great array.
He knew very well that Myriad God Patriarch could not last long under his attacks, but the array formation kept replenishing Myriad God Patriarch's stamina.
If he could destroy the disc array, the Myriad God Patriarch would once again be embroiled in a dire battle.
But just as Old Snake had this thought, spatial tornadoes suddenly swept over towards the vicinity of the array formation. Unexpectedly, the massive array vanished. The sanguine beam that shot out from the array's core seemed to extend to a spot an infinite distance away. Although it still reached Myriad God Patriarch, the source of the sanguine light could no longer be seen.
Oh! Old Snake's heart sank. Old fool, you want to destroy my array? How would I let you? My grand sanguine killing array is sealed in a spatial node. As long as I hide that spatial node, it will be fool's talk for you to find it.
Back when Myriad God Patriarch took Yun to the pocket world, he had hidden the spatial node. Old Snake had searched in vain for nearly 10 days, ultimately failing to find the way into the pocket world. Now, Old Snake knew the rough location of the spatial node, but it would be too difficult for him to find the array formation while fighting Myriad God Patriarch.
What happened to your fierce attacks?
I'll use the treasures in your ring to make up a tiny portion of my losses. Myriad God Patriarch roared insolently.
He had already recovered about 30% of his stamina.
For Old Snake to live for such a long period of time, Myriad God Patriarch believed that he must have some amazing treasures.
Ignoring everything else, he was already very interested in the combat sacred body alone.
Just as Myriad God Patriarch was about to attack, he suddenly felt a sense of unease.
Oh! Myriad God Patriarch's attack came to a pause as he abruptly turned his head. Boom! He heard a loud explosion and space suddenly trembled. Immediately following that, the nearby spatial tornadoes degenerated into chaos.
What's the matter?
At that moment, Myriad God Sect Master and company, who were hiding in the array formation, were alarmed. Something is coming out of the spatial node, the old white-haired woman cried out. Just before her voice faded, the spatial node tore apart directly.
Join forces with me, Myriad God Sect Master said to the old woman.
But just as he circulated his Yuan Qi, he saw a spatial node expand.
A heavy and unadorned bronze cauldron appeared out of thin air.
After the spatial node was hidden in the outer world, it was naturally difficult for Old Snake to find it. However, if the spatial node was pointed out, trying to hide it would naturally be useless.
The bronze cauldron wasn't fast. It was actually quite slow. However, it possessed an indomitable might that was like a moving mountain. Boom!
The ascending dragon cauldron struck right at the disk array that was beneath the feet of the numerous divine lords of Myriad Godridge. The disk array had been fixed in the spatial node so it was unable to dodge. The collision happened at full force, so how could the relatively brittle disk array be able to compare with the ascending dragon cauldron?
Ka-cha! An explosion that sounded like metal shattering followed.
The disk array was cracked and thrown apart by the ascending dragon cauldron strike.
Damn it!
Myriad God Sect Master was seized with anxiousness. However, when he saw the ascending dragon cauldron in front of him, he felt helpless. Burning and hitting the ascending dragon cauldron was useless. Even Myriad God Patriarch was at a loss for how to deal with the ascending dragon cauldron, so how could he do anything?
Boom!
The ascending dragon cauldron continued its unstoppable charge as the Grand Sanguine Killing Array directly shattered to pieces.
Phew!
The Grand Sanguine Killing Array's sanguine light dissipated instantly and exploded together with the concealment array formation of the spatial node. The ascending dragon cauldron appeared straight out of the spatial turbulence and remained immovable despite the inundations of the storms.
This is? Old Snake looked at the ascending dragon cauldron in shock.
He had previously seen Myriad God Patriarch carrying the ascending dragon cauldron while rushing out of the pocket world. He did not find it weird back then, but now the ascending dragon cauldron had automatically flown out of the pocket world and shattered the Myriad God Patriarch's disk array.
It left Old Snake astonished. Could it be? Little bastard! I will definitely pulverize you to dust. Myriad God Patriarch was on the brink of a mental collapse. Yun was no doubt a malignant star to him.
Upon hearing Myriad God Patriarch's words, Old Snake was astonished.
That punk Yun could control the ascending dragon cauldron? How did he do it?
Regardless of the process, Yun had managed to destroy the Grand Sanguine Killing Array, greatly delighting Old Snake.
As a result, he was no longer afraid of Myriad God Patriarch. Ah, Yun, you have really given me a pleasant surprise. Old Turtle, let's see if you can survive this.
Old Snake laughed and charged toward Myriad God Patriarch as his body was enveloped by the combat sacred body's golden halo.
Myriad God Patriarch's face sank. He knew that he was no match for his opponent. He was definitely doomed if he continued fighting. Even if did risk everything to inflict a serious injury on Old Snake, it would be meaningless. With this thought in mind, his body flashed as he escaped into the deep depths of the spatial turbulence. You want to escape? Old Snake was boiling within and needed to vent his anger. Therefore, how could he grant Myriad God Patriarch's wish? On a divine beam of light, he moved at a speed much faster than Myriad God Patriarch as he pursued him. Just as Old Snake was about to catch up to him, Myriad God Patriarch tore open the void directly. As for Old Snake, he followed closely behind and also ripped the void. Both of them vanished into the spatial storms one after another. Chapter 1286, The Tempted Songwu. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. Myriad God Patriarch and Old Snake left, abandoning the group of people from the Myriad God Ridge. They were all dumbfounded. They could not move fast enough to chase up to the duo, so what could they do? As for the ascending dragon cauldron in front of them, they were helpless despite knowing that Iyun was within. Boom! The ascending dragon cauldron emitted a dull explosion as it gently trembled and flew back to the spatial node, returning to the pocket world. Myriad God Sect Master was practically going mad from seeing the ascending dragon cauldron's plotting departure. This little bastard, don't you let me catch you or I'll pull out each and every one of your tendons. The old woman cursed viciously. Iyun was right in front of them, but all they could do was watch helplessly. It was an aggravating feeling. Iyun couldn't be bothered to respond. The ascending dragon cauldron continued its sluggish flight before landing back in the pocket world. The remaining divine lords, Myriad God Sect Master, and the old woman stared agape. They were unsure of what to do. Let's return first and wait for Master. Master might be able to beat that person. Furthermore, we're in the middle of a spatial maze. And Master has sealed off the entire world. It wouldn't be easy for us to return to the Myriad God Ridge. Myriad God Sect Master had no other solution. The 10+ divine lords could only follow him back into the pocket world. They met up with Song Wu and company. They had already left the molten sea from before and arrived in a mountain valley. Although the heat had started to fade after the cauldron left, no one wanted to be baked by the heat waves. Although the pocket world was mostly desolate, the mountain valley was quite a breathtaking scene. And then, boom! With a huge explosion, the ascending dragon cauldron landed in the mountain valley, causing the valley to shake. Iyun seemed bent on repulsing them. He made it a point to land in the same mountain valley. That punk! The old woman's expression was ugly. Iyun was like a ghost that lingered just to haunt them. No one could do a thing because of the ascending dragon cauldron. He was going too far, but they could not even avoid him. There's no need to bother with him. Let's wait for Master. If Master returns safely, this punk is definitely dead, unless... Myriad God Sect Master did not continue his words. The old woman's heart sank as well. The both of them were connected to the Myriad God Patriarch through a soul contract. The terms of their soul contract were absolute. If Myriad God Patriarch was killed, their souls would suffer heavy damage, to the point that it might even kill them. As they remembered that their lives were in the balance, Myriad God Sect Master and the old woman felt great unease. Under such circumstances, they felt exceedingly frustrated seeing the ascending dragon cauldron. Of course, Myriad God Sect Master and the old woman were not the only ones who were repulsed. Song Wu, as well as the people from the Song and Zhang family, bore a heavy hatred towards Iyun. Martial Uncle Song Wu, does this ascending dragon cauldron no longer belong to us? A young man walked at Song Wu's side. He was lanky and had a pair of arched brows. He was the personal disciple from the Song family that had been recently promoted. Previously, he had mocked Iyun for being a reared beast that was fodder for training, but, in a blink of an eye, he had been severely injured because of the concealed dragon cauldron. Even his dantian had been heavily damaged. However, arched brows was the hope of the Song family's younger generation. As the only personal disciple from the Song family at present, the Song family elders treated arched brows with great care and concern. Song Zhanshan had even fed him a sacred recovery medicine that had been handed down by their ancestors. It slightly restored arched brows' dantian and even mitigated the damage to his cultivation level, so that it did not drop that much. After a few days of recovery, arched brows finally recovered a bit of his yuan qi. Other than having a slightly pale face, there were no symptoms of damage. At that moment, Song Wu was sitting near to where the ascending dragon cauldron was. He was staring intently at the ascending dragon cauldron. Song Wu shook his head and said, "The little bastard has refined it as his own. Even Patriarch has decided to abandon it by throwing it into a black hole." Arched Brows rubbed the tip of his nose and walked to the side of the ascending dragon cauldron. There, he undid his pants. The action took Song Woo aback. "What are you doing?" "Pissing." As Arched Brows spoke, he revealed a wretched smile. "Isn't that little bastard hiding in the ascending dragon cauldron? Even Patriarch can't do a thing to him. We naturally can't do a thing to him. Since the ascending dragon cauldron has been refined for Iyun, and I have a sudden need to go, I'll just piss right here." Song Woo was taken aback for a moment. He stroked his chin. The kid was a genius. It would absolutely disgust Iyun. With his status, he was naturally not suitable for doing such acts. Letting Arched Brows do it was most appropriate. Arched Brows' words attracted the attention of many myriad God Ridge elders and disciples. Instantly, they felt like they had discovered a brand new world. Warriors were accustomed to using strength to resolve conflicts. If strength could not resolve the problem, they could only swallow the insult. They found the suggestion proposed by Arched Brows to be fresh and remarkable despite it being an act of riffraff. Someone laughed. "Taking a piss is being too polite. You should shit on it." Myriad Godridge warriors regularly ate their fair share of spirit food, so they naturally had their bodily functions. "That's a good idea. Let me store it up. I'll fly onto the cauldron's lid and shit right on it. All of you can join me." Ha, life is good if we can use a primordial divine artifact as a shit bucket. By suddenly attracting the attention of so many, Arched Brows felt smug. It was a flash of brilliance he had blurted out. He never expected everyone to take to his idea so eagerly. People have a strange desire to defile the divine. Arched Brows' plan appealed to the crowd the same way some mortals like to piss on a mountain peak after successfully scaling the mountain. Quite a number of people expressed their interest. The elders had their reservations, but the younger disciples did not care about such things. Arched Brows made it more serious as he continued, "In my opinion, this Iyun is hiding in the ascending dragon cauldron and will probably never come out again. We might as well bring the ascending dragon cauldron back to the Myriad Godridge and throw it into the toilet. Isn't there a massive shithole in the Outer Sect Disciple District in East Toilet? We should place the ascending dragon cauldron there and let everyone shit and piss on it. We should let that little bastard have a good time soaking up the piss." But then, something unexpected happened just as Arched Brows spoke. Suddenly, the ascending dragon cauldron shot out a plume of black flames that swept towards Arched Brows. At the same time, the surrounding spatial dimension laws were compressed as a strong suction power emitted from the ascending dragon cauldron. Arched Brow exclaimed. He lost control of his body under the mighty suction force and was swept through the ensuing storm that made him fly towards the mouth of the ascending dragon cauldron. Song Woo, who was nearby, was quick to react when he saw Arched Brows about to be sucked into the cauldron. With a flash, he went to Arched Brows' side and grabbed his arm. After grabbing onto Arched Brows, Song Woo naturally felt the suction force. This suction force wasn't very strong. With Song Woo's strength, he could completely defend against it. He could also forcefully escape the ascending dragon cauldron's restraints with Arched Brows. At that moment, Song Woo had a flash of brilliance. He saw a tiny opening in the ascending dragon cauldron's lid. It was open to the outside world. As long as he was willing, he could actually enter the ascending dragon cauldron. Chapter 1287, Iyun and Song Woo. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Entering the ascending dragon cauldron's interior. Song Woo had a brilliant idea. This was the only chance he had to directly confront Iyun. But Iyun's strength. Song Woo was unaware of Iyun's experiences in the ascending dragon cauldron. He obviously knew that Iyun had refined the ascending dragon cauldron for himself, but he was clueless as to Iyun's massive growth and strength. Before Iyun entered the ascending dragon cauldron, he was only at the 5th-story Dao Palace. Even if he could undergo a great breakthrough in cultivation level, there was ultimately a limit. Besides, if he made too much of a breakthrough, it would result in unstable foundations. So how much could his strength increase? I'm a late-stage supremacy. And my strength is heads and shoulders above people at the same realm as me. If I can kill Iyun, I can take everything within the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. I might even find a way to refine the Ascending Dragon Cauldron for myself. Then, everything that belongs to Iyun will be mine. This thought germinated in Song Wu's mind in a blink of an eye, turning into an obsession. The Myriad God Patriarch was currently being pursued by a mysterious person, and the outcome was still unknown. Those that were trapped in the pocket world could only leave things up to fate. If he could hide in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, that was the best way to ensure his own safety. Because of the huge temptation of an opportunity for himself and the safety it would bring, Song Wu wanted to take the risk. However, he was somewhat hesitant. He was a suspicious person and he did not dare venture into anything hastily. At that moment, the suction force from the Ascending Dragon Cauldron weakened rapidly. The lid was closing back on itself, sealing the cauldron shut once again. That punk is going to seal the cauldron. A lost opportunity would not present itself again. Song Wu guessed that Iyun had attempted to kill Arched Brows in a moment of rage, accidentally revealing a weakness. Now that Iyun discovered that he had caught Arched Brows, he did want to expose himself again. He was about to seal the cauldron. Song Wu felt that if he missed this opportunity, he would no longer have a chance of entering the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. Riches were where danger laid, and those that wanted to live an ignoble existence would not cultivate martial arts. He needed to take the risk. Song Wu roared as his body transformed into a stream of light that flew straight for the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. Song Wu. People were shocked by this scene. They were standing a distance away and all they saw was black light streams swirling before Song Wu flew for the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. He's trying to enter the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. Only then did people realize what Song Wu was up to. Before anyone could say another word, Song Wu had flown into the Ascending Dragon Cauldron at the instant the Ascending Dragon Cauldron closed. Arched Brows, meanwhile, was also carried in unwillingly by the suction force. Ding dang! The Ascending Dragon Cauldron sealed shut once again. The black flames vanished as though nothing had happened. The people were left in a daze. A few seconds later, someone guffawed, "Ha! Martial Uncle Song Wu did such an absolutely fantastic job. That little bastard Iyun was being a turtle that hid in his shell, but now Song Wu has entered his turtle shell. I want to see how much more he can shrink back. That little bastard is doomed." This is what they call catching a turtle in a jar. The Myriad Godridge disciples praised Song Wu for his quick reaction. Iyun had wanted to kill Arched Brows, but Song Wu instantly noticed the flaw Iyun had exposed. He pressed forward to smash the enemy's lair. However, the Myriad God Sect master and old woman frowned slightly. Song Wu was an ambitious person. His goal in entering the Ascending Dragon Cauldron was unknown. Regardless, it was absolutely better than just Iyun run rampant. At that moment, Song Wu entered the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior. The moment Song Wu materialized, he immediately circulated his Yuan Qi to the limit in a bid to guard against any traps Iyun had planted in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. However, other than an inundating heat wave, he did not notice anything else. There wasn't a trap? Song Wu calmed down. He looked at his surroundings and radiated his perception. The Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior was much larger than he imagined. Perhaps, it could even fit a mountain inside and still have space to spare. A person in the large cauldron appeared minute. "Martial Uncle Song Wu, why did you come in as well?" Arched Brows had been pulled in by the suction force and was feeling alarmed, but now, having seen Song Wu, he immediately felt relieved. Song Wu was like a straw he could clutch in desperation. With Song Wu backing him, what was there for him to be afraid of? At that moment, Song Wu discovered Iyun. He was in a corner of the ascending dragon cauldron's bottom. His body was covered in smoke and mist. Beside him were Snake Girl and a pagoda that was the height of a person. "Let's go." Songwoo pulled arched brows and tore through the smoke. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at the bottom of the ascending dragon cauldron. Clang! Songwoo landed on the heavy bronze ground. The bronze cauldron remained extremely hot due to remnants of the astral fire's heat. Songwoo was not worried that Iyun would use the flames. The ascending dragon cauldron's interior was large, that attempting to burn him with flames would be fruitless. He had ample space to dodge. The only way that flames could be used here was to be like Myriad God Patriarch. He had exerted external pressure that affected the interior by using a grand array to amass infinite astral fire to burn the cauldron for extended periods of time. Upon seeing Songwoo, Snake Girl was given a fright. She had no connection with the ascending dragon cauldron, after all, and did not know what was happening outside or what Iyun had done. So she could not help but be alarmed when Songwoo suddenly appeared. "It's fine." Iyun pointed to the God Advent Tower. "Go inside." At that moment, Snake Girl was not the only one alarmed. Arched Brows was taken aback when he saw Iyun. "Martial Uncle Songwoo, could it be that you deliberately entered?" Arched Brows panicked crazily when he was being sucked into the ascending dragon cauldron. The world seemed to turn topsy-turvy and he couldn't understand his situation. Upon realizing Songwoo's goal, he was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha! Martial Uncle Songwoo, nice one there. This little bastard Iyun is only digging his own grave to suck you in as well. Now, I want to see how he dies." Arched Brows laughed out loudly. However, his voice turned softer as he laughed. He noticed that Iyun was looking at him as though he was looking at a retard. "You? What are you looking at?" Iyun's look made him panic. Although he had laughed in an unbridled fashion, he truly felt repressed by the very idea of Iyun. Many people had suffered under Iyun's hands, so Arched Brows lacked confidence in facing him. "Just looking at a dead man," said Iyun indifferently. "You sure are dumb. Be it me or Songwoo, none of us will allow you to live on. Do you think Songwoo is here to save you?" "He's only here for the opportunities within the ascending dragon cauldron. If he obtains anything, his first priority would be to figure out how to monopolize it. After that, he would get rid of you. Even if he kills you, he can just push the blame entirely to me. It's a flawless plan." Iyun said this all very calmly, chilling Arched Brows' heart. Although he refused to believe it, he turned to look at Songwoo and felt a calm and cold gaze. It put a chill in his heart. Martial Uncle Songwoo. Ha! Songwoo laughed. "Iyun, you sure can see through things. That explains how you were able to escape from Patriarch." Martial Uncle Songwoo, I. When he noticed that Songwoo spoke without reassuring him, Arched Brows began to break out into a cold sweat. This feeling that his life or death had no importance made him feel like he was an ant to these people. It left Arched Brows shuddering in fear. It doesn't take much to see through such matters. Human nature is what it is. If you were not coveting the opportunities within the ascending dragon cauldron, why would you take such a great risk to enter the ascending dragon cauldron and kill me? Chapter 1288, Golden Carp. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Upon hearing Iyun's words, Songwoo's eyes flashed. Iyun appeared to have expected all of this to happen. "Iyun, don't tell me that my entering the ascending dragon cauldron was part of your plan from the very beginning." Iyun gave an indifferent smile. He had indeed guessed that Songwoo would take advantage of the opening to go inside. In fact, he had deliberately opened the cauldron's lid to catch Songwoo's attention. Following that, he quickly attempted to seal the cauldron again so that Songwoo would think he was afraid. Working with such a small window, Songwoo did not have the luxury of time to think things through.
But when it came to warriors, ignoring the fact that Song Wu was a particularly ambitious person, most people would choose to take a risk when faced with the choice of danger and opportunity. If they weren't the daring type, they would not have embarked on the martial path to being with.
Interesting. Song Wu sized Yi Yun up. Your cultivation level seems to have reached the 8th-story Dao Palace? If your cultivation level increases that fast, your nomological insights will not be able to keep up. That will lead to unstable foundations and bring you more harm than benefit. Do you naively think that you can kill me? Won't we know once I give it a try? I just had a sharp increase in cultivation level and there's abundant energy overflowing in me. I'm in need of an opponent to test my strength. After shopping around, I decided on you. As Yi Yun spoke, he loosened his wrist. On the back of his right hand was a golden rune that flashed as though it was a golden tattoo. I say, person who's about to die. Yi Yun looked at arched brows who was still seized by immense horror. Song Wu's aloofness towards him made him lack confidence. Although he wouldn't admit it out loud, he had gradually come to the realization that Song Wu would really kill him. He never expected that his stroke of brilliance, to piss on the ascending dragon cauldron as a way to play to the crowd, would cost him his life. With Yi Yun calling out to him, arched brows panicked. He couldn't even bother with the phrase person who's about to die that Yi Yun used to address him. What? What is it? Yi Yun only gave a faint smile. Suddenly, his body shot forward like a ghost. His right hand coruscated gold as it pressed down on arched brows. It was as though the massive MTI was crashing down on him. It sent reverberations down arched brows' heart as he rapidly retreated. Simultaneously, he conjured his protective Yuan Qi and produced a sword in his hand. He used all his strength to fend off Yi Yun's strike. Even though he knew he was utterly inadequate, he did not give up on putting up a desperate struggle. Martial Uncle Song Wu, save me! Arched brows yelled in despair, but Yi Yun's strike had already arrived. Pang! With an explosion, arched brows' protective Yuan Qi was penetrated like a thin piece of paper, allowing Yi Yun to grab his arm. Ka-cha! Amid the clear sounds of a bone fracture, arched brows hollered tragically. His arm had been crushed by Yi Yun. Then, Yi Yun kicked him in the chest. And when his right hand lost its grip, his sword landed in Yi Yun's hand. Lend me your sword. Yi Yun's Mirage Snow had been taken away by Myriad God Patriarch, so he did not have a handy weapon at the moment. The reason why he had attacked Arched Brows first was for his sword. At that moment, Arched Brows was sent flying from Yi Yun's kick. His sternum cratered inwards and it was unknown how many ribs had been broken. His organs had already been crushed from the kick before the shattered bits of bone pierced them. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Arched Brow spat a mouthful of blood. He was close to tears. If Yi Yun wanted his sword, he could have asked. He wouldn't have dared to refuse him, but instead Yi Yun just attacked without a word, causing him to lose nearly half his life. Yi Yun had the sword in hand, but it had a mental imprint left behind by Arched Brows. It prevented him from using the sword immediately. And at that moment, Song Wu had appeared silently behind Yi Yun. He held a strange-looking weapon that resembled both a sword and a saber. Its body was windy with a sharp edge on one side and jagged teeth on the other. Its blade was black and lusterless as though it could absorb light. It thrust straight at Yi Yun's rear. Wah! The blade vibrated, and as the weapon approached, countless gray waves seemed to appear in the void. These waves resonated with the weapon's jagged teeth so that space itself seemed to be ripped apart. Oh? This is? Upon seeing the gray waves, Yi Yun's pupils contracted. He sensed a terrifying might coming from the gray waves. Yi Yun retreated quickly, but the blade brushed past his protective Yuan Qi. Ka-cha! A huge hole was torn apart in Yi Yun's protective Yuan Qi. A mighty tearing force coursed through his broken protective Yuan Qi and passed into his body through his meridians. It caused wanton destruction within.
The force resembled countless leeches that chomped on Yun's body as though they were trying to tear him apart.
Yun's expression changed. This attack was truly odd. That must not have felt good. Song Woo licked his lips. He looked a little seductive, to begin with, and after holding his black weapon, he lost the dignified look of a sect master's eldest disciple. He allowed himself to appear more evil and queer. His long hair was sprawled and, coupled with the odd-looking weapon, it made him look like an evil demon. You did quite well. This weapon of mine is named Ghost Slayer. When typical people get hit by it, they instantly turn to dust, even if it's just a tiny touch. But you actually managed to resist it. Very impressive. You are only at the 8th-story Dao Palace. Once you break into the Supremacy realm, even I won't be your match. You have a limitless future ahead of you, but, unfortunately, you are overly arrogant. You actually schemed to kill me. You have overestimated your strength. Song Woo touched the jagged teeth on Ghost Slayer and spoke in a leisurely manner. Slicing. Strangulation. Yun sensed the wanton gray energy in his body. It was a law that Song Woo had command over. He had injected it into his weapon, and opponents that fought him would have the nomological powers enter their bodies even from a slight laceration. The powers would tear their body apart from the inside. Song Woo had cultivated an extremely rare law. With him being a late-stage supremacy, just his cultivation level alone would make his slicing laws extremely powerful. If Yun had not consumed the Dragon Emperor relic, which stimulated his vital potential and increased his physique tremendously, he would probably not have been able to withstand the slicing laws. It's just this and nothing more. Your laws might be strange, but they're no great Tao of supremacy. With this, becoming an ordinary Divine Lord is the limit. It'd be impossible for you to fuse with a Divine Lord Royal Seal. It's no wonder you risked your life to obtain the opportunities within the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. You probably heard the Patriarch mention the Dragon Emperor technique, and had thoughts on it, said Yun sarcastically. He was deliberately making fun of Song Woo's weaknesses by pointing them out, striking at the core of his martial heart. Warriors that had reached the realm of supremacy in their practice of martial arts all had their own opportunities. But even so, there were differences in opportunities. They could be greatly disparate. Yun felt that his cultivation technique was insufficient, but in fact the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon remnant pages he had was already a top cultivation technique that many coveted. What insolence! Song Woo roared angrily, but his voice came to a halt just as he spoke out. He could clearly sense that the gray nomological powers in Yun's body were quickly being destroyed. Yun's body was like a cauldron with endless vitality. As he circulated his bloodline, the nomological powers were constantly ground away until they vanished. This left a chill in Song Woo's heart. Yun's bloodline had such a unique characteristic? You are indeed different. Looks like your flesh and blood are treasures themselves. It's no wonder Patriarch wanted to refine you. Today, I'll kill you and refine your bloodline as a treasured medicine. Song Woo bellowed as black waves emanated from his body. Ghost Slayer came cleaving down once again. Yun did not panic as he casually swept his hand across the sword. With a light pang sound, the half-dead arched brows let out a wail from far away. The mental imprint he had left on the sword had been wiped away by Yun. Phew! The sword slashed out like a divine dragon thrashing its tail. Yun's strike did not use any laws. Instead, he stimulated his vital potential to inject powerful physical strength into his sword. Clang! The sound of metal colliding boomed. The immense black waves were shattered by Yun's strike. However, Yun also felt a strong reactive force. It left his lifeblood in chaos. It's too light. Yun knitted his brows. The sword was too light. After cultivating the Dragon Emperor technique, his physical strength had unknowingly increased. It gave him the sudden desire for a heavier weapon. Who? 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 The gray waves coalesced and surrounded Iyun. Ha! Iyun roared as he stimulated the Dragon Emperor bloodline within him. It caused his skin to produce golden patterns on its surface. They resembled the golden scales of a carp. 9 stances of the ascending dragon Golden Carp. The Dragon Emperor, who was born out of the chaos at the beginning of the universe, appeared before all the other dragons that were his offspring. The dragon had 9 children and none of them actually resembled a dragon. Dragon Emperor's descendants were born from the union with other living beings. Although they had dragon blood flowing through their bodies, their forms were very different from that of a dragon. In order to gain the ability to transform into a dragon, they had to experience tribulations and obtain enough opportunities to eventually stimulate their Dragon Emperor bloodline. Just like cultivators of the Dragon Emperor technique, they would eventually be able to refine a dragon in their bodies. A carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate would be able to fly to the ends of the world. A soaring serpent could imbibe mist and transform into a dragon after 1 billion years. Be it the fish that swam through strong currents until it reached Dragon's Gate and transformed, or the soaring serpent that imbibed the spiritual chi of the world for 1 billion years to eventually survive through enough hardships to become a dragon, they were both exceedingly difficult processes. Furthermore, as the number of descendants of Dragon Emperor increased, the bloodline thinned. The Dragon Emperor's blood also went into remission, making it harder for them to transform into a dragon. However, it was even harder for Iyun to transform into a dragon. Due to the concentration of his bloodline, he was the farthest from the son of a dragon one could be. He needed to use divine items to ameliorate his bloodline. This was the process of cultivating the Dragon Emperor technique. The 9 stances of the ascending dragon allowed him to use his bloodline to emulate the sons of the dragon and stimulate their powers within his body. The golden carp was one of the sons of the dragon. A golden carp is but a common creature living in the pool, but it will change into a dragon upon facing a storm. By using the 9 stances of the ascending dragon, Iyun was emulating the golden carp's strength through the Dragon Emperor bloodline in him. This was the only stance that Iyun had learned from the 9 stances of the ascending dragon. 9 stances of the ascending dragon Golden Carp. It stimulated Iyun's vital potential, allowing him to raise his offensive strength several-fold in a short period of time. Even the burning of life essence was inferior to it. Chapter 1289, Song Wu's Death. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. With the power of the Golden Carp, Iyun felt his Yuan Qi overflowing in abundance. His flames of vitality that appeared burned like a sun that emitted unlimited power. These energies were so potent that they augmented the sword in Iyun's hand. Wah! The sword singed as it vibrated violently as though it could not withstand the terrifying energy imbued into it. At the same time, a black wheel appeared out of thin air behind Iyun. It was none other than the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. The law of major destruction was a supreme law when used for attacking. Coupled with the golden carp's augmentation, it could decimate anything in its path. Ka-cha! Iyun's sword collided with Song Wu's Ghost Slayer. The gray waves that lingered around Ghost Slayer were utterly disintegrated by the major destruction laws. The art of slicing was similar to the major destruction laws, but destruction was a complete annihilation that erased the very existence of objects. As for the art of slicing, all it did was strangle a person and at most dice them to pieces. It was not that Song Wu's art of slicing lacked strength, but that Iyun's major destruction laws were one of the 2 supreme great Tao in the universe. It was completely incomparable. What? Song Wu was greatly startled. He never expected that his slicing laws would disintegrate instantly upon clashing with Iyun's blade. As he saw the black wheel crashing down on him, annihilating the space around him, destroying any form of energy upon contact, he felt that it resembled the legendary black holes. They could wipe out everything. Poison demon! Song Wu bellowed. As he retreated rapidly, a green bottle flew out from his body.
He smacked the bottle abruptly and it released a green smoke. It was massive and resembled the smoke of the battlefield. The smoke manifested into a grotesque green face. It bared its teeth and claws as though it came from a devilish world. This was a treasure Song Wu had obtained from an ancient mystic realm. The bottle had been sealed since a time long forgotten. It was ownerless and sealed within it was a highly poisonous smoke. Such a smoke could corrode Yuan Qi, life, and even the soul. Back when Song Wu first obtained it, he was unsure of its characteristics and nearly died from it. The only thing that the poisonous fumes could not corrode was the green bottle. After being sealed for such a long period of time, the smoke gained a small amount of sentience. Many divine objects could gain sentience. The smoke had produced a grotesque devil that Song Wu called Poison Demon. Song Wu was not the owner of Poison Demon, all he did was sign a contract with Poison Demon. He brought Poison Demon out of the ancient ruin, and every time he used Poison Demon, Song Wu had to pay a corresponding price. Because of this, Song Wu would not open the bottle until it was absolutely necessary. Oh. This is. When Yun saw the smoke bearing its fangs and claws, his heart chilled. What was this thing? He could sense life from the toxic smoke. For it to produce life was a testament to its toxicity. Xie. 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 As the poisonous smoke flew over, space itself was nearly corroded. Although it could be said that the space within the pocket world was not stable, Yun still found it alarming that the poison was so toxic that it could corrode space. If the toxic smoke was much larger, it could even corrode an entire pocket world. Song Wu was overjoyed as he watched the toxic smoke slowly envelop Yun. Die, little bastard. I'll corrode you into a skeleton. Song Wu said ferociously. He clenched his right fist, causing the toxic smoke to engulf Yun. Sierra. With a thought, the heretical god fire seed flew out. Immense heretical god flames emanated out, manifesting into a petite and adorable girl. Ling Xier looked at the devil that covered half the sky with its flailing claws and bared fangs. She showed no signs of panic as she immediately moved her tiny hands, gathering the black flames to her side. Their bodies were completely disproportionate in size. The devil roared as it came biting at Ling Xier. The toxic smoke was a divine item that had gained sentience, but so was Ling Xier. She was born out of the heretical god fire seed, sealed in a worldly array in the sun burial sand sea for hundreds of millions of years. Who? The toxic smoke and heretical god fire seed clashed. Large amounts of black flames blanketed the pocket world. When the toxic smoke was incinerated by the heretical god fire seed, it let out sizzling sounds as portions of the toxic smoke were burned into nothingness. The moment the toxic smoke's devil bit down on the heretical god fire seed, it let out a tragic cry. Its entire mouth had been burned. What sort of fire was this? It was alarmed. It was a manifestation of worldly laws that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. A fire seed that was in the form of a young girl should have been swallowed by it easily. However, it never expected the flames to be so horrifying. They burned right through the toxic smoke and reached its actual body. Painful. It was too painful. The pain struck at its very soul. It felt that its powers were rapidly vanishing, making it panic. It roared, realizing it was not Ling Xier's match, and tried to escape. However, Song Wu held the bottle where it could hide. It wouldn't get far. What? Song Wu was alarmed. He seldom conjured the toxic smoke, but when he did use it, his opponents would usually be corroded to the point of flesh and blood just falling off their bones. Following that, even their bones would disintegrate. But today, Yun, a Dao Palace Realm Jr., had conjured black flames that easily burned through the toxic smoke. The flame was too terrifying. Song Wu suddenly remembered that back when Yun was trapped in the 9 cosmic grand astral incinerating array by the Patriarch, with the astral flames being augmented by numerous experts, Iyun appeared unaffected by it.
He had even derided them. Could that have had something to do with the flames?
Song Woo did not have the luxury of time to think it through, for at that moment Iyun had torn through the heretical god Fire Seed and was coming for his life. Poison Demon had been defeated, paving the way for Iyun to clash directly with Song Woo. Song Woo retreated rapidly as he took out a red blood banner from his interspatial ring and threw it out. The blood banner coruscated with sanguine light, an indication that it had been fed large quantities of fresh blood. Warriors that cultivated in unorthodox techniques would sacrifice large numbers of innocent lives to refine a blood banner or a soul banner. Song Woo was not one of those warriors, but he had once killed a supremacy that cultivated in such unorthodox techniques. He later took that supremacy's blood banner as his own. Over the years, Song Woo had killed numerous enemies. He used their flesh and blood as sacrifices to the blood banner. Now that Iyun had torn through Poison Demon with the heretical god Fire Seed, there was nothing to stop him.
Song Woo threw out the blood banner, and it transformed into a blood cloud that spanned 10,000 feet in a bid to block Iyun's strike. At that moment, Ling Xier was embroiled with Poison Demon and was unable to help Iyun.
Moments before Iyun slammed into the seemingly endless blood cloud, a thunderous shriek emitted from Iyun's body. It was as though a true dragon had awoken in him. He did not strike out with his sword, but instead took a deep breath. His chest expanded like a balloon as the power of his life force gathered in his dantian. When it reached its limit, Iyun suddenly opened his mouth and emitted a bellow that contained all his might.
Roar! A dragon's roar transmitted out of Iyun's dantian and filled every corner of the pocket world. This was the truths of the ascending dragon from the Dragon Emperor technique. It stimulated the Dragon Emperor bloodline within the body and issued out a roar that could shake the world and shatter stars. Back when Iyun digested the Dragon Emperor relic, he had released a dragon's roar in the concealed dragon cauldron. It caused the surrounding myriad God-ridged disciples' blood to surge. The weaker ones like Arched Brows even spat out blood as a result.
Following that, it forced open the concealed dragon cauldron's lid, caused the entire astral fire array to shatter, and cracked many of the personal disciples' dantians.
Back then, Iyun's roar had emanated in every direction without any focus.
But now, his roar was concentrated with the Dragon Emperor technique, materializing into golden words of truth that blasted straight at Song Woo. Iyun felt refreshed from that bellow. In his previous battles, he would rely on his laws and sword techniques. Although they were powerful, he had never felt the ardor and zeal that came from a roar that was powered by the full stimulation of his vital potential through the use of his physical body's strength.
Boom! Iyun's bellow dissipated the blood cloud that spanned 10,000 feet. The roar did not lose momentum as it continued on towards Song Woo.
Song Woo felt massive reverberations run through his body as his protective Yuan Qi quaked violently like a tumbling kite in a squall.
Song Woo was alarmed.
There was such an attack.
Bouts between warriors were usually a competition of laws and moves. Yet, Iyun had attacked with a roar.
Furthermore, his roar contained such immense power. The roar was not as simple as a sound wave that was formed from the air. No matter how strong a basic sound wave was, it could at best rupture eardrums. However, Iyun's roar was a sound wave formed from Yuan Qi.
Contained within was the supreme might of a dragon.
The roar's powers made Song Woo's lifeblood quake in a resonating fashion. His organs felt like they were about to explode. Song Woo retreated in panic.
And at that moment, Iyun took another deep breath.
His body expanded in a more exaggerated manner than before. His bones, flesh and facial tissue expanded outwards, as though his entire body had increased twice in size.
Roar!
As though the world was rent asunder, with the crashing of tidal waves through space, Iyun's voice manifested into something corporeal. There was a faint phantom image of a divine dragon within the sound blast. The dragon was roaring, injected with Iyun's surging vital potential.
Iyun's roar had truly produced a dragon.
A divine dragon had flown out of Yun's body, and it charged straight at Song Wu.
Shi La.
With an ear-piercing sound of torn cloth, the blood banner in Song Wu's hand failed to withstand the shout.
It tore apart. The countless blood specters and ghouls that were trapped in the banner were reduced to ash by Yun's bellow. After so long, they were released from the suffering of being confined by the banner. As he was forced into a corner by the roar, Song Wu struck out with Ghost Slayer with all his might, causing Ghost Slayer to emanate black waves. He had never experienced such an attack before. All he could do was inject his Yuan Qi into Ghost Slayer and attempt to use his slicing laws to resist Yun's truths of the ascending dragon. Boom! The slicing laws clashed with the truths of the ascending dragon. The Yuan Qi soundwave was constantly sliced apart, dissipating most of its strength. However, the mighty true dragon phantom image in the truths of the ascending dragon continued its charge into Song Wu's body. Song Wu's dantian quaked as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. At the same time, Yun came right in front of Song Wu with a sword in hand. Die! Yun thrust out his sword, aimed straight at Song Wu's heart. He did not give Song Wu any chance. Song Wu felt reverberations through his soul when he saw Yun's strike coming at him. Why? Why was he still able to produce such a powerful strike? The roar from before was powered by Yun's lifeblood. It had stimulated his vital potential, and the strike he was using now was powered by laws. The two forces did not conflict, and so Yun was able to use all his strength for both attacks. But Song Wu was different. He had used his Yuan Qi to withstand the truths of the ascending dragon. Having used up all his strength on that strike, he was a spent force and was a lot weaker. Song Wu defended with Ghost Slayer, sending gray ripples out. Song Wu's slicing laws were still there but much weaker than before. And at the same time, Yun conjured a 10,000 demon wheel of existence in the sword. Inside the black spinning wheel, countless gods and demons appeared from within. As the slicing laws were greatly weakened by the lack of Yuan Qi, how could it defend against the universe's great Tao of supremacy that was the major destruction forces? Boom! 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 The gray waves were crushed by the spinning 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Even the sword in Yun's hand shook violently. The power of major destruction was so immense that even his own weapon could not withstand it. Yun sensed the sword's quivering. Although Arched Browse's sword was a treasure that the Song family spent a lot of resources on, it was still unable to withstand Yun's power. Hold on a little while. If you withstand the major destruction laws, it will be a baptism for your body as a sword. You will undergo a metamorphosis. Yun roared as the indomitable strike came thrusting forward. The strike tore through the void, eviscerating everything in its path. Song Wu no longer had the means to withstand Yun's strike. Powered by a force that could destroy all entities, the sword tore through the last bit of Song Wu's protective Yuan Qi like it was ripping through a portrait. Following that, Song Wu's chest was penetrated. Pwah! The blade pierced his body and came out his back. Song Wu's body was injected with the powers of destruction, grinding his heart into dust instantly. With no heart to hold it in, Song Wu's blood sprayed out uncontrollably. Song Wu was petrified as he looked at the sword jutting out of his chest before looking at Yun again. His face was filled with disbelief. In that moment, time seemed to freeze for Song Wu. At death's doorstep, countless memories flashed through Song Wu's mind. He was extremely ambitious and had endured his time in the myriad Godrige for thousands of years. He was bent on becoming a mighty figure of the calm sea and eventually step out of it and into the sinkhole. He wanted to be a top expert that could influence the sinkhole. Just 15 minutes ago, he had seen the ascending dragon cauldron open for an instant. He believed that he was just an arm's length away from his life's goal, but he never expected that the decision to enter the ascending dragon cauldron would result in his death. Is this how it ends for me? Through the din of the chaotic Yuan Qi storms, Song Wu clearly heard the sound of his blood flowing out. The excruciating pain from the empty cavity in his chest where his heart should have been left him suffocated. Yi Yun's strike had destroyed all of Song Wu's ambitions with its major destruction laws. Song Wu felt indignant and pained. However, none of it had any further meaning. Yi Yun sliced up diagonally, slashing open Song Wu's throat and jaw, and releasing the sword from Song Wu's body. The sword was stained with fresh blood. Yi Yun did not look at Song Wu. Instead, he looked at the sword. It was already filled with cracks. Yi Yun shook his head. "You are still too ordinary." When Song Wu heard that, his soul flinched. He knew that Yi Yun's words were not meant for him but for the sword. Yi Yun did not even look at him as he died. That was because Yi Yun did not even treat him as a powerful opponent. This dismissiveness made Song Wu feel extremely depressed. He had worked hard for thousands of years and yet his death lacked any meaning. He wasn't even shown respect by his opponent. Pa! 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 At that moment, the sword in Yi Yun's hand shattered, causing remnants of it to fall from the sky. The sword was ultimately unable to withstand a clash between entities at the level of supremacy. Over time, a weapon could undergo a transformation after being forged by supreme laws. This was why the weapons intrinsic to some mighty figures would be nourished by them for millions of years, eventually becoming a peerless divine weapon. The scene of the sword shattering, sending out its scattering fragments, was the final thing Song Wu saw in the world. Most of his organs and meridians had been destroyed by the major destruction laws. His flames of vitality were extinguished and what was left of his body plummeted down from the sky, with the sword fragments as companions for his final journey. Chapter 1290, Earthen Jar. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Pang. Song Wu's lifeless body dropped listlessly to the bottom of the bronze cauldron. Yi Yun also descended and with a beckon of his hand, Song Wu's interspatial ring flew to him. Yi Yun was rather interested in Song Wu's possessions. Other than that, Yi Yun also saw a jar beside Song Wu's hand. It was blackish-green in color and looked like a piece of inferior-grade pottery made by ordinary commoners. It appeared inconspicuous. Yi Yun held the jar in hand and found it very heavy. The small jar seemed to weigh more than 50 kilograms. There were engraved patterns on the side of the jar that resembled a swimming fish circling around an eye. Yi Yun turned his head and saw that the poison demon was still in the sky. It had bared its fangs and flashed its claws previously. Now, it was barely holding up under Ling Xier's relentless assault. Song Wu's death had not hurt it in any way. When it noticed that Yi Yun was looking at him and that his master was dead, coupled with the adorable little girl who was oddly as mighty as a tiger, the poison demon felt despair. It desperately tried to escape, but the ascending dragon cauldron was sealed shut. Its interior could fit a 10,000-meter mountain, but with the jar in Yi Yun's hand, where else could it escape to? "Sierra, hold on a minute," Yi Yun said. Sierra immediately stopped her attacks. Once the boisterous heretical fire retreated, the poison demon's true body was revealed. It had been charred black in several spots and looked miserable. "Come down here," Yi Yun commanded. Poison demon seemed to have an idea as it roared a few times, acting as though it did not understand human speech. "Brother Yi Yun wants you down there. Did you not hear him?" Ling Xier's tiny face turned sullen as the heretical godfire seed blazed in her hand and slowly crept towards Poison Demon. Poison Demon was truly afraid as it hurriedly said, "Don't do it. Don't. I'm going down right now." As Poison Demon spoke, its body shrunk into the shape of a black tiger as it landed in front of Yi Yun. It was many times bigger than an ordinary tiger. Although it looked ferocious, it had a crafty pair of eyes. It was a little afraid of Yi Yun, and it was secretly staring at the jar in Yi Yun's hand. Yi Yun played with the jar. He sensed that the earthen jar was something extraordinary. It was definitely a huge opportunity for Song Wu to receive it. "What is your origin?" Yi Yun asked Poison Demon. You could say that I do not have any origins. I'm just a jar of poison that gains sentience. Poison Demon gave a simple answer. Its voice was strange, bright but deep. It seemed to echo in the ears like metal colliding. In that case, you are useless. Sierra, burn it. Iyun sealed the earthen jar's lid shut and beckoned to Sierra. All right, brother Iyun. Sierra was not vague at all. She would set anyone ablaze if it was what Iyun wanted. Wait. Wait. Poison Demon jumped in fright as it hurriedly said, No, you will regret it if you do something like that. You are terribly weak and you do not have any spectacular origins. What's there to regret? Iyun said nonchalantly. Poison Demon turned depressed upon hearing that. Human, you call me weak? It's only because that lass is too powerful. Besides, fire counters poison, to begin with. Even I was almost burnt to nothing. If it were any ordinary poisonous entity, they would have been burned to nothingness by that monstrous lass. Poison Demon felt disgruntled. Iyun smiled faintly. What he said was entirely true. Fire was strong against poison and the heretical god Fireseed's origins were terrifying. Even the Empyrean cleansing flame had been devoured by it. For Poison Demon to last that long in a battle with Lingxier was actually an impressive feat. Iyun examined the earthen jar in his hand again. The eye that was surrounded by the fish captured his attention. The more he looked at it, the more terrifying it appeared. It seemed to be an infinite abyss that could suck in a human soul. A word of caution, don't look at it for too long, said Poison Demon suddenly. That pattern is extremely malevolent. Look at it for too long, and your soul will be damaged. You'll find your mind and soul getting stuck in it, losing yourself in the process. Oh? So, you were not a part of this earthen jar originally? Iyun looked at Poison Demon. If Poison Demon was one with the jar, it would have been under Poison Demon's control. It wouldn't necessitate such a warning. Since you are so informed, do you know the origins of this jar? Asked Iyun again. Poison Demon was taken aback. It never expected that a passing comment would allow Iyun to infer this much. It was indeed not related to the jar. Since it was a vessel for my esteemed self, I naturally understand it a little. Did I ask you about your origins? Iyun pursued the issue. Poison Demon did not seem willing to mention the origins of the jar. It hesitated, not saying a word. Iyun frowned. There is a limit to my patience. Poison Demon finally gave up and said, It's actually an urn for ashes. Ashes? Iyun was surprised. He never expected that the jar was for storing ashes. Despite the extraordinary intricacies of the jar, it was used to store ashes. Iyun could not say who would go to that much trouble. Do you know its owner? That I'm truly unsure of. Poison Demon shook his head. Then, how did you enter the jar? Iyun asked again. If the urn had been placed in a mighty figure's grave, it would have been sealed. It wouldn't be easy to enter the urn at all. I was inside it, to begin with. The mighty figure who originally owned it died in battle. The person that fought him was even more powerful and was skilled in the art of great poison. After the mighty figure died, he was cremated, but traces of the poison were left in his ashes. After a long period of time, the poison gained sentience and I was born. Poison Demon explained its origins without missing a beat. It was unwilling to mention it as it seemed inglorious to be born from an urn of ashes. Back when it told Song Wu of its origins, his account was that he was formerly a godly monarch. But in front of Iyun, it finally decided to give an honest account. Bragging could end its life. To think he was poisoned to death. Iyun gasped lightly. He never expected Poison Demon to have such origins. A mighty figure that used such an urn would have an extraordinary background. An existence that could kill him would only be more terrifying. It was hard to imagine the existence that was capable of using the art of great poison. After the mighty figure had been poisoned to death, he was cremated. The flames that could cremate such a mighty figure's corpse had to be some extraordinary fire. Yet, the poison was not burned away and lived on in the ashes. It even managed to gain sentience after hundreds of millions of years. "Do you know who the person that used the art of great poison was?" asked Yi Yun. He knew that poison was not limited to poison from plants or animals. The art of great poison was recorded in the divine alchemist's notes. When a world, or even the universe, was on the cusp of destruction, there would be the emergence of apocalyptic fumes. Apocalyptic fumes were actually a form of poison that could corrode a world. Poison Demon shook its head and said, "I do not know. Before I gained sentience, I was always in a primordial state of chaos. I do not remember those events in detail." Chapter 1291, Poison Demon's Origins. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Yi Yun did not doubt Poison Demon's words. One would not have any consciousness before developing sentience, so it was natural that it did not know who the two combating parties were. Yi Yun looked at Poison Demon and asked, "In that case, did you absorb the energy within the skeleton?" In fact, although Poison Demon was born out of the art of great poison, it now had little to do with the supreme existence. After all, the poison had undergone the refinement of divine fire and spent hundreds of millions of years absorbing the worldly essence and the energy within the mighty figure's skeleton. It had long undergone metamorphic changes. Even that person that used the art of great poison would not have expected that the poison he used would gain sentience after hundreds of millions of years of evolution. Such an event required all sorts of fortuitous occurrences. The Black Tiger nodded. With so much time having passed, the ashes in the earthen jar had dissipated completely. A portion of its energy had fused into Poison Demon, allowing its body to have an insidious, specterish aura. Then you truly live up the description of being insidiously poisonous. Yi Yun smiled. He flipped his hand and put away the jar. It was definitely not some simple funeral urn. It could even be an artifact that a mighty figure used back when he was alive. "Hey, how do you plan on dealing with me?" After explaining his origins, the Black Tiger turned listless. It drooped its head and looked to be dispirited. Just Ling Sierra alone could destroy it, much less Yi Yun. Yi Yun stroked his chin. From the point of view of people that followed orthodox teachings, Poison Demon was no doubt a sinister entity. But Yi Yun did not mind it. He said, "If you're willing to be used by me, I can nurture you, but you have to sign a soul contract." Yi Yun did not intend to destroy Poison Demon. It had proved its extraordinariness by being able to gain sentience. Furthermore, for such a divine item to be born, it had to undergo hundreds of millions of years of evolution coupled with countless fortuitous opportunities. It would be quite a pity to destroy it after it had gone through such an arduous process. Sign a soul contract? What are the terms? Poison Demon was very careful. Although it was afraid of death, it was unwilling to just sign a contract that handed control of its soul to another party. That would be no different from being a puppet. Very simple. You just cannot betray me. Serve me for 10,000 years and, after that, you'll have the freedom to decide on what to do next. Poison Demon was unlike Ling Xier. Yi Yun trusted her completely but did not trust Poison Demon at all. 10,000 years? Poison Demon's eyes lit up. To the long-lived Poison Demon, 10,000 years was nothing. Besides, as long as it did not betray Yi Yun, it would have freedom of its own mind and soul. The terms of the contract were also rather relaxed, so it would not be used and abused like a puppet. Poison Demon clenched its teeth and said, "I accept." "All right." Yi Yun immediately conjured a soul mark that landed in Poison Demon's soul. It did not resist and willingly accepted it.
Yi Yun was adept at alchemy, and the Dragon Emperor technique required him to seek out materials to refine pills. Perhaps Poison Demon would give him some unexpected help with that. At that moment, the Myriad God Ridge disciples were still waiting for news of Myriad God Patriarch.
However, the spatial node remained silent. No one had returned. Many people were also paying close attention to the ascending dragon cauldron.
Unfortunately, their perceptions could not penetrate the ascending dragon cauldron, so none of them knew what was happening inside.
It's been 30 minutes.
I wonder how Martial Uncle Song-woo fared in there. People were curious as to why Song-woo was spending so much time inside the cauldron. Logically speaking, he should have finished Yi Yun a while ago.
An elder from the Song family said, Song-woo has probably destroyed Yi Yun, and now he's examining the ascending dragon cauldron. It's unknown what he can figure out.
Although I don't think Song-woo can refine the ascending dragon cauldron for himself, he can at least get the opportunities within.
It really makes me envious.
The elder chuckled. Although there would be no benefits left for his Song family, Yi Yun's death was enough to alleviate the Song and Zhang family's anger. Just as the elder finished speaking, the ascending dragon cauldron trembled gently.
Something was expelled from the ascending dragon cauldron. People looked carefully.
It was a corpse that was covered in blood.
It was an unsightly mess. Is it that little bastard's corpse? The Song family elder was delighted.
However, when the corpse landed on the ground, he and the rest quickly clammed up. Although the corpse was a mangled mess, they could clearly tell that the corpse belonged to Song-woo from his build, attire, and severely distorted face.
Martial Uncle Song-woo. A personal disciple said in utter disbelief. Impossible. Martial Uncle Song-woo has been killed? Did that punk do it? People found it unbelievable.
Yi Yun was only at the 5th-story Dao Palace realm while Song-woo was a late-stage supremacy. Even if Yi Yun had obtained opportunities within the ascending dragon cauldron and made a breakthrough, it should have been impossible for him to defeat a late-stage supremacy.
He's dead.
The Myriad God Sect master scanned Song-woo's corpse with his perception. Song-woo's heart was gone, so he could not be any more dead. This made his expression sink. The way the situation had so quickly devolved into chaos was extremely terrible. Myriad God Patriarch was being pursued by a mysterious old man while Song-woo entered the cauldron to kill Yi Yun, only to end up being killed by Yi Yun.
That punk has probably really refined the Dragon Emperor relic. In addition, he has digested and absorbed it. The old woman said. She found it unimaginable that the Dragon Emperor relic that the Myriad God Patriarch found difficult to refine would be easily refined by a young junior like Yi Yun. Furthermore, he had consumed it in such a short period of time. If Song-woo isn't his match, then doesn't that mean that most of us are not that punk's match? Many elders came to this realization.
Even as elders that had lived for tens of thousands of years, they were still weaker than Yi Yun.
They felt a sense of defeat.
Compared to Yi Yun, they were not only weaker than him, they had a shorter life than Yi Yun.
Their future prospects were worse than his, and they were closer to death than him. This comparison left a bitter taste in their mouths. Sect Master, what should we do? A personal disciple asked.
Yi Yun was inside the ascending dragon cauldron, and outside there was an expert.
They were suffering from both internal and external troubles.
The situation was extremely dire. Myriad God Sect Master also felt helpless. He could not think of any solutions, but, just as he was about to speak, his body quivered and immediately, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, the old woman beside him convulsed violently. She hugged her head with her hands and couldn't even stand straight.
Sect Master, what's happening to the both of you? The people present panicked.
At that moment, the old woman cried out and collapsed to the ground. The color in her face had drained and she was convulsing all over.
It seemed like she was suffering from epilepsy.
The myriad God-Ridge disciples were dumbfounded from shock. In the present situation, both the myriad God sect master and the old woman were their mental pillars of support. Now, the both of them had gone crazy simultaneously, with them completely unaware of the cause. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Chapter 1292, Old Snake Returns. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Ha! What is happening to myriad God sect master and that old woman? Inside the ascending dragon cauldron, Iyun saw the old duo convulsing as though they were suffering from epilepsy. Furthermore, their vital and soul strengths were rapidly reducing. The changes happened too suddenly. It made many of the myriad God-Ridge disciples panic. Senior brother, quickly take this sacred rejuvenation medicine. A myriad God-Ridge elder took out a divine pill, one that he really treasured. If this were any other time, he would not have been willing to spare it for someone else's sake. But now they were trapped in a pocket world and sealed in by myriad God Patriarch. He could only pin his hopes on the elderly duo. Myriad God sect master swallowed the medicine with great difficulty, but it did little to improve his condition. His vitality was still dissipating. Senior brother, what's going on? The elders asked anxiously. Myriad God sect master's eyes were turbid and he could not speak a word. At that moment, an elderly voice sounded from the skies. Don't bother wasting your effort. It's useless to try and treat them. The slave seals that have been planted in them have shattered. Their vitalities are beginning to wither away. Everyone felt a jolt as they looked up. They saw that the spatial node that was high in the sky had been ruptured, transforming into a huge black hole. A gray-shirted elder strode out of the hold, and he was obviously the one who just spoke. Pang! The elder landed on the ground, drawing everyone's gaze. He looked ravaged and his clothes were tattered. Clearly, he had just experienced an intense battle. When the Divine Lord Elders saw the newcomer, their expressions changed drastically. It's him! That mysterious person who was pursuing the Patriarch. These Divine Lords had accompanied myriad God sect master and the old woman to aid in the battle, and as a result, saw Old Snake's face. They naturally shuddered in fear when faced with the person who could send the myriad God Patriarch running in defeat. He can match the Patriarch? Some of the personal disciples were shocked beyond words when they heard that. The old fellow in front of them did not have any yuan qi fluctuations emitting from his body. He actually seemed to have a very normal foundation. From the looks of it, he was an old scammer that had fallen off the martial path. It was unbelievable that he had such strength. He's unfathomable. Do not be fooled by his appearance, an elder warned. His and the other elders' foreheads were beginning to break out into a cold sweat. What the old geezer had said was alarming. Myriad God sect master was a slave of myriad God Patriarch. They found it unbelievable, but the tragic states of the myriad God sect master and the old woman were proof of his words. This meant that myriad God Patriarch had likely died at the hands of the old geezer. Old Snake looked at the myriad God sect master and the old woman and chuckled. He wasn't exactly a sympathetic man, so he thrived on the schadenfreude of watching the elderly duo's suffering. He knew that the duo was already on the brink of death. They had no means to resist at all. Even if no one did a thing to them, they would slowly die in pain. Perhaps they might survive out of sheer luck, but they would lose all their strength. You, undying old fart. When the dying old woman saw Old Snake, she seemed to gain enough strength for a sudden last spurt of energy as she gnashed her teeth and cursed. But at that moment, Old Snake suddenly stepped forward. His foot, enveloped in golden light, flashed like lightning as it stepped down on the old woman's dantian. Pang! With an explosion, the old woman's body jolted. Her dantian had been completely shattered and her energy collapsed. Her eyes protruded out as blood filled the vessels in them. She indignantly stretched out her arm, hoping to grab at something, but eventually, her arm drooped down. Following that, Old Snake was in for a penny, in for a pound, as he stomped down onto the Myriad God Sect Master's Dantian.
Pang! Another explosion boomed.
Myriad God Sect Master's body curled up like a shrimp. His body convulsed violently as a bloody foam spewed from his mouth.
He died right on the spot.
The elderly duo that had wielded firm control of the Myriad Godridge for so long died in such an offhand manner. The Myriad Godridge disciples around them were shuddering in fear.
However, no one dared to try and stop Old Snake. A person that could make the Myriad God Patriarch run was not someone they could fight. This old geezer is terrifying. I wonder how he will deal with us. Many people took a subconscious step back.
Against the old monster in front of them, there was nowhere to run in the Seal-Off Pocket world. Old Snake coughed, his face showing signs of exhaustion. He turned his head to look around before finally landing his eyes on the ascending dragon cauldron.
Kid, aren't you coming out yet?
Just as his voice faded, the ascending dragon cauldron trembled and a stream of light flew out from the cauldron's mouth, landing stably on the ground. When the light faded, it transformed into the figure of a youth.
It was none other than Yi-Yun. At that moment, Yi-Yun, who had just broken through to the 8th-story Dao Palace and battled Song Wu, was like a lustrous unsheathed blade. He gave off an oppressive feeling. Senior, you are indeed powerful. Even the Myriad God Patriarch isn't your match. Yi-Yun said with a smile.
At the most critical moment, Old Snake had secured his safety with one battle.
However, Yi-Yun noticed through his purple crystal's energy vision that Old Snake was greatly drained after that battle.
The exhaustion he had was not feigned. He was truly in a terrible state.
Kid, you were off refining the ascending dragon cauldron for yourself while this old man did all the hard work.
All the benefits have gone to you, Old Snake said unhappily with pouted lips when he saw Yi-Yun come out of the ascending dragon cauldron. He noticed that Yi-Yun's cultivation level had reached the 8th-story Dao Palace and knew that Yi-Yun had obtained great benefits.
Yi-Yun chuckled and said, Senior, I had no other choice.
It was you who said that the Myriad God Patriarch was not your match and that you had control of the situation.
Who knew that something like this would happen?
If I wasn't smart enough to create a way out of this dire situation, I would probably have been refined into medicine and eaten. When the time came, I knew you wouldn't have been able to find the Pocket World's entrance.
That old bastard would have refined the ascending dragon cauldron and he would be more than enough to defeat you. And all would be lost. Furthermore, when you were fighting with that old bastard, didn't I use the ascending dragon cauldron to destroy his grand sanguine killing array, which helped you greatly?
When Yi-Yun said those words, Old Snake felt embarrassed. He had truly been careless. The Myriad God Patriarch had nearly succeeded, and if that had happened, not only would he fail to get any benefits, he would also have led Yi-Yun and his disciple to their deaths.
Kid, what darn trick did you use to survive? Old Snake asked out of curiosity.
He did not know how Yi-Yun had sidestepped an old monster that was far more powerful than him in a completely sealed-off pocket world.
It was indeed fascinating. If it were anyone else, they would absolutely be dead. I'll tell you in a while. This is for you. Yi-Yun suddenly waved his hand. Something was thrown at Old Snake. Old Snake caught it and looked at it. It was an azure-colored fruit. The fruit was crystalline like jade and had a rich fragrance. It looked extremely appetizing. This is... Old Snake's eyes widened. A 9 Revolutions Azure Fruit. Chapter 1293, True Owner. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
The 9 Revolutions Azure tree grows an inch a year. After 1,000,000 years, it can grow as tall as a mountain, and after 1,000,000,000 years its crown will reach into the cosmos. It's one of the rarest herbs that can extend one's life.
Kid, you actually managed to obtain this? Old Snake was indeed knowledgeable. He recognized the fruit at a glance.
That old child was the one that wanted to refine it into a medicine.
If I had not taken it, this fruit would probably be in his stomach now. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Old Snake laughed. That Lashjinshu sure has a good eye. She didn't think wrong of you. This fruit is really something great. Old Snake cherished life. He did not feel like he had lived long enough, so any herb that could extend his life was something he prized. Especially a divine herb like the 9 Revolutions azure fruit, for not only could it extend his life, it could even replenish his vitality. It would even help ease the injuries he had just recently received. Old Snake played with the 9 Revolutions azure fruit and then threw it straight into his mouth. He effortlessly swallowed the fist-sized fruit whole. Yi Yun was dumbfounded seeing this. You ate it just like that? Aren't you going to refine it into a pill? Eat? How could I bear eating it like that? Old Snake swallowed the fruit with some difficulty before muttering, I just swallowed the fruit whole and put it into my dantian. I'll use its vital essence to slowly nourish my dantian's wounds. In the future, I'll refine it gradually. As Old Snake spoke, he noticed Yi Yun giving him a strange look. Kid, what are you looking at? I say, you swallowed such a large fruit whole. Don't tell me you are really a snake. Yi Yun had been joking, hoping to nip at Old Snake, but he never expected Old Snake to roll his eyes at him. He said leisurely, I have some soaring serpent blood in me, but it's not pure. It's the same with Snake Girl. Years ago, I noticed this helpless orphan who shared the same blood as me, and I took her in as a disciple. However, the heritage of our ancestors has long been lost. The cultivation techniques I cultivated in had nothing to do with our bloodlines. Women aren't suitable for cultivating my combat sacred body, so I didn't teach it to her. Old Snake had said all of that nonchalantly with a Yuan Qi transmission. Yi Yun was taken aback when he heard that. It was the first time he heard Old Snake talk of the past. So Old Snake really was related to snakes. The 5 elemental laws each had a corresponding divine beast. The azure dragon matched wood, the vermilion bird matched fire, the white tiger matched metal, the black turtle matched water, and finally, earth was matched with the soaring serpent. The soaring serpent had the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor. That fact was all Yi Yun needed to understand why Snake Girl's blood was able to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron. It was not a coincidence. Senior, it's no wonder you want to obtain the Dragon Emperor technique. Yi Yun was enlightened. Old Snake's ancestral heritage was lost. In order to cultivate in the paramount martial path, he naturally wanted the Dragon Emperor technique that conformed to his bloodline. It was very likely that he had a strong desire to regain the illustrious history of his lineage. That's right. My bloodline made me have a special feeling towards the ascending dragon cauldron. However, I have tried to interact with it in the past. My blood is unable to awaken the dragon soul within the ascending dragon cauldron. Old Snake shook his head. He was human after all. His bloodline was very far from the Dragon Emperor's bloodline. How are you going to deal with these people? Old Snake suddenly asked. When the myriad God Ridge disciples heard that, they immediately turned nervous. The old geezer in front of them was unfathomable. They felt immense pressure when facing Old Snake. Yi Yun looked at the people as his eyes flashed with a cold glint. He did not have a good impression of the myriad God Ridge. After all, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. There were few people in the myriad God Ridge that were good. Many of the myriad God Ridge disciples in front of him deserved death. However, Yi Yun did not intend to kill them. There were many experts among them, and if they fought desperately together, it would be quite a problem. Yi Yun said, I do not make it a habit to let my enemies go. If I let you off today, it's possible that you would seek revenge on me tomorrow. Everyone's heart sank when they heard Yi Yun's words. It was not that they didn't want to make a desperate fight for their lives, but they did not know that Old Snake was injured. From their point of view, Old Snake was an unfathomable and fearsome existence. There was also Yi Yun, whose strength was not to be underestimated. He had the ability to slay Song Wu and had refined the impregnable ascending dragon cauldron, allowing him to attack and defend easily. They felt that there was no hope for victory. I want all of you to sign a soul contract to submit to us. None of you are to betray us for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, your freedom will be restored. This was the best solution Yi Yun could come up with. 10,000 years gave them a glimmer of hope. A majority of people could tolerate such conditions. Old Snake said, "That's quite a good solution, but only have them submit to you. Old Me can't be bothered with having these people as slaves." "All right." Yi Yun nodded. In a way, this meant that the Myriad Godrich was now under Yi Yun's control. With such a large sect at his command, he now had a large group to do various things for him, such as obtaining information and searching for herbs. Upon hearing Yi Yun's proposed conditions, all the Myriad Godrich disciples fell silent. Many people were agape, but no words came out of their mouths. It would be fine if they submitted to Old Snake, but how could they feel okay with submitting to a junior like Yi Yun? However, if they did not submit, it would likely cost them their lives. With the submission only lasting 10,000 years, they just needed to bear with it. They still had a long road ahead of them. And on careful thought, Yi Yun's talent meant that it wouldn't take long for him to become a divine lord. Furthermore, he would likely be unparalleled among divine lords. In that case, they wouldn't feel as aggrieved. "I submit." An elder spoke. With someone taking the lead, more people followed suit. The juniors agreed to it much faster. Although signing a soul contract was humiliating, at least they got to keep some amount of their freedom. Meanwhile, the ones that were suffering the most anxiety were the Song and Zhang families. The two family clans had targeted Yi Yun in various ways in the past. Now that Yi Yun was about to become the true owner of the Myriad Godrich, they felt bitter. What would befall them in the coming days? It was ironic when they thought about it. Just a few days ago, Feng Yunyang had become the successor to the sect master, attracting the envy of countless people. And now, Yi Yun was the true owner of the Myriad Godrich. It was equivalent to having the position of Myriad God Patriarch. He controlled their fates. Back then, Myriad God Patriarch wanted to use Yi Yun as a refinement herb. But now, all that the Myriad God Patriarch had prepared was used for Yi Yun's benefit. Even the sect had become Yi Yun's. If Myriad God Patriarch had realized this before his death, his rage would probably split the pocket world in two. One by one, nearly everyone chose to submit. Yi Yun planted a soul mark in their soul seas. These soul marks were some of the mildest kinds. It was not like Myriad God Patriarchs, which would cause the slave to die when the master died. At that moment, Yi Yun walked in front of Song Zhanshan and Zhang Tianxing. The two shuddered when Yi Yun approached them. When they saw Yi Yun condense a soul mark, the corners of their mouths twitched. They discovered that the soul marks that Yi Yun condensed were different from the others. When their perception connected with the soul mark, they were clearly informed of the contents of the contract. Not only did they need to submit to Yi Yun, their thoughts would be controlled by him. Their life and death were also at Yi Yun's discretion. Furthermore, the period of their enslavement was 10 times longer than the rest. 100,000 years. This was closer to a true slave mark. The only difference was that it was not forever. Yi Yun looked coldly at Song Zhanshan and Zhang Tianxing. He could not be bothered with asking for their decision. He did not have the patience. If they did not submit, he could just kill them directly. Song Zhanshan and Zhang Tianxing's mouths twitched. They felt like their backbones had been extracted. If they were not burdened by their responsibility towards the Zhang and Song families, they could have acted in defiance. However, as things were now, their entire families could easily be erased from the Myriad Godrich by Yi Yun. They refused to watch their respective families, which had thrived for years in the Myriad Godrich, be destroyed because of their mistakes. They had no other choice. They could only bow before Yi Yun and say, "I submit."
Yi-Yun remained expressionless as he flicked the soul marks out. The gray soul marks transformed into streams of light that flew into Song Jianchen and Zhang Tianqing's glabellas. Their bodies jolted, and when they opened their eyes again, the mortification and indignation in their eyes had vanished. They were replaced with obedience and submission. Chapter 1294, Origin's Royal Seal. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. When the various myriad Godridge disciples saw how the two elders, Song Jianchen and Zhang Tianqing, were being mind-controlled, they felt a creeping sense of dread. They secretly celebrated the fact that, although they were hostile towards Yi-Yun, they did not go so far as to lose all decorum with him. The Song and Zhang families set an example for what would happen if they did. Song Jianchen and Zhang Tianqing had to sacrifice themselves just to barely ensure that their family clans would not be destroyed. For warriors, death was preferable to becoming the sole slave of another person. Even if it did not last for all eternity, 100,000 years still dealt a huge impact to one's martial heart. Losing so much time would cost them any further cultivation breakthroughs in the future. After Yi-Yun was done with everything, he suddenly realized that two gray dots of light were floating from the dead myriad god sect master and old woman's corpses. These dots of light resembled two marks. The marks had dim lusters and they were beginning to dissipate into the surroundings as though they would soon vanish. This is... Yi-Yun was slightly taken aback. They are Divine Lord Royal Seals, Old Snake said nonchalantly. When Yi-Yun heard that, he felt a jolt through his heart. Divine Lord Royal Seals. You mean to say that they are naturally formed from the worldly laws? Yi-Yun long knew of Divine Lord Royal Seals. The difference, strength-wise, between a Divine Lord with a Divine Lord Royal Seal and one without was great. In the entire Myriad Godridge, only the Myriad God Sect Master and the old woman had Divine Lord Royal Seals. When he heard Yi-Yun's words, Old Snake rolled his eyes and said, "How can a divine item formed from the worldly laws be so easily obtained? It's like how you previously thought that the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon and the 12 Empyrean Heavens Divine Canons were formed naturally from the heaven and earth. That's nothing but rumors." Rumors? Yi-Yun's heart skipped a beat. Old Snake shook his head and said, "There are Divine Lord Royal Seals that are condensed naturally from the worldly laws, but they are extremely few in number. They are very rare and nearly impossible to come by. So how could these two fogies have obtained one? Even if they did, they would have been snatched away by the Myriad God Patriarch. The Divine Lord Royal Seals that typical Divine Lords fuse with can be categorized into two types. One is formed by the warrior over a period of time after they break through to the Divine Lord realm. The value of these Divine Lord Royal Seals depends on the strength of the person who condensed it. The weaker their nomological insights, the weaker the condensed Divine Lord Royal Seal. Many Divine Lord Royal Seals are unstable to begin with. When their owners die, they begin dissipating. The two Divine Lord Royal Seals you currently see are examples of that. As for the second type, they are condensed by ancient mighty figures. When they broke through to the Divine Lord realm, the laws within them condensed into a Divine Lord Royal Seal. These Divine Lord Royal Seals become perfectly structured thanks to the laws. As a result, even after the creators pass away, the seals can be preserved for tens of millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years. Especially a godly monarch's royal seal. Many times, the competition over a godly monarch royal seal can stir up a bloody storm. Yi-Yun was dumbstruck for a moment when he heard Old Snake's explanation. So that was the case. It was understandable on further thought. Divine Lord Royal Seals as he knew them were formed naturally from the worldly laws, and the royal seals that belonged to ancient mighty figures could exist for a very long period of time. To typical warriors, tens or hundreds of millions of years was equivalent to eternity. Therefore, it was easy for the common warrior to have the misconception that seals were condensed from worldly laws from ancient times. From the looks of it, Azure Yang Lord had used a royal seal left behind by an ancient mighty figure and not a royal seal that was naturally condensed from the worldly laws.
otherwise, Buyuan would have long taken away his Divine Lord Royal Seal. How could she have let it be taken away by Azure Yang Lord's enemy? Senior, these Divine Lord Royal Seals that ancient mighty figures condense may have perfect laws, but they are ultimately someone else's. Isn't there a problem when fusing with one? Upon hearing Yun's inquiry, Old Snake chuckled. I know what you are thinking, kid. You aren't wrong, what belongs to others is ultimately theirs. There will be all sorts of problems in trying to fuse with one. If you have the ability to condense one that matches or even exceeds the Divine Lord Royal Seals of ancient mighty figures, it will naturally be best to use your own. But how many people are capable of doing that? Feel free to challenge yourself. It was a rare instance of Old Snake commending Yun. However, even if you can produce a perfect Divine Lord Royal Seal, it would probably still be inferior to an Origins Royal Seal that is naturally condensed from the worldly laws. The Origins Royal Seal is truly rare. Obtaining one is fated according to the Creator. Furthermore, an Origins Royal Seal does not conflict with a Divine Lord Royal Seal you condense yourself. A warrior can have more than one Divine Lord Royal Seal, and the more they fuse with, the stronger they become. Of course, you must have the ability to fuse with that many Royal Seals. As Old Snake spoke, he patted Yun on the shoulder. Kid, I think highly of you. When the time comes, get a few Origins Royal Seals and honor this old man with one. I'll be able to share in your glory. Yun rolled his eyes when he heard Old Snake's words. The old fellow had just spoken a few things of importance before he began degenerating back to his flippant self. Don't roll your eyes. The sinkhole has many opportunities. There are godly monarch royal seals left behind by ancient godly monarchs, and there are true Origins royal seals. These can all be found in the sinkhole. This is also why all the true experts in the 12 Empyrean heavens choose to enter the sinkhole at some point. Old Snake's words enlightened Yun. He did know of many experts that had gone to the sinkhole. In the history that Azure Yang Lord left behind, each Empyrean heaven had 72 divine lords. But later, when Yun reached the Yang God Empyrean heaven, he noticed that there were not that many divine lords. Ignoring the central state divine territory, even the myriad divine territory which was considered the core trading center of the Yang God Empyrean heaven did not have divine lords that had truly fused with a divine lord royal seal. Among the people Yun had met, only Huan Qinshue's old servant, Elder Mo, seemed to be a real divine lord. If he could really obtain an Origins royal seal in the sinkhole, it would be perfect. With this thought in mind, Yun sighed gently. A genius like Azure Yang Lord was still limited by his realm and knowledge even back then. The Yang God Manual and the Divine Lord Royal Seal that he treasured greatly were actually things that Buyuan did not think highly of. I can be considered Azure Yang Lord's successor. I shall resolve all of Azure Yang Lord's regrets in his place. With this thought in mind, Yun's will grow stronger. Senior, let's return to the Myriad God Ridge first. All right. By the way, what happened to Myriad God Patriarch's corpse? How many Divine Lord Royal Seals did he fuse with? Yun recalled the Myriad God Patriarch. If he had an ancient mighty figure's Divine Lord Royal Seal, it might be useful to sell it if he can't use it. Old Snake shook his head. That old bastard was seriously injured. In my final strike, he appeared to be disintegrated. All I found were some remains of a corpse. Remains of a corpse? Yun's brows pricked up. Are you sure that the corpse belonged to that undying old fart? Probably. I can't think of any ability of his that can survive my final strike. Besides, the two soul slaves of that undying old fart are dead too. By the way, isn't this yours? Old Snake threw an interspatial ring to Yun. It was a brand new interspatial ring. Yun's interspatial ring had shattered during the battle, but since the space within the interspatial ring was an alternate space, the items within were preserved even when the ring shattered. With a thought, Yun immediately sank his perception into the interspatial ring. An ice-blue sword appeared in Yi Yun's hand the next moment. It was Mirage Snow. With the Mirage Snow sword in hand, Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief. I finally have it back in my possession. The sword had been given to him by Huan Qinshui. It meant a lot to her, and if he had lost it, he felt that he would not be able to answer to Huan Qinshui. After putting Mirage Snow away, Yi Yun frowned slightly. Old Snake saw this and said, "Kid, I know what you are worried about." Ignoring the fact that the old bastard wouldn't have been able to survive my strike, even if he did slip away, he would definitely be seriously injured. His injuries would be worse than the ones I received years ago. His cultivation might even be lost completely. He would be having a hard time, to say the least. Chapter 1295, Returning to Myriad God Ridge. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. When the Myriad God Patriarch took Yi Yun and all of the elders of the Myriad God Ridge away, the sect was leaderless. The Jade Emperor Palace had suddenly collapsed and many Myriad God Ridge disciples were unsure of what had happened. Over the past few days, under the outer sect elders' leadership, the collapsed Jade Emperor Palace's wreckage was gradually cleared. Many people were worried that the Myriad God Ridge had been attacked. With all the Myriad God Ridge's upper echelons disappearing and the power shockwave that came from the spatial teleportation array, they guessed that the upper echelons of the Myriad God Ridge had gone to fight an intense battle with an unknown enemy. Quite some time had passed, but there was no news of that battle. Even the battlefield was unknown. It left many people uneasy. Then, one day, energy gathered in the sky above the Myriad God Ridge. Spatial dimension laws became chaotic as a result. Boom! The sky suddenly tore apart with a massive maelstrom appearing out of nowhere. Chaotic spatial storms surged out of the vortex. What is happening? The Myriad God Ridge's disciples had a drastic change in expression as they saw the Myriad God Ridge elders appear from the vortex. They realized that it was a spatial passageway. The elders are back. Ha, they have finally returned safely. That's wonderful. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Those who had gone were the backbone of the Myriad God Ridge, so if anything bad happened to them, the Myriad God Ridge would be finished. The ordinary disciples would also lose any protection they were conferred with and their good days would be over. I see my family head, a junior from the Song family cried out. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Song Zhanshan return safely. Talk was going around that the Song family was in a precarious situation. It could not endure another loss. At that moment, there was a loud boom. The spatial passageway that had been opened trembled as a gigantic bronze cauldron flew out. It was extremely heavy and its motions seemed to be something the spatial passageway could not withstand. Ascending Dragon Cauldron. The Myriad God Ridge disciples naturally recognized the cauldron. Why don't I see Sect Master? Someone asked. People noticed that the Myriad God Sect Master was not among the entering crowd. Myriad God Patriarch had disappeared, but that wasn't a surprise. The Patriarch was always mysterious in his comings and goings, but it was strange that the Myriad God Sect Master had not returned. Furthermore, they were baffled that they could clearly see a youth stepping on the cauldron's lid, using it as his ride. Isn't that Yi Yun? Someone exclaimed. The Ascending Dragon Cauldron was the cornerstone treasure of the Myriad God Ridge. Typically, they would all pay homage to the Ascending Dragon Cauldron as though it was a god. But now, Yi Yun was stepping on the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. How could they not be surprised? However, despite him standing on the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, the elders present seemed to turn a blind eye. Instead, they circled around Yi Yun as though they were a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. It left everyone present dumbfounded. What the hell was happening? Young Mastery has returned safely too. In Sunken Moon Tower, Duanmu Qingwen watched the scene from afar. She heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Yi Yun finally return. She had been constantly worried that trouble would befall Yi Yun since he had been imprisoned for such a long period of time. Numerous people in Myriad Godridge yearned to see Yi-Yun suffer. "Family head, what's happening?" asked Song family member. They had previously heard through the grapevine that Myriad God Patriarch had imprisoned Yi-Yun and would execute him. They were looking forward to Yi-Yun's execution as a way to avenge the Song family. But now, Yi-Yun appeared alive and well. He was even stepping on the ascending dragon cauldron. "Family head, why does that little bastard Yi-Yun dare to step on the ascending dragon cauldron?" A middle-aged man from the Song family went forward and spoke to Song Jianshan. This middle-aged man was someone that Yi-Yun knew, actually. He was Manager Song, in charge of the Myriad Godridge's core disciple district's miscellaneous chores department. Back then, he had transferred Zuoyan Xiaoyu away from the Sunken Moon Tower and arranged for her to be Zhang Wuchen and Song Bowen's maidservant. Yi-Yun had gone to the miscellaneous chores department to inquire about the transfer and he played dumb. In the end, he was brutally beaten up by Yi-Yun, making him disfigured. He spent a lot of herbs and half a year's time to finally recover. Song Yuanpin held a grudge for the humiliation of being beaten. He was waiting for an opportunity to seek revenge. He originally felt that it would happen soon, but this new, strange scene left him depressed. Due to the odd nature of the matter, he had suppressed his voice. He did not dare to directly lash out. Only Song Jianshan could hear him. He originally believed his family head would tell him the reason, but he never expected that Song Jianshan's expression would sink the moment he heard his words. "You darn slave with eyes at the back of your head. What nonsense are you spouting? You must have a death wish." As Song Jianshan spoke, he suddenly took a step forward and slapped Song Yuanpin in the face. "Pa!" The crisp sound of flesh and skin colliding was heard as Song Yuanpin cried out in pain. His body flew up, for Song Jianshan's slap was too ruthless. Song Yuanpin was spinning like a top in midair and even the flesh on one side of his face had been slapped into mush. Before Song Yuanpin landed, Song Jianshan took another step forward and kicked out, striking Song Yuanpin in the abdomen. "Pang!" Song Yuanpin cried out tragically and spewed a mouthful of blood. His body flew out tens of meters away, slamming heavily into a wall. Boom! The granite walls trembled as blood splattered on them. Song Yuanpin had been knocked dizzy by Song Jianshan. His body slipped down from the wall and he was seeing double. He couldn't make out anything clearly. He could not understand what was wrong with the words he said. Why was he brutally beaten by his family head? It wasn't even this bad back when Yi-Yun brutally beat him up. He clearly sensed that his dantian had cracked from the family head's kick. It was truly a bad beating. His pitiful self had just recovered from his injuries and now he was going to be bedridden again. This time, he would be bedridden for at least a year. The sudden act of brutality made everyone go silent. They looked at Song Jianshan in shock, unsure why he had suddenly beaten up someone from his own Song family. "Listen up!" Song Jianshan spoke. "From this day forth, young Master Yi will be the new sect master of the Myriad Godridge. And from this day forth, the Myriad Godridge will only have a sect master and no patriarch. The sect master will wield the highest authority in the Myriad Godridge. In the future, all of you are to listen to young Master Yi's instructions. Anyone who slights young Master Yi will be dealt with according to the sect's rules. Don't ask for mercy, for this punishment is already considered light." Song Jianshan had infused his voice with Yuan Qi, allowing it to reach every corner of the main peak. When everyone heard it, they were petrified. None of them dared to believe their ears. Yi-Yun was the new sect master of the Myriad Godridge. Furthermore, the Myriad Godridge would only have a sect master and no more patriarch. Was Song Jianshan mad? The Myriad God Patriarch held an esteemed position. He held weight across the entire Calm Sea. Even if the Myriad God Patriarch had stepped down, Song Jianshan could not just declare that the Myriad Godridge would only have a sect master and no patriarch from that day forth. Furthermore, why would Myriad God Patriarch hand the position to Yi-Yun? If he wanted to hand it over, he should have handed it to Feng Yunyang. Speaking of Feng Yunyang, where was he? The people could not see any signs of Feng Yunyang. And when they noticed how the elders present had not objected to or protested to Song Jianshan's words, as though they were silently admitting to what he said, the myriad Godridge disciples were completely dumbfounded. They felt like that they were experiencing a crazy and ridiculous dream. What are you standing around in a daze for? Quickly bow to our new sect master. Song Jianshan urged them. However, people reacted slowly to his exhortation. They could not accept such a reality. Did you not hear what I said? Song Jianshan suddenly went forward and struck out twice with his fists. Another 2 Song family members were launched like rubber balls. Those that had stayed behind in the myriad Godridge were weaker disciples, so how could they withstand Song Jianshan's attacks? They were beaten so badly that they spewed large amounts of blood. Seeing Song Jianshan burning with killing intent, someone cleverly and frantically bowed. He said, "Greetings, sect master." Although they were unsure as to what had happened, things had already developed this far. If they did not bow, they would be beaten by Song Jianshan. It was unknown why Song Jianshan had suddenly become the loyal subordinate of Yi Yun. He did not show any mercy in his attacks. "Greetings, sect master." Everyone began to bow. Yi Yun felt a little speechless when he saw so many people bow before him. All he wanted was to return to the myriad Godridge. He never expected to see such a scene happen. He had never mentioned anything about a new sect master. It was all Song Jianshan's own decision. Perhaps due to the existence of the slave mark, Song Jianshan had completely submitted to Yi Yun. The current scene must have been a result of this. It made Yi Yun sigh. A slave mark was truly oppressive. Yi Yun did not think much of his new position of sect master. He was not interested in any of the formalities. He said, "There's no need for all these formalities. Do whatever you need to do. You are dismissed." With that said, Yi Yun flew towards Sunken Moon Tower with the ascending dragon cauldron beneath his feet. Chapter 1296, Huan Qinshue's Entrustment. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Over the past half-year, Sunken Moon Tower had been in a state of lockdown. There were many guards still stationed outside Sunken Moon Tower, under myriad God sect master's orders, that previously watched Sunken Moon Tower and prevented Yi Yun from leaving. At that moment, the guards saw Yi Yun approaching them on the cauldron, and felt stifled simply by the ascending dragon cauldron's tumultuous might. They had heard Song Jianshan's words too. Although they were unsure what had happened, it was clearly not the time for them to be asking questions about the matter. They immediately bowed to the approaching Yi Yun. "Greetings, sect master." At that moment, they were feeling uneasy. Over the past half-year, there was no lack of instances where they made things difficult for Yi Yun. If Yi Yun was irked by them, they were in for a world of trouble. Yi Yun ignored them and went directly inside Sunken Moon Tower. "Young master." Duanmu Qingwen came forward the moment Yi Yun landed. She was delighted simply by Yi Yun's return, but she never expected Yi Yun to suddenly become myriad Godridge's sect master. Furthermore, all the important figures in myriad Godridge were treating him with awe and respect. Boom! The ascending dragon cauldron landed heavily in Sunken Moon Tower's yard, filling its entirety. Back when she was recruited, Duanmu Qingwen had attempted to awaken the ascending dragon cauldron with her blood. The cauldron's draconic aura left the sort of impression that made her want to submit to it. "Sorry for making you suffer for half a year," said Yi Yun as he jumped down from the ascending dragon cauldron. He still lacked the ability to hide the ascending dragon cauldron in his body. Yi Yun knew that Duanmu Qingwen had accompanied him in his confinement for half a year and suffered tremendous stress. After all, there were rumors that said that Yi Yun would be eventually executed. As Yi Yun's maidservant, Duanmu Qingwen's outcome would likely have been tragic once something happened to him. Zuoyan Xiaoyu was a clear precedent. Some people would vent their anger on the people around Iyun when they failed to get revenge on Iyun. Iyun beckoned with his hand as the God Advent Tower appeared out of thin air. Following that, a figure flew out of the pagoda, landing beside Duanmu Qingwen. The girl was none other than Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Duanmu Qingwen was stunned when she saw Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Did young master save you? Duanmu Qingwen was extremely shocked. She had previously heard that Zuoyan Xiaoyu had been taken away by the Song and Zhang families and believed that her outcome was likely grim. She never expected to see a completely fine Zuoyan Xiaoyu standing right before her. Yeah, I killed Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen back then and saved Xiaoyu. As my killing of them couldn't exactly be made public, I hid Xiaoyu away. Iyun explained the whole situation in a few words, causing Duanmu Qingwen's mouth to go agape. The situation of the time was a perilous one. It seemed like it would be impossible to save Zuoyan Xiaoyu. However, on careful thought, Iyun had almost instantly become the Myriad God sect master. If he could make such an inconceivable thing happen, then killing Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen millions of miles away did not seem so crazy in comparison. From this day forth, the two of you can stay in Sunken Moon Tower together. If the both of you are interested, you can learn the Myriad God Ridge's cultivation techniques. I will be entering seclusion for some time, Iyun said simply. With Iyun's present position, Duanmu Qingwen and Zuoyan Xiaoyu would no longer be bullied. It was even likely that people would rush to fawn over them and place them on pedestals. As for the Myriad God Ridge's cultivation techniques, Iyun thought nothing of them after obtaining the Dragon Emperor technique. However, to the two girls, they were supreme cultivation techniques. Zuoyan Xiaoyu and Duanmu Qingwen were immediately overjoyed as they said with a bow, "Thank you, young master, for your generosity." When they were recruited into the Myriad God Ridge, they were only outer sect disciples. The perks they lacked stood in stark comparison with those of the core disciples. The cultivation techniques they cultivated in were only the more crude and trivial techniques of the Myriad God Ridge. They never expected to receive such an opportunity. Duanmu Qingwen was extremely curious as to how Iyun had become Myriad God sect master. However, before she could ask, Iyun entered the Ascending Dragon Cauldron in a flash. Now that he had the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, he no longer needed a seclusion chamber. At that moment, in the wide-open space of the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's interior, there was an old man sitting in a corner. He was focused on reading the 9 engravings of the true dragon. Previously, Old Snake had ripped open space and led the crowd back to the Myriad God Ridge from the Pocket World. Just traveling through the spatial turbulence took them nearly a month. Throughout that month, Old Snake stayed inside the Ascending Dragon Cauldron to study the Dragon Emperor technique. He was already completely immersed in the Dragon Emperor technique's laws and was almost in a trance-like state. He originally had the Soaring Serpent bloodline, and the loss of his ancestral heritage left him unsettled. But even the Soaring Serpent's ancestral heritage was far inferior to the Dragon Emperor technique. Although the Dragon Emperor technique was profound and intricate, it was too difficult for Old Snake to cultivate in. What a pity! Old Snake muttered to himself. The Dragon Emperor technique is partially a cultivation technique that opens up one's vital potential. Furthermore, to refine the relic, a large number of divine treasures need to be gathered. If I were to try and cultivate it now, I will have started too late. More than half of my lifespan has been depleted and there's little left of my vital potential. And worst of all, I was once seriously injured. This makes it even harder for me to cultivate the Dragon Emperor technique. Old Snake sighed. He was engrossed in reading the Dragon Emperor technique, but the various limitations left him disappointed. Senior, is there no way to cultivate it at all? Upon hearing Old Snake's words, Iyun found himself pitying the old man. Old Snake had gone through so much effort for so long to obtain the Dragon Emperor technique. He had even done all the work in the final battle with Myriad God Patriarch. He had paid quite a sizable price, but, in the end, he could not cultivate in it at all. The old geezer was quite a tragic figure. I should be able to cultivate a little of it, but at best I can only cultivate 10 to 20%. I wouldn't be able to cultivate a dragon. Completing the Soaring Serpent volume and cultivating an ancient Soaring Serpent bloodline would be the most I could do. Old Snake shook his head. Perhaps to him, obtaining the Dragon Emperor technique was mostly a sentimental thought. Senior, if you need any pills or relics, I can provide some assistance. I'm rather confident in my knowledge of alchemy, offered Yi Yun. Yi Yun was confident he could successfully refine most of the pills required by the Dragon Emperor technique as long as the ingredients were available. Old Snake laughed and said, "There's no need for that for the time being. Kid, although the Dragon Emperor technique is good, it's simply cultivating the physical body to stimulate one's vital potential. Your nomological insights are extremely deep and your heart of the sword is very powerful. But you are lacking when it comes to your usage of Yuan Qi. You have probably never come in contact with such techniques. Didn't you ask me previously what that last Chinchua wrote in her letter to me?" Old Snake asked. Yi Yun's ears pricked up. The letter was written in a language that Yi Yun had never seen before or recognized. "That last Chinchua gave me an overview of your past experiences. She had also analyzed the weaknesses in your cultivation. Having seen my best skill, she exhorted me to teach you the combat sacred body." Chapter 1297, Clear Lunar Island. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Oh. Combat sacred body? Yi Yun's heart stirred when he heard that. He knew that Old Snake's combat sacred body was a powerful technique. He had seen the battle between Old Snake and the Myriad God Patriarch with his own eyes. It was a dazzling scene, as though a god of war had descended. Hee, kid, I know that after you obtained the Dragon Emperor technique, you probably feel elated with success. You won't think highly of ordinary cultivation techniques, but this combat sacred body of mine is not a cultivation technique but a mystic art. This mystic art is the greatest opportunity one have chanced upon in my life. The cultivation technique I cultivated and can't exactly be considered a good one. It's at the level of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon. If I had something good, why would I be so eager to obtain the Dragon Emperor technique? But when I combined this ordinary cultivation technique with combat sacred body, it gave me the ability to challenge a godly monarch. Challenge a godly monarch? Yi Yun gasped deeply. It was all in the past. Old Snake shook his head. He seemed somewhat wistful, recalling the glorious days before he was injured. Yi Yun remained silent. He knew how much Old Snake yearned to reach the peak of martial arts. He had suffered a serious injury and experienced a drop in cultivation realms as a result. Perhaps he had lost all hope of seeking the peak of martial arts. It would have been understandable considering the setback Old Snake received. Old Snake believed that the Dragon Emperor technique would be a turning point for him. Unfortunately, the Dragon Emperor technique demanded the cultivator to have vibrant vital potential. With Old Snake's advanced age, it was difficult for his cultivation to bear much fruit. Yi Yun secretly decided that if he could become a godly monarch, he would seek out means to help Old Snake and cure him of his injuries. I previously mentioned that the combat sacred body is extraordinary because it augments other cultivation techniques. In the martial world, there are many kinds of cultivation techniques, but there are very few mystic arts. If powers exercised from a cultivation technique have a might of 10, then when augmented by my combat sacred body, their might can become more than 10 or even several tens. Of course, the higher grade the cultivation technique, the harder it is for combat sacred body to enhance it. Perhaps it would only enhance the might by 20 to 30%. But for top cultivation techniques, just 20 or 30% is a staggering increase. Old Snake said proudly. Yi Yun fully understood what he was getting at. For example, if the Dragon Emperor technique was enhanced by 10%, just that 10% was already more powerful than an ordinary cultivation technique that was enhanced by tens of times. Kid, watch carefully. How much you can comprehend depends on your perception. This combat sacred body isn't easy to learn. If you can't pick it up, then even spending hundreds or thousands of years would be pointless. And even those who can pick it up have to go through an arduous process just to obtain a little success. As Old Snake spoke, golden light burst out of his body. The way to teach combat sacred body was very unique. Typical cultivation techniques came with textual manuals, but combat sacred body had none. It required the teacher to demonstrate it directly. This also limited the heritage of the combat sacred body. Such a mystic art could easily be lost to time. Back when Old Snake learned the combat sacred body, he had entered an ancient battlefield. There, the worldly laws had naturally recorded the scenes of ancient godly monarchs battling. Old Snake spent a century on that ancient battlefield, and through watching the battle projections, he learned the combat sacred body. Time passed until, in a blink of an eye, it was summer. The Myriad God Ridge's main peak was filled with an abundance of greenery, with fields of flowers vying to be the prettiest. The array formation that had been stopped was reactivated, and Jade Emperor Palace was being rebuilt. The Myriad God Ridge appeared to be flourishing. For the past few months, the Myriad God Ridge closed itself to outsiders to settle its internal affairs. It no longer held disciple recruitment drives. Iyun also moved out of Sunken Moon Tower and into Jade Emperor Palace. The palace that symbolized the highest power and authority in Myriad God Ridge had been rebuilt with mystic numinous white jade. All the Myriad God Ridge elders had gone to great effort to ensure that Iyun was satisfied with the reconstruction of Jade Emperor Palace. They carefully enshrined Iyun, who was the true owner. They were a lot more subservient than they were to Myriad God Patriarch, afraid that their days would be miserable the moment they displeased Iyun. Iyun stayed in the Jade Emperor Palace for no other reason than that he needed space to control the ascending dragon cauldron. The Sunken Moon Tower was too small, while there was a gigantic square in front of Jade Emperor Palace. It gave enough room for the ascending dragon cauldron to fly around easily. For half a year, Iyun was still unable to store the ascending dragon cauldron in his body. He felt helpless, for he knew that the Dragon Emperor bloodline in him was not pure enough. Although he was already the owner of the ascending dragon cauldron, he was still far from being able to fully control the ascending dragon cauldron. Just a month ago, Iyun had managed to barely use his will to shrink the ascending dragon cauldron to a foot tall, allowing him to keep it in his interspatial ring. That was his limit. The ascending dragon cauldron was not to be underestimated. Every time he stored it in his interspatial ring, Iyun would feel the interspatial ring tremble as though the space within could not withstand it. From the looks of it, my bloodline is still inadequate. I need to remedy this as fast as possible. To cultivate the Dragon Emperor technique, I must raise the purity of my bloodline. Iyun made his plans. In fact, over the past half year, Iyun had been cultivating the Dragon Emperor technique and combat sacred body while also practicing his control of the ascending dragon cauldron. When it came to his cultivation of the combat sacred body, Old Snake's jaw nearly dropped. Old Snake had previously mentioned that very few people could cultivate the combat sacred body, that it would be useless no matter how much one worked at it if they lacked talent. Even those with talent had to cultivate for at least 10 years. But in the past half year, Iyun was already able to inject the golden light into his arms and produce a portion of the combat sacred body's might. Although he was still found lacking when compared to Old Snake, his achievements could be used in actual combat. This was already the little success that Old Snake had previously mentioned. However, Iyun found it normal. Old Snake's combat sacred body was masculine in nature, it aligned with Yang. Hence, it was only suitable for men. And with Iyun cultivating pure Yang laws and having a 9-treasured Dao palace, along with his high perception, he cultivated it for double the results with half the effort. But Old Snake nearly could not accept it. The kid was great at making others feel puny. Back on the ancient battlefield, Old Snake was a high-spirited and peerless youth with excellent talent. Yet he spent 100 years to comprehend the combat sacred body. He was much slower than Iyun.
From the looks of it, through my demonstrations, the combat sacred body has already turned increasingly profound but easy to master.
I have simplified the esoteric aspects of it.
It was all because I gave such a good demonstration that you comprehended it so quickly, Old Snake said as he held his chin while looking at the almost blindingly golden light that shimmered from Iyun's arms.
Iyun was amused, but he did not rebut him. As long as the old man was happy.
However, Iyun was somewhat interested in the ancient battlefield that Old Snake had previously mentioned. He believed that if he could watch the clash between two ancient godly monarchs, he would definitely benefit immensely. The combat sacred body he cultivated was, in the end, derived from Old Snake's own comprehensions. If he saw the projections in person, he would probably gain more.
It would also be truer to the actual combat sacred body.
However, gaining entry to that ancient battlefield was not easy and not something he should have been thinking of at present.
There were many things Iyun needed to do. Just the cultivation of the Dragon Emperor technique took up a lot of Iyun's time and effort.
Besides, Iyun also planned on heading to the Seven Desolates to confirm the news regarding Lin Shintong.
The Seven Desolates was Bai Yuan's territory.
He did not know what Bai Yuan's cultivation level was, but she was definitely at a realm much higher than his.
Iyun had a premonition that searching for Lin Shintong in the Seven Desolates would not be a simple task.
In front of the massive entity known as the White Lunar Divine Empire, his strength was paltry.
Every increase in his strength added a level of safety.
As Iyun was pondering over the matter, Duanmu Qingwen walked over. She gave a casual bow and said, "Young master, an ambassador from Clear Lunar Island wishes to visit." Although Iyun was already sect master, Duanmu Qingwen was used to calling Iyun young master. Her impression of Iyun was just too different from that of the typical old-looking sect master.
Oh. Clear Lunar Island.
Iyun naturally knew of the Clear Lunar Island. In the calm seas, there were a few powerful factions. 3 of them, the Myriad God Ridge, Clear Lunar Island, and the Heavenly Pivot Chapter were equal.
Ranked after them was the White Rock Conservatory.
Clear Lunar Island was situated in the vast sea and was based on a single island that spanned about 500 kilometers. Among the few powerful factions, the Clear Lunar Island had the fewest disciples, numbering a few thousand. However, the few thousand disciples were specially selected. Any random disciple of theirs would have talent most Myriad God Ridge intersect disciples could not compare with.
What is the purpose of the Clear Lunar Island's visit? That I do not know.
Young master, you are sect master, so Elder Sun got me to inform you.
Iyun stroked his chin.
Indeed, although he had become Myriad God Ridge's sect master, he had yet to act as one. Other than living in Jade Emperor Palace, he was usually cultivating in seclusion.
Any matters pertaining to running the Myriad God Ridge were left to the various Grand Elders.
However, for a sect that was Myriad God Ridge's equal to send ambassadors, the discussions could not be only left to the elders. He still needed to be kept in the loop.
Qingwen, let Elder Sun make the arrangements.
Chapter 1298, Clear Lunar Successor.
Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Although the Myriad God Ridge had closed itself off from the world for the past half-year, Myriad God City was not affected in any way. As a gigantic city that circled around the Myriad God Ridge's main peak, it was always a bustling place with streams of people coming in and out all the time. Every day, people of all shapes and sizes would shuttle through the city, making Myriad God City nearly the most prosperous city in the calm sea. One day, a gaily painted barge cruised across Myriad God City in midair. The barge was large and intricately beautiful. There was a palatial building built on top of it, and a mist lingered around it. It looked like an immortal's boat that had floated over from an immortal's paradise. The barge directly bypassed the Myriad God City's gates without being obstructed. There was a clear crescent logo imprinted on the barge.
Oh. Who are they? They were allowed to bypass the city gates?
Although Myriad God City did not ban flying,
bypassing the city walls for any entry and exit of the city was prohibited. One had to go through the city gate and undergo an inspection from the guards. A fee would also be taken, otherwise what was the point of having a city wall? But the barge in front of them had blatantly ignored this rule. Furthermore, the Myriad God City's guards made no attempt to stop it. You are uninformed. The ambassadors of the Clear Lunar Island are here. The Clear Lunar Island is a large sect that is of equal strength to the Myriad God Ridge, so it has special permission to enter a city in the periphery of the Myriad God Ridge without being inspected by the guards. Clear Lunar Island's visit to the Myriad God Ridge was not a secret. They had sent a letter of visit a few days in advance, and the Myriad God Ridge had long begun preparations to welcome them. Naturally, many people knew. It said that a deputy island lord and the Clear Lunar Island successor are in the visiting party. Oh? The Clear Lunar Island successor came too? Upon hearing the title, many people were stirred. Clear Lunar Island was famous in the calm sea. To young men, Clear Lunar Island was nothing less than a sacred land. The reason was that Clear Lunar Island only recruited female disciples. As the disciples had great talent and were charmed daughters of heaven, there were naturally no unattractive ones. This gave Clear Lunar Island a reputation as a heaven for men, something only found in dreams. If they could marry a Clear Lunar Island disciple, it would be the result of their good luck from several past lives. If ordinary Clear Lunar Island disciples were already in such high demand, one could only imagine how the Clear Lunar Island successor was viewed. The talk of the town was often that, in the recent hundreds of thousands of years, every generation's Clear Lunar Island successor would have some vague relationship with other charmed sons of heaven during their youth. Most of these men came from outside the calm sea and were truly the cream of the crop. They were existences that made the calm sea warriors pale in comparison. At that moment, the people of the city watched as the barge flew across Myriad God City and headed straight for the Myriad God Ridge's main peak. The top level of the barge had an exquisite private room. It was piled with thick heavenly silk carpets and the furniture was made of divine fragrance wood. They were extremely intricate and had the supposed effects of soul nourishment. On a soft lounge bed, a girl that looked to be about 16 lay half slumped. She wore light and thin fabric, with her arms and parts of her legs revealed. Her skin was delicate and her every move exuded gracefulness. From top to bottom, she effused a languid comportment that left one mesmerized. In front of the girl was a woman that looked to be in her 30s. She had an ample bosom and a gracefully slender figure, making her look exquisitely dainty and ravishingly beautiful. Marshal Ant Ping, why did you bring me along on your visit to the Myriad God Ridge? You know I do not like such matters. I'm better off spending this time cultivating, the girl said indifferently. Her voice sounded like the lingering tunes of a zither, exquisite and pleasant. She was none other than the successor of the Clear Lunar Island, Jing Yuexia. 40 years ago, she had been conferred the title of successor of Clear Lunar Island. She was personally taught by the Clear Lunar Island's Grand Elder and had gone on an experiential journey 2 decades ago. She spent 18 years on that journey. She returned to Clear Lunar Island 2 years ago, with her cultivation level greatly improved. She was not only invincible among peers her own age, but even some outer sect elders from the older generation would not dare claim victory against her. She had enjoyed success from a young age and had unparalleled talent. It gave her confidence, and indeed, she had the right to be arrogant. The woman said with a smile, the Grand Elder suggested it. The Heavenly South Peaks meet will have quite a number of elites gathered. You will have the opportunity to get to know them and see if anyone catches your eye. Upon hearing the woman joke at her expense, Jing Yuexia pouted. She had no interest in such matters. Marshal Ant, there is no need for me to have a Tao partner, much less rely on men. If I were to take over as Island Lord, I know I would be able to make Clear Lunar Island prosper and thrive with my own strength. Jing Yuexia was an ambitious woman, so how could she rely on men? The woman continued smiling, but she did not say another word. Jing Yuexia was indeed outstanding.
Even the Grand Elder had nothing but praise for her. Perhaps she could really achieve her claims. We are about to reach the Myriad God Ridge's peak and meet the Myriad God Sect Master. When we do, try to appear a bit more humble in front of him. Do not be too rash, for we are guests after all. Got it, Jing Yuasha said inattentively. As she spoke, she shook her lustrous feet that were as white as jade. Jing Yuasha had no interest in meeting the Myriad God Sect Master. Her impression of the Myriad God Ridge was that it was entirely too open when it came to accepting disciples. She had heard that the Myriad God Ridge would open itself every 3 days for a large-scale test as a disciple recruitment drive. What did that 3 days mean? It meant they would recruit disciples more than 100 times in a year. In comparison, the Clear Lunar Island only recruited disciples once every few years. Despite being a powerful sect, the Myriad God Ridge recruited disciples like it was harvesting cheap Napa cabbages. It was unknown how much riffraff had been recruited. The disciples had extremely little talent as a whole, and there were many mediocre or ordinary ones. This stood in stark contrast to the Clear Lunar Island, which had less than a few thousand disciples, with each disciple being meticulously selected. It was for these reasons that Jing Yuasha thought lowly of the Myriad God Ridge. From her point of view, the Myriad God Ridge would definitely have fewer geniuses in the future if it continued on in this manner, eventually losing its position as one of the top factions in the Calm Sea. The barge was extremely fast. As she conversed with her martial aunt, the barge had already landed in the square in front of Jade Emperor Palace. Jing Yuasha gently floated up and landed softly on the square. The tips of her feet did not touch the ground. All she did was hover slightly above the ground, leaving her unstained by even a speck of dust. At that moment, there were a group of Myriad God Ridge elders and personal disciples standing in front of Jade Emperor Palace's door. When the personal disciples saw Jing Yuasha, they felt their hearts jolt. Even though they were accustomed to seeing gorgeous beauties, they could not help but be attracted to Jing Yuasha. It was not only because of her physical beauty, but that she also had a stunning comportment and beauty that came from within. Fairy Ping, nice to meet you. The leading elder was Elder Sunday. For the past half-year, he was one of the main elders in charge of the Myriad God Ridge's miscellaneous matters while Yun was in seclusion. You must be Elder Sunday. Thank you for welcoming us. Jing Yueping replied courteously. In fact, they did not know each other. The Clear Lunar Island and Myriad God Ridge seldom interacted, but before the meeting they had communicated through voice transmissions, so they were able to recognize each other from their yuan-chi fluctuations. Fairy Ping, you are too courteous. My sect master is waiting for the both of you in Jade Emperor Palace, Elder Sun said as he gave a welcoming gesture to lead the way. As Jing Yueping chatted with Elder Sun, she followed him at an unhurried pace. As for Jing Yuasha, she scanned the Myriad God Ridge personal disciples present. She had very high standards and typical geniuses hardly impressed her. She shook her head gently when she finished her scan. Indeed, due to the unbridled recruitment of disciples, the general standard of the Myriad God Ridge personal disciples was going from bad to worse. She did not even need to compare herself to them. Even a random core disciple of the Clear Lunar Island would stand atop these people. Such a group of people naturally failed to stir her interest. She could not continue scanning, and so she stopped as she had arrived outside the Jade Emperor Palace's main hall. The hall's doors were open, but Elder Sun came to a halt when he arrived in front of them. He gave another welcoming gesture and said, "Fairies, please enter." "Oh? Elder Sun, aren't you coming in?" Jing Yueping was somewhat surprised. She believed that Elder Sun would accompany them throughout the meeting. Upon hearing Jing Yueping's words, Elder Sun gave an embarrassed smile. "I won't be entering. Sect Master finds old fogies like us to be an eyesore. We tend not to disturb our Sect Master, so I won't be entering to be an eyesore. Fairy, if you have anything you need to talk about, just discuss it with Sect Master directly." "I'll be waiting outside," Elder Sun said very naturally, as though he was accustomed to it. However, when the words landed in Jing Yueping's ears, she was astonished. The Myriad God Sect Master was truly domineering. Elder Sun held a rather esteemed position in the Myriad God Ridge, and it was evident from the way the surrounding people treated him. However, Elder Sun appeared fidgety and horrified in front of the Myriad God Sect Master. It was a testament to how almighty the Myriad God Sect Master was. Chapter 1299, Rules. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The usual tradition in martial sects was that the Grand Elder and the sect's patriarch were the people that held absolute authority. As for the sect master, he was only an executive. This was a result of warriors having extremely long lifespans. Some sects had patriarchs that lived for years, and when they entered their advanced years, they would relinquish their position as sect master and hand it down to their disciples. Many a time, the chosen disciple would become sect master. The other disciples would become elders. There was a difference in their statuses, but it wasn't that great in the grand scheme of things. Few sect masters could make his fellow elders fear him. That authority was typically reserved for the sect's patriarch. "This Myriad God Ridge isn't much, but its sect master sure puts on airs," Jing Yuesha said disdainfully through a curled mouth when she saw how the group of elders and personal disciples waited from afar. From her point of view, the only reason why the Myriad God Ridge could be ranked as Clear Lunar Island's equal was because of its massive numbers. Jing Yueping helplessly shook her head when she heard Jing Yuesha's words. She knew Jing Yuesha had very high standards and was filled with confidence when it came to the Clear Lunar Island's future. This made her think lowly of the Myriad God Ridge that was only going from bad to worse. Jing Yueping said, "Do not underestimate the Myriad God Ridge's heritage. This Myriad God Sect Master has an unusual authority in the Myriad God Ridge, so he naturally must be somewhat special." As they spoke, they went through a large door which opened automatically. They were greeted by a magnificent grand hall. The hall was simply decorated but majestic. In the middle, there was a rectangular table made of mystic numinous white jade. A person was sitting on a seat of honor on the other end of the table. He was actually a youth. A youth? Jing Yuesha was momentarily taken aback. She could sense that the youth was not one of those old freaks that only had the appearance of a youth. He was definitely not old, for she could sense endless and vigorous flames of vitality within him. It was as though his body contained unlimited vital potential. Furthermore, his cultivation level was only at the Dao Palace realm. This was indication that he could not be that old. Who was this youth who dared to sit alone in the hall? Where was the Myriad God Sect Master? Yun pointed calmly at the seats across him when he saw Jing Yuesha and Jing Yueping arrive. He said lightly, "The both of you came from quite a ways away. Please have a seat." Jing Yuesha felt like Yun was acting as if he was the host, based on his casual attitude. He did not even stand up to welcome them or bow to greet them. This made her knit her brows slightly. Did this punk not understand that he was a junior? Who the hell did he think he was? When Yun noticed that Jing Yuesha and Jing Yueping had no reaction except to look at him, Yun pricked his brows. "Ladies, is there something wrong? Who are you?" Jing Yuesha asked. She was arrogant by nature, and the tone she asked with sounded somewhat aloof. Yun naturally noticed the displeasure in Jing Yuesha's tone. He changed his posture slightly and leaned back onto the chair. He still did not stand up as he looked at Jing Yuesha nonchalantly. Yun did not conceal his gaze. It was one that displeased Jing Yuesha greatly. Having been the successor of Clear Lunar Island all these years, she had always been placed on a pedestal. She was used to having people fawn over her, especially members of the opposite sex. Most of them would be ashamed of their ungainly appearances. Many men clearly admired her, but none of them dared to look into her eyes because she was too dazzling. As for Yun, not only did he size her up brazenly, his look was a scrutinizing one. This made Jing Yuesha's expression turn cold.
We are here to meet the Myriad God Sect Master. How can a junior like you think he can boss others around? Do the Myriad God Ridge disciples not abide by rules?
Jing Yuasha lost her patience and no longer spoke courteously.
What do you mean by not abiding by the rules? Yi Yun countered with a question.
Although the girl's words were offensive, he was not angered. He knew the situation with the Clear Lunar Island's successor. As an arrogant swan, it was normal for her to have such a reaction. The one who came with me is my Clear Lunar Island's deputy island lord, Perfected Ping. As a Myriad God Ridge disciple, you should stand up to greet her. You should come to a halt more than 10 feet away and bow, addressing her as martial aunt. Yet you sit there in such a wide, open stance.
What sort of etiquette is that?
Jing Yuasha was disgusted by these Myriad God Ridge disciples. They recruited disciples every 3 days, so it could be ignored if they recruited those of mediocre breed, not to mention low strength. But the disciples they recruited lacked even the most basic etiquette. As for the Myriad God Sect Master, he sure was one to put on great airs. He had sent a rash youth, with his nose in the air, to receive them.
Where was he? Upon hearing Jing Yuasha's words, Yi Yun nodded and said, "You are right.
When disciples of large sects meet the elders of other large sects, they should bow.
You are currently about 10 feet away from me. It's time for you to bow. My surname is Yi. Just call me Martial Uncle Yi." When Yi Yun said the first half of his sentence, Jing Yuasha's cold expression warmed up a little. She believed that Yi Yun would stand up and bow at her martial aunt.
By standing beside her, it would be as if this punk was bowing his head at her. But when she heard the second half of Yi Yun's sentence, her beautiful eyes whitened in anger. She nearly thought she heard wrong.
This punk had not only requested that she bow, he actually wanted her to address him as martial uncle? Punk, are you still sleeping?
At that moment, Jing Yuasha truly had the intention to attack him. She wanted to beat Yi Yun up, to make him search for his teeth that would be spewed onto the ground. In a way, she would be helping the Myriad God Ridge teach a disciple who did not understand the rules.
As for the Myriad God Sect Master, she couldn't be bothered anymore. Since he did not treat their Clear Lunar Island with respect, why should she give him respect?
Jing Yuasha almost went forward, but Jing Yueping held her shoulder. She was older after all, and although she was incensed by Yi Yun's lack of propriety, she suddenly realized an impossible possibility after analyzing the meaning behind Yi Yun's words.
"Young lad, what do you mean? You told Yuasha to address you as martial uncle. Don't tell me you are Myriad God Ridge's sect master."
Jing Yuasha was taken aback when Jing Yueping said that.
Only then did she understand what she could not comprehend previously. The hall only had Yi Yun alone.
Previously, Elder's son had respectfully invited them to enter to meet the Myriad God Sect Master, yet, they did not meet the Sect Master, only this youth. The only possibility was that this youth was the Myriad God Sect Master.
Upon realizing this point, Jing Yuasha looked at Yi Yun in disbelief.
Her tiny mouth gaped and did not close for a long period of time.
How could this be possible? The Myriad God Ridge was a large sect that was ranked alongside the Clear Lunar Island and the Heavenly Pivot chapter.
The position of Myriad God Sect Master was prestigious and he held immense power. He controlled the lives of those that were within a radius of several million kilometers.
But he was actually such a young youth?
Jing Yuasha had outstanding talent and none of her peers could match her. She enjoyed an esteemed position in the Clear Lunar Island and wherever she went, she was the highlight.
But even so, she was only the Clear Lunar Island's successor.
She was at least 10,000 years away from inheriting the position of Island Lord. But the youth in front of her was already the Myriad God Sect Master.
Chapter 1300, Heavenly South Peaks Meet. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Impossible.
Although our Clear Lunar Island does not often interact with the Myriad God Ridge, we have heard that the Myriad God Sect Master is an elder quite advanced in age.
How can that be you? Jing Yuasha found it unbelievable. Although she did not make an effort to be up to date on matters regarding the myriad god sect master, she had heard others describe him as an old man that was on his deathbed. His body had a cadaveric air to it, as though he was half a step in a coffin. That description stood in stark contrast with the youth in front of her. There was a change of personnel. Is there a need for you to ask something so obvious? Yi Yun no longer spoke courteously towards the arrogant girl. Change of personnel. Jing Yuasha stuttered. Why did Yi Yun make it sound as simple as switching chefs at a restaurant? You are only at the Dao Palace realm and you can't be more than 300 years old, right? Even if the myriad god ridge wanted to replace its sect master, it shouldn't have switched to a disciple as young as you. How can you become the myriad god sect master? Jing Yuasha's cultivation level was lower than Yi Yun's, but she could still easily determine his cultivation level. She could even roughly gauge a supremacy's cultivation level as well. She could tell that Yi Yun was only at the 8th story Dao Palace. Based on the cultivation speed of Clear Lunar Island's personal disciples, the 8th story Dao Palace could be attained at the age of 3 to 400. That was way too young for a sect master. Yi Yun was frustrated by Jing Yuasha's continuous questioning. Did you only come to meet me to ask how I became sect master? As the myriad god sect master, I'm your senior. Yet, you keep doubting your senior. Did the Clear Lunar Island not teach you etiquette or the need to respect your elders? You? Jing Yuasha was dumbstruck by Yi Yun's tirade. When she toured the world on experiential training, she met members of the opposite sex that were her age. They yearned to exchange a few more words with her, and even if she said something nasty, they would gladly endure it. Yet, Yi Yun was directly reprimanding her. She had never experienced such nastiness from a member of the opposite sex, so she was instantly fuming and aggrieved. Yi Yun looked up to glance at Jing Yuasha. He could tell that the girl had been smoothly sailing through her entire life. She had been placed on a pedestal and was accustomed to being aloof. Yi Yun did not necessarily dislike such girls, but he would not be controlled by one either. You speak to elders in such a tone immediately upon meeting them. Is this how you behave in front of your Clear Lunar Island's island lord? Just a while ago, you demonstrated your understanding of etiquette by saying that my myriad Godridge's disciples do not abide by the rules. So why did you not bow to me when you met me? Jing Yuasha was close to tears from her anger. The most frustrating thing was that he had used her own words against her. And worse, she had no way to rebut. Upon seeing Jing Yuasha's expression, Yi Yun suddenly felt that being the sect master of Myriad Godridge had its perks. At the very least, he could teach others a lesson with firm reason. Jing Yuasha's face turned red from the short exchange with Yi Yun. She could not utter another word, and she felt that, in front of Yi Yun, she would only be bullied into a frustrated punching bag. She was now certain that Yi Yun was the myriad god sect master. It would be impossible for him to pretend to be the sect master for so long. If he were a fake, the true myriad god sect master would have exposed him by now. This baffled her. How did a junior become revered by the other myriad Godridge elders? The myriad Godridge was truly crazy to choose a young punk as sect master. At this rate, it probably wouldn't take long for them to collapse. Sect Master E, please calm down. Don't tease Yuasha any longer. It was impolite of her to question your identity. I apologize on her behalf, said Jing Yueping lightly. Her tone was naturally defensive of Jing Yuasha. There was also no need for forcing Jing Yuasha to bow to Yi Yun, as she would definitely not let her own martial niece suffer such a grievance. Yi Yun stopped pressing the issue when Jing Yueping spoke out. He asked, "All right then, what did you come here for?" It had to do with the Heavenly South Peaks meet, but now that I see the youthful and uninhibited heroic spirit of sect mastery, I believe you would not be interested in joining. Oh? What's the Heavenly South Peaks meet? Asked Yi Yun casually. Jing Yueping was left taken aback by Yi Yun's question. This myriad god sect master did not even know of the Heavenly South Peaks meet? What sort of sect master was he? Although the Calm Sea factions did not typically participate in the Heavenly South Peaks meet, it was something that he should have at least heard of. Jing Yueping disdained Yi Yun in secret but politely explained, the Heavenly South Peaks meet is a grand meet held in the Heavenly South Great World. This meet has many events. Most important of all is the meeting between the Heavenly South Great World and the authority figures of the surrounding Great World's factions. There will be Dao discussions and martial sparring. Together, the profundity of the martial laws will be probed. There will also be a treasure exchange. Every party will obtain what they need and help to supply each other's needs. Other than that, there is an important itinerary. The young disciples of the various large sects will spar. The ultimate winner will be given handsome rewards. This is something that all sect masters of major factions will be invited to watch. They will act as judges, as well as give some pointers to the younger generation. Jing Yueping finished her explanation. After listening to the itinerary of the Heavenly South Peaks meet, Yi Yun figured out her goal in seeking him. She had been planning to invite him to be a judge at the Heavenly South Peaks meets martial contest. They could also participate in the treasure exchange and even give lectures on the Tao. To the Heavenly South Great World, the Calm Sea was relatively small. Although the Clear Lunar Island was participating in the meet, it felt it was lacking when compared to the larger factions of the Great Worlds. It wanted to rope in the Myriad God Ridge, making it appear mightier. If not, be it at the treasure exchange or the Tao lectures and martial sparring, they might be overshadowed by the local sects of the Heavenly South. But for them to come to the Jade Emperor Palace with such plans only to see the true Myriad God sect master, Yi Yun, they must have had a string of expletives running through their heads. How could such a young fellow participate in the Heavenly South Peaks meet? How could he be a judge? How could he lecture on the Tao or spar? Wouldn't it only make others laugh their heads off? It was no wonder Jing Yueping had described him as being youthful and having an uninhibited heroic spirit, giving her reason to believe that he would not be interested in joining. When he realized this, Yi Yun noticed Jing Yueping's solemn expression. She did not give it away, but Yi Yun knew that the old woman was probably cursing at all his ancestors. When she returned to Clear Lunar Island, just Jing Yueshao alone would probably make what had happened today a huge joke, much less Jing Yueping. The turn of events will likely be described vividly to the bevy of girls in Clear Lunar Island. The disdain and criticism for him were inevitable. From Yi Yun's point of view, women had a gossipy nature. It was the same even for female cultivators. Furthermore, Clear Lunar Island was a place where men did not step foot in. He could only imagine how much gossip prevailed among the women. I wonder how they would demonize me. Yi Yun found it amusing. At that moment, Jing Yueping wished to stay there no longer. She did not wish to waste her time on a young punk, so she said, I have long heard of the deep heritage the Myriad God Ridge has and its potency. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Sect Master Yi, you are truly an extraordinary young hero. If there's nothing else, I'll bid you farewell. It was truly quite a worthwhile trip to see Sect Master Yi's fine grace. After Jing Yueping finished her words, she planned to leave without even staying for tea. Yi Yun naturally could tell, however, that young hero and fine grace were just sarcastic remarks. But did not mind that. He said, Fairy Ping, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Aren't you here to invite me to join you at the Heavenly South Peaks meet? I'm actually rather interested. Being a judge or whatnot sounds fun. When does the Heavenly South Peaks meet begin? I would like to get in on the action. He could ignore the discussion of the Tao and the sparring, or the martial arts competition among the younger disciples. But Yi Yun was rather interested in the exchange. As it was an exchange held by the Heavenly South Great World, it was possible that there would be all sorts of stunning divine treasures available. Yi Yun also needed many rare materials to further his cultivation in the Dragon Emperor technique. He was certain he could find a portion of what he needed at the exchange.